I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. And you know what?
What?
I've got a riddle, and you won't guess.
Oh, yes, I might. Maybe, perhaps, possibly.
Are you ready?
Ready.
What two animals do you always go to bed with?
Oh, that's easy. A teddy bear and a doll.
No, that's not the answer. A doll isn't an animal, see?
Oh, excuse me. Well, a teddy bear and
Nope.
Well, all right, I give up. What two animals do you always go to bed with?
Two calves.
Two calves?
Yes, you have a calf on the back of each of your legs.
Oh, so you have. You tricked me, you fooled me, you hung me on a hook.
I knew I would. Now will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic
Yes.
Weekly. Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Beetle's hard-boiled sergeant looks at himself in the mirror. He sees his stomach is getting so big that it's hanging out over his belt.
Oh, look at my stomach. I gotta cut down on eating.
And a few minutes later, third picture top row, he's in the mess hall giving the cook orders about what not to feed him.
And under no circumstances I had to give me desserts. Understand?
Yeah, okay, if you say so.
Last picture top row, the cook is giving orders to Beetle and Bugsy, his two assistants.
No matter what he says, don't give him any, or I get in trouble.
Well, I hope he doesn't see a custard pie cookie. Bugsy looks at the sergeant and sees... Oh, like, they saw it. First picture bottom row, the sergeant has the plate in his hand. His mouth waters. He's looking at Beetle.
Beetle, cut me a piece of that pie.
No, sir.
Please, just one little piece.
No. The sergeant reaches for the pie.
Then I'll take
Beetle
it
picks it
myself.
up, and they begin to scuffle over the pie.
Hey, come on, darn it, Billy. I want that pie. You can't have it. Give me that pie. Give it to me. No. I order you. Cookie, tell him.
Hey, for God's sakes, Bailey, let him have it.
Nothing would make me happier.
Hey, Bailey, I didn't mean give it to him in the face.
Last picture. A happy sergeant is sitting at his desk. Pie all over his face. And the captain exclaims,
He hit you in the face with a pie? What are you going to do to him?
How about, promoting him?
Isn't that funny? He gives orders to everybody not to feed him the pie, and he ends up ordering them to give it to him.
yes, and Beetle gave it to him right in the face.
Yeah, squished it right in his face. Oh, he looks funny.
Yes. Well, now let's see what's happening to the Walt Disney story, Ben and Me.
Oh, yes, please. I just love the story about Amos. He's such a sweet little mouse.
All right, then, let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine and Prince Valiant on page 3. And here on page 4 is Ben and Me.
You remember that Benjamin Franklin, who lived in the early days of America and was a very famous man, was experimenting with electricity.
Yes, he put a little rod on the tip of a kite and then put Amos, the mouse, on a little box in the kite and had sent the kite flying up in the air.
But a storm came up, and lightning hit the kite and knocked the box apart, and Amos was hanging on for dear life. I wonder if Ben will get the kite down in time to save him.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Walt Disney's Ben and Me. Say the magic words with me. Hickory, dickory, diddle-dee-dee. Doodle some music for Ben and Me.
Well, there I was, hanging on for dear life. It began to rain. Ben started to pull in the kite. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground. I from the shock. I could hardly move. And I heard a voice that seemed to come from a great distance.
Amos, speak to me.
It was Ben. He was very worried. He picked me up in his hand.
Amos, was it electricity?
That did it. I leaped to my feet and opened my mouth. Electricity poured out in Ben's face, and I roared, "Was it electricity? Was it electricity?" And last picture, top row, I turned on the heel of his thumb and crawled down, picked up my hat, and walked off. Goodbye, Mr. Franklin. Goodbye forever. And so I returned to my family in the vestry of the old church on 2nd Street. Ben had discovered the nature of electricity, but he had lost my friendship. So there we are, my family and me, tucked into bed, first picture, bottom row. We always slept in shoes. We were the 65th cousins on my mother's uncle's sister's side of the old lady who lived in the shoe. We liked the old girl, so we sort of kept the habit. My mother believed in wisdom, so she had some of my original sayings tacked on the wall, like, a stitch in time saves 9. A rolling stone gathers no moss. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. And I was sitting there while everybody else slept, thinking up a new saying about that trickster, Ben Franklin, who had almost got me killed. The best I could think was, if you work for a genius or work for a dope, watch out for yourself, or you've lost all hope. The years that followed were troubled ones. There was loud talk against the stamp taxes, rumor of violence and rebellion. You see, we were still an English colony, and the British king was taxing us unfairly. Meetings were held all over the state, and of course I attended.
How about it, men? Are we going to stand for this? No! Down with the king!
Naturally, I felt as strongly about the matter as the next man, or a mouse. And last picture, I climbed up on the lamppost and took charge of the meeting. I agree, man. And I say, no taxation without representation.
Hooray! Hooray! Liberty forever!
I'm sorry that friendship broke up because I liked Amos and Ben to be friends.
Well, as I recall, Ben Franklin was very active in the problems between the Americans and the British. And maybe now that Amos has joined those that are protesting against the English king...
Maybe Ben and Amos will get together again, huh?
Well, let's hope so. We'll find that out next week, I'm sure. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, here on page 6 is Donald Duck. Read that, please.
I won't waste a second. Here we go with Donald Duckles. Say the magic words with me. Squeeze 'em, squiddy chick attack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Today, Donald and his nephews, all dressed up in their Boy Scout clothes, are going out for a scouting trip. Donald is scoutmaster. They're out in the backyard, all set to go.
All right, line up for park inspection. Yes, sir, Uncle Donald. What else? Sir. Bedrolls? Yes, sir, all wool. Cooking kits? Yes, sir, aluminum. Toothbrushes? Yes, sir, and economy-size toothpaste. And leave your compass home. This hike is to simulate emergency condition.
Sometime later, they're out in the woods.
All right, now, this is where you learn to use substitute equipment. Our hatchets. Hatchets? Yes, hatchets.
Last picture, top row, Donald walks off, pointing at the trees.
Blaze every 5th tree so we can find our way back. And remember, no compass.
The boys out hatchets and begin to work, blazing, which is putting a nick in every 5th tree. Ten minutes later, we see them hard at work, very unhappy.
Oh, darn, this is hard work. Hey, wait. I have another idea. Yeah, what is it? Well, what we do is the first...
5 minutes later, Donald, who is up ahead, notices that the hatchets have grown silent. He puts his hand to his mouth and...
I don't hear the thunk of those hatchets.
Last picture, Huey, Dewey, and Louie come toward him carrying a tube of toothpaste. Behind them on the ground is a long cord of toothpaste. Huey says,
That's okay, Uncle Donald. We're using substitute equipment. Yeah, a big squirt of toothpaste on every fifth tree.
Oh, those boys, they're clever. Putting toothpaste on the tree is much easier than chopping.
yes, but what'll happen if it rains and the toothpaste gets washed off? How would they ever find their way home then?
Oh, I never thought of that. If they lost their way, then the markers would be washed off.
Yes, that's why we use a hatchet, to make a little nick that'll stay there.
Oh, I guess the boys aren't so smart after all.
Well, anyway, they're funny.
Yes, anyway, they're funny.
Well, now let's go to the last page of the first section and see what's happening in Dick's new adventure.
All right. And here it is. You remember Dick had a dream that he was going on a special mission with his uncle, who's a doctor, and General Wiley Thompson, who's an Indian agent.
Yes, the United States government has been having trouble with an Indian chief named Osceola.
So General Thompson has been sent to stop the trouble. And you remember last week when they got to Florida, suddenly the stagecoach was stopped. And an Indian silently got in the stagecoach without saying a word.
And Dick looked outside the coach and saw Indians surrounding them, and saw them ride along with them.
I wonder what that means. Are they captive?
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick looks from the warriors who are riding along outside to the Indian who faces him in the stagecoach. And then the Indian speaks.
My name is Powell, gentlemen. I'm half white man, but more than half Indian.
Last picture, top row, General Thompson answers.
So I see. I know you now. You're Osceola. Frankly, I'm glad you're here. It saves the United States government the trouble of looking for you. You're one of the few chiefs who are still defying us. The United States Congress has set aside thousands of acres west of the Mississippi, just for the Indians. Now we are providing you with farm tools, medical care, and schools for your children. We'll pay you for your land in Florida. Now, why won't you accept our offer?
Osceola's face hardens.
We stop the coach now.
He waves a hand. The Indians close their horses in on the stagecoach, and it is stopped.
Get out.
The door of the coach opens. And General Thompson, followed by Dick and his uncle, get out. Dick sees the anger mounting on Osceola's face as he says to General Thompson,
White man has driven us far enough. Florida is our home. We mean to stay.
Although he's surrounded by unfriendly Indians, General Thompson answers quietly.
In that case, sir, you're under arrest.
First picture, bottom row, Dick sees the flash of a knife and throws himself on Osceola's arm to stop him from killing the general. But he's too weak. The Indians close in on them. And last picture, moments later, General Thompson is left buried under the wrecked stagecoach as Dick and his uncle, battered and bound up, are made captives. And then the little party rides southward.
Oh, that Osceola was cruel.
Yes, he was. I guess we can see now why the American government was having trouble with him.
I wonder what will happen to Dick and his uncle.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, and I'm anxious to see what's happening to Rusty because he is in very bad trouble.
Well, I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. An actor has stolen a valuable string of pearls from a wealthy girl named Miss Castle. He was dressed in Rusty's clothes. An electrician and a stage carpenter had seen the thief wearing Rusty's clothes. So naturally, they said that Rusty was a thief. However, Rusty was miles away from the theater at the time the pearls were stolen, helping a man named Jerry, whose truck was stuck in the mud. Mrs. Castle, mother of the girl, has brought charges against Rusty. He has been arrested, and a trial is now being held. Mr. Pringle, lawyer for Mrs. Castle, is calling the electrician and the carpenter to the stand to testify.
Will Mr. Jake Wilson, the electrician, please take the witness chair?
Mr. Tyndall, who is Rusty's lawyer, has a plan. He says to Rusty,
Step into the next room, Rusty, and do just as I told you.
Yes, sir.
Second picture, the electrician is in the chair, and Mr. Pringle is cross-examining him.
In your own words, Mr. Wilson, just what happened on the afternoon in question?
Well, sir, I was working right near the corridor where the dressing rooms are. I heard footsteps, so I took a look, knowing that the actors was all on stage. Well, I saw right off it was young Rusty Riley. You see, I did the electrical work at Milestone Farm, so I know the kid well. No mistaking that jacket and the red cap. Last picture, top row, the carpenter is finishing his testimony.
Well, I didn't see his face, but recognized him as Rusty Riley. I seen the kid often. He was just opening Miss Castle's door.
Then first picture, bottom row, Mr. Tyndall, Rusty's lawyer, comes forward.
You two gentlemen are very positive about your identification of Rusty, in spite of the fact that you only had a back view. Now, I want you to pick Rusty from the two boys I'm about to show you. Officer, please open that door.
The officer opens the door, and two persons of Rusty's height and weight are standing in the doorway, their backs to everyone in the room. Both boys are dressed exactly alike in Rusty's cap and Rusty's jacket. The electrician looks at the boys for a second, then points to one.
The one on the right. That's Rusty, I'm sure.
The carpenter nods.
Yep, me too. He's the one on the right.
Mr. Tyndall smiles.
Thank you. That will be all, gentlemen. Will you boys turn around, please?
The boys turn around, and Mr. Tyndall dramatically exclaims,
Your Honor will please note that neither of these lads is Rusty. They are Dixie Wilkins and Mickey Dunn, professional jockeys.
And Pringle rages.
I object. This is nothing but trickery. They are carefully dressed in clothes exactly like Rusty Riley's. This does not prove that it was not Rusty who was seen at the theater.
Meanwhile, only a few miles away on the highway, last picture, a car with the sign, Jerry's Wonder Dog, is speeding down the highway. In it are Stovepipe, Rusty's old friend, and Jerry, the man that Tex and Rusty have been hoping would appear. Jerry is the only man that knows that Rusty was not at the theater at the time the pearls were stolen. And Stovepipe is saying,
Sorry I had to Shanghai you this way, Jerry, but a fine lad's future may depend on your testimony.
And Jerry answers,
Well, he helped me when I needed help bad, so I'm glad for the chance to help him.
Hooray, hooray! At last Jerry's coming to tell everybody that Rusty didn't steal the pearls.
and Tex and Mr. Tyndall's trick has worked.
Wasn't that clever? Dressing those two jockeys just like Rusty and then asking that electrician and that carpenter to point out which one was Rusty?
Yes, and when the boys turned around, everybody in the room saw that neither one of them was Rusty. And that spoils Mr. Pringle's chance of proving that the carpenter's and the electrician's testimony is any good.
Oh, I hope Rusty will get off next week.
Well, we'll find out for sure. But now it's time to pick up the first page of the second section.
Oh, yes. I wonder what funny thing Dagwood does today.
Well, we'll find out right now. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. I'm a food, I'm a fum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's daughter, Cookie, has 4 friends, and they've all dropped in to ask her to go to the movies. Blondie is in the kitchen, quietly stirring up lunch. When suddenly a tornado bursts into the kitchen.
Mama! Mama, may I have 30 cents to go to the movies? Oh, you will have to ask Daddy.
And out of the kitchen, Cookie goes. Last picture, top row, Dagwood is quietly relaxing in the bathtub. When suddenly...
Quick, Daddy! Quick, give me 30 cents for the movie.
Don't scare me like that. Give me my pants. And Cookie dashes out of the room. Oh, my nerves, my poor nerves. First picture, second row, she's in again.
Here's your pants. Quick, quick, quick.
Take it easy, will you?
Quick.
Look, you threw my pants in the water.
Quick, quick, quick. The 30 cents.
Here and get out of here.
Thank you, Daddy.
And out she goes. Dagwood looks at his pants.
Oh, my poor pants are soaked.
Last picture, second row, Cookie dashes down the hallway, trips over the dog. First picture, third row, she pats him on the head.
Sorry, Pups, but you shouldn't get in my way when I'm in such a hurry.
And down the stairs she goes. At the bottom stands Blondie, her arms full of dishes.
Oh! Cookie, see what you've done. Smashed our best set of dishes. Sorry, Mom.
And out the door she goes. Last picture, third row.
Okay, kids, I'm all ready. Let's go.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood in his bathrobe looks at poor Blondie, who's lying on the floor surrounded by broken dishes. Well, thank goodness. We'll have a few hours of peace around here to recover while they're at the movies. At the theater, the kids are looking at the announcement posted outside.
Yeah, I've seen that picture.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So have I.
Well, come on, kids.
And last picture, the door to the Bumstead house opens. And in gallop the children, and Cookie shouts,
We all saw the movie, so we're coming back here to play.
What do you think of that?
My goodness, she was certainly excited.
Yes. Do you throw your daddy's pants in the bathtub when you're excited?
No, this is possible.
And do you break a whole set of dishes when you're excited?
No, only the sugar bowl if it gets stuck around my hand when I'm getting the money out.
Oh, you children.
Well, I know one thing I wouldn't do.
What's that?
If I've seen a movie and I liked it, I would go see it again, because I like the movie.
Yes, I know a little girl named Phyllis who'd just like that.
And I know a boy named Stephen.
I guess most children are like that.
Yes.
Well, now let's turn over the page and... Oh, look, here's Flash Gordon.
Oh, and Flash is on a strange planet investigating.
Yes, he's the only Earthman there, and he's discovered many strange people who are ruled by a mysterious person who's never seen.
But Flash has found some friends, too. An old hermit named Philo and a clown named Rosini. And they worked out a scheme so Flash could slip into the castle. But it didn't work.
No, Flash slipped into the castle while Rosini was entertaining all of the soldiers and the mind.
And suddenly a trapdoor opened under Flash's feet and he fell down. I wonder what'll happen to him now.
Well, let's find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Riga-riga-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash falls through the trapdoor. As he falls, he hears... Finds himself at the bottom of a dark cavern in water up to his waist. Last picture, top row, Flash wades through the water. Oh, they're laughing. All around me, splitting my head. First picture, bottom row, he works his way out of the water onto a slippery bank. Pitch black in here. Can't see a thing. I hope this portable searchlight still works. Last picture, he turns on his searchlight. It works. The cavern is flooded by its beam, a dank, dark place. And then Flash sees a mysterious creature that looks like an octopus across the cavern from him. And then an agonized scream echoes in his ears.
Put out the light!
Ooh, isn't that an awful-looking thing?
Yes.
I'm glad Flash wasn't killed.
So am I.
I wonder why it screamed when Flash turned on the light.
Well, maybe the creature lives in the cave and can't stand the light.
Oh, well, if that's the case, this could be Flash's way of defeating him.
Yes, it could be.
Oh, do you think it could be?
Well, we'll find out more about this next week. But now look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and you remember that a man named Wasp Bascom has been blowing up cabins and stealing the stones because they have silver in them.
Yes, but Roy finally captured him.
And two of these men had captured a girl named Beverly Stark, and they were on their way to meet Wasp Bascom.
But they didn't know that Roy had already captured Bascom. But Roy saw the men coming and was ready for them.
Yes, and Roy threw a keg of silent explosive into the wagon just as it passed under the spot where Roy was hiding.
And then the two outlaws jumped out of the wagon, leaving Miss Stark in it all alone.
I wonder if she'll be safe.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The lighted fuse lands in the wagon. Beverly Stark is terrified.
Somebody help me. My legs are tied.
And then Roy leaps from the bank above into the wagon. Don't worry, Miss Stark. It won't explode.
What do you mean?
I filled the keg with sand before tossing it into the wagon, just to scare away Bascom's men. Meanwhile, the two outlaws who have scurried for cover wait for the explosion.
Hey, why don't that explosive in the wagon go off? Uncover your ear flaps, knucklehead. It's noiseless. Maybe it's all over and we don't know it.
Last picture, top row, Cube Root, gun in hand, appears before them.
Correct, gentlemen. It is all over.
Hey, what the?
Roy Rogers already has captured your boss, Wasp Bascom. Now you are my prisoners. Crime does not pay.
Short time later, second picture, bottom row, Roy and Cube have delivered the outlaws to the sheriff, telling him the complete story of how the stolen stone buildings were built out of rock that contained silver.
Well, Sheriff, I'll be riding on.
Well, thanks for rounding up Bascom's gang, Roy. They'll be in cold storage for a long time.
Right, Sheriff. Adios.
Some miles away, a prison train transporting convicts to a new jail labors up a steep grade. Last picture, it passes under a low-hanging tree. A masked man, gun in hand, drops from the tree onto the caboose of the train.
Yeah, there's one con on this rattler who won't reach that new prison. Come on, Sparrow. Get ready to fly.
Oh, goody. Roy captured the crooks and he's turned them over to the sheriff.
And they'll be locked up for a good long time, the sheriff said.
But, there's going to be more trouble.
I'm afraid you're right. That masked man on that train, which is loaded with convicts being taken to jail. Something tells me that Roy might be having a new adventure.
Oh, I can't wait to see what it is.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello. Hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I know a riddle.
That's a fine answer. I say, how are you today? And she says, I know a riddle.
Oh, I'm fine. And now is it all right to tell you a riddle?
Yes, what is the riddle?
Why does a stork stand on one leg?
To keep the other leg from wearing out.
That's funny, but that's not the answer.
All right, then. Why does a stork stand on one leg?
Because if he picked up the other leg, he would fall down.
Oh, that's very good. Now you tell me, what goes around a button?
Oh, that's easy. A buttonhole goes around the button.
Well, that's true, but it's not the answer I'm looking for. Something else goes around the button.
What?
A billy goat goes around a button.
Oh, that's good, too. A billy goat butts people.
Especially when they bend over.
That's so funny. Now will you please read me the comic?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man.
Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and Doc Swayze were trapped in Nestor's shack, which the outlaws Brand and Concho had set afire. Convinced that Hoppy and the Doc are done for, the outlaws head back to Buckskin to report to Doc Wiley, the leader of the Ghost Raiders. They see California, Lucky, and the sheriff heading toward them. Concho reaches for his gun. Brand exclaims,
Hey, get your gun. Paw off that gun, you fool. They've seen us. Let me do the talking.
First picture next row, the sheriff rides up and says,
We're looking for a gent dressed in black and riding a white mount.
Brand answers,
Spotted a man fitting that description not 10 minutes ago. He was riding east toward Mesquite Flat.
The sheriff and Hoppy's pals spur on. Brand lures.
That ought to steer those snoopers clear of that blazing shack.
In the meantime, Hoppy and Doc Swayze have found an unfinished tunnel under Nestor's shack. They escape burning alive by crawling back in the tunnel. But the smoke is getting thicker and thicker, suffocating them. Big picture, 4th row, their handkerchiefs over their faces, they feel their way through the smoke-filled passage. Suddenly, Hoppy's fingers touch a wooden object. Second picture, 5th row, he exclaims, Hey, Doc, look. Dynamite sticks. A whole box of them. I hope they're still good. Doc Swayze answers, They must have been here for years. Hoppy says, first picture, next row. Listen, judging by the direction, I think this tunnel dead ends just short of that river bend. Some of these sticks can either prove it or bury us. Well, it's risky, but we have no choice. So quickly, Hoppy sets the fuse, plants the dynamite at the end of the tunnel, lights it, and then he and Doc scurry back and throw themselves flat on the floor as Hoppy yells, last picture, 5th row. Get back, Doc. There she goes. First picture, bottom row, the explosion blows a hole in the bank of the old dried river bend. Last picture, California, some distance away, suddenly slows his horse and exclaims, Hey, didn't I just hear thunder? The sheriff, doing likewise, says,
Well, whatever it was, it came from the north in the direction of Nestor's shack. We better check.
The men turn their horses around and head toward Nestor's shack.
Oh, goody. They're going to investigate.
Yes.
And I hope that Hoppy didn't get hurt in that explosion.
Well, we'll see. And if he didn't...
If he didn't, then he and the sheriff will go after that mean old Brand and Concho and Doc Wiley, and he'll catch them all and fix them good.
That's what we'll have to find out next week. Now?
Well, now let's see if Prince Val is on page 3.
Very well, here we go to page 3. And there he is.
Yes. You remember last week, Arf and Val were on their way back home on a ship, and then Arf is still feeling very badly because he's lost a leg in an accident.
Yes, Arf wanted to be a famous knight, and he doesn't believe he can be a great warrior if he only has one leg.
So Prince Val has another idea to cheer up Arf.
Yes, he's putting into another port with a plan in mind.
Please read now, and we can find out what it is.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. The ship rocks gently in a strange harbor, but Arf shows no interest. He's given way to despair and can only gaze with reddened eyes at his sword and shield. Prince Valiant enters the cabin. Well, come, lad, let's go ashore. You need exercise to regain your strength. Arf answers, last picture, top row. Of what use is strength to a cripple? To cut meat with my sword and use my shield as a platter? Val replies, first picture, next row. Why, there is still strength of heart, strength of mind. Good qualities, too, in a lad who would never become a warrior. You see, Arf, I've known since our first practice bout that you'd never be a great warrior. You have to think out every move, and the first natural swordsman you fought would slay you while you were thinking. Arf becomes very thoughtful and somewhat disappointed to hear these words about himself. And then, last picture, second row, Val says, The knight champion wins the applause, yes. But it is the wise man whose intelligence directs the destiny of nations. Trade your useless sword for books. Arf looks at Val, then looks down in deep thought. Val watches him for a second, seeing how these words sink into his head. And then he leaves the cabin and goes on deck, first picture, bottom row. Val is sick with anxiety. Will this latest blow awaken his young friend or plunge him further into despair? And then there comes quite suddenly, last picture, an end to all Val's worries. 2 passengers come aboard, and one of them is the medicine any doctor would prescribe for a sick young man, a beautiful young girl who Val intends that Arf shall meet.
Oh, now maybe Arf will fall in love with the beautiful young girl.
Well, I hope she'll fall in love with him and make him believe that love is the greatest thing in the world.
Yes, and then maybe she will want to marry him.
Yes, then Arf will find out that a beautiful girl isn't won only by brave deeds, but by brave thoughts.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yes. Well, next week we'll find out if that's what happens. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
All right. Look, there's Flash Gordon. I'm very anxious to see what happens to Flash because you remember last week he's on a new expedition.
Yes, Dr. Ruff and Flash are building a space platform 1,000 miles away from the Earth in the air.
And last week, Dr. Sneeze, that's a girl named Ginger, slipped off the rocket ship and floated away into space. And then Flash went after her to try to help get her back.
Because in space, far from Earth, their bodies are as light as clouds, and they don't fall. They just float lazily in space without any way of controlling themselves.
But I wonder if Flash will ever get back to the ship or if someone will save him.
Well, let's read now and find out. So here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doons, ask-him-a-tash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash springs to the rescue of Ginger, who has been hurled off the space platform. Her momentum carries her so fast that Flash has to use his ray gun as a rocket to step up his speed. Slowly, he overtakes the girl, reaches out and grabs her. Last picture, top row, Ginger clutches him in blind terror, sobbing that they'll never get back. But Flash is too busy to answer. He aims his ray blast carefully to reverse their speed, hoping to catch up to the space island that is spinning in its orbit. Suddenly, first picture, bottom row, a weird saucer-shaped ship appears from nowhere and cuts between Flash and the vanishing space platform. As if guided by some evil brain, a plastic tube whips out to catch Flash and Ginger. They're pulled inside this strange craft by ugly little pygmies about 3 feet tall, creatures from another world who strip off Flash and Ginger's space helmets. Flash gasps, then tells Ginger, "It's thin air, but we can breathe. Take it easy. We can't fight them yet." Last picture, Toxo, the leader, aims a ray gun at Flash's brain, then pulls the trigger. A cloud of gas surrounds Flash. Startled but unhurt, Flash now understands his captor's language. Toxo exclaims,
Telepathy brain waves, so you can answer questions. How many Earthmen on your ship? What weapons?
My, now Flash and Ginger are prisoners of these strange people.
Yes, but in a way that's better than floating away in space and being lost forever.
Well, yes, because maybe Flash and Ginger can overcome them and then take their ship away from them and then get back to their friends.
Well, let's hope that's what happens next week.
Yes, I hope so, too. Look right across the page. There's Donald Duckle, my favorite.
Very well, we'll read Donald Duckle. Say the magic words with me, please. Squeegem, squeegem, squiddy, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald is sending his nephew Louie to the store to get some groceries, and he tells him,
Potatoes, salt, beans, and wieners. Maybe I better write it down for you.
but Louie replies,
Gee, I can remember 4 things. I'm not that dumb.
So out the door he goes, and down the street. And in his mind are potatoes, salt, beans, and wieners. Fourth picture, he passes a friend who was eating an ice cream cone. And Louie says,
Yum, yum, yum.
and last picture, top row, and the potatoes are out of his mind. First picture, bottom row, he's thinking of ice cream, salt, beans, and wieners. Second picture, bottom row, he passes a girl licking a lollipop. Louie says, and the salt goes out of his mind. Third picture, bottom row, he sees a boy eating popcorn, and Louie goes, and the beans are out of his mind.
And in his mind now is ice cream, lollipop, popcorn, and wieners. Just as he goes into the store, a boy comes out eating donuts. And... last picture, Donald's phone rings. When he answers it,
Hello?
Louie answers,
Say, Uncle Donald, are you positive you want ice cream, candy, popcorn, and donuts for supper?
Wasn't that funny? He said he could remember 4 things, and then when he got to the store, all he could think of were the delicious things his friends were eating.
yes, it just goes to prove it's always a good idea for little boys and girls to write down what they are sent to the store for.
You are so right.
Well, now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
And here they are on the first page of the second section.
And you're so right, and I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Today is the boss's birthday. Dagwood calls Blondie on the phone and tells her,
Blondie, it's the boss's birthday. We're going to give him a surprise party at the office.
Blondie says she'll bring the decorations from Alexander's party. And Dagwood says,
Bring balloons and the paper hats, too.
last picture top row in the office, Dagwood tells his friends,
Blondie is coming with all the stuff right away.
and one of the friends answers,
Fine, fine. We'll decorate his office while he's at the bank.
First picture next row, Mr. Dithers is at the bank trying to borrow some money, and he's saying,
I need a $20,000 loan immediately, Mr. Grunt, for expansion purposes.
Mr. Grunt replies,
Impossible, Mr. Dithers. Money is tight these days.
Mr. Dithers drops to one knee and implores,
Well, if you would just come up to my office and see how efficiently my business is run, you'd change your mind.
Mr. Dithers takes Mr. Grunt by the hand, leads him out the office. Last picture of the row saying,
Please come. You'll be impressed by the businesslike manner of my employees.
You're just wasting my time, Mr. Dithers.
But first picture, third row, Mr. Dithers brings Mr. Grunt into his office, expecting him to show him everybody hard at work. As he opens the door, he sees balloons and ribbons hanging from the chandelier. On his desk is a cake and 45 presents. And then the office force sings,
We wish you a happy birthday, the dear old boss.
Mr. Dithers looks nervously at Mr. Grunt, and Mr. Grunt glares at Mr. Dithers, then stalks out of the office. Whereupon Mr. Dithers leaps at Dagwood with a baseball bat. Dithers beats up on Dagwood, last picture of the row, saying,
It's your fault, Bumstead. Your nonsense cost me $20,000.
Suddenly, first picture, bottom row, the office boy rushes in and says,
Hey, come quick, Mr. Dithers. Your banker friend is out in the hall crying his heart out.
Dithers dashes out of the office to see what's the matter with Grunt. There finds Mr. Grunt wiping his tears with $1,000 bills, and Grunt sobs,
The warm affection your employees hold for you touches my heart so deeply that I'm going to grant you the loan.
and he holds the bills out to Mr. Dithers, who chortles,
Oh, how delicious.
and then Mr. Grunt goes. Last picture, Mr. Dithers, his arms full of money, bends over and says cheerfully,
Okay, everybody on the force, line up and give me a big, swift kick.
and Dagwood pulls his foot back, ready to give Mr. Dithers a good kick, and says,
Hey, this is going to be fun.
We wish you a happy birthday.
Oh, wasn't that wonderful? That's one time that Dagwood's plans worked out very well.
Yes, Mr. Grunt at first thinks no one is doing their work seriously and decides not to give them the money. And then he decides that Mr. Dithers must be a wonderful employer in order to be given such a fine party.
Yes, so then he decided to give him the money. Oh, that's so funny.
Yes.
Oh, now will you please read Roy Rogers? Here he is, right below Dagwood and Blondie.
I certainly will.
Do you remember last week that Dick Dolan, that mean outlaw, had followed Roy home? And Dolan doesn't have a gun now, but he's after Roy with a pitchfork, and he was going to stick it right in Roy's back when Trigger neighed suddenly.
And Roy turned around, and there was Dolan facing him with a pitchfork.
Please read now and see what happens.
Very well, here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Dolan snarls. I ain't got a gun, Rogers, but this pitchfork will fix you good and proper. He throws the pitchfork. Roy quickly ducks. The prongs of the pitchfork just miss puncturing Roy's arm, but they pin him against the corral. Dolan snarls. Missed your gizzard, Rogers, but your gun arm won't be much good now. He runs for a horse and gallops away. Third picture, he calls back. That'll hold you while I pick up the trail of Killer Monty, the double-crossing masked tenderfoot who slugged me. Roy pulls the fork out of the post and runs for Trigger. Nancy, the girl from the city, and her Uncle Quincy, who's Roy's bookkeeper, come running up to see what happened. Last picture, top row. Nancy asks Roy what's happened. Roy yells, "That was Dick Dolan, Nancy, the gunman who helped Killer Monty. Slipped through my fingers. I've got a score to settle with them both. Keep an eye on Trigger Jr. till I get back, and don't let anybody steal him again." And he gallops off. First picture, bottom row, Uncle Quincy sees the red bandera lying on the ground. He picks it up, saying, "Hey, Nancy, where did this bandera come from?" Nancy tells him Roy must have dropped it, and that Roy suspects it belongs to the masked outlaw, Killer Monty. A moment later, Uncle Quincy is in his office. He's put on his chaps, strapped a gun to his waist, and is saying, "This is my chance to show Roy I'm something besides a pencil pusher with my nose stuck in a ledger." And he's tying the bandera around his face. The door opens, and in comes his niece, fourth picture, bottom row. She exclaims, "Uncle Quincy! Well, you're Killer Monty." Uncle Quincy grabs her arm, last picture, saying, "Well, it's high time Roy found out that Quincy Montgomery can do something else besides juggle figures."
Well, no wonder Roy thought Trigger Jr. was stolen. It was Uncle Quincy who was trying to prove to Roy that he was a dangerous man. I think that's so silly.
It is. And now Uncle Quincy is going off to help Roy capture Dick Dolan.
Well, if Dolan sees him, Dolan's apt to kill him dead because he knocked Dolan out before when he was going to kill Roy.
Yes, this could cause a lot of trouble for Roy. But we'll find out more about it next week.
Well, now is it time for Dick's adventure?
It is indeed, so let's turn over the page. And there he is on page 3.
Oh, I just love this because Dick is with Daniel Boone in the early days of America, and it's so exciting.
Yes, last week Daniel Boone and Dick and some men had gone out to rescue some surveyors, but the men had become tired and had stopped to camp for the night. And in the middle of the night, Daniel Boone, followed by Dick, slipped off to rescue the other party that was left.
And just after they were gone, the Indians began to slip up on the camp that Boone had just left, and everybody's asleep, so please read to me. I'm anxious to know what's happened.
Very well. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, kazak-kazak. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. American surveying parties are being slaughtered by desperate bands of red warriors in the wild Kentucky backwoods country. With one party still deep in the forest, Dick and Daniel Boone search all night for their camp. Boone's young son, Jim, remains behind with a number of exhausted surveyors. Dawn brings them to the campsite and a ghastly welcome. The camp has been destroyed, and all the white men have been killed. There is nothing Boone can do, so last picture, top row, with no sign that the warriors are around, they start cautiously back to the spot where Boone's son and the survivors were left. At this very moment, while Boone is heading back, others reach the camp before him. It's the Indians who attack the sleeping searching party. They show no mercy for young or old. The white settlers who are awakened are greatly outnumbered. They haven't a chance. The entire camp is destroyed. Hours later, when Boone reaches the camp, he and Dick get a ghastly welcome. But this time it is Boone's own son who is numbered among the victims. Dick watches, tears in his eyes, as Boone silently carries his dead son in his arms and lays him on some leaves nearby. Then, quickly, Boone and Dick go to work to dig graves for the dead. First picture, bottom row, Dick and Daniel Boone, alone in the forest, stand before the grave of Boone's son. Boone prays, but he doesn't weep, and the blood of his kith and kin lies buried in the soul of Kentucky. Then, with Dick at his side, Boone returns to the tiny frontier settlement of Boonesboro. He tells the sad news to the people in the small settlement and all those who have lost husbands or sons. And he gives comfort to his wife, who is heartbroken at the death of her son, the woman whose loss is as great as his own. Last picture, before the sun rises again, Dick and Boone are once more deep in the forest wilderness. And now their one mission is to bring justice to Kentucky.
Oh, that was so sad.
Yes, it certainly was.
But now Daniel Boone is going out to punish the Indians for the cruel things they did.
Yes, he is. And the Indians deserve it because it was senseless killing to have murdered all those white people.
Yes, I hope he gets them and just fixes them good.
Yeah, but don't forget, though, he's riding into great danger himself. And we'll find out more about that next week.
All right. And now, will you please read me Rusty Riley? Here he is, right below Dick's adventures. You remember someone had been stealing some oats from the feed bin, and no one can figure out who's doing it.
But last week, the little girl came to get some laundry in a coaster wagon. And Rusty has discovered some grains of oats on the floor after her wagon is pulled away.
And I wonder whether she has a pony or something that she's stealing the oats for.
Well, let's find out right now. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty looks at the oats that are lying on the floor where the coaster wagon had been standing just a moment ago, and he says to himself, "Jeepers, could it be possible that the little girl Queenie's the one who's swiping the feed?" He says to Flip, his dog, third picture, "Well, she sure wouldn't be eating oats and mash herself. Wait, though, maybe she's got some chickens." Then he decides to investigate. He asks Pete, the feed boss, "Hey, Pete, do you know Queenie's folks? Where do they live?" Pete replies, "Oh, so that's the way it is, eh? Interested in little Miss Queenie, eh? Well, they live in a shanty in the north edge of the woods." So off Rusty goes, following the girl. He gets within sight of her, last picture, top row. He says, "Jeepers, there she goes. If she's the one who's been taking the feed, I'd sure like to know what she does with it." He sees her take a shortcut through the woods. First picture, bottom row. The path twists and turns. He tries to get a little closer. And then suddenly discovers that she has disappeared. Then Flip, last picture, starts off a little path leading sideways through the trees. Rusty exclaims, "Hey, come back here, Flip. What are you after, a rabbit or something?" And then he exclaims, "Jeepers, there's a kind of branch path down into that gully."
Oh, I'll bet you that Flip is following where the little girl is going. And you know, she went into a little place down there, and I'll bet you that's where she's hiding, what it is that she's hiding.
You know what?
What?
I'll bet you're right about whatever you're right about.
Yes.
Well, next week we'll find out more. Now shall we read Uncle Remus?
Oh, yes, please.
Very well. Turn over the page, go past Jungle Jim, past Perry Mason and the Lone Ranger, turn over another page, and there on page 6 is Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says, "This is a tale about Brer Fox a-catching Brer Rabbit with his claws on a hickory limb." Brer Rabbit and Brer Terrapin are out in a pond having a little swim when suddenly Brer Rabbit sees Brer Fox coming toward him and he exclaims,
Uh-oh, there's Brer Fox. He's caught me.
Brer Terrapin whispers something in Brer Rabbit's ear,
Oh, okay.
and then he dives under the water. Third picture, top row, Brer Fox on shore says cheerfully,
Well, if it ain't Brer Rabbit all by his all alone self.
and Brer Rabbit answers,
Now, wait, Brer Fox. You is taking unfair advantage.
Brer Fox starts to come wading into the water, licking his chops, first picture, bottom row. Brer Rabbit says,
Now, keep away, Brer Fox. Keep away. The alligators will get you.
Brer Fox answers,
Yuck. How come the alligators ain't getting you?
At that moment, at the bottom of the pond, next picture, Brer Terrapin is saying to two little crawfish who have huge pincer claws.
All right, Brer Crawfish. You boys do your stuff.
And the two little crawfish snap their claws on Brer Fox's foot.
He yells, "Help, help, 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 a alligator's got me." And Brer Rabbit says last picture, "Don't worry, Brer Fox, you'll let go the next time it thunders." And Uncle Remus says, "You can sink your way into trouble as easy as stepping into it."
That's really funny. Brer Fox is being pinched by a little tiny crawfish, and he thinks the alligators have got him.
Yes, Brer Terrapin certainly outfoxed him that
I
time.
just love him.
Yes, and they'll be here next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go
All
now.
right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine. Look, I've got a new pair of shoes.
Oh, isn't that nice? I love the little black bow.
Oh, so do I. And it always stays tight, so I don't have to tie it.
Oh, that's very convenient.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yes, it is, isn't it? Be careful when you're polishing them, though, so you don't stain that bow.
Oh, no, I won't. But speaking of shoe polish, if 2-in-1 is shoe polish and 3-in-1 is oil, what is 4-in-1?
Hickory dickory, that's a tough one. I give up. What is 4-in-1?
5.
That's a good one. You tricked me that time.
Now will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic
Yeah.
Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the first section, Hopalong, Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Deep in the heart of the Colorado Rockies, a climber carefully picks his way up the sheer face of a lofty mountainside, high above the swiftly flowing Arkansas River. As he gains the summit, a man and a dog watch him from behind some rocks. The climber scrambles over the edge and then stands up. He wears a pack. On it is stamped the letters Frontier Telegraph Company. He straightens up and sees the mountaineer, who's carrying a gun facing him. Last picture, second row. The mountaineer says, "We've been a-waiting for you. You and your outfit was warned to clear out of this country." The telegraph man replies, "Well, this is a free land, isn't it?" First picture, next row, the mountaineer answers, "Yep. Free as snoopers with newfangled notions of setting up towns and bringing in railroads and telegraph. Us mountain folks aim to keep things our way. Any objections?" "Well, the law might have some." "Yeah, this gun is the law here. I reckon it's time to start enforcing it."
He pulls up his gun to shoot. The telegraph man leaps at him. The mountaineer yells, "Get him, Prang!" Last picture, fourth row, the dog with a savage snarl hurls himself forward. For a moment, the telegraph man teeters on the brink of the cliff, then slips and falls backward into the river 100 feet below. First picture, bottom row, the mountaineer looks down into the river and says, "Yeah, we're rid of him, Prang. That river will beat him to pieces in no time." Meanwhile, to the south, an approaching horseman rides upstream on the very river the telegraph man had fallen into. A close look at the horseman tells us it's Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, goody. Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy will ride up the river and he'll find the man in it and he'll save his life, and then the telegraph man will tell him what the mountaineer and the dog did, and he'll take him down to jail and he'll say, "Sheriff, here's your man."
Something tells me it won't be as easy as that. Hoppy has a real job ahead of him.
Oh, I certainly won't miss that.
I won't either.
Oh, now I'll bet you it's time for Prince Valiant.
Well, I'll bet you we're going to turn over the page and find out. Yes, sir, there he is on page 3.
And do you remember last week the ship that Prince Val and Arf were on had landed at Britain, and that's where Arf is to leave the ship?
Yes, and you remember that Arf is very unhappy about this because it looks as though he's going to have to part with the beautiful girl Adele, whom he has fallen in love with.
Yes, that's so sad. Oh, but you remember the crew was going to give him a present, too, so let's read and see what that present is.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Their ship reaches Britain, but the time of parting is not yet, for the crew gather around Arf, and the helmsman speaks.
The crewmen have a gift for the singer of songs who made the lonely hours of the night watch seem short. The teller of tales who helped us forget the winter winds.
They tell Arf to stand still, and they hold out a wooden leg, which is to fit onto the stump of the leg which Arf had lost. Last picture, top row, they adjust the straps of the carved and polished wooden leg. Arf stands for a minute testing, and then, with a shout of joy, throws away the crutch and does a dance step.
Hey, look, Val, look.
Then, first picture, next row, Prince Valiant and his squire step ashore. Arf cries, "I'm free once more to set foot on Britain, for the days of my banishment are long past." Val smiles happily to see that Arf manages so well with the wooden leg, and then they see Adele and her party go ashore. Arf's not happy to part from Adele, so he says to them, "Will you journey to Bristol, and we to Camelot? My father's house is midway between. Will you be my guest, please?" Adele looks at her father, and he looks at her and sees the pleading in her eyes, and he agrees. So last picture, second row, though winter sends chill winds and rain, springtime rides with two of the party. Arf and the lovely Adele ride side by side through the rain. And first picture, bottom row, after 2 years of wandering, Arf comes again to the home of his childhood, a home from which he had been driven by an evil woman. Inside the castle, alone in his great library, sits a scholar, Sir Geoffrey, Arf's father, dreaming. Then comes the clatter of hoofs and the sound of voices from the courtyard. Then footsteps are heard walking past the window outside. The door is opened. There are more footsteps down the corridor outside his door. And then, a moment later, a tall lad stands in the doorway. There's a long silence. Sir Geoffrey's eyes grow misty. He looks at Arf and then whispers, "My son."
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Sir Geoffrey's so happy to see Arf.
And Arf's happy to see his father, too.
Yes, and isn't it nice that Arf can go home that way and visit and bring that pretty Adele with him?
Yes, everything is nice today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And next week we'll find out more about Arf's visit at his home.
Oh, goody.
Now I think it's time for your little pal, Donald Duck.
Oh, quick, let's quack, quack.
Very well, then over the page we go, past Jungle Jim. Turn the page, and there, under little iodine, is Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me.
Squeeze 'em, squiddy chicka jack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald is downtown shopping, and he sees a set of metal chairs and tables for his patio, and he exclaims,
Boy, that's a bargain.
and by the time you can say it is, Donald is hauling the chairs home, saying cheerfully,
Wow, what a scorcher. It must be 100 in the shade.
Third picture, top row, he's setting the chairs up on his patio. And a minute later, he's on the phone saying to Daisy,
Ah, Daisy, I finally got some new patio furniture. Come over and see it.
Daisy replies,
Oh, it's too hot to go out.
Donald answers, last picture, top row.
I'll serve you a nice cold glass of lemonade.
Daisy replies,
Oh, very well. I'll be over right after lunch.
A couple of hours later, first picture, bottom row, Donald and Daisy are coming out of the house carrying lemonade. Donald points out the chairs, one which is in the shade of the tree and one which is out in the scorching sun, and he says,
Well, how do you like 'em?
Daisy replies,
Well, they are pretty, but are they comfortable?
Donald says happily as he puts the lemonade on the table.
Try one.
Daisy says cheerfully.
I'll do that.
She backs up to the metal chair, which has been standing in the scorching sun, and sits down. Up in the air she goes, her bottom sizzling. She picks up a pitcher of lemonade and slaps it on Donald's head, and then walks angrily home with a singed tail. Last picture, Donald with a black eye is at the store again, and he's saying to the storekeeper,
You got some asbestos seat cushions, pal?
Wasn't that funny?
Yeah, I would never sit down on a metal chair that had been standing in the sun because that's like sitting on a stove.
Yes, it certainly is.
As a matter of fact, I'd put a heat-proof cushion on it right away.
So would I. Oh, that Donald, he's so funny.
Yeah. Well, now let's see what Flash Gordon's doing.
Oh, yes, let's.
Turn to the very last page of the first section, and here he is.
You remember last week Flash and Dale got into a fight with the Martians on the ship where they were being held prisoners.
Yes, and then the Martians began to drain the air out of their ship. But Flash orders Dale and Ginger to put on their space helmets so they can breathe.
Yes, I wonder if they got them on in time, because if they didn't, they will die.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Sashkamatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Realizing that the Martians are draining the air from their pirate ship, Flash orders Dale and Ginger to don their space helmets. As he opens the plastic exit tube, he directs, all together, jump. Holding on to both of the girls, Flash says, now hold fast. This one-man rocket drive has to propel all three of us to our space island. He sets the rocket exhaust for fast pickup, hoping to overtake the distant Earth ship. From the invisible Martian pirate ship, last picture top row, a cosmic cannon fires at the fleeing prisoners. Drawing his ray gun, Flash says, it fell short. Underestimated our speed. Well, I'll try to spoil their aim. First picture bottom row, Flash's ray blast scores a lucky hit on the electro screen that kept the Martian ship invisible to sight and radar. He says, there, that may scare them. They don't know what secret weapons we can use now that their ship is visible. As the Martian ship edges away, Flash radios the Earth ship, saying, calling Dr. Ruff on space platform. Open the airlock for us, but have weapons ready. There's a spy from Mars on deck. What Flash doesn't know is that pirate Captain Toxo, the Martian, grins as he hears this. For last picture, hiding on the space platform, he aims his space gun at Flash as Flash moves closer.
Ooh, that means that little old Martian Toxo is going to shoot Flash before he gets there.
Yeah, it looks as though that's what he's trying.
Oh, and just when I thought Flash was going to get away all right.
Oh, it seems that the danger never lets up with Flash Gordon. Well, we'll find out if he makes it all right next week.
Oh, I hope so. Oh, now it's time for Dagwood and Bundy.
And here they are on the first page of the second section, and I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say.
Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie is telling Tootsie Woodley, her neighbor, that Dagwood says she can't have a new evening gown for the dance, so she has to make her old one over. Tootsie tells her that she'll help her. Tootsie picks up the gown, saying,
I'll take it home and lower the hem on my sewing machine.
Last picture, top row, Dagwood is watering the lawn. Herb Woodley sits in the sun chair reading a magazine. Tootsie sticks her head out of the window and says,
Herbert, come in a minute. I need you.
First picture, next row, Herb is inside the house with Blondie's dress on as Tootsie's putting pins in it to get it just the right shape. She says,
Stop wiggling, Herbert.
Herb exclaims,
Ouch! I'm no human pincushion.
Tootsie looks at the gown thoughtfully and then says,
Now don't move. I have to run over to Blondie's a minute to see if she has some matching ribbon.
Herb growls.
Make it snappy.
A few seconds later, Dagwood happens to stick his head in through the window. He sees Herb standing there, last picture, second row, with a dress on and one hand on his hip. Dagwood says cutely,
Oh, hello, Genevieve.
Herb goes,
Genevieve.
Dagwood picks up a flower, and he hands it to Herb, first picture, next row, saying,
Don't you want this pretty flower to put in your hair?
Herb snarls,
That does it.
He starts out the window after Dagwood, still wearing the dress. Dagwood aims the garden hose at Herb, and the fight begins. Last picture, third row, Cookie, Dagwood's daughter, runs into the house and yells,
Mama, come quick. Papa's beating up a woman.
They all dash out to where the boys are fighting. And they find Herb and Dagwood, first picture, bottom row, lying on the ground in a puddle of water. Herb's all covered with bruises, and Dagwood is lying there with a garden hose wound around his neck. Blondie wails, Oh, my evening gown, it's ruined. Dagwood exclaims,
Your evening gown.
Boo! An hour later, Dagwood and Blondie are downtown at the store. Blondie has on a beautiful new evening gown. The saleslady says,
Oh, it's only $39.50.
Dagwood, chewing his fingernails, moans, Oh, only, she says. Blondie exclaims,
I'll take it.
Last picture, Dagwood slowly comes up the walk. Blondie stops on the doorstep and calls to Tootsie and Herb.
Oh, look, Tootsie. I got a new evening gown, thanks to you and Herb.
And Dagwood slinks into the house. Oh, poor Dagwood.
Well, why do you say poor Dagwood? After all, it was he who started all the whole trouble.
Oh, yes, but...
He called Herb Woodley a Genevieve.
Yes, but...
And he squirted the water hose on the dress.
Yes, but...
And that's what started the whole fight.
Yes, but...
And I think Blondie deserved a new evening gown anyway.
All right, we won't read Roy Rogers.
Why?
Because you won't let me say yes, but...
Yes, but...
Well?
Please read Roy Rogers. Pretty please. With sugar on it? Go ahead. Say yes, but...
Yes, but now I don't have anything to say yes, but about.
Well, then read Roy Rogers.
Very well, then we'll read Roy Rogers.
Thank you. You remember last week, Roy started a new adventure. He's after some outlaws who stole some gold.
Yes, and when we left them, the outlaws, Beetle and Ballast, are at the foot of Flat Top Butte, a high, steep rock in the valley. They have the gold with them. Ballast has taken a huge kite out of his covered wagon, and he tells Beetle to climb into the kite because there's no way to the top of the rock except by flying. And it's a good place to hide the box of gold dust that they've stolen from the bank.
I wonder if he'll get up there all right.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Beetle, who is a small man, climbs into the kite. Then Ballast turns it into the wind, which begins to lift it up. Ballast releases the rope from a winch. As the kite goes up, 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 third picture, top row, carrying Beetle to the top of the rock. It hits the rock with a bump. And Beetle, hanging on for dear life, exclaims, I'm sure earning my split of this gold shipment. Ballast yells,
All right, jump, Beetle. Let me see Roy Rogers across the valley.
Beetle lets go and drops to the top of the rock. He ties a rope and pulley around a cleft in the rock and looks off down the valley. Last picture, top row, he calls down to ballast. Hey, it looks like Rogers is catching up to Jet and the stage. The local transportation expert ain't far behind. First picture, bottom row, as Roy gains on the stagecoach and the escaping outlaw, Roy says, I could pick Jut Matheson off that stage trigger, but we want him alive. Wonder what happened to his sidekick. Roy rides up on the outside of the stagecoach. When Jut sees him, he prepares to jump. Roy yells, Go ahead and jump, Matheson. The goal's the important thing right now. Jut jumps off as Roy rides up and catches the reins of the lead horse and tries to stop the coach. Jut rolls over in the ground, gets up and hides behind a bush. Third picture, bottom row. He sees Q Brute, who's been tagging along behind Roy, coming along behind on the light buckboard. As he nears him, Jut puts a shot through Cube's hat. Cube reins in his rig and says, Jut Matheson, you ruffian, I'll have you jailed for robbery for this high-handed...
Shut up, or I'll aim closer, Root. I want your nag on that buckboard pronto.
Oh, he's going to take Cube's horse and buggy and get away, isn't he?
It certainly looks like it. I guess Roy didn't count on that.
No.
And just think, Beetle is up on the top of the rock now, and he can pull the gold up there and then hide it.
Yes, Roy's really going to have some puzzle to work this out.
Mm-hmm, it looks that way. Well, we'll find out more about that next week.
Is now the time for Dick's adventures?
It is now, and you'll find him on the very last page of the second section.
I'm glad because you remember last week Dick was dreaming that he was in the early days of America with George Washington, and there's going to be a big battle.
Yes, between the English army under General Cornwallis and the American army under George Washington at Yorktown, Virginia.
So let's read about it.
Very well, here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick, astride his horse, looks at the enemy soldiers who are now encircled by the Americans on land and watches the French fleet which is coming into the bay to attack the British from the sea. Dick says, Cornwallis and his redcoats are dead ducks. We got 'em trapped here in Yorktown, Virginia, and it's the last big battle of the Revolution. But Dick's optimism is premature. For despite the fact that Washington has Cornwallis surrounded and a powerful French fleet is shelling him from the Chesapeake, the doughty British general suddenly counterattacks with fury, last picture, top row, and is with exceeding difficulty thrown back. All day long, the battle continues. Then, second picture, next row, near dusk, Dick sees the masts of British warships racing toward Yorktown to relieve the beleaguered redcoats. And the big picture, center of the page, the French fleet turns to head them off. And that night, the sky over the Chesapeake is aflame with burning English ships. Relentlessly, over the hours, the redcoats are pressed into a smaller and smaller space. At last, only 2 redoubts remain to them. But no infantry can storm past this murderous crossfire. All night long, the opposing armies face each other over a short distance of open ground. The British are dug in well, but it seems that in no way can anyone get at them. But at length, first and second pictures, bottom row, to end this fearsome siege, Colonel Alexander Hamilton and General Lafayette gain Washington's consent to a bold maneuver. In the first gray light of dawn, 2 companies of lightly armed cavalry wait for a signal.
Attack!
Then it comes. Last picture, Dick and his comrades are charging wildly past the redoubts and into the heart of Yorktown. Dick cries,
This time it's got to fall!
Ooh, aren't they brave? Look at those those men are riding right across that open ground right at the guns.
Yes, right at the British guns.
My, those are brave men. I wonder if this will win the victory.
Well, next week we'll find out for sure.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Neither can I.
Oh, look, here's Rusty Riley right underneath Dick's adventure.
Yes, and you remember last week Tex and Rusty went to see a man named Old Sam at the racing track at Lexington, Kentucky, to see if they could learn something about Snowflake, the horse the little girl Queenie had.
Yes, that was because Tex had learned that Snowflake was a trotting horse that pulled a little cart and not a racehorse that wore a saddle.
That's right, and you remember that when Tex described Snowflake to Old Sam, he remembered a horse just like that, called Rhina Blanca.
Yes, let's read more and see if we can find out for sure if it's the same horse.
Very well, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex leans forward eagerly and says to Old Sam, "You say the white mare you're thinking of was named Rhina Blanca, eh? Well, that's Spanish for White Queen, ain't it? What's her owner supposed to have done to get him ruled off the track, Sam?" Old Sam replies,
Well, it happened right on the track. About the only serious competition the white mare had was a brown standard bred named Pooh Bah, driven by Corny Botts. Pooh Bah and Rhina Blanca were leading the field at the far turn, neck and neck, when the left fork of Corny Butts' sulky broke. He was hurt so bad he hasn't driven since. The association officials got an anonymous tip that Catfoot Kendall, owner and driver of the white mare, tampered with Corny Sulky. Come with me a minute. I'll show you.
So he leads Tex and Rusty over to a pile of junk by one of the sheds. Last picture, top row, he picks up a fork, which is a part of the sulky, the part that was broken, and he says,
Here's the very fork, Tex. It's been laying on this junk heap for months. Now, if you look close, you see the break shows that it was sawed about half through. There, you see?
Tex replies, "By cracky, you're right. You say the officials were tipped off?" First picture, bottom row, Old Sam replies,
Yep. Somebody wrote him a letter suggesting they look into Catfoot Kendall's kit box. Sure enough, they found a hacksaw with fresh steel filings in the teeth.
That's pretty strong evidence, but it ain't positive proof. What did Kendall say?
Oh, Catfoot swore he didn't even own a hacksaw. But another witness said he heard him say that he'd take care of Corny Butts. So they ruled him off all association tracks forever. And just same I say, I don't believe he did it.
Tex nods his head thoughtfully and then says, "I see. Well, thanks, Sam. Just a couple more questions. Who was Botts driving for, and how did Kendall get that nickname, Catfoot?"
Oh, Corny Botts drove for Grassy Acre Stables. As for Kendall, he got that moniker Catfoot 'cause he always wore real soft shoes, like moccasins.
Uh-huh, I see. Well, thanks again, Sam. I'll be seeing you. Tex and Rusty walk over to the car. Last picture. Rusty says, "It doesn't seem like Snowflake can be the horse Sam was talking about, Tex, 'cause her driver was Catfoot Kendall, but Queenie's name is Jones." Tex says,
Well, I don't know, Rusty. Drivers sometimes take a professional name. Take a walk over to his shack and have a look at his shoes.
Oh, this is exciting. Tex is certainly learning a lot of interesting things. You know, he's just like my favorite detective, Nick Carter.
Yes, he is. And I hope that these facts that he's learned will help him prove that Queenie's father wasn't the one who sawed that fork.
Yes, so do I. Because if Tex can prove that it wasn't Queenie's father, why then he can run his horse in the race again, and then maybe they can win the money and live happily ever after.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go
All
now.
right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and the date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man.
the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. Remember last week it was my girlfriend Diane's birthday?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, she was very happy to know we spoke about her, and so was her father.
Is he nice?
Mostly nice.
Well, just what do you mean by mostly?
Well, he likes to think that he's a comedian, like Bob Hope, you know. His name is Bob, too. And all the time he's making wisecracks. And sometimes they're funny, but sometimes they're not as funny as he thinks they are.
Oh. Tell me, what do you do when he's not so funny?
We laugh anyway, so he doesn't feel bad.
Oh, I think that's very nice. And speaking of birthdays, this week it's the birthday of George Washington.
Yes, sir. He was the father of our country.
That's right.
And then, would it be right if I would say George Washington was my great-great-great-grandfather?
Well, I don't think the Washington Monument would object, so go right ahead.
Thank you. Now please read me the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly.
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. In an attempt to solve the mystery of all the crimes that have been committed in the town of Buckskin, Hoppy has chased a mysterious stranger into the storeroom of the freight company. Suddenly there was a shot. The man dropped dead in front of him, and the gun was tossed through the window on the floor in front of Hoppy. As Hoppy picked it up, a bunch of men ran into the freight office and found Hoppy there before the dead man holding the smoking pistol in his hand. As one of the citizens holds the gun on Hoppy, another accuses him of the killing. Hoppy replies, "Yes, I admit chasing this man here, but I didn't kill him. Somebody outside that window fired a shot and tossed his gun into the room. I picked it up just as you barged in." The leader of the men replies, "Yeah, very pretty speech, but it still adds up to murder." And pointing to the man lying in front of them, he goes on, last picture, top row, "Captain Reed was one of the best officers the Texas Rangers ever had." Hoppy replies sharply, "Are the Rangers usually in the habit of ambushing people?" And as the citizens of the town stand outside of the office listening, first picture, next row, the man answers, "No, and they're not in the habit of driving stolen rigs or herding rustle cattle onto Bar 20 land. We've been following you since you hit town, waiting for you to make a slip. Too bad we had to lose Reed to get you." And then he says, last picture, second row, "Your luck's run out, Cassidy. You're coming with us." And as Hoppy is trotted with a gun, a rough-looking, bearded man says, "Oh, I'll stay behind to make the final arrangements for poor Reed." Hoppy is led out of the building. First picture, bottom row, the men mount horses, and under heavy guard, Hoppy is led from the town in disgrace. Meanwhile, inside the building, the bearded man, who was looking out of the window, says,
All clear, Captain. They've gone.
And Captain Reed, who has just been pretending he was dead, gets to his feet, saying, "Well, that's a relief. I couldn't have held that pose another minute." Last picture, the bearded man says,
Ah, you played it great. We got Cassidy in a pickle. Looking out of the window, the captain replies,
Yeah, well, that was the idea. We'll wait till the street's deserted, then slip out of here. There's more work to do.
Oh, wasn't that a terrible thing to play on Happy?
Yes, it was. It was just a trick to get Hoppy in disgrace in front of the people in town.
That means that none of them will fight for Hoppy if those other men try to kill him.
It looks that way because these men have succeeded in making all the people in town think that Hoppy's a murderer.
Yes. Now, what do you think that they'll do to Hoppy?
Well, we'll find more about that next week. Now,
Now, could we please turn over the page and see if Prince Valiant is
we
there?
certainly can. Let's turn over the page to page 3. And here he is, Prince Val.
Yes. Look, and they're still having a terrible time in that flood.
Yes, Val and Arf and a guide had gone on a hunting trip, and it had begun to rain.
And just poured down rain until the rivers were rushing and roaring. They were so filled with water.
And as Prince Val and his friends were crossing the river, a great big tree carried by the flood came at them so swiftly they didn't have time to get out of its way.
And it crashed into them and knocked over their horses. And then Val and Arf disappeared under the water.
Yes, the guide was the only one who was safe.
So please read so we can find out what happens to Val and Arf.
Very well, here we go with Prince Valiant to the days of King Arthur. Eckert, Breckert, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. The guide searches the foaming cataract for some sign of Prince Valiant or Arf. But who could survive such thundering power? And then the guide arises wearily and begins the long journey home. No sooner had he turned his back on the roaring waterfall than a clutching hand reaches from out of the foam, and Val swings his battered body into an eddy and drags himself from the water. For a long moment he rests, filling his tortured lungs with life-giving air. As he sits there, gasping for breath, he sees, last picture top row, the mass of debris that has brought disaster run aground, turn over, bringing Arf to the surface amid its tangle. Quickly, crossing over on the stones, Val is beside Arf in a moment, getting him out of the debris, first picture next row. At this moment, Arf regains consciousness. From one of their drowned horses, Val takes a saddle blanket, then carries Arf away from the river and puts him underneath an overhanging ledge formed by a huge boulder that is resting upon another, second picture, second row. Then Val goes in search of materials for a fire. Birch bark will burn, wet or dry. So into a roll of this, he gathers the dry twigs to be found close to the trunk of a thick spruce, first picture, bottom row. A few dry leaves found in the shelter of their cave adds to the pile of tinder. With his striking iron, Val chips a spark from his flint. And then, last picture, in the growing darkness, they coax the small flame into a roaring fire that Val hopes will steam the chill from his companion.
Ooh, wasn't that wonderful? That Val is safe and that he saved Arf?
Oh, yes. It's
And
wonderful.
wasn't it wonderful how he made that fire, just like a Girl Scout?
Yeah, so you see, sometimes it's very important to know how to do these things.
That's right, because something like this could happen to people like us.
It could. Nature's such a wild thing, you never know what might happen. Your car might get stranded in a rainstorm, and then you'd have to make a fire yourself.
Yes. I wonder if Val will get home next week.
Well, next week we'll find out about that. Now,
Oh, there's so many I like to read. Let's just turn over the page and see what we come to.
all right, let's turn over the page. Go past page 4. Go across past page 5. Turn over that page.
Oh, look, here's Donald Duck.
Turn over another page.
No. This is Donald Duck. Read that, please.
Oh, excuse me. Very well. We shall read Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me, please. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy chicken chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Today, Donald and his nephews, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, have been out for a drive in their car, and the car engine has died. After a half hour trying to make it start, Donald finally says,
Oh, I give up. It won't start.
then he heads down the road saying,
Come on. I think I saw a garage back here away.
They They get to the garage, and Donald hammers on the door. And he hammers again. Finally, a window is opened. And the garage owner in his nightshirt sticks his head out of the window and says,
Okay, I'll come out in the morning and tow you in. Now scram!
and he slams the window shut. Donald doesn't know what to do. Louis says,
But see, we can't stand out here all night.
and Huey says,
Hey, Uncle Donald, I see a motel sign up there.
so down the road they go to the motel. Last picture, top row, they pass 4 dog houses. And then... First picture, bottom row, the motel owner opens the door and points to a sign saying,
No rooms. Can't you read? Try the hotel.
At the hotel, the clerk says, we're full up and no loafing in the lobby. So down the street they go again. Donald exclaims.
Oh, starting to rain.
Suddenly Dewey exclaims,
Hey, remember that place we passed on the way in? Come on.
They hurry down the street. And next morning, we see Huey, Louie, Dewey, and Donald sound asleep in the 4 dog houses they'd passed the night before.
Aren't they cute? Each asleep in the dog houses.
Yes, I bet you'd like to do that yourself.
Well, if the dogs don't have fleas.
Uh-huh, I see what you mean.
And I know a riddle. What's the difference between a flea and an elephant?
Oh, tell me quickly.
An elephant can have fleas, but a flea can't have an elephant.
Oh, that's very good. Now, how would you like to read Dick's adventures?
Oh, I'd love to, because Dick has done an expedition in the early days of America exploring the Wild West.
Yes. So let's go to the very last page of the first section. And now let's see what happens next on Dick's trip into the Northwest. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick has awakened and has been telling his dad about his dream. And he's saying,
Yeah, I dreamed I was with Lewis and Clark expedition, Dad, and we were almost at the Great Falls of Montana when... I'm sleepy again.
He falls to sleep and goes back. And once again is carried back in dreams to his place in the Lewis and Clark expedition. They finally reach the end of their journey on the river. For here is where the river ends. Last picture, top row. A cataract of water pouring down from its birthplace in the Rocky Mountains. And then, their attention is taken away from the river, the great wonder of nature, to a little wonder of nature, the Indian papoose. Oh, the baby needs milk. And by now, all the milk that had been brought along on the trip has been used up. Here is a problem indeed. No milk and a crying baby. The explorers scratch their heads, wondering where are they going to find fresh milk. And then Dick sees a short distance away a herd of buffalo. He sees some little calves, and he knows that buffaloes are much like cows. Dick has an idea. The idea is carried out. The men capture the shaggy buffalo mother and milk the mother cow. So, with first picture, bottom row, with the problem of the baby's milk solved, the party returns to another problem. How to get their boats and supplies over the waterfall where the Missouri begins, about 16 miles of rapids and whirlpools. Everything has to be hauled overland. And what an overland. Dick stares at it. A wall of rocks and forest, 16 miles thick.
Wasn't that funny,
Yeah.
Milking a buffalo so the baby could have milk?
Yeah, and I'll bet you that baby will grow up to be a strong one.
Yes, because buffaloes are strong.
Yes, I bet he'll grow up like a papa buffalo instead of a papa papoose.
That's funny.
Well, next week we'll see how Dick and his friends get through the forest and around those rapids.
That would be a lot of work.
Oh, you bet it will. And now look, underneath Dick's adventure.
Oh, there's Rusty Riley.
And I'll read him in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty and Pete have followed Sir Percival and Nobbs, who have stolen the valuables from the safe at the Milestone Farm. Pete has parked his car in the shade of a lean-to. And the boys watch as the two crooks go into an abandoned old house with their loot. Then, first picture, Rusty says,
Hey, keep in the shadows, Pete. They're coming out of the abandoned house. But they haven't got the loot with them.
Pete exclaims,
Gosh, that means they've hidden it in there. Hey, we're in luck.
and they duck back behind the lean-to out of sight. Rusty says,
Now wait till we hear them drive away, and then we'll go in.
Pete says,
Boy, will Mr. Miles be glad when we come back with those horse show trophies.
Last picture, top row, Sir Percival is saying,
It's pretty early, Nobby, but I'll drive into Lexington and get some breakfast. By that time, the car rental office should be open, and I'll return the car we hired.
Nobbs replies,
Sure, boss. And then you can take a bus back out here. Bring out some Java, will you?
A moment later, hearing the car go down the road, Rusty says, first picture, bottom row,
There they go, Pete. Come on.
and the boys slip out of the darkness. They move carefully toward the old house. As they go in, Rusty says,
This is the door they came out of.
Pete exclaims,
Jeepers. What a rickety, creepy old place.
Meanwhile, at the Milestone Farm, the detective is giving Mr. Miles and Tex a report from the laboratory on the fingerprints. He's saying,
Sorry, Mr. Miles, but the fingerprints on that pinch bar and coal chisel are definitely Rusty Riley's. I've put out a general alarm to pick up the kids.
Mr. Miles shakes his head slowly, saying, Oh, it's hard to believe, but I suppose the evidence is pretty conclusive.
Yes, I know how you feel, sir. Anyhow, we'll soon have them. That hot rod won't be very hard to spot.
That moment, outside the abandoned house, Nobbs, who has been left behind, sees the tire tracks of Pete's car by the moonlight. He follows them. Last picture, he finds the car and exclaims,
Well, now, what do you know? The kid's hot rod. He followed us, eh? No doubt I got company in the house.
Ooh, isn't that terrible? Now he knows the boys are in the house, and he's big and strong, and they're in terrible danger. He's a crook, and crooks are cruel.
Yes, those boys are in danger. I was hoping they'd get away all right.
I wonder what'll happen now. Oh, and the detective found the fingerprints for Rusty's, too.
Yes, but let's not worry too much. I know Tex will have faith in his friends. We'll find out more next week. Now let's pick up the first page of the second section.
I have it right here. Oh, it's Dagwood and Blondie.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is talking to Blondie on the phone.
Hey, Blondie, I'm starved. Will you have an extra good supper for me when I get home tonight?
And he goes on, second picture.
I'd like a steak smothered with onions, hash brown potatoes, and cream peas, and...
Last picture, top row. Dagwood's boss comes up behind him and yells,
Bumstead, get your mind off your stomach and get to work.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
First picture, next row. Blondie's at the store getting special vegetables to make Dagwood a yummy supper.
Meanwhile, at the office, Dagwood now is so hungry his tongue's hanging out. He looks at the clock and says, "Oh, time goes so slowly when you're famished and waiting for supper time to come around." Dither sticks his head in the door and yells, "Bumstead, get to work!"
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All the while at home, Blondie and Cookie are busy in the kitchen, fixing Dagwood the best dinner he ever had. And then, finally, next picture, third row, Dagwood gets off the bus and goes up the walk toward his house saying,
Ah, home at last. Oh, joy. Oh, ecstasy. I can taste the steak already.
At that moment, two men are standing in his doorway.
We're from the cleaners, Mr. Bumstead. We come to pick up your rug.
Blondie points to the rug rolled up on the hall floor, then dashes back to the kitchen to get Dagwood's food on the table. The men shoulder the rug and come out the door just as Dagwood dashes up the steps. He runs smack into the rug and falls to the ground unconscious. First picture, bottom row. The two men from the cleaners come in the door, carrying poor, unconscious Dagwood.
Where should we put him?
Blondie tells them in the kitchen. So the two men carry Dagwood out to the kitchen, where supper is on the table. They dump him in a chair and then hurry away. Half hour later, Blondie, Alexander, and Cookie have finished eating. Dagwood is still unconscious. They hold a juicy steak under Dagwood's nose, hoping the delicious smell will bring him to. Finally, Cookie says,
It's no use, Mama.
So they pick Dagwood up and carry him off to bed. And Dagwood groans,
Supper was delicious, dear.
Oh, he didn't have one single bite.
He certainly was knocked silly, wasn't he?
Yes, that's too bad. He was so hungry, and Blondie went to so much trouble.
Well, anyway, the dogs will have a good steak dinner.
Yes. Oh, look, right here. Here's Roy Rogers under Dagwood and Blondie. And you remember Roy had come to the logging camp because that cute little cowgirl had sent for him to come and help because she was in trouble.
Yes, and when Roy got to the logging camp, he discovered that Wildwood's Aunt Pauline owned the logging camp, and that there'd been an awful lot of accidents, strange accidents. And these accidents were preventing Aunt Pauline from delivering her logs to market.
And just as Wildwood is explaining this to Roy, a tree that somebody was chopping down started to fall right toward Roy and Wildwood. Quick, read. I hope they don't get hurt by it.
All right, here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-hi-yo. As the tree falls, Roy spurs Trigger and grabs Wildwood, hoping to get out from under. Roy gets out from under just in time. And then Pauline runs up and says,
Wildwood, you're all right? It was really an accident this time, child. The knuckle-headed logger side the tree wrong.
Wildwood tells her she can thank Roy Rogers for seeing her, and that he's here to help her deliver the timber to the sawmill on time. Last picture, top row, Pauline says,
I don't know if a cowboy can do a good job on a lumber job, Roy, but my knees sold me on you.
Well, I'll be glad to try investigating those accidents and the disappearance of your loggers, ma'am. At that moment, one of her workers on a rigging overhead calls. First picture, bottom row.
Hey! I just saw that crazy timber wolf, old Cosmo, prowling around the coal deck of timber up on the ridge. And he's got an axe.
What? Roy, for gosh sakes, get up there and grab that old pest. No telling what he's liable to do.
Roy leaps on Trigger and gallops up the hill. At the top of the hill, a man is chopping away at a stake that holds the logs stacked up, and he's saying,
I'll teach them loggers to ruin the forest. They destroy all the trees that nature meant to live and breathe. I'll stop them.
Suddenly the stake gives way, and the logs pour down the hill toward Roy.
Hey, what's going on?
The crazy old man yells,
So, you're another one coming to help them kill the trees, huh? And you won't live long enough to do it.
logs. They're rolling right at him, and they're a pile almost as big as a train.
Yes, and Roy's on the side of the hill where Trigger can't move fast.
Well, what's the matter with that crazy old man that he should do that?
I don't know, but we'll find out next week if Roy gets away safely and catches the old man and stops him from any more of his crazy tricks. But now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, Flash Gordon. And a terrible thing happened last week. Flash was in the flood, and he was being attacked by a whip shark. That's a great, huge fish.
Yes, you bet. And remember that Menta, the Queen of Mars, had pushed Dale out of the airship, and Dale had fallen into the water, too.
Yes, and then Link got in a fight with the pilot, and in the fight, the airship went out of control, and it went into the flood. I don't know how they can be saved.
Well, let's read now and find out what happens next. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-dega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Falling out of control, Queen Menta's ray ship crashes into the flooded Martian canal near the spot where Flash and Dale are struggling in the clutch of a voracious whip shark. Young Link dives from the ship as it hits the water, working out a plan of action as he swims toward his embattled friends. Last picture, top row, grabbing one of the shark's flailing whips, Link gives a mighty tug, distracting the monster long enough for Dale to free her arm and fire a neutron blast which scores a direct hit. First picture, bottom row, the wounded sea beast crashes around wildly. One of its lunges tosses Menta from the sinking scout ship. In a twinkling, a powerful tentacle wraps itself around the struggling queen. A moment before, Menta was Flash's deadly foe, but now she's only a woman in dire peril. Flash dives repeatedly in an effort to save the queen. But the stricken shark has dragged her far below the surface. She's a victim of her own treachery. Last picture, the three Earth people and the pilot make their way to a jutting rock. Suddenly, there's a thunderous roar in the sky overhead. It's a Martian canal plane circling toward them. Is its mission rescue or revenge?
Oh, my, I hope there will be friends coming to help them.
I hope so, too. After all, Flash saved the city from being destroyed, so they should be grateful to him.
Yes, they should be, but then still, the queen was killed, so maybe they'll think that Flash did it.
Yes, I know. There is that danger, but we'll find that out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. How are you?
I'm just fine, too, thank you.
I've been in suspense all week.
Well, why are you in suspense?
Well, remember Captain Hook last week found out where Peter Pan's hideout is?
Yes?
And I'm just so worried whether he'll capture Peter Pan and all the boys and girls in Neverland.
You know, I've been worrying about that myself.
Well, could we please read the comics quick, fast now so we can find out right away?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. We're out at the army camp where Beetle and his friends are stationed. The sergeant is having problems. A soldier runs into his office.
Oh, Sarge, I got a splinter in my finger.
And then another guy dashes in.
Hey, Sarge, Beetle climbed on the roof to get our baseball and caught his foot in the gutter.
Well, tell him to take off his shoe. I'll be out in a minute.
Okay, Sarge. Hey, Beetle, the Sarge says you should take off the shoe.
Sarge picks up a pair of tweezers and turns to the first soldier.
All right, now, hold still. I'll pull out this splinter.
Now, go easy, Sarge. I got a weak heart. Now, please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. I don't want to lose my...
Third picture, top row. The sergeant comes out of his headquarters.
You give me back that ping pong ball. I didn't take your ping pong ball. You did too. I saw you take my ping pong ball.
He sees
out of
two
my
soldiers
desk.
fighting.
Hey, stop that fighting. Stop it.
Yeah, buddy. I did not. Oh, shut up.
Just then, another soldier approaches him.
Oh, Sarge, can I have a pass to visit my sick cousin?
A sister, yes. A mother, yes. A grandmother, yes. But a cousin, no.
At that moment, something falls from the roof. Last picture, top row, it hits the sergeant.
No.
Hello, Sarge.
It's Beetle, whose foot was caught in the gutter and who had loosened his shoe and fell out of it. First picture, bottom row, the sergeant gets up, clutching his aching back.
Oh, will I ever get out of here alive?
He sees two GIs monkeying with the water hose.
Hey, you guys, stop playing with that hose.
The guy holding the hose turns around, pointing the hose at the Sarge.
Hey, what the...
What do you say, Sarge?
Turn that thing off.
Oh, excuse it, Sarge. I lost my head.
Well, I'll lose mine if I don't get out of this army.
The sergeant goes inside his headquarters again. He grabs a towel.
Oh, I'll have to go home and change clothes.
Just then, a ball sails through the window, and...
No.
Last picture, the sergeant comes home. He's soaking wet, covered with bruises, his face bandaged. He looks just like he feels, a nervous wreck. His wife greets him.
Well, I'm glad you're home early. Oh, what a day I've had with the children.
Oh, shut up.
Wasn't that funny? Every time the sergeant turned around, something happened to him.
Yes, and when he comes in the house looking like a wreck, his wife, who's sitting in a chair, complains about her day.
I don't know why she should complain. Children aren't as much trouble as soldiers in the army.
Oh, I'm sure they're not.
I'm not sure you really mean that.
Well, we won't argue about that now. Now, would you like to read Peter Pan?
Oh, I love to read Peter Pan. I won't argue about that.
All right, then. Let's turn over the page. Go past Little Iodine on page 2, past Prince Val on page 3. Turn over that page.
And there's Peter Pan.
Yes, that little pixie who lives in Neverland, the place where little boys go who don't want to grow up.
And last week, Captain Hook, that mean pirate, tricked Peter's friend Tinkerbell into telling him where Peter's hideout was.
Yes, and Captain Hook followed Tinkerbell's directions and came right to the spot and was standing outside the entrance to Peter's hideout last week when we left him.
I wonder what's going to happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Neverland. Wendy has told her brothers, John and Michael, that it's time to leave Neverland and return home to London. All the other boys decide to go with him. As they go up the stairs, Peter snaps,
All right, go on. Go back and be a grown-up. See if I care.
Sadly, Wendy goes up the stairs. And and out the trapdoor. And third picture top row, she's seized by pirates as she emerges from Hangman's tree.
Bind her and gag her.
Last picture top row, Wendy sees that the boys have been captured by the pirates, too. First picture bottom row, Hook snarls,
Away with them, men.
and the pirates take the children away. And now Hook takes a package in his hand.
And now, Smee, to take care of Master Peter Pan.
But the Captain, wouldn't it be more humane, like, to slit his throat?
Aye, it would, Smee, but I've given me word to Tinkerbell not to lay a finger or a hook on Peter Pan.
And Hook starts to lower a package down the hollow tree.
Captain Hook never breaks a promise, Smee.
The package lands at the bottom. Peter sees it and picks it up. He finds a note on it.
To Peter, with love, from Wendy.
Oh, isn't that terrible? All the children are captured by Captain Hook's pirates.
Yes.
I wonder what's in that package. A bomb?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Oh, my. I hope Peter doesn't open it, because then it will explode.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now look across the page to page 5. There's Roy Rogers.
And you remember last week the farmers, led by a man named Trent, had found Scarecrow Katie's hideout and captured Roy and that nice old man.
And they were going to hang Roy and the old man Katie because they thought Katie had been the leader of the cattlemen on the raids on their farms.
Oh, this is terrible. Will something happen in time to save Roy's life?
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Two of the farmers hold guns at Roy and Katie's backs, making ready to hang them. Trent, the leader of the farmers, orders,
All right, Rogers, march.
Katie's daughter Oriole, in a desperate attempt to save their lives, quietly opens the cage that holds Katie's falcon, a hunting bird who is trained to attack anyone who mistreats her master. The falcon sees the cage is open and darts out. She heads straight for Trent, dives for his head, and scratches at his eyes.
It's good trying to scratch my eyes.
The man with the other gun turns toward the bird.
Hey, it's a falcon, Trent. Keep your head down.
In the confusion, Oriole darts to Roy, a knife in her hand, and cuts the ropes that bind his wrists. A second later, Roy has snatched Trent's rifle off the ground. Last picture top row, he orders, All right, Katie, call off your bird. I got these men covered. Oriole, cut your dad loose.
All right, come back here now, lady. Come on, black lady.
Hey, you men. You keep those hands up. First picture bottom row, the bird flies to Katie. He turns to Roy.
Hey, Roy, we got to convince Trent here. It ain't me who raids the Nestor's farms. How can we do it?
Well, I think here comes Trent's son with the answer. And sure enough, it is Pug Trent, who has ridden off in pursuit of Snapper Sloan, leader of the cattlemen. Hey, Paul! Snapper Sloan got away, but he dropped this. He hands his father a bundle of clothes. Trent examines them carefully.
Hey, a set of duds like Katie's. Well, I reckon Rogers was right about Snapper posing as Scarecrow Katie on the raids. All right, let's go, men.
But Roy stops him. Hey, wait. Let me go after Snapper and his pal alone. One man has a better chance to trail him. A short time later, last picture, some distance from the mountain hideout, Pete, the cattleman who escaped with Snapper Sloan, looks back over his shoulder.
Hey, Snapper, that looks like Rogers trailing us. How are we going to stop him?
Snapper looks back, then pulls his gun out of his holster, drops back a little behind Pete, and then slugs him on the head.
Like this.
Oh, I'm glad that those farmers who attacked Roy's hideout realized that old man Katie and Roy are not to blame for their troubles.
So am I.
But why did Snapper Sloan knock his friend Pete subconscious that way?
Well, he hopes that Roy will stop to examine Pete's body.
Oh, and then that'll give Snapper time to escape.
That's what he hopes.
Well, I wonder if it'll work.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now let's go across the page, turn that page over, and there on page 7 is Donald Duck.
Oh, my favorite favorite, Donald Duckles.
And I'll read your favorite right away. Here we go with Donald Duckles. Say the magic words with me. Squeeze 'em, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Today, Donald's grandmother, Donald, and Donald's nephews are to have dinner at Daisy Duck's house, Donald's girlfriend. Second picture, they ring her doorbell. Daisy greets them.
Well, come right in. Dinner will be ready soon.
Grandma answers.
Smells good. Hope it tastes as well.
Third picture, they all troop out into the kitchen. The boys see a freshly baked cake on the kitchen table. Dewey says,
Oh, boy, chocolate. May we lick the frosting pan?
Daisy answers,
Why, sure, boys.
whereupon Grandma says,
Indeed not. Never a sweet before the meat. Remember?
the boys turn around and stomp out of the kitchen. Donald shouts,
Where you going, boys? Home. We're being pushed around.
Last picture, top row, Daisy opens the oven door to look at the turkey that is roasting. Grandma takes one look at it.
Land's sake. This bird hasn't been basted half enough. Well, baste it all you like, Grandma. I'll make the gravy.
First picture, bottom row, Daisy starts to make the gravy. Grandma takes one look at the spoonful of flour that Daisy has measured out.
What? Making gravy with unsifted flour? Give me that spoon.
Donald sees Daisy throw down the spoon and stomp out of the room.
Hi. You going someplace? Yes, to the movies. Lock up when you leave.
Third picture, bottom row, Donald turns to Grandma, who is basting the turkey.
Well. Looks just like you and me. Daisy went to a movie. What? The hostess has walked out?
And Grandma walks out of the room, grabs her hat, and heads for the door.
Goodbye. I'm heading for the farm.
And a little later, we see Donald alone in the kitchen with the dog. And he has served himself and the dog generous portions of the turkey. And Donald says,
Eat up, pal. I'm not dining alone.
My, Donald's grandma certainly caused a lot of trouble.
Yes, she certainly did.
She's bossy.
Ooh, very bossy.
I'm glad my grandmother isn't like that.
And I'm glad my grandmother isn't like that.
Well, that's one time that Donald came out ahead, though.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look. Here on the last page of the first section is Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, Flash Gordon. And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. On the moon base, the space pirate Mark had slipped into the moon station when Flash was gone and captured Zarkov and Dale. Flash had hurried to the underground hangar, hoping to trap Mark. Not seeing him there, he's gone through the underground tunnel. As he enters the moon station from the tunnel, Mark steps out from behind a pillar, firing his electro gun. Flash stumbles backwards, firing his rocket pistol wildly. Mark runs forward. He slams the trapdoor shut and shouts to his henchmen. All right, Gordon's trapped. He'll head for the underground hangar at the other end of the tunnel. Get over there fast and head him off. Last picture, top row. Flash recovers enough to dash down the tunnel into the pit where his rocket ship is. He grabs a dangling cable and swings himself upward toward the entrance of the cabin of his spaceship. As he climbs into the rocket, electro bolts from the pirate's guns beat a tattoo on the ship's hulls. First picture, bottom row. Flash slams the rocket's airlock shut behind him. One of the pirates shouts, "Bring up the moon tractor! We'll blast him with its cannon!" But before the pirates can unlimber their heavy weapon, Flash fires the starting rockets of his craft. The hasty takeoff is far from perfect. The ship lurches crazily as it rises from the pit, barely missing a crack up against the massive concrete wall. In the first few seconds of flight, Flash struggles desperately to bring his huge craft under control. Last picture, finally righting the ship. Flash sweeps around in a blazing arc. Maneuvering into position directly above the pirates' tractor, he silences their gun with a terrific blast of rocket exhaust flames.
Oh, hooray, hooray! Flash has escaped from the pirates and he's in his own rocket ship now.
Yes, you bet he is.
And now he has a good chance to attack Mark and the other pirates with his ship.
Yes, let's hope he does.
You think he'll capture him next week?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until then to find out. But we don't have to wait to read Dagwood and Blondie. And here they are on the first page of the second section.
Oh, yes, I wonder what funny thing Dagwood will do today.
Well, we'll find out right now. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. It's late at night. Dagwood and his neighbor Herb Woodley are on their way home. Dagwood says,
Oh, we shouldn't have bowled that last game. It's after midnight.
Yeah, our wives will be on the warpath for sure. A short time later, Herb dashes into Dagwood's house. Hey, Dagwood, my wife's not home. She's left me.
Yeah, Blondie's gone, too. Oh, what can we do, Herb?
Last picture, top row, Dagwood walks into the living room, drops into a chair, and sobs.
Oh, our wives have left us. Oh, our happy homes are no more. Oh,
Hey, Dagwood, don't get panic, eh? We'll write out a list of promises and send it to them, wherever they are.
First picture, second row, Herb gets out a sheet of paper and pencil.
Now, first, we'll promise them never to come home late again. Ever.
Dagwood smiles happily.
yeah, sure. And next, we'll promise never to strew our clothes around the house or throw ashes on the floor.
Yeah, and we'll promise to shave every morning and to keep the lawn mowed.
And we'll always dry the dishes and wipe our muddy feet.
And last picture, second row, Dagwood, carried away, shouts enthusiastically.
Let's promise them each a new fur coat. That'll clinch it.
Yeah, and new hats and a dress-a-piece.
First picture, third row, Herb looks at the 4 sheets of paper which are covered with writing, and he says,
Hey, do you realize we've made over 50 promises? Life's going to be terribly grim for us.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be horrible, Herb. But we'll have to do it if we want our wives back.
Second picture, third row, Blondie and Tootsie Woodley are on their way home. Tootsie Woodley says,
Oh, I didn't realize that second feature picture wouldn't be over until 1 o'clock.
Blondie replies,
Our husbands are going to be furious when we come in at this hour.
They come up the walk to the Bumstead house. Open the door. And are met by Dagwood and Herb. Still standing in the door, Tootsie says,
Oh, we're very sorry. We admit we were wrong.
We beg your forgiveness.
Dagwood looks at Herb, and Herb looks at Dagwood. And they both go,
I've just been to the movies.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood stomps the floor in rage.
This is an outrage. Coming in at this hour?
And Herb clenches his fist.
You should be ashamed.
Tootsie covers her eyes with her handkerchief to get ready to cry. Blondie looks at the table and says,
What are these papers?
Tootsie looks up and reads the first line. And the second. And the third.
Why, it's a big list of promises to us.
And Blondie is reading the last page.
Fur coat. Hat. Oh, life is going to be a dream for us.
Oh, we're lucky to have such wonderful husbands.
And all the while, Herb, last picture, is staring at Dagwood with a frown on his face. And then he goes,
Herb, stop! Herb, stop!
But Herb has Dagwood on the floor and is throttling him.
I'll teach you not to get so panicky hereafter.
Isn't that funny? Dagwood and Herb got so worried because their wives went home and they wrote out all those promises.
And then when the wives come in, they don't have sense enough to put the papers in their pockets.
Oh, what a joke on those silly men.
Yeah, that was some joke on them. No wonder Herb's mad. Dagwood got carried away too much, I'm afraid.
Yes, Dagwood got carried away too much, I'm afraid.
Well, now it's time for Dick's adventure. So let's go to the very last page of the second section.
Oh, yes. And there's Dick, and you remember that Dick was dreaming that he was in the early days of America America in Texas.
Yes, and Texas was ruled by Mexico and a cruel Mexican general named General Santa Anna.
And the Texans are trying to get their freedom from Mexico. And one of the leaders of the Texans is a man named Jim Bowie.
And Jim and Dick have been captured by the Mexicans. And when the Americans heard about it, that is the Texans, you know, they rose up in arms and came to attack the soldiers who were going to execute Dick and Bowie.
But the Mexicans had put up cannons, and the soldiers were all ready to shoot Dick and Bowie. I wonder if the people will save them in time.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventure. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick and Jim face the firing squad. The officer raises his sword. Dick stares straight ahead, waiting for the click of the trigger, when suddenly...
Caramba! Vamos! Vamos! Evadorio!
The soldiers turn and start to run. Dick looks around.
Hey, what's happened?
Bowie smiles grimly.
Take a look at the stone wall behind you, Dick.
Dick turns around to see first picture, second row, the wall alive with armed Texans who come leaping down and set off in pursuit of the enemy soldiers.
Texas and liberty!
The resistance of the Mexicans is short-lived. The Texans triumph. And last picture, second row, in the plaza of San Antonio, a flag is hoisted. The old Spanish province of Texas is declared a free and sovereign nation east of the Rio Grande and west of the United States. As Dick looks at the leaders, first picture, bottom row, 5 citizens of the new Texan Commonwealth impress Dick most. Davy Crockett, Sam Houston, Jim Bowie, young Bill Travis, and Stephen Austin. They were the brains and the inspiration that led the way in accomplishing the freedom of Texas. One morning, second picture, bottom row, Bowie wakes Dick up.
Hey, bad news, lad. I just heard that General Santa Anna's government is setting up a big army to wipe us out.
And last picture, with a few days' supplies, Dick and Bowie ride out to reconnoiter. They come to the Rio Grande, and there they stop and wait tensely.
Oh, isn't it wonderful that the Texans arrived just in the nick of time?
You bet they saved Dick's life.
And made Texas free.
Yes, they did.
But I wonder if General Santa Anna is coming to attack, if they will stay free.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And I'm anxious to read that because you remember last week Rusty broke into the attic of the Dooley house and he found Miss Dooley was sick in bed and locked up there.
Yes, she was locked up there by the man and woman named Mel and Trixie, who had told Rusty that they were the hired man and Miss Dooley.
And when Rusty ran downstairs to call a doctor, just as he picked up the phone, Mel came in the room and caught him with the phone in his hand. I wonder what's going to happen to Rusty.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As Rusty hangs up the phone, Mel says,
Who were you going to call on that phone, kid?
Well, I was just going to try to get a doctor for Miss Dooley. She's awful sick.
So, you've been snooping up in the attic, huh? Well, that wasn't healthy. Get in that room. And no stalling.
Rusty walks into the living room. Trixie is standing by the table.
It's a good thing you're back, Trixie. This nosy kid's been talking to you-know-who up there in the attic. What'll we do with him?
Trixie tells Mel to lock Rusty up while they decide what to do. Last picture, top row, Rusty exclaims,
But I wasn't snooping. I was just on the roof trying to fix the radio antenna, and I heard Miss Dooley moaning.
Trixie answers, Okay. It doesn't matter how you found out. You know too much now. All right, Mel, take him. We don't have much time. Meanwhile, in the town of Honey Hollow, Jim Woods, the storekeeper, has been wondering why Miss Dooley has not come into town recently and why she's always had somebody else cash her checks for her. Jim has come to the bank to talk to the bank president about this. First picture, bottom row. The banker is saying,
Jim, here are all Miss Dooley's checks for the last quarter. They seem to be in order. At least the signatures are genuine. Jim answers, well, it's not really my business, Sam. It just seems downright odd that she never comes to town. Yeah, and it's queer that all the checks were cashed at stores and here at the bank. Unless, I always liked the old lady. I'm really quite worried, Sam. Jim, let's take a little run out to Dooley's farm. Right, Sam. I think it'd be smart to pick up the sheriff on the way. At this moment, last picture, at the farm, Trixie and Mel are packing. Trixie tells Mel that while she puts the stuff in the station wagon, he knows what to do with the old lady and the kid, that they should be out of the country before anybody finds them. And Mel replies grimly, where I'm going to put 'em, it'll be sheer luck if they're ever found.
Oh, I'm glad that banker and Jim Wood are going to go out to the farm.
Yes, so am I, because if Rusty ever needed help, he needs it now.
Yes, but do you think that they'll get there before Mel does something awful to Rusty?
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. Did you have an exciting 4th of July?
Oh, you bet I did.
Did you fire any firecrackers?
No, I didn't have to. The children in my neighborhood made so much racket with theirs, I didn't need to fire any.
Well, I did.
Well, were you careful with them?
Oh, yes, I was very careful. I put them on the ground first, see?
Yeah.
Then I got myself a long stick, see?
Yeah.
And then I put a little sort of lighting torch on the end of the stick, see?
Mm-hmm.
And then my father lighted the torch with a match, see?
Ah, yes.
And I was at the other end of the long stick, so I was so far from the firecrackers I couldn't get hurt by them.
Oh, that was a wonderful idea.
Yes, and I couldn't hurt anybody else with the firecrackers because I didn't light them and then throw them the way some people do.
Well, I think you should get a special kind of medal for safety.
Thank you. Well, you should be careful when you're using things that are explosive or dangerous.
Yes, you should, and I'm glad that you were.
So am I. Now, could you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, General Half-Track is on the telephone.
This is General Half-Track. Is Captain Scabbard there?
And at the other end of the line, Beetle answers.
No, sir, but if you'll hold the phone, I'll go look for him.
Beetle puts down the phone and dashes out of the office to look for Captain Scabbard. And then another door opens. And in comes Captain Scabbard with the sergeant. I just have to see that ball game today. Last picture, top row, the sergeant says.
Yeah, but, Captain, the general is coming to inspect the area today.
Captain Scabbard opens a desk drawer right beside the phone to get his tickets for the ball game. Oh, you can handle the old goat. First picture, bottom row, he puts his cap on. Tell him I went to the hospital with a split infinitive. And the sergeant, who is standing right beside the phone, laughs.
Oh, yeah, he's so stupid, he'd believe it.
And then the two men walk out of the office.
Yeah, just butter him up. Tell him how well organized the camp is.
And then in the other door dashes Beetle. He picks up the receiver, which has been lying on the table.
Hello? I couldn't find him, sir.
Never mind. I know where he is.
Beetle hangs up the phone.
And why the heck did he make me run all over the camp looking?
Last picture, we're at the ball game. Two military police have dragged the captain out of his seat.
And what shall we do with him, General?
And the general sits down in the captain's seat and, watching the ball game, answers,
Split his infinitive and lock him in a hospital room.
And the captain shakes his head sadly and groans,
Somebody talk.
3 strikes and you're out.
That was a good joke on the captain. He didn't notice that the receiver was off the hook in his office, and all the things he said about the general went right into the telephone.
and right into the general's ear, because he was at the other end of the line listening.
I'll bet you he'll be sorry when the general gets back from the ball game.
He's already sorry.
Yes, because the general is sitting in his seat at the ball game.
Yes. Well, now I know you're anxious to see what happens next in Walt Disney's story, The Sword and the Rose.
Oh, yes, I am.
All right, let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine and past Prince Val on page 3. Turn over page 3. And here we are on page 4 with The Sword and the Rose.
Yes, and you remember that Charles Brandon, who is handsome and brave and daring, has been made a captain of the guards at King Henry's court.
Yes, this is back in the early days of English history.
And it was because the king's sister, Mary, liked Charles Brandon that the king made Charles Brandon captain of the guards.
Yes, I think Princess Mary is very fond of the Charles Brandon.
So do I. I wonder what'll happen next.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with The Sword and the Rose. It's merry, merry England when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. It's a beautiful day, and King Henry and a group of his nobles and guardsmen have gone into the green countryside to hunt. In the sky overhead, birds are flying. Now, King Henry had given his men orders to practice archery. He shouts,
Now we'll see who has been obeying my edict to practice archery. Ready your bows?
The nobles take aim at the flying birds. They fire, but not a bird is struck. The king shouts,
Fie, you bunglers! Oh, Master Brandon there. See if you can do any better.
Yes, sir, with your leave, sire. Brandon takes careful aim. And the bird falls to the ground, last picture, top row.
Boldly shot, Brandon. All right, you bunglers, try again. See if you can do as well as Master Brandon here.
First picture, bottom row, a short distance away. There's a rustling in the bushes. It's the king's sister, Mary, who is watching the archery contest with eyes only for Charles Brandon. Mary thinks to herself, It seems that Master Brandon does everything well, except to pay any attention to me. A little later, as the king's party returns to the castle, Brandon, who is bringing up the rear, hears the furious drumming of hoofs behind him. And then a second later, the horse with his rider gallops past. Why, it's the princess, and her horse is bolting. Quickly, Brandon takes out after the runaway.
Oh, Wasn't that a good shot that Charles Brandon made?
Yes, after everybody had missed, he takes aim and bang, the bird drops.
And they all went bang, 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 and not even one bird dropped.
Mm-hmm. That should show the king who's been practicing archery.
Yes, Charles Brandon. Look how bravely he rode after the princess on that runaway horse. That's dangerous.
Yes, it is.
I wonder if he'll catch up to her and save her.
Well, we'll find that out next week. But now let's go across the page, turn over page 5, across over past page 6, and here on page 7 is Roy Rogers.
Yes, and you remember that somebody had robbed the railroad payroll, and the trail led to the carnival and a man named Mike Cole.
Yes, and just as Mike Coe was going to confess everything to Roy, two crooks named Ham and Smiley rolled the tiger cage down the hill onto Mike's tent, hoping the tiger would kill Roy and Mike Coe.
And it did kill Mike Cole, and last week it was just going to leap at Roy, and Roy's eyes were blinded with smoke so he couldn't see the chute. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The carnival fire spreads rapidly. Roy's eyes are blinded from the smoke. And then the tiger roars and leaps. Quickly, Roy pulls his 6-gun and fires at the sound of the tiger. The tiger falls to the ground in front of Roy, dead. Dangerfield, the owner of the carnival, exclaims, third picture, top row, "Excellent shooting, Roy. Now, men, extinguish that fire before it spreads. J. Lucian Dangerfield's colossal spectacle must not be destroyed." Last picture, top row. Roy is washing his smoke-stained eyes. Well, thanks for the water, Wildwood. Reckon Mike Coe is dead under the tent. He didn't get a chance to name his accomplices in that railroad payroll robbery. First picture, bottom row, Jimmy, one of the boys at the carnival, tells Roy,
Hey, Roy, I saw two strange riders sneaking off the carny grounds just before the fire started.
"Okay, Jimmy. They might have had something to do with the tiger wagon rolling into Mike's tent. Well, but I want to visit the railroad camp where the robbery occurred. I got a hunch." Later, at the railroad construction camp, third picture, bottom row, the two crooks, Ham and Smiley, are reporting to their boss.
Yeah, Smiley and me took care of Mike Coe before he told Rogers anything, boss.
Well, good work, Ham. All right, let's go to my shack where we can talk.
Last picture, Ham says,
Hey, hold it. Here comes that meddling cowpoke, Roy Rogers, now.
Maybe he knows more than you figure. Keep back. I'll handle him.
Yes, he shot in the direction of the tiger's roar, and one of his shots made a lucky hit.
But now look what's happening. Roy's riding right into trouble again, and there are 3 crooks against him this time, and they look mean and dangerous, especially the one with that great big hammer in his hand. I wonder what'll happen.
We'll find out next week. Now let's turn over the page. And here on the last page of the first section is Flash Gordon, who has just landed on a new planet called Titan.
And everything they've found on that planet is bigger than anything they've ever seen before.
And remember that we saw the hand of a giant reach out and pick up the matchbook that Midas dropped last week?
Yes. I wonder what else they'll find. If they're giants, then they'll be in danger.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rigga-rigga-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash and his party move cautiously through the tall grass, not knowing what to expect. Flash sees Midas, who is leading the party, stop and make an excited gesture. Hey, there's Midas up ahead. He's excited, as if he's found something. Come on. A minute later, they're in front of a cave. Last picture, top row. Midas points to the ground.
Hey, look over here. Big clay pots. The remains of a bonfire. Huge bones and a sword.
Flash says, Hey, this isn't a sword, Midas. It's a knife. A tremendous knife. Hey, what's that? First picture, bottom row, the pilot shouts, Hey, it's Smith, our engineer. He was standing near that undergrowth a moment ago. Yeah, and look. Something's dragging him away through the bushes. There he is, lying by that rock. Hey, Smith, you all right? What happened? What was it?
I don't know. It was big. With big hands.
Well, whatever it was, it's probably far away by now, Flash. Right behind them, head of a giant peers over the rock at the three of them.
We were right. There are giants there. And look how big this giant is.
Yes, why, just his head seems to be as big as a whole man.
Yes, he looks as if he could reach over and crush all three of them with one blow.
And they don't know that the danger is there behind them.
I wonder what'll happen.
Well, we'll find that out next week. But now it's time to pick up the first page of the second section.
Oh, and there's that funny Dagwood.
And I'll read that funny Dagwood in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafood, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The Bumsteads are painting their house. The smell of paint is so strong that the Woodleys, their neighbors, have invited the Bumsteads to spend the night at their house. So last picture, top row, Blondie settles into bed in the Woodley house, saying,
Aren't the Woodleys sweet to let us sleep over here while our house is being painted?
Yeah, but I'm getting hungry. 15 minutes later, Herb Woodley hears Dagwood in the kitchen. And by the time you can go, Herb is in the kitchen, too. He sees that Dagwood has made one of his famous sandwiches. Hey, what on earth is that?
One of my special sandwiches. Want me to make you one, too?
Yeah. So Dagwood lays out several slices of bread, slaps on some butter, peanut butter, sardines, jelly, cheese, onion, and pickle lily. And last picture, second row, Herb takes a bite of it.
Well, how do you like it, Herb?
Why, I've never tasted anything quite like it before.
An hour later, Herb wakes up.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Herb?
No, my stomach.
And then he gets a terrific pain.
Oh.
And then another one.
Oh. My stomach is turning headsprings. Oh.
A moment later, Dagwood is outside the door yelling,
Herb, what's the matter?
and then... And Herb is dashing down the stairs after Dagwood. Down the hall they go. Through the living room. Through the dining room. Out the door.
You try to poison me?
And Herb makes a leap and tackles Dagwood. And last picture, third row, Herb is sitting on Dagwood, throttling him.
Come on now, what was in that sandwich?
Honest, Herb, it was just onion and peanut butter and sardines and jelly and cheese and pickle lily and...
Oh, the thought of it makes me sick again. I gotta get back to bed again.
And Herb gets up and walks to the door. First picture, bottom row, he exclaims,
Fine thing. Now our wives are disgusted with us and locked us out.
Dagwood gets to his feet.
Hey, you're lucky you live right next door to me, Herb. We can sleep in our house.
Well, what about that smell of new paint?
It won't bother us, Herb. We're pals.
And last picture, Dagwood and Herb are in bed together with clothespins over their noses to shut out the smell of paint. And Herb growls,
1 billion people in the world, and I have you as a neighbor.
Hey, thanks, Herb.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Dagwood's sandwich made Herb sick, and when the women heard the men fighting outside, they locked them out. And now they have to sleep in the house with a new paint.
Yes, they certainly look funny with their clothespins over their noses.
Yes, and I don't see how they don't get much sleep that way.
Neither do I. Well, now let's turn over the page and see what we find.
All right. Oh, look, on page 3, there's Donald Duck, my favorite.
And we'll read your favorite right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeege 'em, squiddy chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald and his girlfriend Daisy are going out on a date, and Daisy is saying to Donald,
Lose that temper once more, and we're done. Yes, Daisy, darling.
A few minutes later, they're in Donald's car, buzzing down the road.
Now remember, this is our last date if you lose your temper.
Yes, Daisy, darling.
Donald sees a red light, and he comes to a stop. The car behind him slams on its brakes and rolls right into Donald. Donald calls back to the driver behind him.
Sorry, sir. I shouldn't have stopped just for a red light.
Half hour later, Donald and Daisy are in a fashionable restaurant. The waiter spills hot soup all over Donald's head.
Oops. My fault.
Oh, think nothing of it, waiter. Anybody can spill a bowl of soup.
Short time later, Donald and Daisy are walking down the street. A man is eating a banana. He tosses the peel to the street. Donald steps on it. His feet slip out from under him.
Oh, precious. There must be a banana tree around here.
A short time later, first picture bottom row, Donald is standing in line at the theater box office. A man ahead of him steps back on Donald's foot.
Uh-oh.
Donald taps him on the back.
Pardon me, sir. My foot seems to have slipped under yours.
2 hours later, third picture bottom row, Daisy is saying goodnight to Donald.
Well, good night, Donald. You did beautifully.
No effort at all, my dear. Good night, Daisy, darling.
Half hour later, Donald's car comes to a stop 10 miles out of town. Donald jumps out of the car, stands on the edge of a cliff, and he shouts at the moon,
I hate people who are stupid drivers. I hate people who are stupid waiters. I hate people who throw away banana peels. I hate people. Period.
Wasn't that funny? No matter what happens to him, Donald is polite to everybody.
Yeah. And then he takes his girlfriend Daisy home.
Then he drives out into the country and loses his temper where Daisy can't hear him.
Oh, that Donald, he's some fellow.
Yes, that Donald, he's some fellow.
Well, now I'm sure you'd like to know what's happening with Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes, I would.
All right, then, let's turn to the very last page of the Comic Weekly. And here he is.
Yes, and you remember that Dick is in the early days of America with his friend Robert Fulton, who's just invented the first steamboat.
That's right.
The people said that it wouldn't work,
And so Robert Fulton has challenged the fastest sailing vessel to race his steamboat.
but that's to prove his steamboat is faster than a sailing ship.
That's right.
I wonder who's going to win.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. The year is 1807. On the river, the race between the sailing vessel and the first steamboat is underway. Last picture, top row, Robert Fulton says, Dick, you don't realize what this means to me. We lose this race against the sail yacht, all America will say steamboats are a failure.
Oh, but I'm sure you won't lose, sir.
Yet Dick seems to be wrong. First picture, second row, with all the sails set and a favoring wind, the sailing yacht breezes ahead. The whole crew jeering at Fulton. And then it disappears swiftly around the bend in the river. Fulton shakes his head. Oh, we're beaten, Dick. Beaten. It's useless to build up the fire. The best we can do is 4 miles an hour. The sailing yacht is doing twice that. Well, we'll wash up and get back to our guests. But at nightfall, the wind dies. And as Fulton's boat comes around the bend in the river, Dick looks ahead. And he sees the sailing yacht standing still in the moonlight, her sails hanging limp. Dick shouts,
We're winning, sir. The sailboats have lost their race forever.
Fulton shoots Dick a look of astonishment. Why, how do you know, Dick? And Dick only repeats,
They're beaten forever, sir. Forever.
First picture, bottom row. As crowds cheer wildly, Robert Fulton's Claremont puffs and churns proudly into New York Harbor. The river monster, as the people called it, wins its race. And Dick is shouting,
Yes, sir. From now on, there's only going to be steamboats. I know it. I know it. I know it.
And then, last picture, Dick looks around and sees he's in his own room in his own home in the world of today.
It's not 1807 anymore. Oh, gosh. I must have been dreaming again.
Oh, wasn't that exciting? Robert Fulton proved that his steamboat was the best because you could depend on it to keep going.
Yes, while the sailing vessels could only keep going if there was a wind to carry them along.
And when there was no wind, they would just sit there in the middle of the water doing nothing. And you can't get any place that way.
No, you can't get any place that way. Well, now let's look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And you remember that last week Rusty and Tex were getting ready to start back from Milestone Farm with Silver Lad. That's that wonderful racehorse that Mr. Miles has just bought.
Yes, but a man named Velvet Kane doesn't want Silver Lad to get to the Milestone Farm because he doesn't want Mr. Miles to raise horses that'll be better than his.
Yes, and he wants his men to see to it that Tex and Rusty do not bring Silver Lad to the Milestone Farm. This could be dangerous.
Yes. Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. It's early in the morning, and Rusty and Tex have loaded Silver Lad and the other horse in the truck and are starting out for home again.
Oh, golly, Tex, it sure makes me feel good to be starting back to Milestone Farm again.
Well, it's where you belong, Rusty. And Mr. Miles and Patty will be right tickled to have you back.
Third picture, top row, Velvet Kane is giving final instructions to his men, Scrub and Porky. He points to a map.
All right, now that's the setup. The spot is right in the mountains. You follow instructions, you shouldn't have any slip-up. And use the old jalopy. My big car is too well known.
A few hours later, second picture, bottom row, in the mountains, Scrub and Porky bring their car to a stop. Scrub says,
All right, this is the fork that Val marked. We'll watch from here and put the sign up when we see him coming.
Boy, you can sure see the road for a long way from here.
That night about dusk, Rusty and Tex, in the truck, approach the fork in the road. Tex squints ahead and says,
Hey, looks like some kind of sign up ahead. It's just out of the headlight beam, so I can't see it. Hop out and see what it says, Rusty.
Rusty hops out and then calls back.
Hey, jeepers, Tex, it's a detour sign. We have to take the dirt road.
Rusty gets back in the truck, and slowly the big truck turns off the main road onto a narrow dirt road. The road winds in between some trees. It's very narrow, and the going is awfully slow.
Gee willikins, this road gets worse and worse.
Yeah, right, Rusty. But we gotta keep going. It's too narrow to turn around.
Oh, that's too bad. Rusty and Tex have been tricked, and they don't know
Yes,
it.
they turned off onto the old road, and they have no way to get off it. They'll have to keep going on straight ahead.
And Scrub and Porky, I'll bet you are waiting somewhere in the trees behind with guns or something just to capture Rusty and Tex.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I wonder if they really will be captured.
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. For now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come, right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Warm. How are you?
Hot.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do something about it.
Well, the only thing you can do with the weather is to live with it.
Well, I think I could live with it easier if you'd please read the funnies to me.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will, in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the top of the first page...
Snookums, Snookums, Snookums.
Well, since you're excited about that, we'll read Snookums, Snookums, Snookums.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Diddly-da, diddly-doo, wake-a-mack-a-mookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Rosie tells Archie that Snookums isn't in the house. And she wonders if Snookums might be lost. Archie says,
Oh, gosh, my baby. I'll go look for him right away.
and by the time you can say, come out, wherever you are, Archie's running off down the street yelling,
Snookums! Snookums! Can you hear me? Answer, Daddy! Snookums!
Last picture, top row, he finds two men, and one says, Hey, what's the matter, pal? Lose something? Archie answers excitedly,
Now, my baby is lost. Will you help me look for him?
So the men join the hunt. First picture, next row. A dozen men, including the policeman in the corner, are helping Archie look for Snookums. Archie yells,
Snookums! Where are you?
Just around the corner, little Snookums is toddling along. A little boy runs past, and Snookums asks,
What is everybody looking for?
and the little boy answers,
Our little boy's lost.
Just then Archie comes around the corner. He sees Snookums and exclaims,
Snookums! There you are.
and Snookums answers,
Yes, Snookums helping to look for a lost boy.
and Archie goes,
Wasn't that funny?
Yes, yes.
Isn't that a funny look on Archie's face?
I think I'd look like that, too, if I learned someone I was looking for himself without knowing who it was he was looking for.
Yes, I would, too.
Yes. Well, now what?
Oh, now, would you please turn over the page and read Flash Gordon? Because that bad man Zinn has captured Flash.
And now Zinn is going to have Flash put into the smoke chamber. And when Flash breathes the smoke, he will no longer be able to think for himself.
And Zinn will be able to make Flash do anything he wants him to do.
Yes. So let's learn now how Zinn's plans work out. So here we go over to page 2 with Flash Gordon. Rega-diga-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Flash, crushed by the false report of Dale's death, is marched toward the liquigen gas chamber. Zinn sneers. When you come out, you'll be an automaton, blindly obedient to my orders. Rubia hurries down to bid Flash farewell. She tells him again that Dale is dead, which is not true, and she says that she loves him too much to have him become a zombie. And then she hands him a little gadget to put in his nose, saying that if he breathes through these filters, the smoke will not affect him. To save himself from becoming Zinn's slave, Flash accepts Rubia's help. And last picture, top row, he is herded into the atomic gas chamber with a group of Zinn's men, all doomed to a living death. The door closes, and the gas is turned on in the chamber. First picture, next row, Flash watches the others carefully. He sees a tragic change come over the men as they breathe the subtly poisonous fumes. Flash studies their actions. He must imitate them exactly, or risk some new cruelty by Zinn. Then he puts the filters in his nose and pretends to inhale the gas. And as he does, he wonders whether the filters will really save him from the fate that has fallen on the other men. A little later, the men, now newly made automatons, men who walk like little dolls that are wound up, march out of the gas chamber. They are taken outside, last picture, where Zinn and Rubia are waiting in Zinn's armored car. Zinn beckons to Flash and commands his new slave.
Flash, march behind me.
The car slowly drives off. Flash tries to copy the rigid mechanical walk of the zombies as he follows Zinn's car. Rubia stares at him fearfully, not sure whether he's really man or machine.
Oh, I hope that those filters that Flash put in his nose worked. Do you think that they did?
Well, I certainly hope so. And next week, I'm sure we should find out whether they did or not.
And then we'll find out what Zinn's going to try to make Flash do.
Yes.
Oh, I can hardly wait. This is getting so exciting.
Well, sometimes we have to wait for the most exciting things.
Yes, isn't that awful?
Uh-huh. But look across the page.
Oh, yes, Dick's Adventures. And something exciting is going to happen there, too, because last week Dick, who's with Paul Revere in the early days of America, came back from a secret meeting with a lot of men, and he has some plan, and I'm anxious to find out.
Yes, the English are trying to make the Americans buy tea that is very highly taxed.
That means it costs more than it should, and that isn't fair.
No, it is not fair, and the Americans don't want to buy the tea. So let's try to find out now what this mysterious plan is.
Oh, goody.
So here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick is in Paul Revere's home again. Dinner is being served. As Paul and Dick begin to eat, last picture top row, Paul says to his wife, "'Tis a lovely dinner, my sweet, but where's the tea? Pray fetch the tea." Dick looks up in surprise because he thought that the Americans had agreed not to buy the tea from the English, and by refusing to buy it, forced the English to take off the high tax. Dick exclaims,
Tea?
Paul's wife is just as surprised, and she tells him first picture next row that she can't understand men, that Paul has told her time and time again to have no tea in the house at all while the tax is on it. Paul smiles and says, "Tonight we want the king's tea, eh, Dick?" He gets up, puts on his hat and coat, followed by Dick, and Paul says grimly, "We'll settle this matter of tea at the Green Dragon. Come." Last picture of the row, Paul and Dick are seated at a table in the corner of the Green Dragon Inn, a favorite gathering place of the men of Boston. In the Green Dragon Inn, no tea is tasted, but it is not neglected. To the table of Dick and Paul, one by one, the men of Boston come. As they stop at the table, instructions are given to each of them, and the instructions are always the same. Finally, the last man approaches the table, first picture bottom row, and Dick whispers to him,
Tea party tonight, Ben, at Griffin's Wharf, Indians only. Coming?
and the man named Ben replies,
I'll be there with a tomahawk.
Leaving the Green Dragon, Dick and Paul Revere return home once more to carry out the next step in their plan. A short time later, last picture, two Mohawk braves carrying tomahawks and wearing the full dress of Indians slip noiselessly from Paul Revere's house. A man standing in the shadow across the street watches silently as the two Indians come out of the house where Paul Revere lives. A grim look settles over his face.
Why do you suppose they've dressed up like Indians again?
Now they're on their way to carry out the plan that the men have agreed on.
Who is that man that sees them? The one with the grim look on his face.
I'm afraid all of this is something we'll have to wait until next week to find out.
Oh, wait. Always wait.
But the good things are worth waiting for.
Yes, I know. So I'll wait.
Goody. And just for that, I'll read Rusty Riley for you. Here he is, right underneath Dick's Adventures.
Oh, I'm so anxious to see what's going to happen to that sneaky Taffy Allardyce, who's Mr. Miles' nephew, because Tex knows that Taffy put the dope in Hillbilly's feed and it made him sick.
Yes, Tex has discovered enough of what's going on to suspect Taffy, and he's speaking to Mr. Miles about his suspicions.
So quick, Reed, let's find out what happens.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles has just heard Tex's suspicions of what's going on, and he exclaims,
Tex, I find it very difficult to believe my nephew, Allardyce, would be guilty of giving poisonous food to a horse.
Tex replies, Okay, boss, I can't prove it, but sure as shooting, somebody's after Big Blaze. Why, if Blaze had been in his own stall, he'd have got that dose instead of Hillbilly. It's only a week till the Selby Cup. Hey, couldn't we take Blaze to the track now? Mr. Miles thinks for a second and then replies,
I'll speak to Colonel Adams, the owner of Cedar Point Track.
Tex reaches for his hat, saying, That's plumb good sense, boss. I'll go along, and by jingoes, I'll sleep in Big Blaze's stall if need be. Mr. Miles finds Colonel Adams, owner of Cedar Point Track, near a huge tree. He walks up to him and says,
Oh, excuse me, Colonel. May I have a word with you? It's about my Selby Cup entry, Big Blaze.
Colonel Adams replies, Why, of course, Quentin. Goldie, who is Taffy Allardyce's wife, sees the two men talking. Quietly, she slips over behind the tree to hear what's being said. Last picture, top row, she overhears Mr. Miles say,
I wonder if you could let me have quarters for Blaze at the track a little ahead of time. I'd like to send him over tomorrow morning.
Colonel Adams replies, Why, certainly. You may have number 4 in row B. Hearing this, Goldie quietly slips away without being seen, and the plan which Tex wanted to keep secret is known now by the very person who was scheming to bring trouble into Rusty's life. A little later, as Rusty is playing with the hunting dogs, Tex tells him, first picture, bottom row, Rusty, the boss wants you to clean up and come to the house. He wants you to help with the wraps and things at the dinner party. Rusty replies,
Oh, sure, Tex. Soon as I put these dogs in the run.
That night, after all of the guests have arrived for the party, Rusty has a few minutes to himself. He sits in a big chair in front of the fireplace, saying to himself,
I guess all the people are here now. Think I'll just curl up in this big chair till it's time for him to leave.
Suddenly, he hears voices behind him. He recognizes them as Goldie and Taffy Allardyce, the two schemers. They don't see Rusty in the chair. Rusty overhears Goldie tell Taffy that Big Blaze is going to be taken to the Cedar Point track tomorrow morning. Rusty hears Taffy exclaim, last picture,
Good night. That settles it. I'll have to finish him off tonight, somehow.
Rusty's eyes open in horror at these words, and he knows he must move quickly if Blaze is to be saved.
Ooh, I just hope they don't see Rusty there, because if they know that he heard them, they may do something terrible to him. Kidnap him, maybe.
Well, let's hope not.
Well, I just hope that Mr. Miles learns that his nephew's really a bad old mean person, and time for him to do something about
Well,
it.
next week we'll find that out, I'm sure. That is, if you'll be here.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it.
Fine. And now would you like to miss Donald Duck?
Oh, I should say not. Donald Duck is one of my favorites.
Well, then turn over the page, and there he is right at the top, and I'll read Donald in a minute. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on top of page 4, Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy chicka chack. Let's have music, spin a quack quack. Donald passes a nursery, which is a place where they sell flowers and plants. He sees an ivy plant on the table and a sign which reads,
Climbing ivy, 50 cents.
Donald exclaimed,
Just what I need for my putsch.
and next picture, he has planted the ivy beside his porch, aiming it so it'll climb up the porch post. And he says,
There. Now in a few weeks, it'll cover the putsch.
2 weeks later, Donald takes a look at his ivy plant and sees that instead of climbing up the post, it has fallen over backwards, flat on the ground. And Donald exclaims,
Huh. That's funny.
So he straightens the ivy up and ties the ivy to the post. And then says,
There. Now she'll climb.
2 weeks later, last picture top row, Donald takes another look at his ivy. He finds it has grown twice as much, but instead of climbing up the post, it has fallen over backwards again and climbed right down to the ground. And by the time you can go, Donald is back at the nursery, first picture, bottom row, with a plant, and he says to the man he bought it from,
Look, pal, you sure this stuff is climbing ivy?
Why, quite sure. What's your trouble?
I wanted to climb my porch, and it won't climb.
Well, that's easy, sir. You need a trellis.
So the man points out a trellis, which is some pieces of wood put together sort of like a ladder. And the man says,
Now, here's a nice one. Only $5.
So Donald decides the ivy will surely climb up that because it has something to hang onto. And he exclaims,
I'll take it.
and by the time you can say, shinny up my trellis, Mr. Ellis, Donald has planted the ivy beside his porch again and winds it around the trellis to give it a good start so it'll climb up, and then waits happily for it to grow. 1 month later, last picture, Donald takes a look at his ivy, and he's amazed to see that instead of climbing up the trellis, the ivy has crawled right through it at the bottom and then up the porch that Donald tried to make it climb in the first place. And Donald exclaims,
What?
Oh, poor Donald. Everything goes wrong for him.
yes, no wonder he's annoyed after paying $5 for a trellis which the ivy doesn't want to climb.
Yes, but I just love Donald Duck because he's so funny.
Oh, look, right underneath Donald Duck.
Oh, it's Roy Rogers, my favorite cowboy.
Mine, too.
I'm anxious to have you read that because just as we left Roy last week, he was trying to find out who set fire to the prairie and all the telegraph poles.
And while Roy was looking at some strange footprints, his friend, Brad, went behind some rocks and then shouted for help.
So please, quick read so we can find out what's the trouble.
Very well. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Roy and IQ Theorem run to answer Brad's call for help. Brad yells, Help! My eye! Something blinded me! Roy runs up and asks, Well, what was it, Brad? Brad, holding his hands over his eyes, replies, I spotted some pole timber, and then I walked out of the narrow pass, and a flash of light hit me. Roy exclaims, Well, that's just what happened to that blinded cowpoke I found up here. Just then it begins to rain. Roy helps Brad under a ledge of rock, saying, Yeah, sit under the ledge here, Brad. I'm going back up there. Then Roy turns and walks off, saying, Reckon it's my turn to see what's on the other side of that unlucky pass. IQ Theorem, the investigator from the city, warns,
Careful, Rogers. If you get blinded, how will we get back to camp?
Roy replies, Well, don't worry, Trigger knows the way. And as he walks between the rocks, last picture, top row, he thinks to himself, Hey, this rain will sure wash out those funny sandal tracks we spotted back on the trail. First picture, bottom row, Roy stops suddenly and exclaims, Looks like something's moving up there on that ridge. But I can't see much in this rain. Roy isn't wrong, for behind the boulder, before the cave, the old hermit is watching. And he exclaims, Yeah, I thought I scared off those telegraph fellers when I blinded that big one. But there's another one coming up. He trots in the cave after his rifle, saying, I can't blind this fella 'cause it's raining, but I can shoot him, this snooping varmint. And he trots back again, carefully watches Roy, and exclaims, I ain't letting nobody snoop around trying to find out what starts all the fires in the valley. Roy steps out from behind a rock and starts to move up the hill. Suddenly, a bullet goes through Roy's hat. Roy exclaims, last picture, Wow, that was too close. And the old hermit exclaims, Missed, blast it, but next time I won't.
Oh, my. I hope Roy gets behind the rocks fast because next time maybe that hermit won't miss.
No, that hermit is up there in the cave, and it'll be pretty hard to get at him.
I can hardly wait to see if they will capture
Well,
him.
we'll find out next week.
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Now I think it's time for...
Dagwood and Blondie, I
You're
hope.
absolutely right. So if you'll pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly, we'll read Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood, who's at his office, is talking to the bookkeeper named Eddie, a tall, skinny, worried-looking fellow. Eddie says, I'm terribly nervous lately. Dagwood replies, You know, you ought to get married, Eddie. Eddie holds out his hand and exclaims, Here, look. See how my hand shakes? Dagwood replies, Yeah, you look like you're waving at someone. You know, you need a little wife to take care of you. Last picture, top row, Eddie takes some medicine and swallows it. And he exclaims, I jump when the phone rings. Dagwood says, Eddie, you need peace and contentment, the pitter-patter of tiny feet around your house. First picture, next row, Eddie says thoughtfully, You're winning me over, Dagwood. Dagwood gives him a pat on the back, saying, Come home to dinner with me tonight and see for yourself how serene and blissful married life can be. Eddie replies, All right, I'll call up the boys and tell them I'm not going out with them tonight. And it's decided that Eddie is to come home with Dagwood for dinner. Meanwhile, someone's been playing tricks on Blondie. The doorbell is rung, and when she answers it, there's no one there. Cookie tells Blondie, first picture, next row, that it's the new kids up the street who ring doorbells and then run. And that gives Blondie an idea. Well, at this moment, Dagwood is on the way home with his friend Eddie. And he points out all the people in the neighborhood who are mowing lawns, clipping hedges, and enjoying life. Dagwood says, Look at all these happy, contented husbands, Eddie. Eddie replies mournfully, Yeah, I'm beginning to realize all I've missed by being single. Then they ring Dagwood's doorbell, last picture of the row. And Dagwood says, The peace and joy of married life is all you need, Eddie. And first picture, bottom row, the door opens, and three horrible-looking people jump at them, yelling, And Eddie disappears down the street like a shot. As Dagwood, who has fallen over on his back, looks up dazed, Blondie sticks her head out from under a sheet and says,
We were trying to scare some fresh little kids who were ringing our doorbell.
And Alexander exclaims, Yeah, your friend ran away, Pop. Dagwood shakes his head, wondering what has happened to him. Meanwhile, last picture, down at the pool hall, Eddie rushes in and says to his friends, No, don't let me get married, boys.
Wasn't that funny?
Yes. After all of Dagwood's talk, Blondie's little game changed Eddie's mind about getting married.
Isn't that silly? Because dressing up like ghosts is lots of fun.
Yes, Eddie should try it sometime.
Yes, he should.
Well, now it's time for Prince Valiant.
Oh, goody.
So go past the Comic Weekly Club, which I hope you look at when we get through.
Oh, I certainly will, because I just love the puzzles and games in the Comic Weekly Club.
And then go past Buzz Sawyer and the Phantom over to the last page, and there he is, Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. King Hap-Atla couldn't capture King Agwar's castle, so the two kings are now having a peace conference. Alita had come in and told the men to stop their arguing and decide never to have war again, so that the women and the children could enjoy life safely and peacefully. Then Alita left the conference. All she wanted was a healthy, happy place in which to bring up her baby, and her quiet words were like a whiplash that stripped away their arrogance. King Agwar conceals a smile. He knows his enemies are blustering because they think his defenses are weak. Alita's words have shown them how desperate is their position. By this time, last picture, top row, Hap-Atla's wife, Queen Jan, is now completely under Alita's spell and readily agrees when Alita asks her to go into the castle and see her new gowns. So they leave the children with the men, and the two women go toward the castle. First picture, next row, Hap-Atla looks up in time to see them entering the castle. He leaps to his feet and shouts,
Treachery!
Queen's Anne has been taken prisoner. King Agua chuckles. I'll be hostage for her safe return. But if you have sufficient foolhardy courage to meddle in women's affairs, you may take my seal ring and follow. So, last picture of the row. Under the protection of the ring, Hapatla enters the stronghold he could not invade by force. Once inside, first picture bottom row, he has a chance to notice that, though not a soldier is to be seen, the war machines are well oiled, stacks of weapons abound, and the rustle and murmur of many men can be heard. And then, last picture, he is led to the Lady Elita's apartment, into which he bursts angrily, and then stops. There's an instant of embarrassed silence, because he finds his wife trying on one of Elita's nice gowns. And the women are very angry that even he, a king, should come to their room. And believe me, thereafter he wishes he had paid more heed to King Agua's warning to leave the women alone.
Well, it certainly serves him right. If he will just keep his nose out of things, these women will settle everything in a nice, peaceful way.
Yes, so far I think Elita has proven that she's right.
Yes, she has. And I hope he's learned his lesson.
Well, next week we'll find out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I feel fine. How are you?
I am fine, too. You know, I saw the funniest thing a little while ago. I saw a man standing on the street corner with a piece of bread and butter in his mouth, waiting for the traffic jam.
Huh? Oh, that's funny. Imagine a man with bread and butter in his mouth waiting for the traffic jam. That's very funny.
I didn't think it was that funny, but I'm glad that you think so.
Now read me something else that's funny as the funnies.
All right, I will, but first here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and at the top of the first page...
Snookums, Snookums, Snookums.
And we'll read that right away. So, will everybody please get their funny paper spread out to the first page?
I've got mine.
And if anyone hasn't got Puck the Comic Weekly with them today, be sure to have your daddy or mommy get it next week so you can follow the comics with us. Now, here we go with Snookums.
Magic words by the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Diddly-da, diddly-doo, wickamackam ookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Archie comes home.
Hooray! I'm home early. Where's Snookums?
Rosie tells Archie to be quiet, that Snookums is falling asleep. Archie answers, last picture, top row.
Oh, all right. I'll be quiet. But he likes to have me sing him to sleep.
So he tiptoes into the nursery. First picture, bottom row. Archie sits down in back of Snookums' crib and starts to sing.
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop, when the bow breaks.
About 15 minutes later, Rosie comes in and asks Archie if he feels all right. Archie replies,
Why, sure. I'm singing Snookums to sleep.
and Rosie says, last picture, that Snookums is not in there, that he's asleep in the den. And Archie goes,
Oh, look at that funny look on Archie's face. Doesn't he look silly?
He certainly does, and he should, sitting there in an empty room singing to an empty crib.
I think Archie's the funniest fellow.
Oh, he certainly is.
Oh, please, quick, turn over the page to Flash Gordon, because Flash has been captured again by that mean bad man Zinn.
Yes, and Zinn sent Flash into the liquid chamber to inhale the gas.
And anybody who inhales that gas can't think for themselves anymore.
Hey, you know all about this, don't you?
Yes, of course. I listened very carefully. But Flash didn't really breathe the gas because Ruby gave him a little kind of thingamajig to put in his nose.
Yes, a filter that
Yes.
let him breathe the air without breathing the smoke.
And now he's pretending to be be like the men who really breathe the gas. So let's read. Let's see if Flash really fools in.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Riga-riga-doon-doons, ask him a task. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Zinn has told Flash to follow him as he drives off in the car. Flash walks along like a doll that has been wound up. He pretends he has breathed the liquid atom gas and become one of Zinn's robot slaves. Zinn still can't believe he's Flash's master, so he decides to test his power, and he orders, Flash, fall into the ground. Flash thinks fast, guessing the automatons would obey blindly without trying to protect themselves. It takes all of his willpower to keep from using his hands to break his fall. When Zinn sees Flash fall face downward to the ground, he's sure that Flash has breathed the gas and is now entirely in his power. So last picture, top row, Zinn gloats, Now I can rule Mongo through him, Rubia. Flash, go to the slave barracks till I send for you. First picture, bottom row. In the slave barracks, which is the prison where all of the slaves are kept, Flash asks questions of the others, but the zombie-like victims of liquid gas don't even seem to hear Flash's questions. He's sadly studying these living dead, whom he must imitate when the barracks door opens. It's Rubia, who tells Flash to follow her. She leads Flash to her wing of the palace. When they are safely away from anyone that could spy on them, Rubia tells Flash that he can relax now, that they are alone. Flash asks, Why did you save me from the slave gas? Rubia, last picture, puts her arms around Flash and tells him she saved him because she loves him. And again she tells him that Dale is dead and asks Flash if he can't learn to like her. Flash studies her carefully, trying to see what's in her mind, because he's learned before that Rubia cannot be trusted.
Well, I'm glad that Rubia saved Flash, but even so, I don't like her, because she told Flash that Dale is dead, and Dale is not dead.
No, she's not. Rubia's trying to break up Dale and Flash.
Well, I hope Flash learns that Dale is alive and just fixes that Zinn and Rubia and everybody else good.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen next week.
Okay.
Now, let's go across the page to Dick's Adventures.
Because exciting things are happening. Dick is with Paul Revere in the early days of America.
And the British have sent ships to America carrying tea that is very highly taxed. And they're trying to force the Americans to buy the tea.
And the Americans don't want to. And so Paul Revere and Dick have a mysterious plan. And I'm anxious to see what's going to happen.
Well, maybe we'll find out today. So here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, kazack, kazick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Three tall-masted ships, laden with bales of British tea, await unloading at Griffin's War Wharf in Old Boston. The month is December, the year 1773, and the tea is taxed without Yankee consent. So Dick has been invited to join a strange tea party. As Dick and Paul Revere join the party of men dressed like Indians, last picture top row, Dick is told,
Give the password.
Dick replies, saltwater tea. Chief Paul Revere is in charge. At his word, the Indian braves, Dick knows them as clerks, merchants, laborers, lawyers, press in closer to the ships, first picture next row. A squad of red-coat soldiers is on guard. The men stop, and there are low, whispered instructions. Paul tells Dick,
Now, easy, Dick. We want no fighting. Just dump the tea overboard.
Dick asks, only the tea, Mr. Revere? Not the redcoats? Paul replies, last picture, middle row.
Absolutely not the redcoats. Unless in the dark you should happen to mistake them for bales of tea. I might make that same mistake myself, lad.
At the thought that he can push redcoat soldiers overboard, Dick answers with a grin. Oh, I understand, sir.
And then...
First picture, last row, suddenly the braves attack. Torches flare. They swarm aboard the vessels. In the hour that remains before dawn, 3 shiploads of British tea are used to flavor the water of Boston Harbor. Dick tries his best not to make mistakes, but when he sees something with legs fall into the water, he asks innocently, Is that another bale of tea, Mr. Revere? And Paul replies with a twinkle in his eye,
I believe so, Dick, but I think we should haul him out before he drowns.
Dick begins to shout, Man overboard! Man overboard! Last picture, Dick finds himself in bed. His mother and dad are leaning over him, and his mother tells him that he's been making a lot of noise and asks what's the matter. And Dick replies, Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. I was just dreaming about the Boston Tea Party. Gosh, what a party that was.
My goodness, Dick has the most exciting dreams.
And they're all true.
Yes, I know, because my teacher said so. And she said to bring Dick's adventures to school so all the kids in my class could read about the Boston Tea Party.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
What do you think is going to happen next week?
I think you'll find Dick with Paul Revere again next week. But to make sure...
Oh, I'll be here.
Good. And now look, here's Rusty Riley underneath Dick's adventures.
You know, I'm worried about Rusty Riley because that slinky Taffy Allardyce, who's Mr. Miles' nephew, knows that Tex is going to take Big Blaze to the racetrack where he'll be safe.
Yes, and now Rusty hears Taffy tell his wife, Goldie, that he'll have to fix Big Blaze tonight.
I just hope they don't discover that Rusty has heard them talking.
Well, let's read and find out. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty sits quietly in the big chair in front of the fireplace in the Miles house, hoping that Taffy and Goldie will not see him. He hears Taffy say, Something will have to be done about Big Blaze tonight. If I don't keep him out of that race, Corky will get rough. Goldie tells him they'd better get back and join the party in the next room. Taffy answers, Well, I'll have to find some excuse to slip away and phone Corky. He may have a suggestion. So Goldie tells Taffy to go back to the dining room, that she'll be there in a minute. As Taffy goes off, Goldie looks at the hats and coats that belong to the guests who are at the party and says, I think I saw a man's wallet sticking out of the pocket of one of those coats on the sofa. As she begins to search the pockets, Rusty, who doesn't see this, slips out of the room and down the stairs and says to himself, Suppose I should have stayed in there with those coats and things, but I gotta see Tex or Mr. Miles and tell them what I heard. As Rusty goes downstairs, Goldie, last picture top row, finds the wallet in one of the coat pockets and exclaims, I thought so. This is my chance to fix that insufferable Rusty, and I mean for good. So she takes the wallet, meaning to use it to get Rusty into trouble, then quietly slips from the room.
first picture, bottom row, Rusty is talking to Patty, Mr. Miles' daughter, and he tells her,
Patty, I gotta speak to your father. Will you ask him if I can see him? It's awful important.
Patty can tell by the expression on Rusty's face that it is important, so she quickly goes to find her father. In a few moments, she's back with her father. Rusty says to him,
Gee, Mr. Miles, I had to see you. Mr. and Mrs. Allardyce are planning to do something to Big Blaze.
Mr. Miles, who cannot believe that his nephew could be guilty of poisoning a horse, replies impatiently,
Now, look here, Rusty. You and Tex, too, are imagining things. This is absurd.
Oh, please, Mr. Miles, I'm not imagining.
That's enough, Rusty. To humor Tex, I'm sending Blaze to the track in the morning. Now, don't let me hear any more about it.
Then he turns and walks out of the room. Rusty shakes his head mournfully and leaves the room, saying to himself,
Golly, why don't Mr. Miles believe me? Tex has the night off. I'll have to handle this alone.
A few minutes later, as Patty is going upstairs, she sees Goldie, last picture, going into Rusty's room and behaving in a very suspicious manner. Patty says to herself,
What jeepers? That's Mrs. Allardyce going into Rusty's room. Now, what could she want in there?
I know what she's going to do in there. She's going to put that wallet in Rusty's room and make it look like Rusty stole it.
How'd you ever guess that?
I just knew it. Girls are smart about these things.
Well, you certainly are, and I think that's exactly what she'll do.
I hope Mr. Miles won't believe that Rusty would steal.
Well, maybe next week we'll find out whether or not anything serious happens to Rusty.
Oh, she's mean. She's bad, bad, bad.
Yes, she is. But now, would you like to read Donald Duck?
Oh, yes, please read Donald Duck. So let's turn over to page 6.
Very well, I will. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly and Donald Duck right on top of page 6. Say the magic words with me. Squeege-em, squeege-em, squitter-chicker-chack. Let's have music to pin a quack-quack. Donald has decided to improve his garden, so he decides that he needs some more good dirt. And he says to his nephew, Huey,
Now to get some good topsoil.
so off they go with a wheelbarrow to get some good dirt. Huey asks,
Are you going to that vacant lot over on Elm Street?
Donald replies,
Nope, I'm smart. I'm going to the one up on Hill Street.
and Huey answered,
Oh, yeah, I get it. Downhill all the way back.
Donald nods. So up the hill they go with the empty wheelbarrow, so that when he comes down the hill with a full wheelbarrow, the wheelbarrow will just roll by itself, and Donald won't have to do any work. Last picture, top row, Donald has piled the dirt high on the wheelbarrow, and Huey says,
My, that's an awful big load.
and Donald replies,
Why not? I'll have old man Gravity working for me on the return trip.
and then he starts down the hill for home. The load is so heavy that the wheelbarrow starts to roll rather fast, and Huey yells, first picture, bottom row.
Hey, don't go so fast.
But the wheelbarrow goes even faster, and Huey yells.
Hey, wait up.
Donald, who can't hold the heavy load back, answers,
I can't. I'll meet you at home.
faster and faster down the hill, the wheelbarrow goes. They come to a turn, and Huey yells.
Hey, we turn here.
Donald yells,
I can't.
and over the curb it goes. Bumps across the street through a fence. And then, all of a sudden, Huey yells,
Uncle Donald, let go.
and there's a big splash. On last picture, Donald and Huey look at the wheelbarrow, which is in the river, and Donald feels just like this.
Oh, poor Donald. It's too bad that happened, but I just can't help but laugh. It was so funny.
Yes, maybe next time Donald won't try to take such a heavy load.
Yes, and maybe then he'll be able to get home with what he starts out with.
Yes.
Oh, look, underneath Donald Duck, there's Roy Rogers, my favorite cowboy. This is exciting.
Oh, you bet it is, because Roy has discovered the old hermit who has been setting fire to the telegraph poles.
The man is in a cave, and he shot at Roy, but he missed him.
And now he's waiting to take another shot at Roy, and this time he doesn't intend to miss.
Well, please read quick. I want to see what happens.
Very well. Here we go with Roy Rogers, king of the cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The old hermit watches the rock that Roy ducked behind. But what the hermit doesn't know is that Roy has backtracked and slipped around and come up on the rock above the cave. As Roy gets on the rock above, he hears the hermit mutter,
Yeah, come out from behind that rock, you sneaking telegraph spy. I won't miss again.
Quick as a flash, Roy flips his rope. And in a second, the hermit finds his arms pinned to his waist. He yells,
Hey, what?
He looks up to see Roy holding the rope tight. Roy says, Sorry, Pop, but you and that blunderbuss are plumb dangerous. Quickly, Roy scrambles down and has the old hermit tied up so he can do no more harm. Then Roy says cheerfully, You want to tell me how you've been starting these fires in the telegraph line, Pop? The hermit replies,
Yeah, you can see for yourself. Look in the cave.
Roy goes into the cave. He finds a strange-looking machine covered with a big tarpaulin. That's a piece of canvas. And the hermit says,
Don't hurt it, mister. I spent years a-building that. She's almost finished.
Roy asks, Almost? Hey, what is it anyway? Last picture, top row. The hermit goes to his old mule, Betsy, as he answers,
I'll show you how it works. I'm right proud of it. Come on, Betsy.
He leads Betsy outside. The mule pulls the strange contraption out of the cave. Roy says, All right, that's far enough, Pop. No tricks now. The hermit answers,
All right. Just pull the tarp off on her.
So Roy pulls off the tarpaulin, which covers the contraption, and underneath finds a piece of glass 10 feet high and 2 feet thick. Roy exclaims, Hey, a big glass lens. How in thunder does it work? The hermit starts to unhitch the mule from the contraption, saying,
I can't show you now, son. Valley's too wet from rain to catch fire.
Roy, looking at the glass, says, I'm beginning to get the general idea. Suddenly, the hermit exclaims,
Hey, you're free, Betsy. Go get him. Kick him into the middle of next week.
The mule runs at Roy, last picture, and Roy hears Brad shout, Hey, Roy, duck! Roy looks up to see the hind feet of the mule coming toward his head.
Oh, my. I hope that mule doesn't really kick Roy.
I hope not. But next week, we'll find out for sure.
Oh, now could we read Dagwood and Blondie?
We certainly can if you'll pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Here it is. Spread out before me.
Very well, here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie is crying. Alexander asks Cookie,
Hey, why is Mama crying?
Cookie tells him it's because Dagwood wouldn't let her buy the plaid coat she saw in Hinkle's window. Cookie looks at her mother and says,
Sad, isn't it?
and Alexander feels so sad, he says,
Hey, let's speak to Pop about it.
But when they talk to Dagwood, he folds his arms firmly, last picture top row, frowns ferociously and says,
No. And when I say no, I mean it. She can't have the coat.
Cookie and Alexander leave the room, and Alexander says, first picture next row,
Gee, I've never seen Pop so hard-hearted.
Meanwhile, Dagwood looks out the window. He has a stern expression on his face, and he says to himself proudly,
I can be a man of steel when I want to. I can be cruel and cold with a heart of rock when it's necessary.
Then Blondie has a scheme. She bustles around in the kitchen and says,
I'll cook all his favorite dishes for supper. That always wins him over.
So she happily cooks Dagwood's favorite supper, hoping that he'll be so happy about it that he'll buy her the coat. But as he finishes supper, first picture next row, Dagwood pounds the table fiercely and roars,
It's a delicious supper, but no coat. Understand? No coat.
Dagwood frowns fiercely. And Blondie burst into tears again. And Dagwood suddenly looks very sorry. And he goes out of the room and comes back, last picture of the row, with a box and hands it to Blondie, saying,
Stop crying, dear. Here's your coat. I bought it for you yesterday.
Blondie exclaims,
Well, then why did you tell me I couldn't have it?
Dagwood answers, first picture bottom row,
I was practicing being firm. I knew you wanted the hat that was in the window, too, and, well, I wanted to be firm about it.
Blondie says,
Oh, darling, you don't have to worry about that. I bought the hat this morning.
and she puts on the hat and coat. And says to Dagwood, last picture,
You're the sweetest, kindest man in the world.
Dagwood takes one look at the hat he didn't want her to buy, and then a look at the coat which he had to spend so much money for, and he chews his fingernails and moans,
Oh, husbands are a sorry lot.
Oh, poor Dagwood. He never wins.
I should say not with Blondie. He bought her the coat to be nice to her so he could be firm about not letting her buy the hat, and then she got both of them anyway.
Well, it's a very nice hat.
Should we read Prince Valiant?
Yes, please.
Very well, then. Turn to page 4 of the second section. And here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Hap Atlas swore on his father's deathbed that he would take and rule the land of Thule, whose ruler is King Agwar, father of Prince Valiant. But when King Hap Atlas attacked the castle of King Agwar, his well-laid plans come to nothing before a seemingly empty castle that defies capture. And the army he should have surprised and have defeated in battle is behind him in his own country, raiding his own kingdom. And he decides it's time to make peace. So King Agwar and King Hap Atlas have met to see if they can come to sensible peace terms. And then Alita makes friends with Hap Atlas' queen and leads her into their castle. With great gallantry, Hap Atlas leaves the peace conference and enters the castle in search of his wife. In Alita's apartment, he finds her, trying on gowns. His brave gesture ends in a wave of confusion and embarrassment. The women are very annoyed to find a man marching into their room when they are trying on dresses, and even the most patient and dutiful of queens can lose her temper. In first picture next row, Hap Atlas gets a good scolding from his wife, and she ends by saying, I'm staying here until you settle your old war and have my baby sent into me. Already he has the sniffles from sleeping in a drafty tent. As he backs away, Alita tells him that he can't take this fortress, that the warriors of Thule are behind him, and that he'll have to pay for every bit of damage his nonsense has caused, and that he'll keep his army here until King Agwar's men have returned to their homes, and that there's to be no more fighting. And then she orders him to tell King Agwar that dinner will be served in an hour. Hap Atlas strode into the castle a warrior king. He comes out like a small boy caught in some mischief. First picture, bottom row. As he drops to his camp stool very sadly, King Agwar smiles, knowing that Hap Atlas must have had a good scolding from Alita. And he says sympathetically, I know just how you feel. She's been running my kingdom ever since she came here. And then he takes him by the arm, last picture, and says, but come, sir. We must not keep dinner waiting. Even kings can get a scolding, as you now know.
Well, he deserved a good scolding, and he'd better listen to Alita if he doesn't want to get into more trouble.
Now, he'd better. And if he listens to her, maybe there'll be peace and quiet in the kingdom, and there'll be no more killing.
Well, I hope so.
Well, that's all the time I have, but I'll be sure to see you next week at the same time.
Well, I will be here.
Good. Now, before I go, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I just can't wait.
Can't wait for what?
All week long, I've been wondering what's going to happen to Flash Gordon.
Well, if you're that worried about Flash Gordon, suppose we read the funnies right away.
Oh, please do.
Very well, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Well, have all you kids got Puck the Comic Weekly spread out in front of you? Oh, good. Here we go on the first page with little Snookums. His father, Archie, is showing him how to play baseball, and he breaks a neighbor's window, and the neighbor gets plenty mad.
I guess Archie doesn't know how to play baseball.
I should say not.
And now will you please turn over to Flash Gordon? Because Flash has been captured again by that bad man, Zinn.
And Zinn sent Flash into the Liquigen chamber to breathe the smoke that would make him lose his willpower and do anything that Zinn wanted him to do.
But Rubia gave Flash something to put in his nose so that he wouldn't breathe that gas.
But Flash pretends that he has breathed the gas, and Zinn believes that Flash is now in his power.
So please, let's find out what Zinn's going to do with Flash.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Rubia has taken Flash out of the slave barracks where Zinn has placed him. She tells Flash she saved him from the slave gas because she loves him. Flash answers coldly, "You say that Dale is dead. And if she is, you and Zinn caused her death, and I'll never forgive you." Ruby becomes angry and tells Flash she'll send him back to the gas chamber herself, but she quickly stops her tirade and whispers that Zinn is coming. Flash again pretends to be a slave zombie and watches for his chance to outwit both Rubia and Zinn. Last picture, top row. Zinn stops when he sees Rubia and Flash and says angrily, "Rubia, you romantic fool! Keep away from Gordon. I need him as my stooge to conquer Mongo. Flash, march back to the slave barracks." Flash pretends to obey. To test Flash, Zinn, first picture bottom row, leads him past the walled area where Dale is kept prisoner. Dale sees Flash and cries out to him. When Flash hears her voice, he almost stumbles, but marches away like an automaton, not daring to turn his head. For if he does, Zinn would know that Flash is not really under the spell of the Liquigen gas. Zinn leads Flash to the slave barracks, saying,
You will obey me, not Rubia. Stay here till I send for you.
Flash enters the slave barracks, and the door closes behind him. Flash must rescue Dale or die trying. Later that night, he tunnels under the wall of Dale's prison. Swiftly he digs, hoping to find a way through the wall to tell Dale what his plans are.
Oh, my, I'm so glad that Flash and Dale each know that the other one is still alive.
So am I.
Now maybe Flash can do something to help Dale, and then they can both escape.
Well, let's hope so, because Flash is in a mighty tough spot.
Yes, but, he is a hero, so maybe he'll find a way out.
Yes, we hope. Now look across the page.
Oh, Dick's Adventures in Dreamland. Last week, Dick woke up, and I wonder if this week he'll fall asleep and have another exciting dream.
Well, let's find out. So across the page we go with Dick's Adventures, and say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick has been talking with his father, and he's becoming drowsy. And he yawns and says,
Oh, gosh, Dad. Suppose we turn the clock back 175 years. Back to the year when Paul Revere... Back to old Boston.
His eyes close. And in a second, he's dreaming that he's with Paul Revere again, back in the city of Boston in the early days of America. Revere, who was a silversmith, that's a man who makes wonderful things out of silver, is packing some candlesticks and teapots and other things in boxes of straw. Paul says,
Oh, I've been waiting quite a while for you, Dick. Tell me, can you drive a team of horses?
Dick replies, Why, I think so, Mr. Revere. Last picture, top row. A few minutes later, Dick is moving a number of silver-wrought objects from Paul Revere's workshop down to a wagon at the door. A team of bays is already in place. Meanwhile, first picture, next row, Revere is loading on some mysterious heavy-looking boxes. He doesn't explain what's in them, nor does Dick inquire. They're pushed out of sight, and then Paul says to Dick,
We're going to deliver some silverware, which Mr. John Hancock ordered me to fashion for him. He's staying at the Clark Parsonage in Lexington. As to the boxes, it's best that you don't know what's in them, Dick. In fact, you might forget that you ever saw them. I'll ride ahead. You follow directly behind me.
Dick climbs on the wagon and takes up the reins, last picture of the row, and replies, I understand, sir. And Dick drives off. Slowly, through the narrow, clogged streets of Boston, Dick drives the team. A few paces in advance rides Paul Revere, watchfully. As they near the gates leading out of town, first picture, bottom row, a redcoat motions Dick to halt. Dick stops the team. The redcoat soldier asks Dick several questions about what's in the wagon. Dick tells him last picture. The redcoat soldier answers,
Master Paul Revere silverware, you say, eh, boy? Very good. But are you quite sure there's no muskets and bullets hidden in this wagon, eh?
Dick looks at the soldier in surprise. A short distance away, Paul Revere, astride his horse, watches the British soldier carefully to see what he'll do next.
Well, I'll bet you that is what's in the boxes. Bullets and guns. Because maybe Paul is taking them to some Americans who need them.
Say, you really have the mind of a detective.
Well, I should have. I listen to my favorite detective, Nick Carter, all the time.
And I hope you're right. Next week, we'll find out.
Oh, this is exciting. And I can hardly wait until next week to find out if I'm right.
Well, here's something else that's exciting, right under Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes. Rusty Riley. You know, I'm really worried about that because that slinky Taffy Allardyce, who's Mr. Miles' nephew, is going to do something bad to Big Blaze, our wonderful horse.
And when Rusty told Mr. Miles that he overheard Taffy scheming to fix Big Blaze so that he couldn't run in the race, Mr. Miles didn't want to believe him.
And now Rusty's gone out of the house to try to protect Big Blaze all by himself, and he is just a little boy.
Well, let's read and see whether Rusty saves Big Blaze. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Taffy is making a long-distance call to the city to a man named Corky. Taffy owes Corky some money, and it's Corky who has told Taffy to fix Blaze so he can't run in the race. Taffy is saying,
Oh, hello, Corky. This is Taffy Allardyce. Now listen carefully because I can't talk long, and I don't want to be overheard. Miles is going to ship Big Blaze to Cedar Point Track in the morning. Now, what do you want me to do? No, nobody's watching him right now. There's a hunt club party going on here, and Tex Purdy has the night off.
Corky replies,
I got you. We'll have to act quick. There's too much money involved to quit now. Get the key to the horse van if you can. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Meanwhile, Rusty slips out of the house where the party's going on. Says to himself, golly, what am I going to do? Tex is away and Mr. Miles won't believe me. I gotta protect Blaze somehow. He runs toward the barn. Gee willikins, I just remembered that old cave that used to be a mushroom cellar. I'll put Blaze in there. Rusty goes in the barn quickly, unties Blaze, and leads him out of the stall. Last picture, top row. Hey, come on, boy. Sorry to disturb you, big fella, but we gotta get you out of sight. First picture, bottom row. Rusty has led Big Blaze away from the farm out to the cave. And he says, this won't be quite as ritzy as your own stall, Blaze, but believe me, boy, right now it's a lot safer. And then when he has tied Big Blaze in the cave, Rusty suddenly thinks, great guns, I just thought of something. Those men think Hillbilly's Big Blaze. He's in Blaze's stall. Oh, golly, maybe they'll do something to him thinking he's Blaze. Meanwhile, Corky's arrived from the city and is outside by the barn talking to Taffy. He has the van ready and is intending to steal Big Blaze. But what neither of the men know is that the horse in Big Blaze's stall is Rusty's horse, Hillbilly. Taffy says, I don't like this, Corky. Stealing Blaze is too risky. Hadn't we better call the whole thing off? Corky replies impatiently,
Shut up and get busy. This is made to order. Bring that nag out and get him into the van.
Taffy goes into the barn to get Hillbilly. Meanwhile, at the house, one of the guests who's leaving is talking to Mr. Miles. He's saying,
I hate to trouble you with this, Quentin, but I wonder if anyone found a wallet. Mine must have dropped out of my top coat. It had my driver's license in it.
Mr. Miles frowns and replies,
Oh, good heavens, Judge Adams. Your wallet? No, it must be on the floor in the room where the coats were. Let's have a look.
And there stands that Goldie, that mean Taffy's wife, and she took that wallet last week out of the coat and she put it in Rusty's room.
Yes, she did.
And now when they look for the wallet, they'll just probably find it in Rusty's room and they'll think that he stole it. And that's just what she wants them to think, that mean woman.
That's exactly what she intends. She wants to get Rusty into trouble.
I think that's terrible, terrible, terrible.
Well, now, maybe you can forget your worries if we take a look at Roy Rogers.
Oh, Roy Rogers, my favorite cowboy.
So turn over the page to page 6, and there underneath the little king is Roy Rogers.
I'm anxious to know what happened now because last week Roy captured that old hermit who was setting the fire to the telegraph poles.
Yes, and Roy found out that he was using a great big magnifying glass to shine the sun through and set things on fire with.
And the hermit's mule, all of a sudden he started kicking Roy, and I wonder if Roy's all right.
Well, let's find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The crazy mule has been tied to a post where he can do no more harm. Brad, who is Roy's friend, looks at the old hermit and suddenly exclaims, Hey, is my eyes playing me false again? Why, it's old Quartz, the prospector. The old hermit replies, Nearly blinded you with my big glass, you telegraph varmint. Wish I had. If it weren't for your ornery telegraph line, my mare'd be the fastest message sender in these parts after it's silvered. Then Mr. I.Q. Theron, the inspector for the telegraph company, looks at the large piece of glass and exclaims,
He's right. If this lens was silvered for a mirror, he could send code messages by flashing sunlight.
Roy says, last picture, top row. Well, no wonder he hated the telegraph company. Competition. Brad asks, Yeah, but how'd the dang thing start fires? Roy replies, first picture, next row. Well, the unsilvered lens acts like a big burning glass when the sun shines through it. And I.Q. Theron adds,
Precisely. He shot the concentrate ray on one spot in the valley, and presto, a fire.
Roy says, Or he could blind anybody coming up the trail. So with the old hermit caught and danger cleared up for the moment, they prepare to return to the camp. Later, at the telegraph camp, Brad asks, Hey, what are we going to do with old Quartz, Roy? Roy replies,
Oh, just hold him in camp till the sheriff decides what to do. He's harmless now. And I doubt if the company will prosecute him now that nothing stands in the way of the telegraph line being finished. As they ride into camp, one of the men calls, "Hey, Roy Rogers! Wire just came from you for Mesa City. Bill Langley wants you there, pronto." Roy replies, last picture of the road. "Trigger, that means we ride."
Oh, goody. I'm glad that they ended that adventure without anybody getting hurt.
So am I. And now next week, Roy begins a new adventure.
And I won't miss that.
Neither will I.
Oh, look. Right here, underneath Roy Rogers, there's Donald Duckle.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 6 is Donald Duckle, good for a chuckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka, chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Today, Donald is at the beach with his 3 nephews. Donald is showing them what a great acrobat he is. He takes a run, leaps into the air, turns a somersault in the air, and exclaims,
Look, boys, a double flip.
and then lands and kicks sand all over a picnic lunch which has been spread out by a man and a lady nearby. The man leaps to his feet and shouts, "Get sand on our lunch again and there'll be trouble, you beach acrobat." Donald replies,
Go on. This is a public beach.
and then runs off, saying to his nephew Dewey,
Watch now, a full twist.
he makes a leap in the air, comes down, and lands on a big balloon that his nephew was playing with. The first picture next row shoots straight up into the air and comes down on a cake in front of the angry man. And the man stares at him and frowns and says, "Oh, you." Donald smiles sheepishly, which looks very funny on a duck, and points to a pie in front of him and says,
My, wasn't that lucky? I didn't even touch the pie.
and suddenly there is a... And last picture, Donald is walking off with the pie on top of his head, and his nephew Louie asks cheerfully,
What flavor is it, Uncle Donald?
and Donald is so mad that all he can think to say is,
Oh, wasn't that too bad? That really was an accident.
Yeah.
Donald landing on that balloon that shot him up into the air.
But it certainly wasn't an accident when the man slammed the pie on Donald's head.
No, doesn't he look funny?
He certainly does. Well, now, how would you...
Oh, I'd just love to very much if it's Dagwood and Blondie.
Why, it certainly is. And here they are, right on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. So here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie tells Dagwood.
Dagwood, I want everything removed from our attic. It's a disgrace.
Dagwood looks surprised and exclaims, "Everything?" So up to the attic they go. Dagwood takes a look around at all the stuff, and Blondie says,
All that junk must go.
so Dagwood starts carrying all that junk out of the attic. Last picture, top row, he comes down the ladder carrying a bird cage, a guitar, a horrid-looking picture, and a vacuum cleaner, and books, and an old rug. And he exclaims, "Oh, it's amazing how much stuff a family can accumulate over the years." And down the ladder he goes. And by the time you get to the first picture, the next row, Dagwood has a big pile of junk in the backyard, and he exclaims, "That's my 9th trip." And once more he climbs back up to the attic. Blondie and he look around the empty attic, and she says cheerfully,
Now this is more like it. This is the way an attic should look.
and Dagwood replies, "That was all stuff we'd never use again anyway." And then they go downstairs. Last picture of the road, Dagwood says, "Now I'll call up the junkman and tell him to take it all away, and good riddance." Meanwhile, Cookie and Alexander are out in the backyard, first picture next row, looking through all the stuff Dagwood carried out. Cookie picks up a doll, saying,
Oh, look, my old Raggedy Ann doll. I can sew her arms back on.
and Alexander picks out a baseball bat and a stuffed muskrat and says,
Hey, they were going to throw my stuffed muskrat away.
Blondie joins them and picks out a clothes dummy, which is what women use to hold their dresses when they're sewing them, and she exclaims,
My goodness, was I this thin once?
and they continue to rummage through the junk, taking out things that they decide to save. Last picture of the row, the three of them are climbing back up to the attic, and Alexander says,
Hey, someday I might take guitar lessons.
and Blondie says,
I can recover this old lampshade.
and they dump the stuff in the attic and dash down the ladder again. First picture next row, Blondie says,
Now, let's see what else there is we can use again.
and they begin to rummage in the pile once more. A little later, the junk man gets there. Dagwood goes out in the back. But instead of all the junk in the yard, he sees nothing. And Dagwood shouts, Blondie! Here's the junk man! Where's all the stuff he should take away? And he dashes back up to the attic again and sees the attic looking just the way it was in the first place. And he stares at it and groans, Oh, there's no place like home. Absolutely no place. Shall we read Uncle Remus now?
Yes, I just love Uncle Remus.
Very well, then. Turn over the page and go past Buzz Sawyer, past Barney Google and Jungle Jim. Then turn over the page, and there on page 6, under Little Iodine, is Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Hippity hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
One time, Brer Rabbit got a letter, and the creatures was mighty curious about what was in it.
Yes, Brer Rabbit comes into the post office, and the postmaster says, A letter for Brer Rabbit from Georgia, USA. Everyone turns in surprise. And Brer Rabbit exclaims,
For me?
and tears it open, takes the letter out, and begins to read. Suddenly he stops because he sees all the creatures standing around him trying to read it too. Brer Bear asks,
What's in it?
and Brer Buzzard asks,
Yeah, what's it say, Brer Rabbit?
and Brer Postman, who's it from? Brer Rabbit takes one look around at all the creatures and then shakes his head with a look on his face that says,
You'll never know.
and then walks out of the post office as Brer Buzzard calls,
Hey, Brer Rabbit, wait up. Don't go yet.
Last picture, top row, Brer Rabbit walks home, followed by all the creatures. Brer Buzzard follows and hauls,
And what's the letter say, Brer Rabbit?
Brer Bear,
Does somebody get killed?
and Brer Possum,
Good news or bad news?
but Brer Rabbit refuses to tell. First picture, bottom row, all the creatures have a conference, and Brer Buzzard has a scheme, and he says,
Now listen, we'll get the president, get the president, okay? Yeah.
Brer Bear says,
Us agrees.
and Brer Coon says,
And us is depending on you, Brer Buzzard.
so off they go to see if the scheme will get Brer Rabbit to show them the letter. By and by, Brer Buzzard sticks his head in Brer Rabbit's shack and says,
Brer Rabbit, I has been elected to make you a proposition.
Brer Rabbit replies,
I's listening, Brer Buzzard.
and Buzzard answers,
Us reads the letter, and you gets 3 licorice candies, 2 lucky charms, a genuine imitation jewel, and 11 cents.
and he throws the loot on the floor. Brer Rabbit smiles cheerfully and says,
You read the letter.
and he hands the letter to Brer Buzzard, who walks back to his friends and reads last picture.
Limited time only. Special offer. Act now. Send $11 in stamps for a set of books on how to get rich.
And as Brer Buzzard and his friends look very disgusted, Brer Rabbit smiles cheerfully and says,
Keep reading, Brer Buzzard. There's lots more.
and Uncle Remus says,
Smart head and closed mouth is first cousin.
Brer Rabbit surely fooled them that time, didn't he?
Yes, I should say so. Well, now it's time for Prince Valiant.
Oh, yes. And the leader has made those 2 kings that were having a war settle down and make peace.
Yes, now let's see how everything ends. So here we go on the last page with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Eckert, Breckett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. King Hap-Atla, who had attacked the castle of King Agwar and who could not enter it by force, has now come into the castle as a dinner guest. He had come here to capture the castle of Thule and had failed. And now he's been forced to sit down and talk terms of peace. Naturally, he wants the terms of peace to be such that he can return home without having everyone think he's a failure. As they sit at dinner, he alone is unhappy, for his vow to take Thule is unfulfilled. But last picture top row, Alita intends to fix that too, so everyone will be happy. An important document is set before the king. King Agwar looks at the document, then smiles, and hands it to King Hap-Atla, first picture next row, saying, I hereby assign to King Hap-Atla of the Inner Lands the throne and kingdom of Thule. Alita claps her hands and squeals with delight and says to King Hap-Atla, now you've kept your vow, and there'll be no more trouble between our lands. Then she hands him another parchment, which is a piece of paper, and says, now you can abdicate. Abdicate means that now he can sign the other paper, which returns the throne and kingdom of Thule back again to King Agwar. But King Hap-Atla, last picture of the row, grasps his title desperately, his brain reeling. He has tasted defeat, frustration, an overpowering dose of feminine common sense. And now, triumph. He stands there silently. Alita gives a signal, and first picture bottom row, some curtains part. And two executioners are standing there with axes in their hands. And Alita's voice is saying, too bad you won't abdicate. Well, it's been nice knowing you. Hap-Atla smiles at this joke and takes up the quill. For the first time since taking his vow, he laughs. And then he turns to Alita, saying, solemn statesmen labor long months on treaties that can be broken in a minute. But you've shown me that simple friendliness and trust are permanent. And I, a defeated king, will forever remember your generosity. And I will also remember never to underestimate a woman's ruthless common sense.
I didn't quite understand what Alita did. Would you please explain it to me?
Well, Alita knew that Hap-Atla would feel bad going home the loser, so she decided on a plan to make everyone happy. She first had King Agwar give Hap-Atla the papers saying that Hap-Atla had won the war in all the lands. Then she had him give King Agwar another paper saying that he would give all the land back again to King Agwar. And that way, it would look to everyone that King Hap-Atla had won and yet had been kind enough to give the land back.
Oh, well, why did Alita open the curtains and show Hap-Atla those executioners?
Well, just in case Hap-Atla didn't want to do as she said, she wanted him to know that he couldn't get away with it.
Oh, wasn't that a smart thing to do?
Certainly was. Now, that's all the time I have. And now here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Hello! Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I feel just wonderful, and I know a riddle.
You do? What is it?
What goes up the chimney down, but won't go down the chimney up?
I give up. What is it?
An umbrella.
Oh, that's wonderful. Where did you learn that?
Oh, I just heard it. Now, please read the funnies to me.
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. So spread out the funnies before you, everyone. And here on the top of the first page is Snookums.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Diddly-da, diddly-doo, wickamacamookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Archie hears a terrible racket and dashes into the room. Finds Snookums with his hammer in his hand and a beautiful jar smashed to pieces on the floor. And Archie exclaims,
Oh, Snookums, you bad, bad boy. Don't be so destructive. A hammer is used to build things in the world. Now, I want you to remember that.
Snookums looks at Archie very thoughtfully, and Archie goes on,
Now, I want you to go to your room and think over what I told you.
Snookums turns around to go to his room, last picture, top row, and he cries,
No, nobody loves me anymore.
First picture, next row, Rosie tells Archie about a movie at the neighborhood theater. Archie smiles happily and says,
Well, let's go.
and he sticks his hand in his pocket and exclaims,
Uh-oh, I forgot. I treated the boss to a hot fudge sundae, and I haven't got a cent left.
and he thinks, and thinks, and suddenly an idea pops into his mind. And last picture, Snookums hears some hammering. He looks into the other room to see what's going on. And he finds Archie with a hammer in his hand trying to break open Snookums' piggy bank. And Snookums says,
And what are you doing, Daddy? Building another world?
and Archie replies,
Snookums, don't be so inquisitive.
Oh, that Archie. He's going to try to break open Snookums' piggy bank to get the money out.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Shame on him after telling Snookums not to break things, then Archie does it himself.
Yes, he's not setting Snookums a very good example, is he?
I should say not. Shame on him.
Well, now shall we see what's happening to Flash Gordon?
Oh, yes. Last week, Flash was locked in jail by Zinn.
But Flash has learned that Dale is still alive. So in the middle of the night, Flash begins to make a tunnel to dig his way out of jail.
Please, let's read and see whether he gets out.
Very well, here we go over to page 2 of Puck the Comic Weekly with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Flash is successful in tunneling his way out of the jail that Zinn has locked him in. He slips out of the tunnel and, searching for Dale, slips into Zinn's prison gardens. Immediately, he's seized from behind by a pair of strong hands. But Flash is not so easy to capture. He turns to counterattack, but stops short and exclaims, Why, a girl. Listen, don't call for help. I'm no prowler. I'm Flash Gordon. I came to rescue Dale. Where is she? The beautiful girl makes an exclamation of surprise, for she recognizes his name. She tells him her name is Larga, that she's sister of Loyal, who Flash had saved before, and she offers to help him. She shows him Dale's cell and points out a guard standing before it. Quiet as a cat, Flash steals toward the guard. Then, first picture, bottom row, springs on him like a tiger. He knocks the guard out, and a second later has opened the door to Dale's cell. Dale comes out and stares at Flash unbelievingly.
She tells him she thought that Zinn had turned him into a slave zombie. Flash smiles. Yeah, Zinn thought so, too. Well, we'll have news for him. But first, let's get out of here. Larga suggests that they can hide with her brother, who is now a fugitive from Zane's chain gang of automatons. So last picture, Flash leads them through the tunnel, past the electron fence.
Ooh, isn't it wonderful that Larga happened to be there?
Yes. Well, now let's hope that they find Loyo without any more trouble.
Oh, I hope so. Now, please read Dick's Adventures, which is right across the page.
Oh, I certainly will.
Because I'm very anxious to know what's going to happen. Dick is with Paul Revere in the early days of America, and he was driving a team of horses, and I just love horses.
Mm-hmm. And in the wagon, hidden under the straw, are boxes of guns and bullets that Paul Revere is delivering to the people in Lexington, a town near Boston.
And a soldier stopped them, and I hope he didn't find out what is in the wagon.
Well, let's see right now. So here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. There are rumors that the colonials are storing up muskets and ammunition on farms all around Boston. A redcoat soldier, under orders to check all outgoing vehicles, stops Dick and Paul Revere on their way to Lexington. The soldier pokes around in the straw, and he finds one of the boxes under it. As he pulls it out, last picture top row, Dick exclaims, "Leave that box alone, sir." The soldier orders, "Open it up." Whereupon Paul Revere shouts, "Liberty! Sons of Liberty!" First picture next row, the redcoat throws the box to the ground. Bullets spill out. From a post close by, a squad of British regulars races out with fixed bayonets. But the Sons of Liberty are answering Paul Revere's call now. They leap from wagons and carts and stream out of all the nearby streets and alleys, ready for battle. As the Sons of Liberty and the Redcoats battle in the street, in the melee, Dick and Paul Revere escape with the precious store of arms. Hours later, last picture of the row, they are moving slowly along a quiet country road. Nothing disturbs them. Only now and then, a farmer stops his spring plowing to greet them and to receive a gift. As we see, first picture, bottom row. The farmer is given a box of guns and bullets. And then they're on their way as Dick calls back,
Remember, keep your powder dry.
Finally, last picture, they're nearing Lexington. Paul and Dick have stopped at a farmhouse for a cool drink of water. As they're about to continue on their way, a poorly dressed man, weary of walking, begs for a lift. Dick throws a questioning glance at Paul Revere. For the man could be a spy.
And if he is a spy, he could tell the redcoat soldiers about the guns in the wagon, and then that could get Dick and Paul Revere into lots of trouble.
Yes, it certainly could. And next week we'll find out whether he's a spy or not.
This sure is exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, underneath Dick's Adventures, there's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and trouble is really brewing there because Taffy Allardyce, who is Mr. Miles's nephew, has called Corky, the crook from the city, who's put Taffy up to all of this crooked work.
Yes, and Corky and Taffy were going to steal Big Blaze. But Rusty heard about it, and he hid Big Blaze in a cave.
Yes, but Hillbilly is in Big Blaze's stall. And Taffy and Corky think Hillbilly is Big Blaze. And now they're trying to steal him and haul him away.
So quick, let's read and see if they really do.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Taffy is about to put Hillbilly in the van, thinking it's Big Blaze. He says to Corky,
Well, here he is, but I don't like this a bit. I was willing to help make Big Blaze too sick to run, but stealing, that's different.
Corky snarls.
Yeah, quit whining. Get him in the van and give me the ignition keys.
At this moment, Rusty approaches and sees what's happening. He exclaims to himself, Golly, I was right. They're stealing Hillbilly thinking he's Big Blaze. And then he calls out, Hey, that's not your horse. What are you doing with him? And runs toward the two men. Last picture, top row, Taffy exclaims nervously,
Oh, great heavens, it's that pesky kid, Rusty.
Corky, who's holding a club in his hand, replies.
Get the nag in the van. I'll take care of the kid.
As Rusty rushes up, Corky hits Rusty in the head. And Rusty falls to the ground, unconscious. First picture bottom row, Taffy leans over him, exclaiming fearfully.
Oh, good night, Corky. You hit him too hard. You've killed him.
Corky replies.
Keep your shirt on. He's just out. Yeah, help me get him into the van. I'll see that he don't get in anybody's way.
Meanwhile, in the house, the guest whose wallet was lost from his coat says to Mr. Miles,
Oh, as I was saying, Quentin, my driver's license is in that wallet, and I don't like to use my car without it.
Mr. Miles replies,
Oh, yes, of course, Judge Adams. Well, we'll ask Rusty. He was supposed to stay in there with the men's coats and things.
And then Mr. Miles calls,
Rusty? Oh, Rusty? That's queer. He isn't here.
And as Adams takes another look around on the floor, searching for the missing wallet, Goldie, Taffy's wife, who had taken the wallet herself and put it in Rusty's room, walks up to Mr. Miles and tells him, Oh, excuse me, Uncle Quentin. I couldn't help overhearing you. I thought you ought to know that I saw Rusty put something in his jacket up in his room. Mr. Miles exclaims,
What? Rusty?
Why, I can't believe it.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Those two mean men have hurt Rusty and they're going to kidnap him. And that bad woman has put the wallet in Rusty's coat and she's trying to make Mr. Miles think that Rusty stole it.
Yes, and if Rusty is kidnapped, he won't be able to be there to defend himself.
No, I'm so worried about all this.
Well, now, don't worry too much. Maybe everything will be straightened out next week. And to take your mind off your worries, shall we read Donald Duck?
Oh, I just love Donald Duck, so read him.
Very well, then. Turn over the page, and here we go with Donald Duck. And say the magic words with me. Squeedum, squeedum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Today, Donald is going fishing. When he gets out to the city fishing pier, he sees it so crowded with fishermen that there's no room for him. But Donald squeezes in. And he says,
Mind if I edge in here, friend?
And then he drops his line in the water. The man standing beside him, last picture, top row, frowns. Suddenly, Donald's pole begins to wiggle. First picture, next row. And he exclaims,
A bite.
And begins to reel in his line. He discovers that all he has caught are the fishing lines of the men beside him, and he's tangled them all up. The men pick Donald up angrily and kick him away. Donald lands on his face on the pier. He sees in front of him a loose board, and that gives him a bright idea. Last picture, we see the loose board is pulled out, and Donald stands beside it, fishing through a hole in the pier.
That was clever of Donald.
Yes, now his line won't get tangled with anyone else's.
No, and I'm glad this is one time that things work themselves out all right for Donald.
No, and that doesn't happen very often.
No. Oh, look underneath, Donald. Roy Rogers, my favorite cowboy.
Yes, and Roy is starting a new adventure today, and we'll find out what it is in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 5 of the first section, under Donald Duck, a new adventure with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy has been called to the Flying Horn Ranch by his friend, Bill Langley. As Roy rides into the corral, he calls out, "Howdy, Bill Langley!" His friend Bill, who's over by the fence, exclaims, "Roy Rogers, I've been keeping an eye out for you. Welcome to Flying Horn Ranch." Roy dismounts, saying, Came as soon as I got your wire, Bill. What's up? Rustler trouble? Worse, Roy. Somebody's running my calves into Devil's Gorge. Roy exclaims thoughtfully. Hey, that sounds bad. Let's go out and have a look-see. Okay, but all you'll see is tracks ending at the rim. At that moment, a tall, thin, surly-looking cowboy is watching from behind the barn. He exclaims to himself, So that's Roy Rogers, huh? He walks to his horse, climbs into the saddle, last picture top row, and gallops off, saying, If I can beat him to the gorge, I'll fix up a real welcome for Roy Rogers. First picture, bottom row, the cowboy, whose name is Legs, is reporting to an unseen man hidden behind a tree. First picture, next row. Rogers and the boss are heading for the gorge now. It's up to you to take care of that snooping cowboy. And the man replies, Don't worry, Legs. I'll handle it quietly. Meanwhile, Roy and Langley arrive at the gorge. As they rein in, Langley points out the gorge below them, which is like a long valley with steep sides. Langley says, The gorge is 10 miles long, Roy. The rustlers jump the calves off at a different spot each time. Roy replies, Seems funny, running calves into the gorge for no reason. Phew, that looks like a mile down there. Suddenly, there's a... Roy looks at the tree behind him and exclaims, An arrow. Sure glad it's sticking in the tree instead of me. Hey, what's going on here anyway, Bill? Suddenly, last picture, a figure on the rock above them calls, Ho, varlet! Who invades my domain? Roy looks up to see a man dressed like a frontiersman with a leather jacket and wearing a hat with a feather in it and carrying a bow and arrows. And Bill Langley exclaims, Robin Wood.
Robin Hood? That's almost like Robin Hood.
Yes, and he looks something like Robin Hood, too, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. I wonder whether he's a good man or a bad man. Maybe he's the man who was hiding behind the tree.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Oh, I'll be here next week.
Good. So will I. And now shall we see what little Iodine is up to?
Oh, yes, she does such funny things.
All right, then, turn over the page. And here she is right at the top, little Iodine. Say the magic words with me. Eden, Haddon, Hoyden, Hine. Music, please, for little Iodine. Little Iodine's father decides he doesn't want to go to work, that he'd rather go to the ball game. So he calls his boss and pretends he has a terrible cold and says,
Oh, hello, boss. I won't be in today. I'm sick.
And his boss replies,
Okay, Henry. I hope you feel better.
Henry hangs up the phone and says cheerfully,
Allie owes me some time off, but you got to play sick to get it. All right, come on. We're going to the ball game, Iodine.
As Henry and Iodine drive toward the ballpark, little Iodine says,
You don't think your boss will come to our house to visit you, do you, Pop?
This makes Henry a little bit nervous, and he says peevishly,
Huh? Why, of course not. Why should he?
A few seconds later, Iodine says,
Maybe you ought to go by back streets in case your boss is out riding.
Henry looks twice as nervous and exclaims,
What? Oh, yes, maybe you're right.
So he goes by the back streets. Last picture, top row. As they arrive at the ballpark and go to buy their tickets, Iodine tells her father,
Better not sit near the television cameras. Somebody might see you and tell Mr. Big Dome.
And Henry looks about 5 times more nervous and replies,
Oh, yeah, I'll get bleacher seats.
First picture, bottom row. As they watch the ball game, Iodine suddenly tugs at her dad's coat and says,
Do you have a funny feeling that somebody's looking at you, Daddy?
Henry, looking about 7 times more nervous, replies,
Huh? Don't be silly.
A few seconds later, Iodine asks her father,
Does your boss ever go to ball games, Pop?
Henry looks about 8 times more nervous. He mops his brow and exclaims,
Quit harping on me, will you? I'm not afraid of Big Dome.
whereupon Iodine suddenly jumps up and says,
Look who's here. Hello, Mr. Big Dome.
and Henry becomes about 10 times more nervous and looks 6 different ways at once. And he nearly faints. And he's so scared he jumps up and grabs Iodine by the hand, saying,
Come on, you.
and heads for the car and home as Iodine exclaims,
It wasn't him. It just looked like him.
Last picture, they're back home again. And Iodine has just had a spanking. And she cries. And Henry is in bed and is saying into the phone,
Oh, hello, boss. I just thought I'd call you again to tell you I really am sick.
Oh, poor Henry. He knew he shouldn't have stayed home from work, and that's why he was so nervous.
Yes, and everything that Iodine said to him made him more nervous until finally he nearly had a nervous breakdown.
What's that?
Well, that's when you become so sick that you break down like a car, and you can't do anything but go to bed.
Oh, well, he certainly looks sick.
I should say so.
Oh, now is the time for that other funny?
Do you mean?
Yes, how did you guess it was Blondie?
Oh, I just knew. And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And we'll read them right away. Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie wants Dagwood to buy himself a new suit. But Dagwood replies, Nonsense! And he takes an old suit out of the closet, saying, This old suit of mine hanging in the closet can be fixed up like new. So he goes to work on it with a brush. Last picture, top row, Dagwood has hung the suit on the clothesline in the backyard. And he says, A nice brushing and a good airing is all it needs. And then he goes back in the house to shave. A few minutes later, as he's starting to shave, Cookie tells him to come out in the backyard to see what the pups are up to. Dagwood dashes out in the yard and finds the pups running around playing tug of war with his suit. Then he yells, Come back with that suit! He finally catches them and takes the suit away from the pups. Then he hangs it on the line again, last picture of the row, and brushes it off again. And he looks at the pups sitting around him and exclaims, Man's best friend. Huh. And then he goes back into the house to shave. First picture, next row, the Woodleys, Dagwood's neighbors, are looking at their garden. Unlike Mary, quite contraries, theirs doesn't seem to grow. Mrs. Woodley stares at all the birds on the fence, and she tells Herb that he won't get any vegetables with all those birds around. And just then, Herb sees Dagwood's suit hanging on the line, and he exclaims, I've got an idea. And by the time you can say, if birds pick in your garden all the day, pick up a scarecrow and scare 'em away. Herb sets up a scarecrow in the backyard and has put Dagwood's suit on it. All of a sudden, Dagwood, his face covered with shaving soap, is standing over Herb with a baseball bat yelling, Oh, no, you don't! And Herb replies,
Well, I was just borrowing it, Dagwood.
Dagwood jerks the suit off the scarecrow. The last picture of the row has it on the line and brushed off again. And he says, I'll finish my shave down here so I can keep my eye on that suit. But it's such a nice warm day that Dagwood falls asleep on the back porch while he's shaving. And first picture, last row, the sun shines on the mirror he has set up. And the mirror reflects the sun right onto Dagwood's suit. And Dagwood sleeps on and on. A little later, Dagwood is suddenly awakened by Blondie, and he sees his suit hanging on the line in flames. And as he watches it, he sees the suit he's been trying to save burning up before his eyes. And last picture, Dagwood's in a store, trying on a suit. And even though the suit is too big for him and looks awful, Dagwood, who didn't want to buy a new suit, says, I'll take it. And Blondie, who sits nearby, tells him that he's not taking the first one,
And so we leave Dagwood in the store, where he'll no doubt be trying on one suit after another until he finds one that Blondie likes, which is why Dagwood always says,
Husbands are a sorry lot.
Oh, poor Dagwood. After all the trouble he had trying to save that suit, then he was the one himself to blame for it burning up.
Yes. Well, now let's turn over the page and see what other comics there are to read. Let's pass Ripley and Barney Google on page 2. And there on page 3 is the Comic Weekly Club right in the middle.
Oh, yes, the Comic Weekly Club. That's such fun.
It certainly is, because it has all those interesting games and puzzles.
I read it every day in the daily paper, too.
Oh, good for you. And I hope all the other boys and girls do the same thing. And now turn over to page 4. And there's Jungle Jim, who has a terrific fight with a shark underwater and bravely saves some people from a shipwreck. And on page 5, there's the Phantom, who's in the midst of an exciting adventure at the port of Bengali, and he discovers that his wonderful horse, Hero, has been stolen. And on the last page is Prince Valiant. Alita has made peace between King Agwar and King Hapatla, who is returning home again. And once more, we rejoin Prince Valiant, who's on his way to Rome, where next week he begins a new adventure. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm fine.
That's fine. I'm fine, too.
That's fine.
Sounds like this is going to be a fine time.
It will be if you have a fine joke.
In the comics, we should find one.
Goody. Please read me the funny.
Puck the Comic Weekly,
Yes.
I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And at the top of the first page, there's little old Snookums.
Yes, but could we turn over the page to Flash Gordon? It's so exciting, I just can't wait.
Why, sure we can, because Zarkov, Flash's friend, has come in the rocket ships from Mongo.
Just in time to save Flash.
Uh-huh. And Zinn had escaped with the machine by which he controls the zombies. And they were just about to overpower Flash when Zarkov came.
Well, I wonder whether Flash and Zarkov will capture Zinn now, so let's please read.
Since you said please, we will read Flash Gordon. Riga-riga-doon-doon, Zaskamatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Zarkov has seen Flash on the ground below and has landed his rocket ship to pick him up.
Safe behind a ring of flame, Flash helps the rebellious Rubia into the rocket ship. Flash laughs. Zarkov, old man, you landed just in time. Zin's zombies nearly got us. Quickly, they take off. They zoom to the volcano crater where Dale was hiding. As Flash steps out of the ship, Dale throws her arms around him, almost weeping with joy. She tells him she was afraid he was caught in the fire caused by the bombs dropped by Zarkov. Flash chuckles. Well, I did have a pretty hot time of it. Dale then sees Rubia, whom Flash has brought along. She asks what she's doing here. Rubia answers that Flash just couldn't bear to lose her, which makes Dale jealous. When Flash sees the two women beginning to argue, he frowns, last picture, top row. We've no time for such nonsense. Our job is to catch Zin. And they get in the ship and take off. But the crafty Zin, first picture, bottom row, is too deeply hidden inside the moon to be found. He controls his slave army through the auto-brain, thinking for them, even seeing through their eyes when he chooses. He sneers to himself.
Flash, you're searching in the wrong place.
Then he sees that Flash is raiding his laboratory. But instead of preventing the men he controls with the machine from going within range of the dropping bombs, Zin, reckless of human life, sends his robots to certain doom directly into the area where the bombs are dropping, hoping that one man will live long enough to get to Flash. But Flash from above in his rocket ship sees the poor men marching into the area and being killed, and he orders, "Don't shoot the poor fellows. We'll use coma smoke."
Does that mean that he's not going to drop any more bombs?
That's right. Instead, he's going to use coma smoke, which the robots will inhale, and it'll put them into a sleep, which is a coma.
Oh, that's very nice of Flash.
Yes, that's what I thought, too.
Well, I wish he could find where Zin is hiding and get him so no more of those men will be killed.
Well, let's hope they find him next week. Well, now, how would you like to read Dick's adventures?
Oh, I'd love to, because Dick has been with Paul Revere in the early days of America. And remember last week, he and Paul Revere made a fast ride on horseback to a town called Lexington. And do you remember they were yelling, "The British are coming, the British are coming," and the people got out of bed in their nightshirts.
Yes, and right in the middle of this dream, Dick woke up.
Well, maybe he'll go to sleep again and have another exciting dream. So let's read, because they're so exciting.
Well, let's find out now. So here we go on page 3 with Dick's Adventures in Dreamland. And say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. It's nighttime, and Dick is falling asleep. His father hears him mumbling and says, "I thought I just heard him say George Washington." And then Dick drops off to sleep. And in his dreams, he goes back. And he finds himself knocking on a door. The servant opens it. And in answer to Dick's question, the servant says, "Oh, yes, sir, young gentleman. This is the George Washington plantation. Any name to give Mr. Washington?" Tell him, please, I was just sent down to Virginia from Massachusetts with some very important news. Dick is led into the house and meets the great man himself. And last picture, top row, is telling George Washington, "Sir, the British regulars and the American Minutemen have fought their first battle. It started in Lexington on the 19th of April. And as Dick tells the story, George Washington sees it in his own mind, just as we see it in the pictures in the second row. The Redcoats marched up from Boston to arrest John Hancock and Sam Adams in Concord and to seize powder and bullets. But Paul Revere rode ahead and warned everyone. And the Minutemen were waiting in Lexington, and they were shot down. And at Concord Bridge, there was another battle. But the British were too late to catch Hancock or Adams, and most of the powder and bullets were used on them. And then they started back for Boston." And he goes on, first picture, bottom row. And the news spread like wildfire. Bells were ringing everywhere. Farmers left their fields and workmen left their benches, and they came with their guns and blasted the Redcoats from behind every tree and stone wall. And they cut them to pieces. And as Dick finishes telling his story, the servant comes into the room, followed by a tall, distinguished-looking man. The servant announces, "Mr. Thomas Jefferson to see you, sir." And as Dick sees the great Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote the Constitution of the United States, one of America's greatest patriots, he exclaims,
Gosh.
Oh, wasn't that exciting? The Americans chased the British back.
Very exciting, because the Americans were only farmers and the British were a large army.
Yes. I wonder what Thomas Jefferson has come to see George Washington about.
Next week, we'll find out.
Oh, I can hardly wait. You know, there's so many famous men in this story. There's Paul Revere and George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. I wonder who else will be in this story.
Well, if you'll be here every Sunday, maybe we'll find out.
Oh, I certainly will. Oh, look, here's Rusty Riley right below Dick's adventure.
Yes, he's back home safe and sound again after his exciting adventure, and he and Tex are talking about it.
Oh, I'd like to hear what they're saying, so please read.
All right, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex and Rusty are sitting out in the barn in the tack room, which is where they keep the saddles and things. And Rusty is saying, "Golly, Tex, it's sure good to be back here after that awful night in the quarry. Well, I thought Hillbilly and I were done for."
Yeah, that sure was a rugged experience, Rusty. But it was right smart of you to notice them low-flying planes. You know, that's how we located you.
Well, by the way, how'd the police happen to arrive just at the right time?
Well, that was a surprise to Mr. Miles and me, too, Rusty. They just got curious when they heard where we were heading. Turned out lucky for them as well as for us. That hombre with the mustache is known as Blackie, a man they've wanted for a year.
At this moment, Mr. Miles comes into the barn and says, "Oh, Tex, I'm glad I caught you in. And you too, Rusty. I have some business to attend to up in New England, so I'm going to open the old house on the coast. You and I will go there right after the Selby Cup race." "Well, how about Patty and me? Are we going to go too?" Mr. Miles replies, last picture, top row.
Yes, Rusty, we'll be there quite a while. So I've wired to have a tutor for you two youngsters. Right, boss. So we better send Jimmy up to get the stable ready.
First picture, next row. As Rusty's packing, he asks his little friend, Patty, "Hey, have you ever been up there, Patty? Where is it?" Patty tells him that it's a wonderful place called Shark's Neck, and that he'll just love it, that there are boats and fishing and everything. Rusty's eyes light up at the thought of going to this wonderful place. Meanwhile, many miles away, on the New England coast, a cantankerous-looking old man called the Squire is reading the telegram he has received from Mr. Miles announcing that they're coming. And he says to himself,
This telegram for Miles poses a bit of a problem. I might even say nuisance. Well, I better talk this over with the captain.
Last picture, he's down by the boatyard talking to a bearded old fellow who's a sea captain, saying,
Captain, I have some disturbing news. Quentin Miles is coming up to occupy his house on Shark's Neck. This is a severe blow to our activities.
The captain thinks for a second, then replies,
Well, Squire, it's true it has the only safe beach on the neck, but with a little care, we ought to be able to keep on without too much danger.
What does he mean? We ought to be able to keep on without too much danger.
I think they don't want anybody to know what they're doing.
Oh, but do you think they're doing something bad?
I really think so.
And Mr. Miles and Tex and Rusty are coming there?
Yes?
Uh-oh, more trouble.
I'm afraid so. And I think we'll find out something about it next week.
Goody. Now can we find out what's happening with Roy Rogers? He's in trouble, too.
Yes, you bet he is. He was on his way to help a friend of his.
And then he saw some wild horses running away, and he saw a man who was going to shoot one of them.
And Roy jerked the gun right out of his hand. Then a minute later, another of the crooks had flicked a lasso over Roy's head, and Roy found himself tied up.
So let's find out what the crooks are going to do to Roy.
All right, turn over the page. And there on the top of page 5 is Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. His hands bound behind him, Roy watches as Beaker, one of the crooks, lassos one of the wild horses, snags the rope around a tree and holds the horse steady while he says,
All right, splice the lariats together, Shorty. This wild Mustang's gonna give Rogers a joyride.
Shorty, Beaker's Mexican helper, ties Roy's feet to the end of the rope around the wild horse's neck, saying, This'll teach you to mind your own business for good. And they let the wild horse go. Last picture, top row. And he gallops off, dragging Roy on the ground behind him. Shorty shouts, first picture, next row.
So long, Rogers. Watch out for the high spots. Ha!
As the horse that is dragging Roy goes out of sight down the canyon, Beaker and Shorty mount their horses. Beaker says, third picture, second row.
All right, let's get back to trailing that critter. We gotta get him before Chubby Walden does.
Meanwhile, last picture of the row, Roy shouts to Trigger, who has followed the wild horse, dragging him. Stop him, Trigger, quick! Force him into the canyon wall. Trigger gallops up and forces the horse against the canyon wall, stopping the horse. First picture, bottom row, Roy calls, keep him busy till I get myself loose, Trigger boy. Quickly, Roy unties himself. The wild horse quiets down. And Roy climbs in the saddle and continues on his way, last picture, saying, I aim to get even with those two polecats, Trigger. But first we gotta find Chubby Walden. Suddenly, from some bushes off the road, there's a cry. Help! Roy exclaims, what's that? He reins in Trigger and wonders whether this is a trick or if someone is really in danger.
Oh, do you think that it's someone in trouble?
I'm afraid the only thing to do is to wait until next week to find out.
Well, I hope that next week Roy does catch those two crooks and just fixes them good for what they did to him.
I feel the same way, and I think he will.
Good.
Now, how would you like to read Donald Duck?
Oh, I just love it, please.
Very well, then, turn over the page, and there in the middle of page 7, under Barney Google and Snuffy Smith, is Donald Duckle, and I'll read him in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly, and in the middle of page 7 of the first section is Donald Duckle, good for a chuckle. Say the magic words for the music with me. Squeegem, squeegem, chiddly chick chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald turns on the radio, and a voice comes out.
And now, Aunt Fanny's Personal Problems Hour.
Donald smiles and settles himself down to enjoy Aunt Fanny's personal problems.
Well, good afternoon, folks. This is Aunt Fanny, all ready to solve your problems. And the first letter is from a young lady.
Donald smiles and says,
Ah, a young lady.
and listens as Aunt Fanny reads the young lady's letter.
Dear Aunt Fanny, my boyfriend is so stingy, he only takes me to the cheapest places. I'm desperate, Aunt Fanny. What shall I do? Signed, Daisy.
Last picture, top row, Donald exclaims,
The rotter.
Then first picture, bottom row, his eyes pop together, and he exclaims,
Daisy! Daisy!
And he realizes that the letter is from his girlfriend, Daisy, that she's complained about him to Aunt Fanny. And he listens as Aunt Fanny answers Daisy's letter.
Dear Daisy, on your next date, wear your oldest, most ragged clothes, and he'll get the idea.
Donald smiles to himself.
So, a trick, huh? A female conspiracy, huh? Well, we'll see about that.
And in a minute, with a trick of his own in mind, Donald has Daisy on the phone and is asking her,
Like to step out for chow tonight with me tonight, Daisy?
Daisy replies,
Oh, I'd love to.
Last picture, Donald dressed in his very best clothes, and Daisy dressed in her very worst clothes, enter a beautiful high-class nightclub. Donald looks very pleased with himself, and Daisy looks very unhappy with herself.
Oh, gee, what a throb.
And when the waiter sees Daisy, he looks just like this.
Oh, that was mean of Donald to take her into a nice place when she was dressed in old clothes.
Well, I think it was mean of Daisy to wear old clothes when she was going out with Donald.
Yes, but Donald had always taken her to cheap places, and when a man...
Should we read...
Well, when a man takes the
Should
girl...
we read Blondie?
Well, when a man takes the girl to a cheap place...
Very well, then we won't read Blondie.
Oh, I'd love to have you read Blondie.
Oh, you changed your mind, huh?
No, I always love to have you read Dagwood and Blondie, and I know where to find them. Just pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Well, since you have it all spread out, I shall read Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Herb Woodley's wife, in her bathrobe, has come over to Blondie's house, and she tells Blondie that Herb is working late, and she's scared to death in their house all by herself. Blondie says...
Oh, you're welcome to sleep here, Tootsie.
And upstairs they go. Blondie routs Dagwood out of bed and tells him,
Dagwood, you go downstairs and sleep on the sofa so Mrs. Woodley can sleep with me.
Dagwood climbs out of bed and goes downstairs. Last picture, top row, Dagwood settles down on the sofa. And he yells,
Yo! Oh! The spring in this sofa is broken. It's cutting me to pieces.
First picture, next row, Tootsie Woodley hands Dagwood a key, saying,
Oh, here's our key, Dagwood. Go next door and sleep in our bed.
A little later, Herb Woodley comes home, saying, Oh, man, I'm tired tonight. It's going to be good to get some sleep. He goes right upstairs, comes into the bedroom, turns on the light, and looks at the bed, and his hat pops off his head. He exclaims, Dagwood! And Dagwood says sweetly,
Oh, yeah. Your wife is sleeping over at our house with Blondie.
By the time that Herb has gotten his pajamas on, Dagwood is sound asleep, making a terrible racket. Herb says angrily as he looks at Dagwood, I can't sleep with all that snoring. I'll go over to his house and sleep on his sofa. Over at Dagwood's house, Blondie and Tootsie, who have let Herb in, watch him as he settles down on the sofa. Blondie tells him,
Herbert, you can't sleep on that sofa. It's broken.
Oh, you're telling me.
But Blondie solves the problem by saying,
I'll go over to your house and sleep with Dagwood, and you two can sleep in our bed.
But first picture, bottom row, no sooner have Herb and Tootsie settled down in bed, in Dagwood and Blondie's bed, than the 5 pups come into the room. Herb says, uh-oh, their pups are surprised to see us in Bombstead's bed. Suddenly, the dogs begin to howl. Last picture, Dagwood and Blondie stick their head out of Herb's window and yell, Shut those dogs up or I'll call the police. Herb and Tootsie stick their heads out of Dagwood's window and shout, They're your pups. And the pups stick their heads out of the window and howl and howl.
Wasn't that funny? Everybody was getting in and out of bed and sofas, and then they finally end up with Dagwood and Blondie in Herb's house, and Herb and Tootsie in Dagwood's house. I think that's so funny.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, now, how would you like to hear Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit?
Oh, I'd just love to.
Well, goody. Turn over the page past Jungle Jim and to the top of page 3. And here we go with Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
One time Brer Coon's store was robbed, but the only clue was some great big footprints.
Yes, Brer Coon's store had been robbed, and right out in front, leading away from the open door, are big footprints in the mud. Brer Coon is telling the sheriff and Brer Rabbit,
Yeah, he busted in during the night, but he only took sweet stuff, candy and sugar.
The sheriff looks to where the footprints lead and says,
And the footprints stop at the edge of the brush.
Brer Rabbit scratches his head thoughtfully as he looks at the prints and says,
Now who can wear shoes that big?
And he thinks and thinks. Somewhat later, Brer Rabbit is out in the woods talking to 2 little lizards, and he's saying,
All I ask you to do, Brer Lizard, is to scout through the brush around here and see if you can find a pair of big boots.
And Brer Lizard replies,
Well, I think I knows where them boots is.
And they point over in the bush. And Brer Rabbit looks in the bush, and sure enough, he sees 2 big shoes under the bush. And as he takes them out, one lizard says,
We see them here this morning.
And lizard number 2 says,
Yeah, but who do they belong to?
And Brer Rabbit replies,
I think I knows who.
And then Brer Rabbit has an idea. And by the time we skip to the next picture, Brer Rabbit has given the 2 little lizards some instructions. And he's putting one shoe on one lizard's back and the other shoe on the other lizard's back. And Brer Rabbit says,
Now you 2 boys do just like I told you. No matter where he goes, you just keep following him.
And lizard number 1 says,
You just sit back and do the looking.
And lizard number 2 says,
Yeah, let's go.
And down the road the 2 lizards go, carrying the shoes on their backs. Of course, the shoes are so big you can't see the lizards under them. So it looks like the shoes are traveling along all by themselves, which, of course, is a very strange sight to see. First picture, bottom row, the two shoes come traveling down the road toward Brer Bear, who is sitting on a log surrounded by cans of sugar and honey and candy, which he's stolen from the store. All of a sudden, Brer Bear sees the boots coming toward him. He exclaims,
But duh, boots. Duh, them boots there's walking and I ain't in 'em.
and he gets to his feet and runs off down the road, hollering,
Duh, they's chasing me. Duh, help. Duh, they's got ghosts in 'em. I confesses, I took them sweets. Duh, save me from them boots.
The last picture, he runs right into town and skitters up a lamppost. So scared is he. Brer Rabbit lifts the two shoes off the two lizards and says to Brer Bear,
Brer Bear, you tripped up on your own boots.
and Brer Bear replies,
Duh, I has been tricked.
and Uncle Remus says,
Guilty conscience runs for confession.
Wasn't that a funny look on Brer Bear's face when he saw the two lizards coming toward him?
Well, it certainly was, and I'm afraid Brer Bear's conscience got the best of him.
Oh, I'm afraid so, too. I knew he was guilty.
Well, now I'm afraid I'll be guilty if I don't read Prince Valiant to you.
Yes, you certainly will be.
Very well, then, turn over the page. Go past the Comic Weekly Club, which I'm sure you follow every day,
Oh, yes, in the daily newspaper besides the Sunday paper.
and go past the Lone Ranger, across the page, past Little
Oh,
Iodine.
you don't have to turn all these pages. You just go to the right to the last page. That's where Prince Valiant is.
Oh, yes, and here we are on the last page of the second section with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Breckett, Gray Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. After his battle with the bandits, in which he gave him a good whipping and set fire to their fort, Val meets some of the countrymen, good people who lead him to a ruined castle where a little old bald-headed man is found. His name is Sieur de Luc, who says,
Pardon the slight untidiness of my house, good sirs. I am seeking control of a monster who is boisterous at times.
Val looks at his small, hairless host. So this is the man those stalwart yeomen love and hold in such great respect. Sieur de Luc invites Val and his men to dinner. And last picture, top row, they dine in an unruined corner of the castle. Sieur de Luc tells them,
I am preoccupied with science, so I divided my land among my men and let them govern it in council. They do it better than I can. We all have greater freedom for our work.
And he goes on, first picture, second row.
I have a formula for arousing the energies of a genie. But so far, I have found no means of controlling him. Come, I will show you.
So they rise from the table and go to the center of the room, where there's a hole in the floor. The Sieur de Luc tells them,
Into this hole, I place the blood of a black rooster, so, a toad, so, and a broken wine jar, so. Now, on top of this, a bag of my secret powder. And then, chanting the magic words, ooh, botheration, I roll in a red-hot stone.
They all look at the hole in the ground, wondering what the magic genie within will do. Suddenly, last picture of the row, the genie gives forth an ear-shattering roar, and an arm of flame hurls the stone skyward. There's an explosion as the stone shoots up. Everyone runs to hide, and a second later, the stone drops again on a table. The Sieur de Luc stands with folded hands, looking about him with a serene look on his face. First picture, bottom row. Val gets to his feet. But it takes much longer to get Eagle, Rufus, and young Arf to return from their hiding places where they had run in such a hurry. Last picture, as Val looks at the strange little man in amazement, the Sieur de Luc thumbs through a book as he looks at the castle, which he has ruined by his experiments, and he says,
I am slowly reducing the formula. Next time, I shall leave out the toad.
Well, what do you think of that?
What do I think? I think he must be crazy. Look at that place. It's a mess.
Yes, it is. A mess.
Do you think it will help any to leave out the toad?
No, the toad won't do any good at all because the toad isn't causing any of that trouble.
Well, then, why does he use it?
Well, in the old days, people used to believe superstitious things, that by mixing up such things as toads and the blood of roosters and mumbling strange words that they could perform magic, but it never happened.
No? Then what caused the explosion?
Well, if you come next week, you'll find out.
Oh, I'll be here.
Fine. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all your boys and girls have got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Do you have a riddle for me today?
I said, how are you today?
Fine. Do you have a riddle for me today?
Well, don't you want to know how I am?
How are you?
Fine.
Oh, do you have a riddle for me today?
Yes, yes. What has a bed but never sleeps and has a mouth but never eats?
Has a bed but never sleeps. That's hard.
Well, I'll make it easy for you. The answer is a river.
Oh, yes. A river has a bed and it never sleeps. It keeps running all the time.
And it has a mouth but it never eats.
That's very good. Now, please read me the funnies. They're always good, too.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly, and at the top of the first page is Snookums.
Oh, read that, please.
Very well.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Diddly-da, diddly-doo, wickamacamookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Archie and Snookums are at a carnival. Archie buys Snookums a balloon and holds the balloon while Snookums goes on the merry-go-round. First picture, next row, a little boy asks Archie,
Would you hold my balloon while I go on the Ferris wheel, mister?
And then another little boy comes along.
Would you hold mine, too?
And then another. And another. And finally, a little fat boy carrying 5 balloons comes running toward Archie. Archie reaches out his hand and says, I suppose you want me to hold your balloons, too. All of a sudden, last picture, a man standing on the top of an apartment building sees Archie sailing through the air, hanging onto all of the balloons, and Archie is yelling, Help! Help!
Oh, I don't really believe that. Those balloons carrying Archie up into the air.
You don't?
No, I saw a balloon man with twice as many balloons standing on the corner just yesterday, and he could even sit down with his.
He could?
Yes.
Well, maybe they use different kinds of balloons in the funnies.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Uh-huh. Well, now...
Oh, over the page, quick. Flash Gordon, because Zarkov, Flash's friend, has rescued Flash and Dale.
Yes, but the outlaw Zinn is still in hiding somewhere and had sent the zombies who he controls after Flash.
Yes, but Flash put the zombies to sleep with some special smoke.
Mm-hmm. So now let's see what happens next with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doons, ask-em-a-tash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Mercifully putting his zombie foes to sleep with coma smoke, Flash leads the raid to capture Zinn's laboratories. As they enter the laboratories, they find Zinn's papers and the secret to his control over the zombies. They try to trace Zinn through the zombies. But Zarkov, last picture of the row, exclaims,
He just stopped breathing.
Flash answers,
Zinn simply ordered it to. He found we were getting too close. But he can't stop us now. I have a fix on the location of his autobrain. He's deep underground. First picture, bottom row. Through his zombie observers, Zinn sees that Flash and the Rocket Doom are closing in on him. He snarls,
Flash will never catch me. My liquid atom rocket is too fast for him.
and he climbs into the rocket. And then Zinn's rocket shoots out of a hollow crater as if the dead volcano had come to life. Flash reacts instantly, ordering all of his rockets to follow Zinn. But as Zinn's rocket ship disappears ahead of them, Zarkov, last picture, reports,
He's outrun us, but he's heading out of the solar system. He'll never reach another planet.
Flash replies, well, he chose his fate. We'll head for Mongo and make sure he doesn't try to circle back here.
Oh, goody. At last Flash is going back to Mongo, his home.
Yes.
But just the same, I wish they'd caught that Zinn instead of letting him get away like that.
Well, I think you've got something there.
Oh, now let's go across the page to Dick's adventures. Because Dick was dreaming last week that he came to George Washington's house to tell him about Paul Revere's ride when Paul Revere yelled, "Here come the British!"
Yes, Dick is with Paul Revere in the early days of America. And it looks like there's going to be war between the British and the Americans.
Let's read and see what happens today.
Very well, here we go with Dick's adventures. And say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. As Dick is talking to George Washington, a servant comes in, followed by a tall, lanky man. The servant announces,
Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Monticello.
When Dick sees this famous patriot, one of the greatest Americans, he says to himself, Gosh, it's really him. Thomas Jefferson enters, and last picture, top row, at Washington's bidding, Dick again starts recounting the alarming news from Lexington and Concord, but more visitors arriving. First picture, next row, Washington asks Dick to stop while he introduces them.
Mr. Henry, this is Dick, who comes from Virginia with news from New England. Fighting is already broken out.
Henry? Oh, Patrick Henry. I'm very glad to know you, sir. We heard a lot about you. Didn't you say...
And Patrick Henry walks to the table, which is now surrounded by many famous men. And last picture of the row speaks grimly,
I said, give me liberty or give me death. I mean every word of it.
And Dick says in a ringing voice,
And I do, now and forever.
And George Washington echoes,
And I.
And the other men nod their heads in agreement. First picture, bottom row, another visitor comes in, just arrived back from London. Writer, printer, man of science, statesman, patriot, postmaster general for the American colonies. And Dick recognizes him and exclaims,
Benjamin Franklin! Oh, this is wonderful!
As all the men look expectantly at Benjamin Franklin, he says, We are at war, gentlemen. Without an organized army, without a commander, against the strongest military and naval power in Europe. But fight we must, all of us. For if we don't hang together, we may all hang separately. The Americans have to make some rapid decisions. An army must be organized. A commander must be selected. And so the Second Continental Congress has been summoned to a historic meeting in Philadelphia. From north and south, the delegates of all the colonies come. Dick and Washington set out from Virginia, a long, hard journey. It is early May, 1775, and last picture as they gallop down the pike, a hard-looking man with a pistol in his hand watches them from behind a tree.
Do you think that man behind the tree is an enemy?
Well, that's something we'll have to wait to find out.
Oh, this is exciting. I'll bet you that George Washington is going to be made father of his country.
Well, we'll find out for sure next week. Now look, here underneath Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes, Rusty Riley. And do you remember Rusty and Mr. Miles are going to go on a trip?
Yes, to a place up on the New England coast, which is where the Atlantic Ocean is.
Yes, and the place is called Shark's Neck. But that man named Squire something at Shark's Neck isn't too happy that they're going to come because it looks like there's something crooked going on.
Well, let's find out right now with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. X announces to Mr. Miles,
Well, I guess we're all set to leave for Cedar Point Track, ain't we, boss?
Mr. Miles replies,
Yes, Tex, everything seems to be arranged at Shark's Neck. I just had a letter from Squire Boggs. He's been looking after my place up there. He has a tutor for the children. In fact, he asked me in his letter if he and his partner, Captain Clune, could land their lobster pots on our beach.
That afternoon at the Shark Neck station, Rusty and Patty have gotten off the train. As it pulls out, they see a man carrying an umbrella looking for them. Rusty asks,
Oh, are you Squire Boggs, sir? This is Patty Miles, and I'm Rusty Riley.
The squire nods his head and says,
Glad to meet you, children. I'll take you right over to the house.
First picture bottom row, they go into the house, where a rather odd-looking skinny fellow is waiting. The squire introduces him, first picture bottom row, saying,
This is your tutor, children. My nephew, Anthony. Tony, Mrs. Patty Miles, and Rusty Riley.
Tony replies,
Oh, hi. Delighted, really.
And then the children are shown to their rooms. Later on in the afternoon, Patty and Rusty have gone down to the beach with Flip, their dog. Patty asked Rusty if Tony Boggs seems like a regular teacher to him. Rusty replies,
Well, not exactly, but maybe teachers are different up this way. He seems friendly anyway.
Patty nods her head, but even so, she still feels a little suspicious. Meanwhile, at Captain Clune's boatyard, Squire Boggs is talking to the captain, who asks,
Well, Squire, did them young'uns get here? How do you think your nephew Tony will make out as a teacher?
The squire replies,
They're here, and they're a mite older than I figured on. But Tony's been to college, even if he didn't stay long. But that isn't what's worrying me most. We've been storing the stuff in Miles's boathouse. Well, with him here, that's out. Where are we going to put it?
Last picture, the captain answers,
I thought of that. I got the answer. How about one of them old schooner hulks that's rotting away at Gibby's Wharf?
You know, I'll bet you they're doing something they shouldn't be doing.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. But now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, here's Bear Rabbit.
And I know you're anxious to read that.
Yes, I am.
Well, then, without wasting a minute, here we go with Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Brer Rabbit thinks a heap of little old Brer Ant because he's got so much common sense in that little old head of his'n.
Yes, Brer Rabbit thinks Brer Ant is a wise little fellow, so he trots down the road on his way to visit Brer Ant, saying,
I just take my magnifying glass along so I can see how Brer Ant's coming on with his upside-down castle.
Finally, he gets out to a field. He sees Brer Weasel and Brer Fox sitting on a log having a chat. So Brer Rabbit stops and from behind a bush listens, and he hears Brer Fox saying,
Go over the scheme once more, Brer Weasel.
Brer Weasel answers,
Well, us sets Brer Possum's barn on fire. Then, when all the creeters runs to put out the fire, us robs the bank. Easy, ain't it?
Brer Rabbit says to himself,
So they's gonna burn out Brer Possum and rob the bank. Well.
Brer Rabbit decides that they aren't going to rob the bank, so he picks up a long stick, splits the end of it, and fastens a match in the slit in the end, saying, last picture top row,
If creeters like them would try working, they wouldn't be thinking so much about robbing.
On first picture bottom row, he pushes the long stick toward Brer Weasel and Brer Fox, who have their backs to him. Brer Fox is asking,
Well, how did you know that the folks in the bank will go to the fire, too?
Brer Weasel replies,
They is gotta go. They is all volunteers.
Then, when the match is right up against the log, Brer Rabbit holds his magnifying glass up so the sun shines through it onto the match. And in a second, the hot sun shining through the magnifying glass lights the match, and the log catches on fire. Brer Fox and Brer Weasel leap in the air, shouting,
No! Water! Sizzling! Hey, sizzling! Hell, fire!
And as Brer Weasel and Brer Fox run down the road with their tails on fire, Brer Rabbit calls after them.
Maybe the volunteers will come and put them out.
And last picture, Brer Rabbit is looking at Brer Ant through his magnifying glass, telling him what he's just done. And he finishes the story saying,
So that's the way it was, Brer Ant. And the last I seed of 'em, they was running for the Mississippi.
And Uncle Remus says,
The hardest way to get something is to try to get it easy.
I just love that little Brer Rabbit. He certainly is a hero today.
I should say so. He prevented the bank from being robbed.
And he saved everybody's money.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look, over on the top of the next page, there's Roy Rogers.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the top of page 5 of the first section, our old friend, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy was on his way to help his friend Chubby Walden. He ran into a couple of thugs who were trying to shoot a wonderful wild horse. When he tried to stop them, they tried to tie him to a wild Mustang and chase the horse off, dragging Roy on the ground behind him. Just when it looked like Roy would be killed, Trigger stopped the wild horse long enough for Roy to untie himself. As Roy continues on his way today, he hears someone off the road calling for help. Roy gets off Trigger and runs to help the man. He sees that the man has been caught in a landslide. As Roy pulls rocks and logs off him, he exclaims, "Why, Chubby Walden, how'd you get here? And what happened?" His friend replies,
Beaker Morgan and Shorty tossed me off the cliff. They tried to catch my red roan.
Last picture, top row, as Roy pulls Chubby out from underneath the logs, Roy tells him, "Well, they were the same hombres that jumped me. What do they want with your red roan, Chubby?" Chubby says weakly, first picture, next row,
Because my horse has got... Hey, Roy, get me to Doc Reynolds. Sagebrush Bend. Quick.
"Hey, he's passing out." Roy lifts Chubby into the saddle, saying, "I gotta get Chubby to town pronto. He might be hurt bad. Still like to know, though, about that red roan." And then Roy climbs on the Trigger, holding Chubby in place, and heads for the town of Sagebrush Bend. Last picture of the row, Roy enters the town. It's a small place, but there's not a single soul in sight. Roy exclaims, "Why, the town's quiet as a graveyard. But it looks like somebody's in the livery stable." So Roy stops in front of the stable and enters. First picture, bottom row. He asks a man standing there, "Hey, mister, you know where I can find Doc Reynolds? Got a friend outside who's hurt bad." The man doesn't answer, nor does he move. Roy says, "Hey, didn't you hear me? I said my friend is hurt." When the man still doesn't answer, Roy claps him on the shoulder. "Hey!" The fellow's head drops off, and Roy sees a broomstick sticking up, and he realizes that this is a dummy fixed up to look like a man. As Roy wonders what this is all about, last picture, a rifle barrel appears from behind a box, and a voice says, "You just ruined 3 weeks' work, cowboy. Raise your hands before you bust up anything else."
That's the strangest thing I've ever seen, an empty town.
Yes, and dummies fixed up to look like people.
Yes, and then someone sticking a gun in Roy's back. Ooh, this is mysterious.
Yes, but I think the real dummy is the fellow who thinks he can get away with anything with Roy Rogers.
Yes, he's the real dummy because Roy is the hero.
You bet he is. And next week we'll find out who the mysterious gunman is. Well, now if you'll pick up the second section of the Comic Weekly, I'll read Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, here they are, right at the first page of the second section.
So here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. It's morning. Dagwood awakens, stretches, and sits back on the edge of his bed. And he says,
Oh, boy, am I sleepy. This is one of those mornings I just can't wake up.
And he crawls back into bed. When Blondie comes in, Dagwood looks as if he were dying and moans,
Oh, call up the office. Tell them I won't be in today. I have every ache and pain known to medical science.
So Blondie goes out of the room. And last picture, top row, Dagwood shakes the paw of Daisy, his dog, and says with a smile,
Congratulate me, it worked. I tried that gag 100 times. This is the first time she ever fell for it.
First picture, next row, the children come in, and Alexander says,
Hey, we're sorry you're not well, Daddy.
Dagwood moans.
Oh, Papa's a sick and ailing man.
Alexander says,
Hey, Mr. Woodley's downstairs and wants to see you, Daddy.
Oh, tell him I'm too sick to see anyone.
Last picture of the row, Herb Woodley starts up the stairs. Blondie grabs him and says, Don't you dare to go up there. Dagwood's a sick man. First picture, next row, Dagwood hears a noise outside his window. And a second later, Herb has climbed up the ladder, stuck his head in the window, and is saying,
You idiot. This isn't a work day. This is Sunday. You have a date to go fishing with us.
Dagwood's eyes pop open. He exclaims,
Oh, my goodness.
And then as Herb climbs down the ladder to go fishing, Dagwood chews his fingernails, saying,
Oh, how could I have made a terrible mistake like that? Oh, what can I do?
A little later, last picture of the row, Dagwood comes downstairs with his clothes on, and he tells Blondie and the children,
Hey, look, I'm well. That little bitty pill I took cured me.
And then he dashes out of the house and leaps into his car. First picture, bottom row, Dagwood has arrived at the lake where his friends are fishing. They're not making a sound, so the fish won't be scared away. Dagwood jumps out of his car and yells,
Look, boys, it's me. I'm here.
His friends leap on him and start to beat him up.
Hey, quiet.
Yeah, but
Quiet.
Yeah, but
Quiet.
Yeah, but
In last picture, Dagwood lies on the ground unconscious from a conk on the head. His three friends go back to their fishing, and one asks,
Hey, do you think we were too rough on him?
And Herb replies,
We can't have him scaring the fish away.
Well, that was no way for Herb to treat Dagwood when he was so happy.
No. He was being a little rough. Instead of hitting him on the head, they should have put a sponge in his mouth.
What good would that do?
Oh, when Dagwood tried to talk, the sponge would soak up the words.
You're just as funny as the funnies.
Yeah, well, now how would you like to go down to the mountain country?
Oh, sure.
Well, then, let's mosey over the page past the Lone Ranger, turn over page 3, go across the page past Little Iodine, then past Jungle Jim on page 5, turn over to the middle of page 6, and here we are with Barney Google and Snuffy Smith. Eagle Ogle Oogle, Ipswath Swith, music for Google and Funny Snuffy Smith. Aunt Louisa reminds Snuffy,
Oh, Lukey and Lucy had done been hatched up a whole week now, and we ain't give 'em no wedding present.
Snuffy claps his hands to his forehead in horror and exclaims,
That's a downright shame, Ma.
So they start to think about what they should give Lukey and Lucy for a wedding present. Louise says,
Let's see. I could give 'em my purty double wedding ring quilt.
No, that ain't good enough.
How about that rocky chair your grandpappy wheeled out by hand?
No.
Then last picture, top row, Snuffy tears out of the door saying,
Time's a wasting.
And by the time you can go, Snuffy is wheeling a wheelbarrow full of something down the road. Aunt Louise, who knows what's in the wheelbarrow, exclaims,
Paul, you wouldn't dare.
Sure I would. There ain't nothing too good for Lukey and Lucy.
And by the time you can go, Snuffy is wheeling the wheelbarrow up to Lukey and Lucy's house, and he shouts,
Hi-oo! Lukey and Lucy, I got you a bodacious wedding present.
And Lukey rushes out and looks at what's in the box in the wheelbarrow and exclaims,
Oh, land of Goshen.
And Lucy, the bride, asks,
And what on earth is it? I'm all a twitter.
And last picture, we see the wedding presents climb out of the box. Lukey says, Oh, 14 pretty little puppy dogs. Oh. And Lucy, who doesn't want to start out married life by taking care of 14 pups, exclaims,
Now, there just ain't nothing we uns need. Wasn't 14 pretty little puppy dogs.
Wasn't that a wonderful present? 14 little puppy dogs.
Yes. Do you think your mother would like to have 14 little puppy dogs around the house?
Well, no, I'm not quite 14.
And that's the way Lucy feels about it. Imagine having to take care of 14 little puppy dogs who aren't used to a house.
Yes, but just the same, just think, 14 little puppy dogs.
Well, let's skip over now to the last page.
Oh, I know what's on the last page. It's Prince Valiant, and on his travels, he's come to a castle that's a big mess because the man who owns the castle makes experiments with some explosive stuff, and he's blown the roof off the castle.
And last week, he was telling Val about a genie that he discovered in his experiments. A genie's a magic person, and it really scared the daylights out of everybody. Now Val's friends are anxious to be on their way.
Well, I don't blame him after the way that man sets off explosions around him all the time.
Well, let's see what happens next on the last page with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Gray Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Val and his friends leave the ruined castle of Sieur de Luc rather hurriedly, their nerves badly shattered by his experiments with a genie who roars and hurls flaming rocks into the sky. Last picture, top row, just as they're safely away from the castle, they get another shock. Val announces, "As a parting gift, Sir presented me with some of his magic's powder." That evening, first picture next row, they make a campfire for the night. As they sit around the campfire roasting their dinner, Val talks about the magic powder. He begins learnedly. As a pupil of the great wizard Merlin, I believe the virtue lies in this powder, and that the symbols and the incantations are unnecessary. He puts the container filled with the powder on the end of a stick and holds it over the fire, saying, "I will spill a little into the fire." Suddenly, there's a... Last picture of the row, the little container explodes like a bomb, knocking everybody over. How is Val to know that the Sieur de Luc had accidentally discovered gunpowder? The four men are dizzy from the explosion, and for many minutes there's an ominous silence. And then, after the smoke clears away, first picture, bottom row, each one can tell by looking at his companions just how much good looks he has left. The hair's been singed off the heads of every one of them, and their faces are blackened from the blast of the powder. They love and respect their leader, but at the thought that their good looks have been lost for the time being, and their beautiful hair has been singed off their heads, this is too much. And the three of them pick up Val and toss him in a puddle of water. Last picture.
My goodness, his friends never treated him that way before.
No. This is one time that even Val was curious where he should have been more careful.
Well, yes, but you can't blame him too much because long ago, not even a hero like Val knew very much about gunpowder, did he?
You're quite right, and you're very smart to know that people in those days didn't know about such a thing as gunpowder.
Yes, I am, am I?
Yes, you are. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm wonderful. I'm just marvelous.
Well, that's wonderful. As a matter of fact, it's just marvelous.
You funny man. Tell me a riddle, please.
Very well. What man never does a day's work in his life?
King?
No.
Let's see. Who else doesn't work?
Oh, you're on the wrong track. I'll tell you, it's a night watchman.
Oh, that's very funny. A night watchman works at night.
That's right, never in the day.
Yes. Now let's read the funny.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on top of the first page...
Snookums.
Very well, since you're so eager, Beaver.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Diddly-da, diddly-doo, wiggle-mack-a-mookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Today, a man is trying to sell Archie an accident policy, which guarantees Archie that if he becomes hurt through an accident, the insurance company will pay him the money for doctor bills. Archie sits in his chair in the living room talking to the salesman, and he says, "Yeah, but you see, I've never had an accident. You see..." And suddenly, Snookums' toy airplane buzzes straight at Archie, last picture top row, and knocks him in the head. Well, no sooner does Archie sit up than first picture bottom row, a ball sails through the air and bounces off Archie's head. Then onto the salesman's head. No sooner do they settle it again, down to business, than Snookums' train whizzes across the floor and hits the salesman on the foot. Last picture, the salesman walks out of the house angrily. He yells back at Archie, "You really ought to have an accident policy, but not with my company." And Archie asks, "But why?" And the salesman takes a look at Snookums standing there with two guns in his hands, and instead of answering, dashes down the road.
Oh, that was too bad.
Yes, Archie spoke a little too soon when he said that he never had accidents in their house.
Yes, he certainly did have a lot of them happen all at once.
From now on, when Archie has business callers, he'd better sit underneath a net.
Oh, that's very funny. Company's sitting under a net.
Well, now...
Oh, over the page we go to Flash Gordon, because he's on a strange planet.
And Flash's rocket ship and gun melted before the Ray Wizard's magic ray.
So Flash is on the planet without anything to protect himself.
Yes, and Queen Suni liked Flash, but the Ray Wizard has made her turn Flash over to him.
So now read so we can see what the wizard is going to do with Flash.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, saskamatage. Let's have music for heroic Flash. The wizard is going to execute Flash for having brought metal to the planet. Flash is taken to the wizard's ray vaults for execution. Hidden Bowman will shoot him if he steps off the dais before the executioner emerges from the fiery ray fog. Curzo, the ray wizard, snarls,
"Your only chance for life is to conquer the executioner, and nobody ever has."
Flash is left alone in the execution chamber. He peers through the fiery fog, trying to see the executioner. Last picture, top row, the wizard executioner looms through the ray fog. Flash, unarmed, tries desperately to grab him. The wizard laughs as Flash's hand clutches onto the searing fog wisps. First picture, bottom row, behind soundproof one-way glass, Dale vainly tries to warn Flash of the danger behind him. For the executioner has slipped around behind Flash and moves soundlessly to strike, while Flash gropes futilely for the enemy he thinks is hidden in the ray fog. Suddenly, Flash has a hunch that the ray fog is only a trick to distract his attention. Whirling quickly, he catches the stalking executioner by surprise and knocks him down. And last picture, Flash has the executioner's club in his hand and is master of the situation. Soon he points out that Flash has won and demands that Curzo, the magician, let Flash go free. Curzo replies angrily,
Yes, Flash is free. But your life and crown are forfeited if he breaks my ray laws. And the girl Dale must still face a ray ordeal.
You mean that even though Flash is free, that he now wants to try to execution what he was trying to do to Flash?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well, maybe with Flash being free, he'll think of something to free Dale.
Well, let's hope so.
Now, let's go across the page to Dick's adventures because they're so wonderful because Dick is dreaming he's in the early days of America.
When America was just a young country, even before it had a flag.
Well, every country should have a flag.
Yes, and today's story is about our country's flag.
Oh, goody. Quick, read, please.
Very well, then. Here we go with Dick's adventures, and say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack, kazak, kazak. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Back go the centuries, and Dick, dreaming, finds himself in Philadelphia in the great days of 1776. Gosh, here we are fighting against the king, all the 13 states together, and we haven't even got a flag. Dick is walking down the street carrying a package when he hears a voice behind him saying,
Don't lose that packet you're carrying, Corporal. And come along.
Dick looks up and exclaims, Yes, sir. Oh, it's General Washington. Where are we going, I wonder? Last picture, top row, they stop before a door, and Washington knocks, saying,
Here we are.
Dick looks up at the sign above the door and reads, Betsy Ross, upholsterer. Betsy Ross! And a moment later, they're inside the house. Washington has unwrapped the package, first picture, next row, and is showing the contents to Betsy Ross. To Dick's amazement, the package he was carrying contains the sketch for the first American flag. Washington says,
The Continental Congress approves your design, ma'am. I've taken the liberty of revising it a little. 13 stars, 13 stripes, red, white, and blue.
Betsy Ross promises to try to make a flag just like the drawing. And then she tells him that he's changed the shape of the stars, that they're 6-pointed, and that they should be 5-pointed. George Washington replies, last picture of the row.
Yes, of course. Well, do it your way, ma'am, by all means.
And George Washington and Dick leave. First picture, bottom row, some days later, Betsy Ross comes to General Washington's headquarters, a large package under her arm. Dick exclaims, Hey, you mean you finished making it, Mrs. Ross? And he takes her into Washington's headquarters. There, Betsy Ross unwraps the package and then holds up a big, beautiful flag with 13 stars on a blue field to signify the first 13 states that were the United States when the country was formed. And she says, Gentlemen, the American flag. George Washington looks at it proudly and exclaims, Long may it wave. Last picture, Dick says proudly, It'll be waving 175 years from now, more glorious than ever, sir. I know it. And George Washington looks at Dick and exclaims,
What's that, Corporal?
But Dick doesn't answer. He's looking far ahead in the future, which he knows so well, and thinking of the flag, which he loves so well.
Oh, that just brings tears to my eyes. It's such a beautiful story.
Yes, it certainly is, and it's a beautiful flag.
And I know what all the stars are. They still mean the number of states that are in the United States.
You're absolutely right. And the stripes mean the first 13 states to become the United States.
Oh, I love Dick's adventures because you learn such interesting things about America.
Yes, you do. And next week there'll be some more interesting American history. But now?
Oh, look, underneath Dick's adventures, there's Rusty Riley. And this is something I've been worried about because Rusty is in a very dangerous spot.
Yes, he could be. He and Patty have gone out on a motorboat out on the inlet offshore.
And the engine stopped, and it's after dark, and some bad old crooks in another boat are coming right to the place where Rusty is.
Well, let's read now and see what happens in the story of the smugglers and Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. In the boat, Rusty says to Patty,
I'm pretty dumb, all right. There's nothing wrong with the engine. There just isn't any gas left.
Then he notices that the boat's beginning to drift a little, and he exclaims,
Golly, the tide's turned. I better throw the anchor out before we drift out of the inlet to the open sea.
And he tosses the anchor overboard and hopes for the best. An hour later, it's grown darker. Suddenly, Patty hears a boat coming toward them. She hopes it's someone coming after them. Rusty exclaims,
Yeah, I hear it, too. Well, whoever they are, I guess they'll give us a tow if they come near enough to hail.
Last picture, top row, Patty is just about to yell to the strange boat when Rusty exclaims,
Hey, stop their engine. Hey, golly, that's queer. They're running without lights. Hey, keep quiet a minute and see what they're up to.
First picture, bottom row, they hear a voice on the strange boat saying,
Get out the black light, copy. Loon's lobster pots are close by here.
Rusty whispers,
Golly, you hear that, Patty? They must be lobster thieves.
Then he hears the voice again.
All right, copy. Swing the black light over this way. We gotta get rid of 4 of these babies before any snoopers come around.
Carefully, Rusty watches to see what the thugs are up to, hoping they don't see him. Meanwhile, at a dock not far away, a Coast Guard boat stands by the wharf. One of the men is saying to Mr. Kilgore,
Our lookout at the point just reported a strange boat in the inlet, Mr. Kilgore.
The Treasury agent who had visited Mr. Miles says, Come on, let's look it over. Mr. Kilgore gets in the boat, and away they go. Last picture of the row, the Coast Guard cruiser approaches the smuggler's boat. Mr. Kilgore yells to him,
Ahoy, cruiser! This is the Coast Guard. Stand by. We're coming aboard.
The smugglers answer,
Come ahead, Coast Guard. We're just looking for a spot to anchor.
Oh, now's Rusty's chance to be saved by the men in the Coast Guard.
Yes, and it looks like they got there in time.
What does black light mean? That's what the smugglers said, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, maybe next week we'll find out more about that black light.
Ooh, it sounds so mysterious, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, now?
Oh, now it's just about time for my little pal Donald Duck.
Yes, it is. Go over the page past Little Iodine, who gets into trouble again, and past Snuffy Smith, who has a pig named after him and is so happy about it he cries. Then go over the page past Ripley and over to page 6 to Donald Duck, and I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on top of page 6 of the first section, Donald Duckle, good for a chuckle. Say the magic words for the music with me. Squeege-em, squeege-em, squiddy-chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald is reading the newspaper. Suddenly he exclaims,
Wow. Time to get busy.
What's he going to get busy about?
Wait for the next picture.
All right, I'll wait.
Donald is on the phone, and he's saying,
And send it out right away.
and the man on the phone replies,
Okay, Mr. Duck.
What's going to be sent out?
Wait till the next picture.
All right, I'll wait.
Donald looks out the window, and he sees something outside.
Here it is.
All right, I'll wait.
Outside the house is a great big truck loaded with huge pipes, and Donald exclaims,
Okay, man, I'll show you where to live.
The men start to unload it. Last picture, top row, Donald tells him,
Now start right here with the curved one.
First picture, bottom row, Donald tells him,
Okay, the next one right here.
A half hour later, the men are through with their work. As Donald pays them their money, the truck driver says,
Okay, Mac, but that's a silly place to put a pipe.
Donald replies,
Come back in January, pal, and see how silly it is then.
Sometime later, Donald is in his house. He looks out of the window and exclaims,
Boy, oh boy, look at it come down.
Last picture, we see Donald's front yard. The snow is coming down furiously, and leading up from Donald's sidewalk to the front door is the huge pipe. While inside the house, Donald, with a big grin on his face, looks at the walk, which he won't have to shovel.
Oh, he was smart, wasn't he?
Yes.
All he has to do is open the door and walk through the pipe out to the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm, and now he won't have to walk through the snow to get to his mailbox.
Yes, he just walks through the pipe, and of course the snow can't get into it.
No, that's right.
Wasn't he smart?
Yes, this is one time Donald came out ahead. Well, now...
Bang, bang, clippity-clop.
What'd you say?
Bang, bang, clippity-clop.
Well, what does that mean?
Roy Rogers.
Oh, how silly of me. I should have known.
Please read that, because Roy has caught the runaway horse that belongs to his friend Chubby Walden.
Yes, the horse with the map of the gold mine in its shoe.
And then those two crooks are after him because they want to get that map, too. So please read, Roy, and see if they do.
Very well. Over we go to the last page of the first section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy gallops into Sagebrush Bend, into the livery stable where his friend and the girl named Doc Reynolds wait for him. He jumps off Trigger, saying, The claim jumpers who want the mine map hidden in your horse's shoe are right behind me, Chubby. I'll pry off the hollow shoe so you can grab your map. Then we'll tie the horses outside Doc's workshop. Doc Reynolds tells Roy to hurry because the crooks are in sight. First picture next row, she asks Roy why he's led the crooks to her museum, because there's nothing in there but wax dummies of men dressed like cowboys. They'd be no help. Roy ties Trigger outside and tells her with a twinkle in his eye, Don't argue, Doc Reynolds. Come on, get inside. But not a second too soon, because Beaker and Shorty, guns in hand, gallop up and rein in outside. Beaker exclaims,
There's Roger's horse in the red roan.
As they dismount, Beaker draws his gun and heads for the inside of the barn. Shorty asks, Hey, how about the gold mine map in their own shoe? That's what we want. Beaker replies,
Don't be a fool. They've taken it out. Come on.
Last picture of the row, guns in hand, Shorty and Beaker step in the door. They see several men, guns in hand, facing them. A voice suddenly calls, Hands up, you galoots. Me and the boys got you covered. Beaker exclaims,
What the trap? Blast him, Shorty.
Suddenly, first picture bottom row from behind, Beaker hears Roy's voice. Drop your guns, gents. Those dummies are harmless, but I'm not. Beaker and Shorty drop their guns. Beaker exclaims,
You tricked us. But we ain't through yet, Rogers.
And at that moment, Chubby pops up from behind a stanchion, exclaiming, Oh, no? When the sheriff hears how you tossed me off that cliff and tried to jump my mining claim, you'll be through for good. Beaker exclaims in surprise,
Chubby, you alive?
Last picture, Roy, leading the two crooks, their hands tied behind them, mounted on their horses, says to Chubby, You better get your gold strike recorded at the county seat while I herd these hombres to jail, Chubby. And Chubby grins and waves, Okay, Roy, and I'm going to finance Doc Reynolds' museum with my first polka dash, by gosh.
Hooray for Roy. He outsmarted those crooks very cleverly.
Yes, when Beaker came into that museum and saw those wax dummies dressed like cowboys, why, he thought they were real men.
Yes, and while he was shooting at them, Roy sneaked around the back and got the drop on him.
Yes, that was very, very clever.
Yes, it was. Now will you please read Dagwood and Blondie?
I certainly will, and here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. So here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafam, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. A delivery boy comes up to Dagwood at the office and says,
I'm from the shoe store. Here are Mr. Dither's new shoes.
Dagwood points to Mr. Dithers, saying, Well, that's him in the office. A moment later, Mr. Dithers has tried on the new shoes, and immediately his feet begin to hurt. Mr. Dithers moans,
Ow, ow, they're too tight. They're killing me.
Dagwood clasps his hands soulfully and says,
I'll be happy to break 'em in for you, Mr. Dithers. So he tries on the shoes, last picture, top row, saying happily, I like to do favors for people, especially my boss. Mr. Dithers leans his head on Dagwood's shoulder affectionately, saying,
Dagwood, dear boy, you're a jewel. I love you as though you were my own son.
But the shoes are tight for Dagwood, too, and first picture, next row, out in the park, he takes them off and hands them to a hobo whose clothes are all in rags, and he says,
I'll give you $1 if you walk around the park 3 times with these shoes on.
The hobo's delighted at the thought of making $1 so easily, so he puts on the shoes, but immediately his feet begin to hurt. And after he takes 3 steps, he groans,
Oh, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. These shoes must have been made for Cinderella.
And next picture, he gives the shoes back to Dagwood. And Dagwood puts them on, and of course his feet begin to hurt again. And Dagwood groans, last picture of the row.
No! I'll take 'em home and see what I can do with 'em.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood's at home trying to soften the shoes so they won't hurt Mr. Dithers' feet. Blondie says,
First, we'll soak them in hot, soapy water.
And Dagwood hammers away at the shoes, saying,
Yeah, and then pound them soft with this mallet.
And then Dagwood holds one of the shoes, while Alexander pulls at the other end with a pair of ice tongs, saying,
Yeah, we'll stretch 'em with these ice tongs.
And Blondie says,
I'll pour olive oil on them.
And Dagwood says, Whoa! And they stretch the shoes. Last picture of the row, Dagwood's on his way to the office, wearing the shoes, which now have holes in the toes and holes in the heels. And they look all battered up, and Dagwood says cheerfully,
They're just as soft and comfortable as kid gloves. Mr. Dithers will be so happy.
At this moment, at the office, the delivery boy dashes in, and he says,
Oh, Mr. Dithers, I brought you the wrong shoes. Here are the ones you bought.
Mr. Dithers, who is sitting there without any shoes on his feet, exclaims,
Oh, no.
A second later, in walks Dagwood, holding up the shoes, which he's broken in. They're all battered and torn to pieces, and he says,
Here are your shoes, all broken in like I promised.
The delivery boy looks at the shoes and says,
That'll cost you $22, Mr. Dithers.
Last picture, Dagwood is tied up in the boss's chair, and Mr. Dithers is beating him up with the other pair of new shoes, saying with a devilish grin on his face,
This is the best way to break in a pair of shoes.
Oh, poor Dagwood. He's in trouble again when he meant to do good.
Yes, it just goes to show that very often all of our good intentions just get us into trouble.
You know, I guess that's why some people just won't help anybody else.
Yes, maybe that's so.
But then they call those people selfish.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, it's so hard to know what to do.
Yes, these decisions are terrible, aren't they?
Yes, they certainly are.
Well, I know one thing we won't have any trouble deciding on.
Yes, I do, too. Prince Valiant, please. And here's on the last page of the comics there. So let's turn over, please.
Very well.
Prince Valiant and his friends have come to a strange castle. And I'm anxious to see who lives there.
Well, here we go on the last page with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Bracket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Still on his long journey to Christendom, Prince Valiant and his friends are fortunate, for they arrive at sunset before a fair castle that promises food and shelter for the night. The drawbridge is lowered for them, and last picture, top row, they enter. But ere the gates can close, a lone horseman gallops up. And the rider leaps off his horse and runs swiftly into the castle, saying nothing to Val or his friends. After their horses have been stabled, Val and his friends are taken in the castle, too. And as they are dusty from their ride, first picture, next row, towels and a basin of scented water are brought, and they refresh themselves. Then, after a long wait, the lord of the castle receives them. If he's surprised at the bald-headed appearance of his guests, he's too courteous to show it. As Val and his friends stand before him, the Lord tells them, first picture, bottom row,
Trouble, sirs, I am honored to have you accept my hospitality this night. But at dawn you must leave, for I have just received warning that my enemies are marching to attack.
Next morning at dawn, they thank their host and mount, but their departure is delayed. For suddenly, last picture, the meadow beyond the gate of the castle is swarming with armed men, and more are arriving every minute. The attack has come.
Oh, now Prince Doesnt and his friends will have to stay and help the king fight the battle.
Yes, and if everyone in the castle is being attacked, it means Val, too.
Just think, he stopped for something to eat and he ends up in a big battle.
Yes, just shows what eating will get you.
Hmm?
Now, don't worry. I'm sure Prince Valiant will be a big help in defeating the enemy.
Oh, I'm sure, too, because he's a hero.
Yes, he is. Well, now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man. The Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm so excited I can just hardly wait.
Excited about what?
Can't you guess?
Why, no. I have no idea at all.
Oh, my, you grown-ups. Christmas is coming in 1 week.
Oh, that's right. Jolly old St. Nicholas, little Jack Horner who pulled out a plum
And jingle bells and presents and... Don't you just love it?
I certainly do, and I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful Christmas.
Oh, Christmas is wonderful always.
Yes, it is.
Just because it's Christmas.
That's so true.
Now, please read me the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly. Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on top of the first page...
Oh, that sweet little Snookums.
Oh, so it is. And I'll read that right away.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Diddly-da, diddly-do, wickam-ackam-mookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Archie is downtown with Snookums. Archie turns his head, and a second later, Snookums is walking right out toward the street. And Archie screeches,
Snookums, come here. How many times have I told you not to leave Papa's side?
Archie takes Snookums' hand, and they walk along a little further. As they chat, Snookums pulls his hand away. When Archie looks down, he sees that Snookums has disappeared again. And last picture, top row, Archie sees him heading for the curb, and he screeches, Snookums!
Didn't I tell you not to leave my side?
First picture, bottom row, they come to a toy store. And the sign in the window reads,
Sale, Junior Cop outfit.
And that gives Archie a bright idea. And a second later, they're in the store, and Archie has bought the Junior Cop outfit. The salesman asks, Shall I wrap it up, sir? And Archie replies,
No. Keep the box. I'll wear it.
And last picture of the row, Archie and Snookums are walking down the street. Archie is wearing the policeman's star, carrying the club, and little Snookums is handcuffed to Archie.
Oh, wasn't that clever? He handcuffs little Snookums to him so that he can't get away.
Yes, that was a very bright idea, and much safer.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's fun playing cops that way.
Yes, but Snookums doesn't look as happy about that as I think he would.
Well, I guess he's more curious about the things that he can see in the street.
I'm afraid so.
Well, at any rate, now Snookums won't get run over by a car.
No, and you should always be careful not to go in the street, especially when you're a little boy or a little girl.
Oh, I'm glad you told that to all of your friends who are listening.
I hope they mind me.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Good. Oh, over the page quick to Flash Gordon, because Flash is on a strange planet, and the wizard, who doesn't like Flash, tried to get Flash killed dead, but Flash fooled him.
Yes, and now Flash is safe. But today, the wizard is going to make Dale go through her ordeal.
I think he's a cruel, mean thing. Please read and let's see what's going to be and how it turns out.
All right, very well. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doons, Hashkamatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash has come safely through his ordeal, but Dale has still to face hers. Ignoring Flash's protests, Wizard Curzo sentences Dale to the ordeal of the Madfish. All Queen Suni can do is to let Flash say farewell to Dale. Armed only with a plastic dagger, Dale is forced to plunge into the ray-lighted pool where lurking perils await her. Huge fish with sharp teeth rush at Dale and snap at her. Last picture, top row. Frenzied by the ray light, the mad fish attack Dale fiercely. She fights back as best she can. Flash groans, Oh, it's not fair. She hasn't a chance. Then first picture, bottom row. Flash snatches Suni's jewel dagger and dives to Dale's aid. Curzo moves to interfere, but Queen Suni warns that Flash isn't breaking any of his laws, that he never dreamed anyone would be devoted enough to risk sharing a victim's fate. Not even the vicious Madfish can outfight Flash when he's defending Dale. And Dale does her full share, forgetting her own danger and her anxiety to keep harm from befalling Flash. And together they drive off the Madfish. As Flash and Dale climb out of the pool, last picture, Queen Suni tells Curzo there's nothing more he can do to them, that they've survived their ordeals, and that she's now going to take Flash and Dale back to the palace. The wizard frowns and warns,
It's your mistake, and you'll answer to me if these intruders from space break our laws against metal.
Does he mean that if Flash were to try to make a metal ship so that he can get off the planet, that he will try to kill him again?
Yes,
Well, that means that Flash will just have to stay there forever and ever.
it certainly looks that way, unless he could build a plastic ship of some kind.
Oh, I hope he can. I hope he can.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week.
Oh, look. Underneath Flash Gordon, there's Roy Rogers way up there in the front.
Yes, you've been so eager to read him that I thought I'd move him up here.
Goody. Let's see what new adventure Roy starts today.
All right, here we go with Roy Rogers. Yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-hi-yo. Roy gallops down the trail leading through the mountains on his way to an Indian reservation where he plans to sell some cattle. He sees a fort along the road. The fort has been deserted ever since the Indians made peace with the white men. As Roy nears it, suddenly he hears a shot, and a boy in a pony gallops out of the fort furiously. He hears the boy shout, last picture, top row.
Run, Clover, he's after us.
First picture, next row, there's another shot. And a man on a horse gallops out of the fort chasing the boy. And he shouts, Stop, you young scamp, I'll blast you out of the saddle. In a second, Roy has his lariat out, tears after the man who's firing at the boy. He flips his lariat, and in a second, Roy has jerked the old man off the horse. Last picture of the row. The man snarls,
Hey, what's the idea of roping me, you crazy cowpoke?
Roy exclaims, the kid's horse stumbled. He'll be hurt. So he gallops after the boy, first picture, bottom row. The boy jumps to his feet and runs to the cliff. Roy calls, Hey, don't run. I'm your friend. The boy cries, Hey, leave me alone. And then suddenly leaps over the cliff into the river below. Roy jumps off trigger and runs to the edge of the cliff to look after the boy. At this moment, the man who was chasing the boy has worked himself loose of the rope and has picked up a rifle and is sneaking up behind Roy. Roy says to himself, last picture, well, he can't fight those rapids. He'll drown. Here, grab something and hang on, Sonny. I'm coming.
Going to jump into the river after the boy?
I'm afraid he is, because the water's extremely fast right there, and he thinks it's too much for the boy.
Oh, this is terribly dangerous, because if Roy jumps into the water, he might be drowned. But still, if he doesn't, well, that mean man with the beard and the coonskin cap just might shoot him.
Yes, say, this is certainly an exciting beginning to this new adventure, isn't it?
Oh, I should say so.
And maybe next week Roy will work his way out of danger.
I hope so. Now, cross the page, please, to Dick's Adventures. Such wonderful things are happening in Dick's Adventures because Dick is in the early days of America when this country was just beginning.
Yes, when it was struggling to gain its freedom from England. And Dick has been dreaming that he's with George Washington. So now let's see what adventure he has today. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. And say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. In his dream, Dick finds himself back in 1776, marching with the first American militia under General Washington. The road leads out of Boston south toward New York, now threatened with capture by the King's Redcoats. It's a hot, dusty midsummer day. Last picture, top row, the men stop for a little rest. As Dick stretches out on the ground, his comrade says,
Fine armor we got. Not enough guns, not enough bullets. Shucks, we ain't even told the kind we're free and independent.
Dick murmurs drowsily.
Oh, today's the 4th of July. Independence Day. Yeah, I thought Thomas Jefferson in Philadelphia.
And Dick falls off asleep. He dreams that he's walking down the streets of Philadelphia. First picture, next row, a man there selling newspapers says,
Newspaper, sir? The Philadelphia Gazette. Full account of the rebellion against the British.
Dick exclaims,
Hey, gosh, I must be in Philadelphia. Oh, thanks. I'll take a paper.
The man goes on.
Best newspaper in the colonies, Corporal. The editor is one of the finest writers, finest statesmen, finest scientists in the world. One of the greatest American patriots.
Dick exclaims,
Benjamin Franklin. But I don't see anything about the Declaration of Independence. And shouldn't the Liberty Bell be ringing?
Puzzled, the old man shakes his head. Dick sees two men passing by across the street. Last picture of the row, as Dick watches, the two men walk rapidly into the printing shop. The old man exclaims,
Oh, it's Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. They've been with Mr. Franklin for days.
Dick sees a sign atop the store. It reads, Philadelphia Gazette, Benjamin Franklin. First picture, bottom row. A few minutes later, the door of the printing shop abruptly opens, and an elderly man peers out over his spectacles. Spying Dick, he calls,
Come here, please.
The man selling newspapers says,
It's Mr. Franklin.
Last picture, Dick exclaims softly,
Well, I wonder what he wants with me. Oh, coming, sir.
Oh, Benjamin Franklin. And he wants Dick, and now Dick's going into his place.
Yes.
Isn't it wonderful? Dick is meeting all these famous Americans.
Isn't this something, though?
Yes, and I know something else Benjamin Franklin did. He invented the lightning rod.
Yes.
He invented with the kite.
Say, you remember well.
Yes, I do I?
Uh-huh. And now?
Oh, look, underneath Dick's Adventures, Rusty Riley.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of page 3 of the first section with Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty and Patty had taken the boat out in the inlet to test it. The motor died, and there, out on the open water, the two were marooned. Darkness fell, and a little later the smugglers came toward them and dropped anchor within speaking distance. Rusty and Patty overheard the smugglers at their crooked business. Then, a little later, Mr. Kilgore, the government treasury agent, a man whose work is much like a detective, came in the Coast Guard cruiser. The Coast Guard men went aboard the smugglers' boat and searched it. As Mr. Kilgore gets back into the Coast Guard cruiser, one of the smugglers says,
Well, Mr. T-Man, are you satisfied we ain't breaking no laws?
Mr. Kilgore replies, Yes, you seem to be clean. Sorry we had to bother you, but you know how it is. And the Coast Guard cruiser pulls away. As the boat pulls away, one of the smugglers says to his pals,
Now, you should have chucked that black light gadget over the side. We'd have had plenty of trouble trying to explain it.
Oh, he didn't say it. I had it stowed under a coil of rope in the chain locker.
At this moment, last picture top row, on the Coast Guard cruiser, one of the men says to Mr. Kilgore,
Well, excuse me, Mr. Kilgore. We just got a radio flash from the station. A couple of kids are supposed to be out here in the inlet in a motorboat lost.
Mr. Kilgore says, Well, okay. We'll play the searchlight around. We should be able to pick them up. And in a second, the searchlight picks out Rusty's boat. They head for it as Rusty throws up his hands, first picture bottom row, calling,
Hey, help, over here!
The Coast Guard cruiser pulls up beside Rusty's boat. Mr. Kilgore exclaims,
Well, by George, it's the youngsters from the Miles place.
And a moment later, Rusty and Patty are in the Coast Guard cruiser on their way back to shore. As they head back, Rusty tells Mr. Kilgore,
Yeah, we ran out of gas. We were just going to yell to that other boat when we heard him talking about Captain Clune's lobster pots.
Patty tells him she thought that they were going to rob the lobster pots. Mr. Kilgore says thoughtfully,
Say, maybe they are. Well, we'll keep an eye on them.
Later that night, as Rusty's getting ready for bed, he's talking to Tex. Suddenly, he says to Tex,
Hey, Tex, what the dickens is a black light?
Tex replies thoughtfully,
Black light? By jingo, I was just reading something about that in the Science magazine. I can't just recollect, Rusty, but I'll give you the article. You can read it.
Oh, goody. Maybe next week we'll find out all about what that black light is.
Yes, maybe we will.
And maybe we'll find that it's a clue that'll help Rusty catch the smugglers, and then he will be a hero.
Yeah, maybe so.
Oh, I hope so. I hope so.
Good. Now...
Oh, now is the time for my funny friend Dagwood.
It is indeed. So let's pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly, and here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Mr. Dithers is talking to his friend Donald, a very timid-looking man. Mr. Dithers is saying to Donald,
Donald, you should get married. You're missing so much.
And at the thought of getting married, Donald's eyes pop open. Mr. Dithers takes him by the arm and says,
Let me take you over to the Bumsteads and show you a happy man.
And even though Donald holds back, Mr. Dithers drags him over to the Bumsteads' door. Last picture top row, as they stand on the Bumsteads' doorstep, Mr. Dithers says,
Here's his home, his own little castle, and he's treated like a king in there.
Donald looks very nervous. And Mr. Dithers rings the doorbell. First picture next row, it's opened by Blondie. And Mr. Dithers points to Blondie, saying,
And look at the beautiful little wife he has to greet him after a hard day's work.
Mr. Dithers takes Donald to the kitchen. He looks in the oven and says,
Yeah, look at the delicious dinners he has cooked for him. Smell that apple pie for his dessert.
Donald licks his lips hungrily. Last picture of the row, Mr. Dithers points out Alexander, Cookie, and the dogs quietly enjoying themselves, and he says,
And little children and pets to bring joy and comfort. Beautiful, isn't it?
And Donald holds his hat reverently in this one moment of peace and quiet, which is the children's hour. First picture, next row, Mr. Dithers shows him through the living room, and he says,
And look, isn't this cute? Little flowers and doilies all around to give the homey feeling. That's the woman's touch.
Then Mr. Dithers takes Donald upstairs and shows him Dagwood's bedroom and bureau and says,
Yeah, look, everything is done for him. See how carefully she places his shirts and handkerchiefs in his bureau?
And Donald's face lights up happily as he asks,
You mean he doesn't even have to rub out his own socks?
Next picture, Mr. Dithers points out Dagwood, who is smoking his pipe in a comfortable chair, reading a paper, and he says,
And there you see the contented husband with his pipe and slippers. A happy man.
And Donald says,
Hey, that settles it. I'm going to get married.
First picture, bottom row, Donald says to himself thoughtfully,
Now let's see, who shall I propose to? Rosemary? Victoria? Vera? Marie?
And Dagwood happens to see Mr. Dithers, and he jumps out of his chair saying,
Oh, Mr. Dithers, may I speak to you a minute? May I borrow 50 cents until payday?
And Donald's eyes pop open in amazement. And Mr. Dithers goes. And last picture, Donald is tearing down the street with Mr. Dithers after him, trying to catch him. And Dithers says,
Now, money isn't everything, Donald.
And Donald yells,
Yeah, I know, but it's nice stuff to have in your pockets.
Isn't that funny? That silly man. He decides to get married until he found out that Dagwood didn't have any money.
Yes. Well, being married is expensive, and a man has to work very hard to pay for his house and a car and buy clothes for his wife and feed his children and buy clothes for the children.
And food for the dogs.
Yes, yes. But even so, all the money in the world couldn't take the place of a lovely family and a lovely home.
Yes, because the home is so romantic.
Mm-hmm. Well, now...
Oh, look, right here under Blondie is Donald Duckle, good for a chuckle.
And I know you want to read that, so
Yeah.
here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald's girlfriend, Daisy, has asked Donald to come over to help her rearrange her furniture. Donald comes in the door, second picture, saying,
Hi, Toots. Let's get started.
So he rolls up his sleeves. And Daisy tells him,
Well, first, I want the Davenport over there.
Donald flexes his muscles, glares at the sofa, and gives it a push, and it sails across the room. And 1, 2, 3. Donald has moved all of the furniture around. He surveys the room proudly, last picture of the row, saying,
I'm a fast worker, Toots.
And Daisy points to a big, squatty chair, saying,
Well, now, I'd like that chair moved into the next room.
So Donald flexes his muscles, glares at the chair, and starts pushing it toward the door. And Daisy asks, first picture, bottom row,
Hadn't you better tip it sideways?
and Donald exclaims,
Nah, it'll go through easy.
and he gives it a shove through the door. And the chair is stuck in the door. Donald pushes and pushes. But the chair won't move. And Donald exclaims,
Seems to be a tight squeeze.
So he goes around to the other room and tries to push it back. But the chair won't move. Donald exclaims,
Wow. Sort of seems slightly stuck.
Daisy says,
Well, I can't wait any longer. I has shopping to do.
as she goes out the door, she tells him,
And don't you dare go away and leave that blocking my doorway.
and Donald replies cheerfully,
Don't worry, Toots. Your door won't be blocked when you get back.
Later in the afternoon, Daisy returns home after doing her shopping. She walks into her living room, and last picture sees the chair still stuck in the doorway, but a ladder has been set up over it, so she can climb up over the ladder on one side and down into the other room on the other side. And as Daisy stares at it, she feels just like this.
Wasn't that clever? Donald gets the chair stuck in the door, and then when he can't get it out, he builds a ladder so that she has to go from one room to another on the ladder. I think that's the funniest thing.
Yes, that Donald has some funny ideas.
Yes, he certainly has.
Well, now shall we see what Prince Valiant is doing?
Oh, yes, because he came to a strange castle, and he asked if he could stay there overnight. And then the next morning when he got up, the castle was being attacked, and now Prince Valiant has to stay there, and there's going to be a big battle.
So here we go, over to the last page to Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant, Egil, Rufus, and Arf enjoy a night's lodging, but their awakening is rude. Before they can leave, the castle is attacked. Their host, the king of the castle, Refook, comes to Val, buckling on his helmet, and he tells him,
"Your loss is my gain, for this is a fight to the finish, and every fighting man is welcome."
Last picture, top row, he points to the enemy outside the castle, and Val sees in the distance the leader of the enemy, a tall, fierce-looking man, and Ree says,
"Yonder stands my enemy, Black Robert, a brave and ruthless captain. Only one of us can survive this battle."
First picture, next row, Val and his friends tour the castle to become familiar with its defenses. There is none of the confusion that usually attends preparations for an attack, where these two unyielding enemies have planned each other's downfall for many years. Val watches as baskets of arrows are set up behind the parapets, and workmen prepare the huge catapult. Every precaution is taken to defend the castle. Last picture of the row, we see the army outside the castle. They're preparing for the attack. Foot soldiers surround the castle, and later in the day, the war engines, ram, ballista, mangonel, and catapult thunder into action against the main gate. For 2 days, the stout, iron-studded gates withstand the terrible battering, and then they splinter and fall. But in the meantime, Sir Ree has sealed up the arch with masonry, and first picture bottom row, the attackers find themselves face to face with a blank wall of stone. Black Robert hurls one assault after another, probing, searching for a weak spot in the defenses. He sends his men against the castle with scaling ladders, but as they climb up the ladders seeking to go into the castle, the ladders are pushed from the walls, and his men are thrown back. Last picture, Val's friend, Refook, says, as he notices his enemy still trying to break through,
"Our enemies show unexpected strength. A messenger must get through to ask my brothers for help."
Oh, do you think maybe Val will try to go through and carry the message?
I wouldn't be surprised if either Val or one of his friends did.
That would be exciting.
Yes, but dangerous, too.
I can hardly wait to see what happens.
Oh, this is going to be a very busy week of waiting for you. Christmas and next week's comics.
Yes, and I'll see you next week, and then it will be Christmas. And then, too, we'll see what happens in the funnies.
Yes, we certainly will. And I hope that you and every other boy and girl has the most wonderful Christmas they ever had.
Yes, and I hope so, too.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Well, you should know.
You bet I do. You're happy as a jingle bell.
I certainly am, because it's Christmas week.
So it is. So let's wish everybody a Merry, Merry Christmas.
Yes, let's.
A Merry, Merry Christmas, everyone. And I hope everyone gets exactly the presents they wish to get. Because if they do, it means that everyone in the world is thoughtful. And the world needs thoughtfulness to make happiness.
That's so true.
Yes.
And now the funnies, please.
Puck the Comic Weekly. Yes. Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But first, let's listen to this nice man. And now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, please read me Flash Gordon because it's so interesting. Flash and Dale are on a strange planet.
A planet where no one is permitted to use metal in any form.
No rockets, no guns, no watches, no nothing.
That's right, because the wizard Curzo, a rather mean man, has outlawed metal. And the wizard and another mean man named Goro don't like Flash and Dale.
But the Queen, Suni, is very nice to them.
Yes, so let's see today whether Flash has any more trouble with the wizard or with Goro. So here we go on the second page of Puck the Comic Weekly with Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. Flash and Dale and Queen Suni come out of the wizard's cave to return to Suni's palace. Goro, the Queen's general, who doesn't like Flash, looks quite surprised to see Flash and Dale still alive. Queen Suni remarks that he didn't expect them to survive their ordeals, Goro frowns and says, I still think they'll bring you disaster. They all head for the palace. Flash asks Queen Suni, well, if the ray dissolves all metal, how can we live without calcium for our bones? Queen Suni tells him that many people died before the wizards had reduced the ray and made it very weak. So now it doesn't hurt them or cause landslides because it only works beneath the surface of the earth, and mining is forbidden. She tells Flash that the wizards hate progress and civilization, that Curzo said he would end poverty and war by destroying metal from which cannon and bullets are made. But still her people have to work all day and night just to eat. They still fight with arrows and sharp sticks, while savage beasts roam the land. At this moment, last picture of the row, a huge, vicious animal waits behind a rock, ready to leap upon the people approaching. First picture, bottom row. As they come near it, it roars. Goro shouts, On guard, your majesty, a fanged dragon! Bravely, he turns his panicky mount toward the monster. But Goro's lance is no match for the dragon. And Flash leaps from his terrified mount, shouting, Ride for your lives! But the fear-crazed steeds break loose, throwing Suni and Dale. Flash, without any weapons, dashes at the monster who has now thrown Goro and is pinning him to the ground with his powerful claws as he bares his fangs at Flash.
Oh, just see what that old wizard did. If Flash had a ray pistol, he could shoot that dragon and save everyone.
Well, next week we'll find out if Flash figures out some way to defeat the dragon.
Oh, I hope he will.
Yes. Well, now...
Oh, now, please, across the page are Dick's adventures. Dick is in the early days of America.
And he's dreaming that he's in Philadelphia on the 4th of July.
Yes, and that he met Benjamin Franklin, who was a wonderful man in the early days of America. He flew a kite and invented electricity.
Yes, and many other things. So now let's read and see what happens today in Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick is dreaming his wonderful dream. It's July 4th, 1776, Independence Day, and in Philadelphia. Dick wonders, but why is nobody celebrating? Then from the doorway of a small print shop, Dick hears his name called. He recognizes Benjamin Franklin. Dick goes to Franklin's shop. Mr. Franklin says,
I see you are attached to General Washington's militia, Corporal. Please deliver this to the General. It has just been approved.
glance at it.
Dick takes the document, which is a piece of paper, unrolls it, looks at it last picture top row, and starts to read.
What in the course of human events... Oh, gosh! Why, it's a Declaration of Independence!
A few minutes later, mounted on a horse, first picture next row, Dick rides through wildly cheering crowds. Here is the first glorious sport. High over the shouting, a great bell is thundering the momentous news of American freedom. Dick cries, "The Liberty Bell!" And he continues on his way to carry the Declaration of Independence. George Washington's in New York, readying his men for a defense of the city. The ride from Philadelphia is long, and late that night, Dick stops at an inn. He finds, last picture of the row, that the inn is a nest for Tories, men bitterly opposed to American independence. The waitress warns that he be careful, because the Tories would slit his throat if they think that he's carrying military information. Dick replies cheerfully, "I am, but they can read it." And then, first picture, bottom row, Dick goes to the fireplace, holds up the paper, and says to the Tories, "The information in this paper is going to make our soldiers fight like wildcats." And then he reads it to them in a voice ringing with defiance. "When in the course of human events..." Next morning, last picture, Dick's on his way an hour before dawn, continuing his journey to Washington's headquarters in New York. As he thinks about the night before, when he read the Declaration of Independence to the Tories, who were people in America, on England's side, and how much they didn't like it, Dick laughs and says to himself,
They didn't appreciate it much.
Oh, isn't that thrilling? The Declaration of Independence. That was when the Americans wrote down on the paper that they wanted to be free from England.
That's right. That was one of the most famous documents in the history of the world, because it was the first time a group of men stated that everybody in the world should have a free government, a government that would be a good government to everybody.
And just think, it happened right here in America.
Yes.
Oh, look, underneath Dick's Adventures, here's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and this is really becoming something interesting, too, because Rusty, who was trying out a boat, got marined out in the harbor.
And then he saw the smugglers come, and they were doing something with a black light.
Yes, and then the Coast Guard cruiser came along and searched the smugglers, but they didn't find anything.
And then they saw Rusty and Patty, and they rescued them and brought them home again. But I'm still wondering about that black light. What is the black light?
Well, Tex gave Rusty a magazine that had an article about a black light in it. So let's see what we can find out right now. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Patty, Rusty's friend, daughter of Mr. Miles, sees that Rusty's reading a magazine, and she asks,
What are you reading in that science magazine, Rusty?
Oh, it's an article Tex gave me to read. It's all about black light.
Huh? Black light?
Sure, don't you remember? We heard one of those men on that strange boat say something about black light. Well, this article tells all about it. Must be a queer sort of a thing, because it says here, and it's invisible unless it shines in a certain kind of chemical. And then it makes that chemical glow real bright.
Jeepers, that sounds spooky. But what could those men on the boat use it for?
Then Rusty puts on his jacket, last picture top row, saying,
Well, let's go down to the boathouse and ask Mr. Tony, our teacher. He knows about all kinds of things.
All right, Rusty, let's go.
First picture next row. Down by the waterfront, they go into the boathouse where Tony had been painting lobster pot markers, which are huge corks floating above the water, marking the spots where the lobster pots are at the bottom of the ocean. And Patty says,
Golly, Mr. Tony isn't here. I thought he'd be painting some of those lobster pot markers.
Well, his paints and his brushes are all here. Hey, let's paint a name on our skiff while we're here, huh?
So Rusty picks up a can of the paint and a brush, and they walk out to the boat. And Rusty paints the name Polly on his boat. Rusty says,
It says misto tint in this can. Well, anyway, it's a nice bright red. There, how's that look, huh?
Fine, Rusty. But it's time for supper. We can come down and put the name on the other side tonight.
After supper that night, Rusty goes down to the boat to paint the name on the other side. He calls to Patty, who's still in the boathouse.
Hey, golly, it's pretty dark for painting outside here, Patty. We need a light.
And Patty calls back.
Oh, wait a second. Here's something that looks like a kind of a spotlight. It's got a long cord. I'll bring it out.
So Patty comes out carrying the thing that looks like a spotlight. She clicks the switch and says, last picture.
It must be broken or burnt out, Rusty. I switched it on, but it doesn't light.
Suddenly, Rusty sees the name Polly, which he'd painted on the boat earlier in the afternoon, is shining as though it were put on in electric lights. And he exclaims,
Burn out nothing. Look at the name we painted on the skiff. It's Black Light.
Oh, so that's what the black light is. It doesn't show any light like a real light.
no, it's invisible unless it shines on a certain kind of chemical, like Rusty read in the magazine.
And when that invisible light is aimed at the what you said, then it makes it real bright.
Yes, and the paint that Rusty put on the boat had the chemical in it, and that's why the name is Bright.
Isn't it mysterious?
Yes. Well, now,
Now will you read Donald Duck for me?
I will right away if you'll turn over the page.
And there he is in the middle of page 5.
So here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words for the music with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald looks out the window, and he sees something that makes him angry. And he yells to his nephews.
Boys, come here.
And in a second, his 3 nephews are in the room. And Donald points out the window to the walk, which is covered with snow, and he barks.
I thought you boys promised to keep the walk shoveled this winter.
And his nephews say cheerfully.
Sure, Uncle Donald. We get started tomorrow.
And Donald says angrily.
Tomorrow. That's what you said yesterday.
And his nephews go back to play. Donald begins to think. He thinks and thinks. And then he has a bright idea. And last picture top row, he's made a phone call and is just finishing his conversation saying,
And send them out right away, immediately.
First picture bottom row, some delivery men are bringing 3 boxes, in a truck to Donald's house. And one of them says to Donald,
Well, here they are, Mr. Duck.
Donald replies,
Bring them right in.
And the men bring the boxes into the kitchen floor. Donald starts to open the boxes. His 3 nephews come running into the kitchen, and Donald says,
Look, boys, a little surprise.
And 2 seconds later, the front door pops open, and out the door dash Huey, Dewey, and Louie, all carrying shovels, and they shovel the snow off the sidewalk as fast as they can. Last picture, his nephews are riding their bicycles on the sidewalk, which is now shovel clean, while Donald sits in the house reading a book with a sly smile on his face.
That was very smart of Donald. When his nephews got the bicycles, they just had to shovel the snow off so they could ride the bicycles. I would do that, too.
Well, I should think you'd shovel the sidewalk so your mother wouldn't get her overshoes filled.
Yes, but it's hard for children to remember these things sometimes.
Yes, I suppose, but they should try.
Yes, they should try, especially at Christmas, because sometimes you get bigger presents.
Oh, you.
It's true.
Well, what should we read now?
Oh, since you read my friend Donald Duck, will you read my other friend, Uncle Remus? I just love Bear Rabbit so.
I certainly will if you'll turn over the page.
Oh, goody. Here he is, under Tilly the Toilet.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the 6th page of the first section of Puck the Comic Weekly is Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit.
Magic words for the music, please.
And say them with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Most times when Brer Rabbit gets lazy in the bones, he gets mighty super in the head.
Yes, and this is one of the days when Brer Rabbit needs to get supple in the head, for his lawn is completely overrun with tall, tall grass, and it needs a cutting. Just then, Brer Bear and Brer Buzzard come by, and Brer Buzzard stops and says,
I sees you was finally getting round to cutting your grass.
And Brer Rabbit replies cheerfully,
Oh, I ain't cutting grass. I's looking for something. I's got a hole in my pocket, and I done lost a $11 gold piece.
Last picture, top row. Brer Bear asks,
Is you given any reward for the finding?
And Brer Rabbit cheerfully says,
Yeah, I split half with the man what finds it.
and by the time you can go, Brer Bear and Brer Buzzard have dashed home for their sights and are cutting Brer Rabbit's grass. First picture, bottom row. Finally, the grass is all cut, but no one has found the $11 gold piece. And Brer Bear, looking very disappointed, says,
Is you sure you lost it in this field?
And Brer Buzzard moans,
Us is almost scud the place clean.
And Brer Rabbit reaches in his back pocket and says cheerfully,
Oh, hey, fellas, wait a minute. Well, what do you know about that? I found it in my hip pocket.
And when the others see it, they all go, and Brer Bear exclaims,
They're not work for nothing.
And Brer Buzzard growls,
I is disbusted.
And last picture, they all walk down the road. Brer Bear says,
Something ain't right about this.
And Brer Buzzard exclaims,
In his pocket all the time. Nah.
And Brer Rabbit flips the coin, happily saying,
Well, that's one way of getting the grass cut.
And Uncle Remus says,
Sharp mind is just as sharp as sharp blade.
Oh, that smart little Brer Rabbit. He fooled Brer Bear and Brer Buzzard again.
Yes, he certainly did. Well, now shall we have some rootin' tootin' excitement?
Oh, yes, if it's Roy Rogers.
It certainly is.
Oh, I'm anxious to read that because Roy passed by an old Indian fort and he saw an old man wearing a coonskin cap shooting at a boy.
And Roy whipped out his lariat, pulled the old man off his horse, and saved the boy from being shot.
Yes, but just then the boy jumped into the river.
And as Roy ran to help the boy, the old man got loose, grabbed up a gun.
Oh, hurry up and read, will you?
Very well, then. Go to the last page of the first section of the Comic Weekly, and here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. As Roy prepares to dive into Rapid River to save the boy from the treacherous water, the evil old man pulls up his gun, aims at Roy, and growls,
I'll learn that cowpoke to mind his own business.
Pulls the trigger, last picture, top row, just as Roy dives into the river. First picture, next row. He misses Roy, who comes up beside the boy. Roy sees the log being carried straight at him by the swift current, and he calls, Watch out, that log! And the boy exclaims, Hey, you trying to drown me? Last picture of the roll, Roy grabs the boy and says, Here, I've got you, sonny. We'll make it okay. First picture, bottom row, they grab the log as it comes by them, and they hang on to it. Roy says, Hey, that Jasper above is still shooting at us. Stay behind the log until we get ashore. The boy replies, He chased me out of old Fort Havoc, but he won't get away with it. Up on the top of the ledge, overhanging the river, the old-timer takes another shot at Roy. He growls,
I don't know how much the kid found out at the fort, but I ain't taking no chances on him. Or that nosy cowpoke, neither.
He shoots again. And just at this moment, a man gallops up on a horse. He jumps off and grabs the old-timer, last picture, exclaiming, Drop that gun, you trigger-happy maverick!
Oh, goody, goody. Roy and the boy won't be shot now. That man saved them.
He certainly did.
I wonder who he is.
Well, next week, we'll find that out. But now...
Naturally, the next comic to read is Dagwood and Blondie. And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
So, naturally, here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. As Dagwood gets home that evening, he tells Blondie, I missed my bus. I was late for work again this morning. Blondie tells him he's apt to lose his job. And that gives Dagwood something to think about during dinner. That evening, Dagwood, who's been sitting in a chair while Blondie's been reading the paper, suddenly jumps up.
And he exclaims, "I've just worked out a new shortcut to the bus that'll save me 2 minutes in the morning." And last picture, top row, Dagwood is ringing a neighbor's doorbell. He says to Daisy, his dog, who's with him, "I'm sure the neighbors will help me with this. They're all such nice people, and I've known them for so long." First picture, next row, Dagwood is pointing to the neighbor's fence, and he says to his neighbor, "Mr. Squirp, if you would remove these boards from your fence, I could cut through your yard." And the neighbor replies cheerfully, "I'll do that for you, Dagwood." And that's the first step in Dagwood's plan. Then Dagwood goes to another neighbor, and he's pointing to the hedge that's at the edge of their lawn, and is saying, "Now, if you folks would cut your hedge enough for me to leap over..." Last picture of the row, some other neighbors are carrying rocks from one end of their lawn to the other end. The missus is saying, "We're moving our rock garden so it won't be in Dagwood's way." And another neighbor calls back as she winds up her clothesline, "Yes, and I'm taking down my clothesline so he won't strangle himself when he comes through here." Next morning, Blondie calls Dagwood, telling him it's time to get up. Dagwood pops out of bed saying, "I can't wait till I see how my new shortcut's going to work." And after breakfast, he tears out of the house, dashes through the hole in the neighbor's fence, saying, "Oh, boy, this is wonderful. The neighbors are all cooperating." Last picture of the row, he leaps the other neighbor's hedge, saying, "How sweet of the Wrangles to cut a hole in their hedge for me. Such nice people." First picture, bottom row, he dashes through the other neighbor's lawn where the rock garden's been removed, saying, "I feel as free as an antelope on the prairies. Nothing to obstruct me." And then down he goes onto the sidewalk at the corner and says, "Here I am at the bus stop with 30 seconds to spare. I'll never be late for work again." And he stops, last picture, in front of a sign which is put up at the bus stop. The sign reads, "Notice, starting today, this bus line has been rerouted to Swithin Street, 2 blocks north." And Dagwood feels just like this.
Poor Dagwood. After all the cooperation he had from his neighbors and all of his good plans, he's going to be late for work today because the bus doesn't stop at that corner today.
Yes, poor Dagwood has the kind of luck so many of us have. When he tries to make something work out one way, just the opposite happens.
I'm afraid so.
So. Well, now it's time for Prince Valiant.
Oh, that's easy to find, too. It's on the last page of the second section.
So here we go over to the last page.
And this is really exciting because Prince Valiant and his friends had stayed overnight at a castle, and the next morning, when they were going to leave, the castle was attacked and they couldn't get out.
And for days, the attackers had tried to break into the castle to capture it. But so far, they've been unsuccessful.
And then the king of the castle said that they would have to have a messenger to go for more help. I'm just wondering whether Prince Val's going to try to do this dangerous thing.
And it is dangerous because the messenger will have to try to slip through the enemy's camp. So let's read now and find out who is going to be the messenger. Here we go with Prince Valiant. Eckert, Breckett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. From high on the keep, Prince Valiant searches for a way by which a messenger can escape. But they're completely surrounded, and when the fighting wanes at sunset, sentries mount guard, completely surrounding the castle moat. As Val looks out at the moat, which is a sort of a river of water around the castle, he thinks that a swimmer might cross it. But even here, the sentries stand almost shoulder to shoulder. And then Val grins, and then laughs aloud, and he calls for some very unwarlike materials. Last picture, top row, Val ties a long rope to a grapple, which is a stick with 4 curved hooks tied to its tip. Then men bring empty wine jugs and begin to tie them to long bars. Then a pulley and a rope are tied to the end of the grapple, and first picture, next row, the grapple with pulley and line attached is shot across the moat amid a shower of arrows. As the arrows fired by Val's companions spin toward the enemy across the moat, the enemy sentries cower behind their shields. They don't see the grapple with the rope and pulley attached as it lands on the shore and digs into the ground. The rope attached falls in the water and sinks underneath unseen. That night, a water gate, which opens onto the moat from the castle where Val and his friends are, is opened, and men, carrying the 50 empty wine jugs, slip out into the water, tie the wine jugs to the rope attached to the grapple, which is stuck in the earth across the moat on the enemy side. Then slowly, The bobbing jugs are pulled by means of the pulley across the dark water toward the enemy sentries. A few minutes later, the moon breaks through the clouds. An enemy sentry, seeing the wine jugs bobbing in the water, thinks it's a head of soldiers wearing helmets, and he yells,
Swimmers approaching! Help and attack!
The enemy sentries all rush to the danger spot, and at that moment, a messenger who's been swimming quietly in the water at a place far from the wine jugs finds ample room to slip out of the water and speed on his way unnoticed. Everyone laughs at Val's trick, but in the morning, there's no joy. For they see, last picture, that the most feared device in warfare is growing steadily beneath the walls.
What is the most feared thing?
That's something we'll find out next week.
All right, I'll wait, but wasn't that a wonderful scheme of Val's to make the sentries think that a lot of men were coming in one place so that the enemy all gathered there, and then they didn't really see the messenger?
That was a brilliant idea.
Yes, it was. I just love Prince Valiant because he's a hero and so bright.
He certainly is. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, did you have a wonderful Christmas?
Oh, yes. It was the most wonderful Christmas I ever had. I got a new doll, and I got a doll's house, and I got 6 dresses for the doll, and 3 dresses for myself, and 6 pairs of shoes for the doll, and 3 pairs of shoes for myself, and a hat for myself, and a hat for the doll, and a machine gun.
For yourself or for the doll?
For me, of course.
Oh, excuse me. And did you make good resolutions for the new year?
You mean like trying to be good and kind and honest and loyal like Prince Valiant?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Well, that'll make a very happy new year for me. And just for that, I'll read you Puck the Comic Weekly. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly.
And please, could we go over to Flash Gordon right away? Because Flash and Dale are on a strange planet with a very beautiful queen. Her name is Suni.
And as the 3 of them were riding to the palace with Goro, captain of the Queen's Guard, they were attacked by a huge monster.
And the wizard won't let them have guns or anything made of metal, so they have no weapons to defend themselves. And I'm anxious to find out whether Flash or Dale gets hurt.
Well, let's turn over to page 2. And here we go with Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Riga-riga-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for heroic Flash. huge dragon sweeps Captain Goro and his mount to the ground, Flash snatches up Goro's broken lance and tries to distract the monster from Goro. As the monster turns to Flash, Goro escapes, last picture top row. Seizing a sudden chance, Flash darts in close and catches the dragon at its only vulnerable point, the monster's evil eye and tiny brain, and the monster slowly sinks to the ground, dying. First picture, bottom row. Captain Goro says gratefully, "Thank you for saving my queen's life and my own." Flash warns, "We're not saved yet. Those birds don't look friendly." They see coming toward them a flock of huge three-headed birds big enough to kill a man. Queen Suni looks at them in horror. She tells Flash they're Hydra vultures and says they'd better take cover in the dragon's cave. But Goro protests, "No, it's against the wizard's metal laws. We can't go underground, even into a cave." Flash orders, last picture, "Your duty is to your queen, not the wizard's, you idiot. Get into the cave. It's the only place where we have a fighting chance against these birds." As Dale, Suni, and Goro run for the inside of the cave, Flash beats off the first of the three-headed vultures who tries to kill him.
Oh, isn't that dreadful? As soon as he gets through fighting one horrible creature, why, 20 more try to kill him.
Yes.
Dale and the others will be safe, all right, but what's going to happen to Flash? He's all alone fighting the vulture.
Well, next week we'll find out whether they're all safe.
All right. Now can we go across the page to Dick's adventures? Because Dick is dreaming he's in the early days of America when George Washington lived.
And there's trouble between the English and the Americans. And the Declaration of Independence has just been written.
And that's when the Americans told the British that they were going to be free and they were going to rule themselves.
That's right. And Dick is now on his way with the Declaration of Independence to George Washington. And here we go to find out what happens next with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. It's a rainy summer day in 1776. Dick finds himself on a tired horse jogging down a muddy, troop-clogged street called Broadway. At length he sees what he's been looking for, Washington's headquarters in New York. Dick dismounts and goes into the building. In his hand, Dick has the first copy of the Declaration of Independence, just accepted by the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. As yet, no one in New York has seen it. Last picture, top row, Dick gives it to Washington, who instantly orders it read to all his officers and men. First picture, next row, the Declaration of Independence is read to Washington's army. It's a solemn moment. Dick studies the faces of the first American soldiers, farmer boys, frontiersmen, merchants, clerks, artisans. Many of them have never held a rifle. And it's read to the officers. Washington is a Virginia planter. General Israel Putnam is an innkeeper. General Knox, a bookseller. And General Nathaniel Greene, a blacksmith. Dick glows with admiration for their fantastic courage in daring to defy the staggering power of England. Meanwhile, last picture of the row, from reports of trappers and Indians friendly to the American cause, it's known to Washington that a vast force of British regulars and Hessian mercenaries is being massed in Halifax, Nova Scotia, under General Howe for the attack on New York. And we see the ships of the British and the soldiers preparing for the attack. Hourly, the enemy is expected. Dick, on watch duty, first picture, bottom row, on Long Island, sights a long line of sails far out at sea, and he cries out, "The British transports! You can see them coming!" As Dick and Washington's officers watch, the British ships, loaded with soldiers, come closer and closer. With no navy to oppose them, the ships stream arrogantly into New York Bay, and Dick wonders what General Washington's little army can do now.
Oh, now this is terrible, because if there are no Americans there to stop them, the soldiers can come right up on the shore and fight the Americans. happen?
Yes, it's a dangerous moment.
What's going to happen?
Well, that's something I don't want to spoil by telling you now. Next week, we'll find out.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Well, let's make the waiting easier by reading Rusty Riley right now.
Oh, yes, because a very strange thing has happened. Do you remember Rusty heard one of the smugglers talking about black light?
Yes, last week we found out that a black light is something that's invisible, except when it shines in a certain chemical. Then the chemical will light up like an electric sign.
And Rusty had painted a name on his boat with some paint that he found in Squire Boggs' boathouse.
And then he said he needed a light. And Patty found something that looked like a lantern. When they turned it on, they found it was black light.
And the letters painted on that boat all lit up. So now let's find out more about that.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As Patty and Rusty stare at the letters that shine brightly on the boat, Rusty exclaims,
Well, according to that article in the magazine, that means the paint I used for the name has that special chemical in it. There's something queer about this. Those men on that boat talking about black light and then finding one of these gadgets in our boathouse.
So immediately they go in to tell Tex. Meanwhile, at the barn, Mr. Kilgore, the Treasury agent, is talking to Tex, too. Just as Kilgore's about to leave, Rusty comes in, last picture top row. He says,
Gee Willikins, Tex, we found one of those black light gadgets and the special paint they use with it in our boathouse.
Tex exclaims, Suffering horned toads. You mean it? Rusty goes on, first picture, bottom row.
I wouldn't have known what it was if you hadn't given me that magazine article. We painted a name on the skiff, and when you aim that gadget at it, it shines real bright.
Mr. Kilgore listens intently and says, wait a minute, Rusty. Take it slow. This is something I want to know all about. A little later, after hearing Rusty's story, Tex finally says, Hey, it's getting real late. Time for you youngsters to turn in. Scram now. Rusty replies,
Well, I'll go in a couple of minutes, Tex, but I gotta go back to the boathouse. I left my knife and my flashlight.
As Patty goes to the house, Rusty heads toward the boathouse. As he nears it, he stops, listens, and then says,
Gee Willikins, I believe I heard voices down there.
And last picture, we see Captain Clune beside a boat in front of the boathouse. He seems to be waiting for something. And then he calls,
Hurry up, Boggs. Get that black light projector. I got the boat ready.
From inside the boathouse, Squire Boggs, at whose place Rusty and the rest are staying, calls back,
I'm trying to find it, Clune, but somebody must have moved it. It's not where I left it.
Oh, we were right. That squirrel, Wire Bobs, he's just as bad as the smugglers.
I believe so. He wouldn't be fiddling around with a black light like the smugglers did if he weren't.
Oh, I hope they don't see Rusty there, though, and catch him.
I hope not, too. Hey, this is really becoming something, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, now I think it's time for...
Donald Duck.
Very well. If you're so anxious, let's turn over the page. And there on page 5 is Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Well, Donald comes out on the porch with an angry look on his face. He yells to one of his nephews.
Louie. Hey, just a minute. Come in, you young man.
And he leads Louie into the boys' room, which is a mess, toys scattered all around. And he says,
Pick up your toys. This place is a shambles.
Louie takes one look at the floor and says,
Well, there must be Hueys and Deweys. Me, I'm neat.
And he trots out to play. Last picture, top row, Donald sticks his head out of the window and yells,
Huey, come in here.
First picture, bottom row, Donald has Huey in the boys' room. He points to all the trash on the floor and says,
Huey, get busy. Put your toys away. This room's a disgrace.
Huey replies,
Hey, you got the wrong guy. I always keep my stuff tidy.
Louie and Dewey are the guys you want.
And he trots back to play. Next picture, Donald sticks his head out the back door and yells,
No way! Come on!
Next picture, he's showing Dewey the room covered with messy toys. And Dewey smiles cheerfully and says,
Yuck, yunk. It must be Huey's and Louie's. I'm awful neat.
And trots out to play. Donald gets so angry he begins to steam. He gets hotter and hotter. And he's so angry he's about to bust. And then... And a little later, last picture, Donald is in the house reading his newspaper, while his three nephews, last picture, stand at the window looking as though their hearts will break as they stare unhappily at all their toys, which are out in the backyard in the ash can. Well, what do you think of that?
Well, I think it was very mean of Donald to throw all those beautiful toys away.
Well, I'm sure that Donald wouldn't have thrown the toys away if the boys loved their toys enough to pick them up and take care of them.
Yes, but...
Not a single one of the boys was willing to pick those toys up.
Yes, I know, but...
Yes, but what?
I guess you're right. The boys should have picked up their toys.
Yes, and if they promise Donald they'll take care of them again, maybe Donald will let them bring the toys back before the junkman hauls them away. And now, here's something special.
Oh, tell me quick.
Well, I've got a wonderful big surprise for you.
A surprise? Oh, I love surprises. I just love surprises. What is it?
Well, if you'll just hang on to yourself for just a moment, you'll know what it is. But first, here's that man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. But wait, before I read any more, I have a surprise for everyone.
Oh, goody, goody. I love surprises. Tell me what it is.
Well, starting next week, the next issue of Puck the Comic Weekly is going to have a new comic star.
Oh, that's wonderful. Tell me quick, who's it going to be?
A favorite of yours, little Miss Honey, and a favorite of all you boys and girls.
Hello, Mr. Comic Weekly Man. Hi, Miss Honey.
Well, here he is in person, Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy, it's nice to have you with us. I was just telling Miss Honey that we'll be able to follow your new adventures in Puck the Comic Weekly soon. How about giving us a preview?
Yeah, that's right. I'm proud to have Hopalong join the many great stars in Puck, and I hope my friends will enjoy our adventures. My pals California and Lucky, of course, and my great horse Topper will be with me. We tangle with some pretty tough characters. Right now, we're trying to bring to justice a bunch of scoundrels led by, of all things, a beautiful girl named Calico. Quite a story, and I think you'll like it.
I'm sure we will.
And I know we will. Tell me, Mr. Cassidy, are children of other countries fans of yours, too?
Yeah, a great deal of mail comes to me from my little friends in countries all over the world. I receive many nice letters from Australia, England, Ireland, Africa, Japan, South America, and, well, just about everywhere. I'm proud of these faraway friends, and I hope that sometime soon I might visit their lands and meet them personally.
Yes, I'm sure that would be as big a thrill for them as for the children here in America. Say, you certainly deserve a lot of credit, Hoppy, for the time you spend making personal appearances to make all these children so happy. I imagine all the traveling's a pretty tiring job.
Well, we do travel around a lot and keep pretty busy, but it's certainly not tiring. As a matter of fact, the more I do, the better I feel. You see, just about everything I do is connected with kids. And they're so full of pep and enthusiasm, I can't help but feel the same way. Since I have so much fun doing it, it never seems like work at all.
Yes, I know just what you mean. Well, Hoppy, you can certainly expect Miss Honey here next Sunday when we start your adventures in Puck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes. I can hardly wait.
Well, that's just fine, and I hope that goes for all you boys and girls who are listening, because I've got some exciting adventures coming up, and I wouldn't want you to miss any of them.
And especially next week.
Well, I hope no one misses next week. I know I'll be here when you read my adventures for the first time. Say, I gotta be leaving now, Mr. Comic Weekly Man and Miss Honey, but I'll be back in person next week. So long till then.
So long, Hoppy.
So long.
See you next week.
Gee, Hopalong Cassidy in person, and he'll be back next week.
Well, this is certainly quite an event. Say, do you think you can recover from all this excitement? You know, we still have some funnies to read. Now, would you like to see what Roy Rogers is doing?
Oh, yes, please, because last week Roy jumped in the river to save a boy who was caught in the wild waters.
And up on top of the bluff above the river, An old pioneer character wearing a fur cap was shooting at Roy.
And just at the moment when it looked like the old man was going to shoot Roy and the boy dead, another man rode up and stopped him from shooting, and I would like to find out who this man is.
Very well. Turn to the last page of the first section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. The mysterious stranger who stopped the old man from shooting exclaims,
What's the idea of shooting at my son, Furhead?
Furhead replies,
Knuckles Hardy. Oh, honest, Mr. Hardy, I didn't know he was your boy.
Well, you know it now. That's his pony, Clover, there.
Yeah, but the lad was snooping around the old fort, and I was only looking out for your interests.
Last picture, top row, Hardy looks in the river. He sees that Roy is saving his son, and he exclaims,
Well, the young scamp's safe out of the river. And a good thing for you that he is, Furhead.
First picture next row, Roy helps the boy out of the river, saying, Hey, come on, Sonny. I got a score to settle with that hombre who's been shooting at us from above. The boy replies, And I want to get even with him, too. He chased me out of Fort Havoc. Roy and the boy see that Furhead and the man who had stopped the shooting have disappeared. So they start back to where they left their horses. Roy asks, Where do you live, Sonny? The boy replies, At the Box H. My dad owns the biggest spread in these parts. As they come up on the top of the plateau, last picture of the row, Roy exclaims, Hey, he's gone. Well, I aim to find out what's going on at old Fort Havoc that invites bullets for trespassing. The boy says, Well, you're not going without me. Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, Hardy and Furhead are riding at a dead gallop. Hardy says,
Move along, Furhead. I want to find out when Nitro Kane will be ready to do the job I hired him for.
Furhead replies,
Well, he ain't the hurrying kind. You can't be when you're handling explosives.
They gallop into the fort. Last picture, Hardy calls out,
Nitro! Nitro Kane, where are you? What the...
As the horses rear up at the explosion at their feet, a voice within the fort calls out,
Greetings, Mr. Knuckles Hardy.
Oh, this is very strange. The man who saved Roy and the boy from being shot is the boy's father, isn't he?
Yes.
And yet now he's with Furhead, the man who's doing the shooting, just as if he's a partner with him in something.
And I suspect that this partnership isn't a very good one.
And the man's son is with Roy Rogers, and Roy is going to investigate.
Yes, it looks like the boy and Roy will be against the boy's father.
Oh, this is really very unusual.
Mm-hmm. Next week, we'll find out more about it. But now...
Oh, now, of course, it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Of course it is. And, of course, here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
And, of course, you're going to read that now.
Of course. So here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's neighbor, Herb Woodley, has stopped in to ask Dagwood a favor. He tells Dagwood,
I've got a package come and collect, and I have to go out, Dagwood.
So Dagwood tells Herb to leave a note at his house to have the package delivered at the Bumsteads. Herb tells Dagwood he doesn't remember exactly how much he's supposed to pay for it. So Dagwood says, Well, just sign one of your checks and leave it with me. So Herb signs the check, last picture, top row, saying,
Oh, yes, yeah, good idea. Here it is, Dagwood. Now, you just fill in the proper amount when the delivery man arrives.
First picture next row, Herb walks off, saying,
It's wonderful to have a friend so honest you can trust him with one of your signed checks.
So Dagwood puts the check beside the phone, then goes to take a nap. Last picture of the row, the doorbell rings. And Cookie, Dagwood's daughter, and a little neighbor girl answer the door. They find a beggar dressed in ragged clothes who asks,
Could you spare a poor old man a dime?
Cookie exclaims,
But my daddy's taking a nap.
First picture next row, the neighbor girl picks up the check with Herb Woodley's signature on it and says, Well, if you don't want to wake your daddy, why don't you just give the poor old man this check? So Cookie replies,
I'll write $1 million on it, and that'll make him rich.
now this means that if Cookie writes $1 million on it, that because Herb Woodley's signature is already on the check, the bank will think that Herb Woodley has written the check and wants the bank to give the hobo $1 million, which is very unusual. Next picture, the hobo's at the bank, where he hands the check to the bank clerk. The clerk looks at it and exclaims,
$1 million?
The hobo replies,
Yep, and give it to me in $1 bills.
there's a... And the clerk has gone to the office of the president of the bank. The clerk and the president and all of them are jabbering wildly. As the president looks at the check, he exclaims,
$1 million?
And the clerk exclaims,
And that's Herb Woodley's signature, all right.
and the vice president exclaims,
Why, he's never had over $200 in his account.
that means that Herb is in trouble for writing a check for $1 million when he doesn't have more than $200 in the bank. First picture, bottom row, the doorbell at the Bumstead house rings, awakening Dagwood. Dagwood exclaims,
Oh, that's probably the delivery boy. But why is he ringing the doorbell so violently?
So Dagwood opens the door. And 5 policemen grab Dagwood, and without asking him any questions, take him down to jail. And last picture, Dagwood finds himself locked in jail with the hobo and Herb. Dagwood asks innocently,
Why are we here, Herb?
Herb just looks at Dagwood and growls like a dog.
Poor Dagwood. He looks scared.
He certainly does, and no wonder being jerked out of his house and being taken to jail without knowing why.
Won't he be angry with Cookie when he learns what she did?
Oh, I'm afraid she's going to be in trouble tonight.
Yeah.
Well, now it's time for Prince Valiant.
Oh, that's really exciting because Prince Valiant is staying at a castle, and the castle is being attacked. And last week you said that the most feared thing was happening, and I want to find out what it is.
Well, let's go over to the last page, and we'll find out right now with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Black Robert, who's attacking the castle of Sir Reefook, has put his men to work building a tower that will rise above the walls of the castle. From the tower, he expects to be able to shoot down the soldiers within the castle and thus win the battle. But in order to prevent this, Sir Ree builds the wall of the castle higher, so Black Robert can't shoot into the castle. But last picture, top row, Sir Ree is telling Prince Valiant that Black Robert has unlimited material with which to build, while Sir Ree only has the supply within the castle. Then Prince Valiant remembers that the tower that Black Robert is building is without solid foundation, and he suggests that they dig a tunnel from within the castle underneath the tower and set the tower on fire. And so this work is done. For weeks, the work continues, until in the big picture in the middle of the page, we see that the tunnel runs directly underneath the corner of Black Robert's tower. Then this place is packed with wood and charcoal and set ablaze. First picture, bottom row, the smithy within the castle and the armory are stripped of their bellows, and the men force air into the tunnel like blacksmiths so that the fire will burn. All night they pump until the very ground under their feet glows with the great heat from the chamber. And then the supporting timbers burn through when the tower thunders down. Last picture, Black Robert stands very still as the labor of weeks crumbles to ruins. Then he turns to his task again, for this resolute man will never give up.
Oh, wasn't that a wonderful idea of Prince Valiant?
Indeed it was. And now maybe it'll be safe within the castle until the messenger has a chance to bring back help.
Oh, I certainly hope so. We'll find out next week, won't we?
I hope so. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date.
And remember that next week, Hopalong Cassidy will be here in person to help us start his adventures in Puck the Comic Weekly. Yes, sir, next week and every week thereafter, Hopalong Cassidy appears in Puck the Comic Weekly. Meet us all next week. Oh, I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello. Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, fine. How are you getting along in school?
Oh, just wonderfully.
Ah, that's wonderful. Let me test you. Use the word Mississippi in a sentence.
Mississippi. That's a river.
Yes.
Well, the river's name is Mississippi.
Oh, I think you can do better than that.
Can you?
Sure.
Show me.
All right. My brother eats peas with a knife, and he never Mississippi.
Oh, that's silly.
Oh, it's true, he does.
Read me the funnies, will you, please?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of page 1...
Oh, goody. Hopalong Cassidy.
That's right, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hopalong Cassidy had captured the leader of the outlaw gang, a girl named Calico. As he was taking her to hand her into the law, her henchmen trailed Hoppy, and in trying to get away from them, Hoppy rode Topper out onto an old wooden bridge, which collapsed. Hoppy fell into the river below, blacking out completely. Suddenly, there's a rush of water on the back of his neck, and Hoppy wakes up and hears a voice saying,
On your feet, Cassidy.
Hoppy looks around and finds that instead of the river, he's in a shack surrounded by boxes of dynamite. A rough-looking man with a gun in his belt is standing in front of him. As Hoppy wonders how he got there, the man tells him,
You were fished out of Soda Creek when the old log bridge gave way. Miss Calico ordered you brought here.
Hoppy gets to his feet. And first picture next row, the man leads him outside. Hoppy exclaims, The pyrite diggings. The man replies,
Right. Get busy and help unload that ore car.
And Hoppy's put to work pushing a car loaded with ore that's brought up from the mine underground. The man working beside him says softly,
Now, you're lucky they didn't put you in the mine tunnel crew, stranger. It's the dust and sulfur fumes that kills them off quick down there.
Suddenly, a guard steps up and knocks the man down with the butt of his gun, saying, If you can't remember to quit talking, here's something that'll teach you. At the sight of this cruelty, Hoppy turns quickly, last picture top row, and knocks the guard down, saying,
And here's your lesson for today.
Hoppy raises his hand to give the man another punch when suddenly, first picture bottom row, his wrist is caught on the end of a bullwhip, a long whip 20 feet long. And at the other end of it, Hoppy sees a tough-looking character who snarls,
We allow only one mistake like that, Cassidy. You've used up your quota.
Hoppy looks at his wrist, around which the tip of the bullwhip is still wound, then looks at the man holding the handle and exclaims,
Not yet, bullwhip.
and gives a quick jerk on the whip, pulling the man over. And
and the whip is in Hoppy's hand. The man with the bullwhip roars last picture. Put him on the tunnel, gang, and keep him there till he drops in his tracks. And in a second, 2 guards with rifles are coming at Hoppy.
Ooh, now Hoppy's in trouble again. But wasn't it brave of him to punch that guard for hitting that other man so cruelly?
It certainly was.
Maya, I wonder what's going to happen to Hoppy now.
Well, those 2 men with rifles aimed at him make things look pretty grim. We'll find out more next week. Now what?
Oh, now let's turn over the page and just see what's there.
All right, over the page we go. And there...
Oh, there's Prince Valiant on page 3. And my goodness, what a terrible thing's been happening. Black Robert has been attacking the castle where Prince Valiant is.
Yes, the castle of Sir Reefook. And Prince Valiant has captured Black Robert's son.
And then, when Black Robert broke down the castle wall, Sir Reefook had tied Black Robert's son to a stake where the wall was and knocked down.
Yes, he hoped that then Black Robert wouldn't attack the castle for fear of killing his son.
But Black Robert did attack anyway. And then Sir Reefook's beautiful daughter, well, all of a sudden she came running in the middle of the battle and tied herself with a chain to Black Robert's son, who was tied to the post. Isn't that romantic?
Yes, it certainly is. Well, now let's see what happens to the 2 young lovers who have defied their fathers. And here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for Fair, Fair Prince. First picture, the soldiers all stop fighting as they see the beautiful young girl with her arms around the young man tied to the stake. On one side stands Sir Reefook, father of the girl. And on the other stands Black Robert, father of the boy. Prince Valiant steps back from the breach. When Black Robert looks beyond his son into the face of the man he hates, Reefook glares past his little daughter at his proud enemy. The horrid din of battle dies away as the 2 leaders falter. Will they continue to fight? Then Val's clear voice rings out. Well, shall we continue the fight and sacrifice these 2 youngsters to your hate and pride? He goes on, first picture, bottom row. Well, you 2 gamecocks can't finish this by single combat, for your families would only continue to feud for generations to come. And then Val unties the girl and the boy from the post, saying, May I suggest that we leave the matter in the hands of these young people to settle? And of course, the 2 young lovers decide that instead of continuing the battle, they should have peace so that they can be married and join the kingdoms of Black Robert and Sir Reefook. And so, in the future, many a verse was written, and many a song was sung to the young woman who chained herself to the stake with her lover.
Oh, I'm glad that Prince Valiant made those 2 fathers stop that silly old fight.
So am I.
What is that in the last picture?
Oh, well, that's the wife and the little child of one of the soldiers who was killed in the battle.
Oh, my, it's too bad that Prince Val couldn't have stopped the battle before so many of the soldiers were killed, though.
Yes, it certainly is, but too often the wise men aren't listened to, and unhappiness to some people awful results. But now let's read something more cheerfully. Let's skip over the page, and there's Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit.
Oh, goody, goody, goody.
Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Brer Porcupine ain't got sense enough to know that Brer Fox ain't a critter of his word.
Well, Brer Porcupine is coming down the road. He tells Brer Fox that Brer Rabbit needs a doctor. Brer Fox says,
Well, now, you was a busy man, Brer Porcupine, so get on back to work. I'll go get Doc Crane for Brer Rabbit.
So Brer Porcupine goes about his business. Brer Fox scoots for home. He puts on a costume to make himself look like old Doc Crane. Brer Fox, with a long black coat, tall hat, long hair, glasses, and a beak, looking something like Doc Crane, is at Brer Rabbit's house. As he mixes the medicine, Brer Rabbit sees Brer Fox's tail sticking out underneath the coat. And right away, Brer Rabbit knows that this is Brer Fox and not Doc Crane. And Brer Fox says,
Brer Rabbit, you has got the Ricky Mortis itch. Just drink a little of this stuff, and your troubles will be over.
And Brer Rabbit replies,
Okay, Doc. But remember, you always drinks your own medicine with me.
First picture bottom row, Brer Fox says,
Oh, yes, Brer Rabbit. I always drink the same medicine with my patients. It's like a toast.
Brer Rabbit replies,
Hey, Doc, would you mind getting a little sugar for mine?
So Brer Fox goes out of the room to get the sugar. Quickly, Brer Rabbit switches the glasses of medicine. Brer Fox comes back again and picks up the glass of medicine which he has mixed for Brer Rabbit. Medicine which he had intended to kill Brer Rabbit with so he can eat him. And as Brer Fox drinks the medicine, he suddenly yells, No! And just then, in the door comes Brer Porcupine, and Brer Rabbit tells him,
Hey, you better run and get Doc Crane for Brer Fox. I is all well.
And Uncle Remus says,
Yep, sometimes you can get well just by thinking of folks who is worse off than you is.
Oh, that cute little old Brer Rabbit. He certainly fooled Brer Fox that time.
Yes, when Brer Fox mixed up some poison that would kill Brer Rabbit just found an excuse to send him out of the room and then switched the glasses of medicine, and Brer Fox got a taste of his own medicine.
Yes, he did.
Well, now shall we see what Dagwood and Blondie are up to?
Oh, yes, please. And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood and Blondie go to bed early because they're both very tired. But no sooner are they in bed than they hear shots. Dagwood sits up in bed and exclaims, Hey, what's that? There's some excitement going on up the street. Last picture top row, he jumps into his pants saying, Sounds close. Blondie says,
Well, you were the one who said you wanted to get a good night's sleep.
But Dagwood pays no attention to her, just dashes down the stairs, puts on his coat, dashes out the door, saying, Oh, boy, I hope I don't miss anything. As he runs out on the sidewalk, suddenly a burglar comes dashing down the street right at him, followed by 16 cops shooting their guns and yelling, Hold! Hold! Last picture of the row, they run directly at Dagwood, who exclaims, Oh, my goodness! The first picture, next row, Dagwood starts running down the street so he won't get shot. He finds that he's running along beside the burglar. On and on they run. And they end up in a lumberyard. As they hide in one corner, the burglar says,
Hey, we're cornered. Now what'll we do?
Dagwood angrily exclaims, Hey, where do you get that wee stuff? And he yells so loud the cops hear him and surround them, and a second later they're caught. Last picture of the row, the cops have brought the burglar and Dagwood down to the police station. And Dagwood is asking the captain, May I phone my wife, please, Captain? First picture, bottom row, Blondie has answered the phone, and Dagwood is saying to her,
Don't ask any questions, Blondie. Just come down and get me out of here.
And Blondie replies,
And you were the one who wanted to get to bed early.
An hour later, Dagwood and Blondie come up the stairs. Blondie is leading Dagwood by the ear. Dagwood looks very sheepish. Alexander asks,
Hey, what happened to Pop?
And Blondie replies,
He was out playing cops and robbers at midnight.
And last picture, Dagwood and Blondie are in bed again, sound asleep. And Dagwood is lying there, snoring, with one foot tied securely to the bedpost.
Isn't that funny?
Yes.
Blondie tied Dagwood to the bedpost so that that he won't run out of the house again and keep her awake all night.
Yeah, she's not so dumb.
No, she's not. That was so funny, Dagwood getting caught with that robber.
Yes, that's one time Curiosity got Dagwood into a pickle.
Uh-huh. Oh, look, right underneath Dagwood, here's Roy Rogers.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 1 of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Knuckles Hardy is waiting in the old Indian fort to ambush Roy, who has trailed him there. When Knuckles sees that his son Tommy is with Roy, he slips away, leaving Nitro Kane and Furhead Fenton to deal with Roy. As Roy and Tommy stealthily approach the old blockhouse, Tommy says,
Hey, you reckon the fur-hatted galoot who chased me's in that blockhouse, Roy?
Roy replies,
I don't know, Tommy, but his tracks led straight to the fort.
From the window inside the blockhouse, Furhead Fenton is watching Roy approach, and he whispers,
All right, get ready, Nitro. Here they come.
Nitro waits behind the open door with a club in his hand. And as Roy enters, Nitro knocks him out. When Tommy sees Roy knocked out, he runs for his horse, and he's chased by Furhead Fenton. Tommy leaps in the saddle, and last picture top row gallops away. Come on, get going, Clover! First picture bottom row, Furhead Fenton, who had tried to catch the boy, goes back into the blockhouse. He tells Nitro that Tommy got away. Quickly, Nitro ties Roy to a chair. Then Furhead nails a board across the window, saying,
Yeah, better make sure Hardy's kid don't come back and cut him loose. This board'll keep him out.
Then Nitro and Furhead slip away to join Knuckles Hardy in blowing up the riverbank so the water can flow onto Hardy's ranch. A little later, third picture bottom row, Roy comes to. He hears a noise, and he sees Tommy squeezing through the window. Tommy says,
I waited till I saw him right off, Roy.
Oh, this is a tight squeeze. Roy replies,
Careful, Tommy.
I heard him say they're going to blow the riverbank to divert the water and leave the small ranchers high and dry. A moment later, Roy is untied. They run out to their horses. Last picture, they gallop off. Tommy shouts,
Hey, how you going to stop him, Roy?
Roy replies, I don't know, Tommy, but if the river busts its seams, all the water in the valley will be controlled by one man, and I can't let that happen.
Oh, goody. Tommy helped Roy get away. Now maybe Roy will get there in time to get even with them for hitting him on the head.
Yes, Roy's back in action again, and next week we'll find out what he does. But now, let's see what Flash Gordon is up to. So let's turn over the page, go past Jungle Jim, and there on page 3 is Flash Gordon.
Oh, this is exciting, too. When Flash and Dale and Queen Suni hid in the Dragon's Cave, they found a secret underground room.
Yes, Prince Fino, a friend of Queen Suni who had escaped from the wizards, is secretly manufacturing metals in the caves. And this is against the wizard's law.
And Goro, who knows that they're underground, came back with the wizards and the wizard soldiers to try to capture them. So quick, let's read.
Very well. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash is trapped underground by the wizard's army. With sheer courage and a few quick-firing dart throwers, Flash routs Goro and the advance guard invading the cave world. Flash fights his way to the surface, but suddenly his metal weapons melt as the wizard's rays hit them. Flash orders grimly, Fall back, men. We'll make a stand in the tunnel. Don't let them pass. Last picture, top row. Dale and Queen Suni help Flash's men put together crude firebombs. Flash directs, load the catapult. When these metal containers are melted by the wizard's rays, the chemicals will mix and explode.
First picture, bottom row. Everything happens as Flash expects it to. When the wizards invade the underground tunnel, and when their rays hit, the flame bombs explode. They drive the besiegers back out of range, but the wizards rally them, and Curzo commands,
Keep the rebels surrounded. Watch your wizards punish those who defy us.
Last picture. Curzo uses mammoths, animals like elephants, to haul huge plastic reflectors to focus the metal melting rays against the caves. Curzo says in a voice of doom,
The rebels dared to dig forbidden metal ore in the underground mines. Watch now, and you shall see the earth melt and turn their fort into a tomb.
Are those big things that the wizards have brought up to the front of the cave something to make the rays go into the cave and melt everything inside?
Yes, even the earth is supposed to be melted by the rays from that big machine.
My, how will Flash ever escape from this?
Well, let's hope he thinks of some way to outsmart those wizards.
Oh, my, I hope so.
Well, now I can read Dick's adventures for you if you'll go over to the last page.
Oh, I certainly will, because Dick is in the early days of America, and the British soldiers are chasing George Washington's army and trying to capture it.
Yes, and Dick had volunteered to blow up a bridge with some other men, and one of the men started to slip away.
And Dick chased after him because he thought the man was a traitor, and then all of a sudden the man hit him on the head and knocked him out.
Yes, well, now let's see what happens in Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. First picture, Dick, lying in the bushes, slowly comes to. His head hurts, and he exclaims,
Wow, somebody just hit me a terrific wallop. Where am I?
A moment later, Dick remembers. He's with General Washington's army, moving across New Jersey with the King's redcoats right on their heels. He exclaims,
Hey, that militiaman James is a spy. He stalked me and ran.
Then Dick looks up as he hears a hurried rush of feet. He sees himself surrounded by soldiers. Quickly, they jerk Dick to his feet and march him off. First picture, next row. As Dick goes with them, he realizes they're British, for they carry the Union Jack. But there's a foreign look about them, and they're gabbling in a strange language. Dick says to himself,
German.
Then Dick begins to talk to them. The soldiers stop and listen, and Dick begins in a friendly voice saying,
Now look, fellas, why are you fighting us? Why?
One of them speaks a little English, and he says,
We are Hessians. Our Duke has hired us out to the English king to fight terrible American rebels. You see?
Dick says,
Well, listen, you're being fooled. We're fighting for freedom. You can have it, too. Desert, come with me to our general. You'll be given farms.
At the prospect of a farm and peaceful living in a free land, Dick's captors become willing prisoners and follow him across the Delaware into Pennsylvania, where Washington has set up an encampment. First picture, bottom row, the American soldiers see a strange sight as Dick leads the squad of Hessian soldiers dressed in British clothes into their camp. And last picture, Dick is reporting to General Washington himself, saying,
Sir, I promised the prisoners to be given farms. They told me that a large body of Hessians is holding Trenton. And they don't think you'll dare, now that it's winter, to recross the Delaware and attack them.
Washington smiles.
Wasn't that wonderful of Dick to get those soldiers to join the Americans?
It certainly was.
Who were the Hessians?
Well, the Hessians was another name for German soldiers. They were soldiers who would hire out for wars for pay. Another name for them was mercenaries, soldiers who would fight on either side for money.
Oh, I see. And the English hired these soldiers?
Yes, lots of them.
Oh, but I hope that they're all going to join George Washington.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now, here's Rusty Riley, right underneath Dick's adventures.
Oh, and this I've been wanting to read because Rusty had followed Squire Boggs and Captain Clune out by the harbor where Squire Boggs was using the black light like the smugglers did.
That's right. And then Flip, Rusty's dog, started to bark.
Yes, and Squire Boggs heard the dog, and now I'm afraid that he's apt to find out that Rusty has been spying on him. So quick, let's read. Let's find out.
All right, here we go with Rusty Riley.
Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As Squire Boggs hears Flip bark, he says to Captain Clune,
You row the boat in under the pier, Clune. There's somebody snooping around. I'll have a look.
Rusty, who's hiding behind a rock, overhears Squire Boggs and says to himself,
Oh, golly, Squire Boggs must have heard Flip. Oh, he's coming back. Maybe if we hide behind this rock, he won't see us.
Quickly, Rusty and Flip hide. Squire Boggs moves along the shore, investigating. He doesn't see anything, so he finally says,
Yeah, guess I must be getting jittery. There doesn't seem to be anybody around here.
Just then, last picture of the row, Flip barks again, and Squire Boggs says,
Well, now, I guess I wasn't so wrong after all. Behind that rock, huh?
And a moment later, first picture, bottom row, Squire Boggs comes toward the sound of Flip's bark and discovers Rusty. Squire Boggs exclaims,
Oh, so it's you, huh? Well, now, what are you hiding for? Come out, boy. It's only old Squire Boggs.
Rusty says,
What do you want? Well, Captain Clune and I are engaged in a peculiar kind of night fishing. Come along, boy. I'll show you.
Night fishing? Oh, I see. Well, sure, I'd like to watch, but I ought to go home. Tex told me to go to bed.
Squire Boggs replies,
Oh, fiddlesticks, boy. He wouldn't mind your being with me. Come along. We're fishing from that old schooner hulk.
And Squire Boggs takes Rusty and Flip aboard the old schooner hulk and tells them to go below. Last picture, Captain Clune joins Squire Boggs on deck. Squire Boggs whispers,
It's that kid, Rusty. I told him to go below and wait. Help me slide the hatch cover on. Then we can keep him safe until we stow the stuff.
Captain Clune replies,
Aye, aye, Squire. That was real quick thinking.
You mean that they've got Rusty and Flip locked up down below in that old ship?
That's exactly what they've done.
Well, what are they going to do to them?
They're going to try to finish up their dirty work so that Rusty won't see it.
Yes, but what if Rusty does find out what's going on? What's going to happen then? They might hurt Rusty.
Well, that's something that'll have to wait until next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello,
Hello, hello, hello.
hello. Well, Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. I've been having a wonderful time making snowmen.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Yes, The snow is 2 feet deep, and I've been playing Fox and the Geese. I just love to play Fox and the Geese.
So do I.
Oh, I like the winter. You can make up such nice things out of your head with the snow.
Yes, I made an interesting thing out of my head one time in the winter.
What?
An icicle on the end of my nose.
Oh, that's funny. Now, please read me the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page...
Oh, Hopalong Cassidy.
And we'll read Hopalong Cassidy right now.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy has been captured by the outlaw gang, headed by a girl named Calico. The gang has been operating a mine, and Hoppy has been put to work underground in the mine. As Hoppy works, he looks up, and he sees Calico standing on the other side of the little dump car. Hoppy says, "Well, I figured you'd be showing up sooner or later, Calico." Calico tells him that she can use a man like him, and she offers him a place in her organization. First picture, next row, she tells him to write a farewell letter to his Bar 20 friends, telling them that he won't be back. She tells Hoppy she can't risk having a search party show up looking for him. Hoppy realizes that this might be one way of outsmarting Calico, so he tells her, "Calico, you've just taken on a new hand." Third picture, second row. As they approach the shack where her office is, Hoppy tells Calico, "I'll tell the Bar 20 bunch that I'm quitting the ranch and going into the mining business somewhere." Calico asks him how he's going to make sure that they believe him. Last picture of the row, Hoppy picks up a handful of pyrite dust from the desk, which is what they've been mining, and he says, "I'll enclose a sample of pyrite dust as proof." Second picture, bottom row, Hoppy hands Calico a letter enclosing the pyrite dust and signed in his hand. Calico thanks him, then smiles coldly, saying that at last she has him in her power, that no one will come here looking for him now. Hoppy asks, "What do you mean?" Calico's henchman holds a gun on him last picture, saying, "You just writ your own death warrant." And Calico says, "Take him away, Bullwhip. I have an important letter to mail."
Oh, that was a mean thing to do, to get Hoppy to write that letter by a trick like that.
Yes, you just can't trust thieves.
No. Now will they kill Hoppy?
Well, it looks like they're going to try to.
Oh, and there's so many people around that mine. I don't know how Hoppy's going to escape from them.
Well, next week we'll find out about that. Now what?
Well, now could we please read Prince Valiant?
Certainly. Let's turn over the page. And there, on page 3, is Prince Valiant.
Oh, and last week it was so romantic.
Indeed it was, because Black Robert and Sir Reefook are at war with each other.
And Sir Reefook had captured Black Robert's son and tied him to a stake right inside of the enemy.
Yes, he'd hoped that Black Robert would surrender when he saw that his son was captured.
But instead, he attacked it. And then Sir Reefook's beautiful daughter chained herself to the stake, too, because she was in love with Adrian. That's Black Robert's son.
And then the battle stopped, and Val cut the two lovers loose from the stake.
And now please read so we can see what happens next.
Very well. Here we go with Prince Valiant and the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant releases the two lovers and stands back, a satisfied smile on his face. Surely, he thinks, their romantic plight will stop the war. But last picture, top row, slowly his expression changes as an angry murmur rises to a roar. It seems that no one save he and the two lovers wants peace. Val sees the grim look on Black Robert's face, first picture, next row. He's broken through the wall of Sir Ree's castle, and Black Robert thinks that the long dispute should end in victory for him. Val quickly looks at Sir Ree, and he sees the grim look on Sir Ree's face also. Sir Ree is thinking that if the promised help arrives this day and attacks his enemy in the rear, that Sir Ree can win, and he will be master of all the lands thereabout. Then Val looks at the army of fighting men, last picture of the row. The soldiers on Edith's side, not knowing the true state of affairs, are confident of victory, and they think only of the rich plunder that they can all go home with, spoils of the battle. Val has to think fast.
He has a quest to complete, and except for his love of a good fight, he has no interest in this quarrel. Then, first picture, bottom row, he shouts, "Hold! The power of Rome is gone, and the barbarians are sweeping all Europe. So deed the disputed lands to your children, they to wed and unite your two houses. 3 strongholds may well carry you through the troubled times to come." A long silence follows his words and ends in the rattle of swords returning to their scabbards as Sir Ree and Black Robert see the wisdom of Val's words and decide to agree on peace. And the fighting is over.
Oh, does that mean they aren't going to fight anymore?
That's right. Val has shown them that a huge army of cruel men are going to attack their land soon, and that Black Robert and Sir Ree will be wiser to be friends and stick together and defend their land.
Oh, I'm glad Val settled things so nicely. I like people to have peace and live happily ever after, especially when they're in love.
So do I. Now?
Oh, now would you please read me Flash Gordon?
I certainly will. Let's go over the page past page 4. Past the Lone Ranger on page 5. Turn over that page, and there on page 7 is Flash Gordon.
I've been so worried because that mean old wizard is going to attack Flash and Dale and Queen Suni. They're in the cave.
Yes, they're in the cave where Prince Fino and his men have been manufacturing metal weapons, which is against the wizard's law. And the wizard wants to destroy Flash and Dale and Suni so that he can be the ruler of the planet.
And he's had some special machine brought up that's supposed to melt the earth even.
Yes, so let's read and find out if that really happens. So here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doons, ask-a-matash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The wizard Curzo has brought up the huge projector and aimed it at the earth in front of the dragon's cave where Flash and Dale are. Then he turns on the rays, aiming them at the earth in front of the cave. The rays melt the metal in the mines, causing violent earthquakes. Goro pleads, "Stop! You'll bury Queen Suni!" But Curzo dooms her along with Flash and Dale.
Let the earth swallow them all!
Meanwhile, last picture, top row. Dale and Flash see the entrance of the cave crumbling in upon them. Dale is sure they're going to be buried alive, but Flash leads the way deeper into the smuggler's caverns. He warns, "The exit tunnel is caved in. We must find another way out before the ray crushes us all." First picture, bottom row. The caves end at an underground river that ran the smuggler's power plant. Flash admits, "We don't know where it goes, but we'll find out. Our one chance is to follow the river away from the wizard's ray." Dale and Suni work with the men, throwing together crude rafts. Cracks and shutters in the cavern walls warn that time is running short. In a short time, Flash and the rest are on their rafts, last picture, seeking to escape by the way of the underground river. And with a few salvaged tools and weapons, the little fleet drifts deeper into the underworld, just as the cavern collapses behind them.
They found that river in the back of the cave?
It certainly was. Maybe if the river is long enough and they can travel fast enough, they can come out far from where the wizards are.
Yes, and maybe then they can think of some way of fixing that old wizard good.
Well, let's hope so. And we'll find out next week in the River of Peril. And now it's time for...
Oh, I hope Dagwood and Blondie, because Dagwood does such funny things.
Well, you hope right, because it is. So pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly, and here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood has borrowed a neighbor's ladder to repair his radio aerial on the top of his house. And he's returning the ladder, saying, "Well, thanks for the use of your ladder, Mr. Brump. I repaired my aerial." Mr. Brump replies,
"Well, you're welcome, Dagwood."
So Dagwood walks back home. Just as he's about to go into the house, Blondie looks up on the roof and exclaims,
"Dagwood, you left Daisy up on the roof."
Dagwood looks up and sure enough sees their dog Daisy sitting on the top of the roof looking quite nervous. Dagwood dashes back to Mr. Brump. And last picture top row asks him,
Oh, Mr. Brump, may I borrow your ladder again?
Mr. Brump replies,
Well, I just loaned it to Mr. Swabbly. The storm wrecked his aerial, too.
so Dagwood dashes over to Mr. Swabbly's house. And first picture next row, seeing Mr. Swabbly's up on the roof, says,
Well, I'll just borrow it for a moment while he's working on his aerial.
so Dagwood takes the ladder and walks off with it. At this moment, Mr. Swabbly, who is through working on his aerial, begins to crawl backwards down the roof on his hands and knees without looking where he's going, to where he's sure the ladder is. When he gets to the edge of the roof, suddenly... Ow! He's fallen from the roof to the ground. A moment later, Dagwood has put the ladder against his house and has climbed up to the roof. All of a sudden, last picture of the row, he feels the ladder pulled away from the house and finds himself in the air with nothing to hang on to. And he looks down and sees Swabbly and shrieks, Hey, quit pushing that ladder! Mr. Swabbly snarls,
Well, you took it from under me.
and drops the ladder. No! Sending Dagwood head first to the ground. Mr. Swabbly stands there shrieking with laughter. Dagwood leaps to his feet, and in a second, Swabbly and Dagwood are swapping bumps, punches, and kicks, snarling at each other like two dogs. Mr. Brump comes running and hollers,
Hey, quit fighting over my ladder.
and he picks up the ladder, last picture of the row, as the two men stop fighting, and he walks off with it saying,
Just for acting like hoodlums, I won't let either of you use it.
and Dagwood peevishly calls after him, Oh, keep your old ladder! And when he sees that Mr. Brump is really carrying the ladder off, Dagwood leaps to his feet, first picture bottom row, shakes his fist at Mr. Brump and hollers, Keep it! Keep it! I wouldn't borrow it again for $1 million! Keep your old ladder! And then he starts to go into the house when Blondie points to Daisy, who is tired of waiting on top of the roof. And Blondie says,
You forgot about Daisy. She's still up on the roof.
and Dagwood exclaims, Oh, my goodness. And a moment later, there is a knock on Mr. Brump's door. When Mr. Brump opens the door, he finds Dagwood standing there. And Dagwood sweetly says, Oh, Mr. Brump, may I borrow your ladder?
Isn't that funny? When Dagwood told Mr. Brump he wouldn't borrow the ladder again for $1 million. And then just a minute later, he's asking him just the sweetest pie if he can borrow the ladder.
He certainly looks silly.
Yes, but look at Mr. Brump.
And listen to him. He's mad.
Oh, let's get away from here quick.
Very well. Let's get down to where Roy Rogers is.
And here he is, right below Dagwood and Blondie.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section...
Roy Rogers.
Yes, Roy Rogers. Today's the day we ought to run into something really exciting because Knuckles Hardy and Furhead Fenton and Nitro Kane have gone off to set the explosion that'll blow up the riverbank so the water will run onto the Box 8's ranch, which is owned by Knuckles Hardy.
And that's against the law, isn't it?
Yes, because it means that the other ranchers won't have water on their land.
He's doing a bad, mean, selfish thing.
Yes, and now Tommy, who is Knuckle Hardy's son, and Roy are on their way to see if they can prevent the big explosion.
Yes, and the thing that makes it so exciting is that Tommy doesn't know that it's his father that they're after.
No, so now let's read and see what happens with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Roy and Tommy gallop along the trail leading to the river. Tommy says,
Hey, this trail brings us out to the top of the falls, Roy.
Roy replies, Good. That's a logical place to blow the river and divert it from its natural bed. Meanwhile, at the falls of Rapid River, Knuckles, Nitro, and Furhead are coming out of a cave in the river bank. Nitro says,
On the timer's set. In 5 minutes, the explosives in the cave will blow the river bank sky high.
The three men hurriedly walk away from the cave to reach a safe spot before the explosion occurs. Knuckles Hardy says, Well, I hired you for this job, Nitro Kane. You better come off right. I'll control the whole valley, and they'll all come to me for water, blast 'em. Last picture top row, as they reach a spot above the cave, Nitro says,
3 more minutes, and boom.
Meanwhile, at this moment, Roy and Tommy stop at a point above the cave. Tommy says,
There's a cave down on that ledge, Roy. I used to play in it.
Roy replies, Well, my hunch is that they'll plant the dynamite in there if they want to divert the river in a big way.
So they head for the cave to look around, unaware that the explosion is almost ready to go off. Suddenly, Tommy slips, almost falls over the cliff into the river, calling, "Help, Roy, my foot's slipping!" At this moment, Furhead Fenton, some distance away, exclaims,
"Hey, look, it's Rogers and your kid, Mr. Hardy. The blower boy slipped to the ledge."
Knuckles replies in horror,
"He'll be blowing up in the river. Kane, do something to stop it, quick."
Nitro says, "Well, it's too late now, Knuckles. She's due to blow." Knuckles replies,
"Let go. I gotta help my boy up there. Tommy, look out! Dynamite in the cave!"
Ooh, this is so exciting. I won't have any fingernails left.
This is a tense moment.
Well, what can Roy possibly do? He's right on top of the explosion.
Well, let's hope that Knuckles Hardy calls to Roy and tells him where the explosion is so Roy can disconnect the fuses.
Oh, I can hardly wait to find out.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to. But in the meantime, let's go over the page past Jungle Jim, across to page 3, and there is Barney Google. And under that is Uncle Remus. And, of course, you're not interested in that.
Oh, I am, so you know I am. I just love Brer Rabbit.
Oh, well, pardon me. Let's stop right here, then, and I'll read Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
"One time, Brer B'ar got to bragging he was the most powerful critter in the whole county. That is, till Brer Rabbit showed him different."
Brer Rabbit and Brer Coon are strolling through the woods one day when they see Brer Bear and Brer Buzzard sitting around a campfire warming a pan of soup, talking. They hear Brer Bear say,
Yes, sir, Brer Buzzard. I is the strongest man in the whole community.
And Brer Buzzard answers,
"Yeah, you sure is a big hunk of muscle, Brer Bob."
And Brer Rabbit says,
Uh-oh, something is commencing.
And then Brer Rabbit hears Brer Buzzard ask,
Can you up, old man Bobcat?
Brer B'ar replies,
Shucks, I can whip anybody.
Brer Rabbit has a bright idea, and he says to his companion,
Hey, come on, Brer Coon. I know somebody you can whup.
And off they skitter. A little later, Brer Bear and Brer Buzzard are eating their soup around the campfire. Brer Bear is still bragging, and he says,
I ain't scared of any critter in all these parts. I can whoop 'em all.
Brer Buzzard asks,
Can you whup old Brown Moose?
And Brer Bear replies, last picture, top row,
I can even whoop Brown Moose.
And all of a sudden, out of the bushes behind his head, a moose head appears. And the moose gives Brer Bear a good bite on the head.
No!
Brer Buzzard leaps to his feet, trembling with fear, saying, Yeah, he's getting out of here. And Brer Bear looks over his shoulder and sees Brer Moose's head ferociously staring at him. And down the road, Brer Bear and Brer Buzzard scoot. Brer Bear calls back,
I was only fooling Brer Moose. No!
A second later, Brer Rabbit pops his head through the bushes and giggles as he sees Brer Bear run away.
Bless my eyeballs.
And Brer Coon pops through the bushes and says,
Well, old Brer Moose sure showed him.
And last picture, Brer Rabbit and Brer Coon are carrying a moose head mounted on a plaque, heading back for home. And Brer Coon says,
Yeah, we better get this moose head back on the cabin wall quick.
And Brer Rabbit giggles,
Yeah, what you suppose will happen if Brer B'ar ever meets the real Brer Moose?
And Uncle Remus says,
Little head can a heap of times outdo a big body.
Wasn't that funny how Brer Rabbit fooled Brer B'ar?
Yes, they took a head of a moose that was mounted on a plaque off the cabin wall, sneaked around the bushes where Brer Rabbit was sitting.
And then they stuck the head through the bushes, and Brer Bear only saw the head, and he thought it really was Brer Moose.
Yes, Brer Rabbit certainly knows cute tricks.
Yes, he certainly does.
Well, now let's go over to the last page and see what new development has taken place with Dick, who was with George Washington in the early days of America.
Oh, and a very wonderful thing happened last week. You remember? Dick was captured by the Hesh German soldiers.
Yes, you really mean the Hessian soldiers who were on the English side.
Yes, and they'd captured Dick, and then Dick told them that George Washington would give them farms if they would join on their side, and they did. I was so proud of Dick when he walked into George Washington's camp with those soldiers.
So was I, and so was George Washington, because George Washington needs soldiers.
Oh, please, let's read and see what'll happen next.
Very well, here we go with Dick's adventures, and say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick.
make certain that the Hessian soldiers are not up to any trickery, Washington has put them under guard. One of the captured Hessians stammer,
If we were told the Americans are cowards, that they won't fight, are ready to surrender.
Dick glances back to see Washington smiling. Dick walks off to the outskirts of the camp and sees a group of the American soldiers with packs on their backs. He greets them. Oh, hi, fellas. I got great news. Washington's not beat by a long shot. Hey, where you all going? The men stop sullenly. In first picture next row, from a dozen men, Dick gets the same story. They've had enough soldiering. They're heading home. They're going to desert. One soldier holds up his foot and shows Dick stockings and shoes that are full of holes and exclaims,
Hey, look at these shoes. No new ones and no food.
Another soldier exclaims,
Everybody knows it. The war's lost.
And still another exclaims, we only enlisted for 6 months. The time's up. Dick looks at him, last picture of the row, and exclaims, Hey, wait, listen to me. You can't do this to the people who are going to be Americans after you. We're going to win. I know it. But Dick walks back to the camp slowly and sadly. He comes by the stockade where Washington has locked up the Hessian soldiers. One of the soldiers sticks his head out, first picture bottom row, exclaiming,
Brave men in your American army, those who are left, huh? The British tell us right that Washington soon surrender, yeah?
Dick exclaims angrily, You're wrong. Then he walks over to the edge of the encampment, last picture, sadly leans against a tree and says to himself, Gosh, I knew things were tough in 1776, but I never figured they were this tough. Then Dick is suddenly aware that Washington is standing beside him.
Isn't that too bad? All those soldiers wanting to go home.
Yes, the hard thing about being a soldier is waiting for things to happen. Takes a lot of patience to train and to drill, especially when you don't have good food and warm clothes.
But maybe Washington can encourage the soldiers, and then maybe they just won't go home.
Well, maybe he'll have some plan. Well, we'll find out about it next week.
Yes, I hope so.
Yes. Now look underneath Dick's adventures. Here's Rusty Riley.
Oh, and this is becoming very mysterious because Rusty had trailed Squire Boggs and Captain Clune at night, and he discovered that they were using the black light.
The same kind of black light the smugglers were using.
And then Flip barked, and Squire Boggs found Rusty, and he's taken him on board an old ship, and he's locked him down below while he and Captain Clune do something very mysterious. And I'm anxious to find out what it is that they're doing.
Well, let's find out right now. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. On the wharf, Captain Clune and Squire Boggs quickly work, storing away some mysterious cylinders which have been attached to the lobster pots markers by the smugglers, and which they've pulled out of the water. Meanwhile, second picture, below the deck, inside the old schooner Hulk, Rusty is looking out a window, and he says, Golly, Squire Boggs told me to watch from this window, but I don't see anything. There's nobody down there. Rusty decides to try to get out, so he climbs up to the hatch. He tries to open the hatch, which is a door to the deck. And he exclaims, Gee, I can't budge this hatch cover. Golly, they've locked me in. Meanwhile, at Mr. Miles' boathouse, Mr. Kilgore, the government treasury agent, a man who is the same as a detective, has joined Tex at the spot where Rusty is supposed to have gone. As they walk along the shore, trying to trail Rusty, Tex is saying,
Well, I can't figure where the lad could have gone, Mr. Kilgore. He's not out on the water because none of our boats is missing.
Mr. Kilgore replies thoughtfully, Well, then there's only one way he could have gone, Tex. That's along the path that skirts the shore. So last picture, top row, they head off in the same direction as Rusty had gone. First picture, bottom row, Kilgore says, And don't you think he may have just gone off on a little lark without telling you, Tex? Tex replies,
No, that ain't like the lad, Mr. Kilgore. Not after I told Patty and him to go to their rooms.
At this moment, Rusty, who is looking out the porthole of the old schooner Hulk, suddenly says to Flip, By golly, there's a rope hanging down from the deck. I believe I can reach it. He reaches out and gets the rope, pulls it in through the porthole, and then says to Flip, I got it. Now to fix a sling for you, Flip. A loop under your front legs. and he ties the rope around Flip. Then lifts Flip out of the porthole and slowly lets him down to the ground below, saying, "There you are, Flip. Now wiggle loose like I taught you." And last picture, Rusty climbs out of the porthole and, curious to find out what Captain Clune and Squire Boggs are up to, says, "Well, now that Flip is safe, I think I'll try to climb to the deck."
I wish he wouldn't do that. I wish he would go down to the ground, too, and then slip away so that he would be safe.
Yes, because if Squire Boggs and Captain Clune find out that Rusty discovers that they're in with the smugglers, you never know what they might do.
Oh, I certainly hope that Tex and Mr. Kilgore get there soon.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And I know a riddle.
Oh, quick, ask it of me.
Why is a horse like a lollipop?
Well, I don't know how a horse could be like a lollipop. They don't look alike.
No.
A lollipop can't walk.
No.
You can't eat a horse.
No.
Well, you could, but it's not a very good habit to fall into.
No. But a horse is like a lollipop in one way.
All right, I give up. You tell me, what is it?
The more you lick them, the faster they go.
Oh, yes. That is a cute riddle. Of course, if you lick a horse, he'll go faster. And if you lick a lollipop, it'll go faster down your stomach. It's a very good riddle.
Yes, thank you. Now will you read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy had been captured by Calico and her henchmen and been put to work in the mines. By a daring trick, Hoppy succeeded in escaping from the mines and freeing many of the other prisoners that Calico had made slave laborers also. Meanwhile, back at the Stebbins Ranch, a meeting of the citizens is being held to do something about stopping Calico and her gang. One gent is speaking.
We're here for a showdown, Sagebrush. We're tired of watching our homes and businesses being stampeded or ruined by a mob we can't lick.
And another rancher speaks up.
Yeah, they're too strong for us. We aim to sell out and quit the country.
At this moment, the man named Spadesrush exclaims,
Now, wait. Maybe Hopalong Cassidy can help us. Well, where is Cassidy? And why isn't he here now? Suddenly the door opens, first picture next row, and Hoppy steps in, saying, I am here. And he goes on to tell them, I just escaped from the old pyrite diggings. A crew of slave workers who were being forced to counterfeit gold coins will soon be coming home. Hey, that must be where some of our missing neighbors disappeared to. Hoppy goes on, last picture, second row. Well, it's no secret who rules Sulphur City. You all know Calico has been hiring killers and wanted renegades to help her build her lawless empire. Well, the time has come to strike back. We'll need every man in this room to march on Sulphur City, armed to the teeth. I'm with you, Cassidy. Meanwhile, second picture, bottom row. Outside the barn where the meeting is taking place, one of Calico's henchmen who has trailed Hoppy is spying. As soon as he hears what's going on, he runs for his horse, last picture, saying,
I gotta warn Calico. There's enough of us to stop that bunch before they get started.
Oh, isn't it too bad that man was spying on them?
Yes, it was, because now it'll spoil Hoppy's chance to slip up on Calico and her henchmen and catch him by surprise.
Yes, but now there'll be a big battle, won't there?
I'm afraid there'll be plenty of gunslinging.
Oh, I hope that Hoppy wins.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now let's turn over the page.
Oh, there on page 3 is Prince Valiant.
So here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Beckett, Graymalkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant's trip to Rome has been held up because he stopped at the castle of Sir Rifouk, and the castle was attacked by Black Robert. But Val has succeeded in convincing the two warring chieftains to end their dispute peacefully. And now Val and his friends mount their horses and ride from the battered castle into the misty night. It is better thus. They are eager to be on their way. And besides, they stopped this war before there was any chance of plunder on the part of the soldiers. Therefore, they're rather unpopular. So they decide to leave before getting into any unpleasant fracas. After a few days, they come, last picture, top row, to the old city of Lyon, crossroad of Europe, a sought-for prize by the barbarian hordes swarming across the Rhine from faraway Baltic lands. First picture, next row. As they pass through the streets, they see Roman soldiers, tired and dirty, playing games of dice in the street. Lyon is now an outpost of the dwindling empire, and the Northmen, Saxons, Goths, and Slavs are pressing close on the Roman heels. The barbarians are laying waste to the country as they sweep through, burning, killing, fighting like wild animals, seeking to conquer the entire world. Val and his friends stay there only long enough to have their apparel, both steel and clothes, mended. Then they load their horses and provisions into a boat. And, in the large picture in the second row, cross the River Rhone and see in the distance the snow-capped Alps mountains rising in terrible majesty. First picture, bottom row, once more on the road. They travel the old Roman roads, which were built when Rome was in the height of her power. They advance swiftly, but everywhere they see signs of the decay of the law. Houses burned, people killed, homes destroyed by the barbarian soldiers who have passed this way. Val and his friends pass through a burning village, are sickened by the evidence of senseless brutality. Then, topping a hill, see the cause below them. An army of barbarians is slowly wending its destructive way across the land, and the rear guard has discovered them. And there, last picture, is a huge army of ugly, cruel, ferocious-looking soldiers who look almost half man and half ape. They stare wildly at Val and his few companions.
Oh, aren't those cruel-looking men?
Yes.
So many of them.
Looks like it's almost 1,000 to 4.
Yes.
Val and his companions really are in a tough spot, and the enemy is right on the road that Val has to take if he's going to continue his journey.
I wonder what happens now.
Well, next week should tell us that. And right now I can tell you, if you'll pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly, that I'll read to you...
Oh, I know. Dagwood and Blondie. And I have them right here.
Very well, and here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie.
Alexander has been a bad boy, and Dagwood is saying to him, first picture,
Young man, for punishment, you don't go to the dance tonight. Go to your room.
Alexander says plaintively, But, Pop, what about Emily? I promised to take her. And Blondie adds,
Her mother even bought her a new dress for the dance.
Alexander goes on, last picture, top row,
It's Emily's first dance, Pop. She'll be broken-hearted.
Dagwood roars,
Okay, I'll take her to the dance myself.
and Alexander says, first picture, next row.
You'll have to call for and meet her father.
And Blondie adds,
You'll have to jitterbug with her all evening.
but Dagwood folds his arms and looks very firm. So Alexander tells him, next picture.
You'll have to buy her a double marshmallow nut sundae after the dance.
Dagwood unfolds his arm and points to the stairs, saying, Go to your room. I'm taking Emily to the dance. And as Alexander goes up the stairs unhappily, Dagwood stands, last picture of the row, one leg out, his arms folded across his chest like a Roman general chasing the barbarians. And Dagwood says,
I've got to be firm about this.
Blondie tells him,
You'd better sit down a minute and think it over.
and she goes out of the room. Dagwood sits down and begins to think it over. First picture, next row. He thinks and thinks and thinks. And Dagwood sees himself calling for Emily at her house. He imagines Emily's father shaking his finger in his face and roaring,
She's got to be home by 9:30. Understand?
And he thinks and thinks and thinks. And he sees himself at a dance, dancing with Emily, who is wearing him out. And Emily is saying,
Faster, Mr. Bumstead!
and Dagwood is about to collapse. And he thinks and thinks and thinks. And last picture of the row sees himself at the drugstore having to eat a double marshmallow nut sundae. And the thought of it almost makes him sick. And he thinks and thinks and thinks. And he sees himself, first picture, bottom row, bringing Emily home. And her father meets him at the door with a baseball bat, grabs him by the nose and roars, You brought her home 5 minutes late! And he hits Dagwood on the head. And Dagwood leaps out of his chair, dashes upstairs, and drops on his knee outside of Alexander's room and says,
Alexander, I forgive you. I beg you to get dressed and take Emily to the dance.
The door opens, and Alexander comes out of his room dressed for the dance, saying,
I'm all dressed and ready to go, Pop. I thought you'd see it my way.
And down the stairs he goes, last picture, leaving Dagwood looking very relieved.
Wasn't that funny? How firm he was going to be, and then he became afraid and he let Alexander go anyway.
Yes. Well, should we read Roy Rogers now?
Oh, yes, please. Quick, read Roy Rogers because this is awfully exciting.
I should say so. Knuckles Hardy, Nitro Kane, and Furhead Fenton had put the explosive in the cave, and it was all ready to go off.
And just then Roy Rogers and Knuckles Hardy's son, his name is Tommy, they came after him, and they came right down in front of the cave where the explosive is.
And then Tommy slipped and hurt his leg. At this moment, Knuckles Hardy saw his son was there.
So read quick. Let's see whether Knuckles Hardy does something to save Tommy. And Roy, too.
Very well. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Knuckles Hardy sees Roy and Tommy directly in front of the cave where the explosive is set to go off, and Hardy yells,
Tommy, get off that ledge! Dynamite in the cave, ready to go off!
As Tommy tries to get up, he suddenly exclaims, Oh, ouch, it's my leg, Roy. I twisted it when I fell. Roy exclaims, Well, this place is going to blow sky high any second. There's no time to carry you to safety, Toppy. So Roy dashes into the cave, first picture next row, saying, I gotta try to stop the dynamite from blowing. At this moment, Furhead Fenton and Nitro Kane, a short distance away, run off as Furhead says, Hey, Knuckles Hardy is climbing up to the ledge. Just then, Roy, inside the cave, finds the explosive seconds before it's to go off. Quickly, he jerks the wires off the fuse box and exclaims, Yeah, that should do it. And just in time, too. And then he goes out of the cave. Last picture of the row, he sees Knuckles Hardy holding Tommy in his arms. And Tommy, who didn't know it was his dad that he and Roy were trailing, is saying, Hey, Dad, how'd you get here? And Knuckles Hardy replies,
Never mind that, son. We got to get out of here fast. Roy tells him, all right, ease up, Mr. Hardy. There's no rush. There's not going to be any explosion. First picture, bottom row, Tommy introduces Hardy and Roy. Oh, this is Roy Rogers, Dad. He saved us. And Hardy says, everything was my fault, son. I wanted the river bank blown out to divert water to our ranch. And I've learned my lesson.
And then, carrying Tommy in his arms, he and Roy walk toward the horses. Hardy says thoughtfully,
from now on, Tommy, you ride herd and your old man, and keep him out of mischief.
And then, as they mount their horses, Hardy asks,
how about staying a spell at the Box H with us, Rogers?
Roy replies,
some other time, Mr. Hardy. If I can make Saddle Butte tonight, it'll only be a day's ride from home.
Wonderful the way Roy dashed into that cave and saved everybody's life by pulling those wires off.
It certainly was.
And Mr. Hardy learned a good lesson, too, when he almost killed his own son.
I should say so. From now on, he'll be a good and better man.
I hope so.
Well, now should we see what Uncle Remus has to say?
Oh, yes, please.
Very well, then. Turn over the page, and there on page 3 of the second section is Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 3 of the second section, Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says, one time old Brer Fox was wanted by the law for counterfeiting. So he wrapped himself inside a barricade and told him to come and get him. Yes, Brer Fox has built himself a little bit of a fort on the top of a little bit of a hill, and he has 3 little cannons and a lot of other weapons to defend himself with. And all the critters are trying to get at him, but every time someone starts up the hill, Brer Fox shoots off the cannon. And everybody skitters back to safety behind the bushes. Finally, Brer Sheriff hollers, if you don't give up, Brer Fox, somebody is going to get hurt. Brer Fox waves a sharp scythe and hollers back,
yeah, and it won't be me.
And as a few of the critters try to sneak up the hill again, Brer Fox fires his cannon again.
Get back there, you critters, and stay back.
And the critters skitter back to safety again. As the smoke clears off the field of battle, Brer Rabbit says grimly,
uh-oh, he means business.
So he waves to all the critters who dash back into the forest to have a meeting.
Hey, Brer Fox, he got a good idea, Brer Fox. Yeah.
And as Brer Fox stands on a rock facing them all, they all stop talking. And there's a dramatic pause, and Brer Rabbit says,
now all you folks go home and get all the rotten eggs, tomatoes, and stuff you can find. And then you come on back and you hide till I gives the signal.
So the critters all skitter home to do what Brer Rabbit says. Last picture, top row, Brer Rabbit takes Brer Mole up to a waterfall, which is above Brer Fox's fort. And he tells Brer Mole to tunnel from there directly down underneath Brer Fox's fort. So Brer Mole sticks his nose to the ground, and down he digs. In first picture, bottom row, he's dug the tunnel right underneath Brer Fox's fort. Then Brer Mole slips through the tunnel back again to Brer Rabbit. And he says,
go ahead, Brer Rabbit. The road is clear.
And Brer Rabbit then takes a hollow log, holds one end up underneath the waterfall, and he and Brer Mole point the other end into the tunnel that Brer Mole has made. And Brer Rabbit says,
we stand aside, Brer Mole. Here comes the irrigation.
And the water pours through the hollow log into the tunnel. And Brer Rabbit says,
I expect Brer Fox is going to get his feet wet.
And Brer Mole giggles,
yeah, and I bet he never saw rain come upside down before.
And last picture, the water comes so forcefully through the tunnel that it blasts open a hole underneath Brer Fox, lifting him in the air and holding him there. And all the critters below throw their eggs and tomatoes at Brer Fox, who's held in the air. And as the rotten eggs hit him, Brer Fox hollers,
help, stop, I give up, do it, hey.
And Brer Rabbit, Sheriff answers,
and not until us gets rid of all the ammunition, Brer Fox.
And Uncle Remus says, Loud mouth is too full of bragging to talk sense.
Oh, that Brer Rabbit. He sure is a clever one. He outfoxed Brer Fox again.
He certainly did. It just goes to show that a powerful brain is more important than powerful guns sometimes.
Yes.
Well, now, shall we read Flash Gordon?
Oh, yes, please. That's very exciting because Flash Gordon and Dale and Queen Sunny were escaping from the wizards who had attacked the cave where they were.
And just as the wizards were about to melt the cave and make the earth fall in on them, Flash and Prince Vino led everyone to the end of the cave where they found an underground river.
And then they made rafts, and they loaded their things on the rafts, and they made their way down the river. And I want to see whether they escaped.
Very well. Here we go on page 4 of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, sash-a-matash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Fleeing from their cave hideout, which has been attacked by Curzo's army, Flash and his companions drift along an underground river. As their raft rounds the bend, Flash shouts, "I'm heading for shore. There's a waterfall ahead." But it's too late. The current is too swift, and it carries Flash and Dale, last picture, top row, straight over the waterfall. In desperation, Flash and Dale cling to each other as they plunge helplessly toward the whirlpool below. First picture, bottom row, the churning eddy chews their raft to bits. Dale calls to Flash to look behind him, and he turns to see the pool dragon, a blind creature of the underworld, hungrily reaching for them. Flash snatches a fragment of his raft and spears the river beast. There's a short, furious struggle, and the monster slips beneath the surface lifeless. But Flash and Dale are still not free from danger. Last picture, the racing current pins them against an underground grating, and Flash shouts, "Hang on! Don't slip through! We'll drown or be dashed to pieces inside this tunnel!"
Oh, maybe then they can climb up those gratings because they're just like bars across the window, and they're sort of like a ladder, and then maybe they can climb up and be saved.
Well, I hope so.
You know, I wonder what happened to Queen Sunny and the rest.
Next week we'll find out about that.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Yes.
And dangerous.
Yes. Now I'll bet you're anxious to find out what's happening to Dick and Dick's adventures.
Oh, yes.
Well, then let's go to the very last page, and there at the top is Dick's Adventures.
I just love Dick's Adventures because it tells all about the early days of America. I love to learn history that way.
So do I. Dick is with General Washington and his army. It's the cold midwinter, and the soldiers haven't enough to eat, and their clothes are wearing out. And there isn't enough money to get them new ones, and many of them are quitting.
Maybe General Washington can think of some way to make them stay.
Well, let's read and find out. So here we go with Dick's Adventures, and say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. As Dick walks through the camp looking at the poor soldiers trying to keep warm around their campfires, Washington joins him, and Dick tells him, "Some of the men think the war's lost, sir. They're starting to quit. Quitters? Why, this country wasn't made by... it isn't going to be made by quitters." Washington glances at Dick shrewdly and says, "I've just received news, Dick. Bad news. It's about one of our men who refused to quit." And Washington tells Dick the story of this man who refused to quit. We see the story as it happened. Last picture, top row, Washington is helping the young man on with his coat. And he says, "When British General Howe and his army were driving us out of New York, this soldier, a young schoolteacher who had been commissioned a captain, begged to be allowed to slip back into the city in order to supply us with vital enemy information." And we see the young man leaving on his mission, first picture, next row. "I warned him of the fate that awaits all spies if caught. He nodded and left, and we moved on across New Jersey, leaving the British to capture New York. We procured the information. In trying to rejoin us, the enemy arrested him. They found all the documentary proof they needed to condemn him." Now, it's the cruel fate of a spy to be hanged if captured. And last picture of the row, we see this young man being taken to the gallows by the enemy. He marched proudly. On the threshold of eternity, he turned to the enemy around him, and what he said, I hope, will be remembered for as long as our country lives. "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." Last picture, we're back again with General Washington and Dick.
And Dick cries, "Oh, I know his name, sir. It's Nathan Hale. Everyone in America does remember." And once more, Washington glances at Dick shrewdly.
Oh, I remember the story of Nathan Hale, too. He was a wonderful American.
Yes, he was.
It's such a sad, sad story.
Yes, it is, but it was beautiful, too, because the spirit of Nathan Hale holds up an example to everyone, showing them the way to serve their country unselfishly.
Yes, it does. But maybe when the rest of George Washington's soldiers hear about Nathan Hale, then they won't quit.
Now, we'll find out about that next week.
Oh, that's good. Oh, now look, underneath Dick's adventures, there's Rusty Riley. And I've been so worried about Rusty since last week because Captain Clune and Squire Boggs were working with the smugglers, and Rusty trailed them late at night.
And he caught them in the middle of their crooked business. But then Squire Boggs discovered Rusty.
Yes, and he locked Rusty below the deck of the old schooner that was there.
But Rusty found an old rope outside the porthole and pulled himself up on deck so he could see what was going on.
Oh, read quick, because I'm so worried. I want to find out what Rusty's doing. And I want to find out maybe they'll see him and do something mean to Rusty.
Very well, here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty pulls himself up to the top of the old schooner. He peeps over the top of the schooner hulk and sees Squire Boggs and Captain Clune at work. Rusty exclaims, "Gee Willikins, Squire Boggs and Captain Clune are putting away a lot of metal cylinders, just like the one Tex and I pulled out of the water." And then he listens carefully, and he hears Squire Boggs say,
"Okay, Clune, that's the last one. Now, as soon as you get it out of sight, I've let the kid out so he won't get suspicious."
Meanwhile, on the shore path, Tex and Mr. Kilgore are coming down the path where they think Rusty must have gone. Suddenly, they see Flip heading toward them. Tex says,
"Hey, wait a second, Mr. Kilgore. That's Rusty's dog, and he's all excited about something."
Kilgore replies, "Yeah, he sure is. Seems to be trying to tell us something." Last picture top row, Tex says,
"By jingo, that pooch wants us to follow him. Keeps barking and making short runs."
Kilgore replies, "Yes, I see. Wants us to follow him to give his wharf." So they follow Flip. First picture, bottom row. Rusty ducks down as he sees Squire Boggs and Captain Clune have finished with their work and are lifting off the hatch cover leading down below the deck where Squire Boggs had taken Rusty. As they lift off the cover, Boggs says,
"All right, Rusty, come on up. The hatch cover accidentally slid over the hatch. Come on up."
Captain Clune says,
"What's the matter with him? Why don't he come up?"
Squire Boggs waits a minute and then says,
"I don't like this, Clune. If he's hurt or anything, we're in real trouble. I'm going down there."
Captain Clune replies,
"Now go ahead. I'll follow you."
And the two men go down below deck. Rusty sees this, and then he slips forward very quietly and says,
"Oh, boy, they've both gone down there now. Hey, this is my chance."
And he grabs the hatch cover and starts to push it across the top of the hatch, saying,
"Golly, this hatch cover is plenty heavy. No wonder I couldn't push it up from below."
And then it drops on, last picture. And Rusty sits on the hatch cover saying,
"There. Now I got them right where they had me. And that hatch cover never slid on by accident."
The two crooks all by himself. Do you think they'll be able to push the hatch cover off?
"I'm not sure. Still, there are two of them."
Well, maybe Tex and Mr. Kilgore will get there in time to help Rusty.
Well, that's something else we'll find out next week.
Good, I'll be here.
Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information.
Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. And I'm very, very happy because this week is St. Valentine's Day.
Yes, that's right. Valentine's Day is this week.
I like Valentine's Day because I get so many Valentines.
And candy, too?
Yes, and candy, too.
And you know what else happens this week?
What?
I'll give you a hint. The birthday of a very famous American.
Who?
He was a very famous president.
Who?
One of the most famous men in the world.
Who?
You guessed it, Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, yes. I just love Abraham Lincoln. Isn't that wonderful? Abraham Lincoln and Valentine's Day both in the same week.
Yes, and the funnies, too.
Oh, yes. Read them, please.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of page 1, Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, Hoppy. Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and some of his friends from the Stebbins Ranch have gone after Calico, leader of the outlaw counterfeiting ring, with the purpose of ending Calico's lawless rule. The secret attack they planned on Sulphur City, the town that Calico runs, was spoiled because one of Calico's men had learned of Hoppy's plan. A ferocious battle ensued, during which Hoppy and 2 of his men were cornered in the freight office behind some explosives. Things looked very bad for Hoppy. Meanwhile, a wagon drawn by 2 horses is stopped at the outskirts of the city by 2 of Calico's men. The driver says, "Hey, ain't that shooting?" And one of Calico's men says, "Forget it. Some lawbreakers drifted into town, gunning for trouble. Till we've settled with them, our orders are to keep all citizens off on the streets." Just then, one of the shots frightens the horses, who run away, heading directly at the guards. "Hey, look out, the team's bolting." And last picture, top row, they run directly down the street of Sulphur City. First picture, next row, in the freight office, one of Hoppy's companions says,
"Hey, we gotta find cover somewhere else, Hoppy. We'll get our heads blown off if the wild sharks find these explosives."
Another one says, "Yeah, they're keeping us pinned down. No way out." Hoppy replies, "Well, I'm not so sure, boys. Look what's coming. Get ready." At this moment, the runaway horses pulling the loaded wagon are coming right past the place where they're hiding. Hoppy and his pals grab hold of the side and hang on unseen by Calico's gang and get a free ride to safety. When the wagon disappears, Calico and her men across the street in an office window high above look down at the spot where they'd seen Hoppy a minute ago. And one of them exclaims,
"Hey, they disappeared."
First picture, bottom row, some distance from the freight office, Hoppy and his two companions, who've been hanging on to the side of the wagon, drop off as Hoppy says, "Far enough, boys. Let's double back and try to get him behind." Thinking Hoppy is still hiding in the freight office, Calico and her men are closing in to smoke him out. When they're just a few feet from the freight office, one of the men puts a shot directly into a box of blasting powder. And last picture, the freight office goes up in a gigantic explosion, taking some of Calico's men with it.
Maybe Calico will think that Hoppy was killed by the explosion because he was in the freight office.
Yes, and thinking he's dead, they won't expect him to suddenly appear from behind it.
No, I hope he makes it.
So do I. And don't forget to follow Hoppy in the daily papers, too.
Oh, I won't forget that because I just love Hoppy.
Good. Now?
Oh, let's see what's over the page. It ought to be Prince Valiant.
You're right, it is Prince Valiant on page 3.
I'm anxious to read that because Prince Valiant and his friends are on their way to do an errand for Val's father. And everywhere they went, houses were burned and things were destroyed and even people killed. It was awful.
Yes, cruel barbarian soldiers have been sweeping over that part of the country, destroying everything that came before them.
And just when Val came to the top of a hill, he saw the whole army before him. I wonder what's going to happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. With Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. The rear guard of a horde of barbarians turns toward Prince Valiant, Egil, Rufus, and Arf. They finger their weapons and smile in anticipation at the thought of further slaughter. Val puts aside his lance and draws the singing sword, saying, "Remembering the burning village we passed and the horrible evidence of that visit, I must do a little work. Will you join me?" They do, and Val and his friends ride at the rear guard. And in a very short time, the barbarian soldiers know they have met 4 tornadoes. After their moment of pleasure, Val and his friends gallop laughingly away. All morning, they search unsuccessfully for a way across the towering mountains. Last picture of the row, they share lunch with a wandering friar, and he tells them of a monastery in the hills whose abbot knows of a secret pass through the mountains. First picture, bottom row, late that afternoon, Val and his friends come to the monastery where lives the abbot, who knows of the secret pass. Val and his friends stop and gaze at it. The monastery is perched in a soaring crag, impregnable as any fortress, for Christians are being persecuted by the surging pagans. Val thinks that surely no one could capture this fortress, placed as it is in such an out-of-the-way and almost unreachable spot. Last picture, they are at the door, which is open to them. And Val and his friends are made welcome and enter into one of the strangest segments of medieval life.
What does a medieval life mean?
Now, that was the time of history, which was about 700 years ago, the Middle Ages of man, which was marked by an earlier way of thinking and living, just the way we see it in Prince Val.
I see. I wonder what's going to happen to Val in this castle.
Oh, I'm sure that when the abbot finds out that Val is a good man, he'll tell Val how to get over the mountain.
I hope so.
Yes. Well, now would you like to read Dick's adventures?
Oh, yes, please.
Very well. If you'll turn over to the last page of the first section.
Here Dick is. He's right on the top of the page. Dick is with General Washington in the early days of America.
Yes, he's with General Washington's army, and it's a cold, cold winter. The soldiers don't have enough to eat, and they don't have warm clothes. Washington has been slipping away from the British commander because he doesn't want to fight until he knows he can win.
I'm anxious to find out what's going to happen today.
Well, very well, here we go with Dick's adventures. And say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick is with Washington's army back in 1776. An army driven by the British into what looks like a hopeless position on the Pennsylvania side of the Delaware River. Suddenly, Dick realizes that it's Christmas Day. There's no Yuletide cheer, only a yearning for victory and peace. Officers, bent hard against the storm, are hurrying out of Washington's field headquarters. They are General Nathaniel Greene, Colonel Alexander Hamilton, and James Monroe. Dick thinks to himself, something big's going to happen today. Last picture, top row. A few minutes later, the whole camp learns what it is. Washington is determined to catch the smug British forces off guard by moving his men secretly back across the Delaware and attacking the enemy-held town of Trenton. First picture, next row. The men prepare for the crossing. Because the Delaware is storm-swept, desperately dangerous to cross with men and cannon, just for these reasons, Washington is crossing it. He's sure the British won't expect it. About 4 o'clock the next morning, just a few hours before dawn, the last boats cross the river with Washington's army and cannons. Dick exclaims,
"Hey, we've got almost everybody across. Well, gee, this looks familiar."
First picture, bottom row. Washington's army's on the march through the wind and snow, heading for Trenton, New Jersey. The cannons are placed and loaded, and then comes the command, "Fire!" The sleeping enemy is surprised, terrified, and utterly confused. Trenton is overrun by Washington's men. Dick yells,
And they thought Washington was licked. They thought...
Then Dick sits up in bed, his eyes wide open, and he recognizes his own room in the year 1951, and he says,
"Oh, I've only been dreaming again."
Oh, wasn't that wonderful?
yes, that was really daring, crossing that rough river in those small boats in the middle of winter and at night.
Oh, I just love Dick's adventures because he has the most wonderful dreams.
And next week, I'm sure he'll have another one just as exciting.
Oh, goody. Oh, look, here's Rusty Riley right underneath Dick's adventures. And last week, Squire Boggs had found Rusty trailing him, and he locked Rusty below deck on the old schooner.
Yes, but Rusty got out and saw Squire Boggs up to his mean business.
And then Squire Boggs and Captain Clune went down in the boat to get Rusty, and Rusty slipped over and locked them up.
And just then, Tex and Mr. Kilgore, the government treasury agent, were on their way to find Rusty.
Oh, I hope they get there in time. That's sweet.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex and Mr. Kilgore are following Flip, who leads them to the old schooner hulk where Rusty has Squire Boggs and Captain Clune locked below deck. Third picture, first row. Tex and Mr. Kilgore are beside Rusty on the deck of the old schooner hulk. Tex says, "Hey, suffering horned toads, lad, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to hit the hay." Rusty replies,
"Yeah, I know, Tex, and Mr. Kilgore, too, but I got them. They thought they had me, but I fooled them."
Last picture, top row, Tex says, "Well, you got who, Rusty? Hey, what are you talking about?"
Rusty replies, "Why, Squire Boggs and Captain Clune. They're in the little cabin under this hatchway I'm sitting on."
First picture, bottom row, Tex replies, "Hey, great snakes, boy. You got Boggs and Clune trapped down there?" "Yeah, I hear 'em banging on the hatch. Here, come on, Mr. Kilgore. We gotta let 'em out."
"Yeah, but wait, Tex. Wait until I tell you. Wait till I tell you what they were doing. Hey, just look in that cabin over there, Mr. Kilgore. They stored away a lot of those metal cylinders, just like the one we fished out of the water near our boathouse."
Quickly, Kilgore investigates in the cabin. When he sees the metal cylinders, he exclaims,
"By George, I believe the boy has solved my case for me."
Last picture, he says,
"Okay, Tex. Now we can let those two out. Thanks to Rusty, I think we're about at the end of the chase."
And Tex exclaims, "What?" And Rusty's eyes pop wide open with astonishment.
Oh, that's exciting. I can hardly wait till next week to see the look on Squire Boggs' face when he finds out that Rusty caught him.
Neither can I.
Oh, now it's time for that funny Dagwood and Blondie.
Yes, it is. And I'll read them if you'll pick up the first page of the second section. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Tootsie Woodley, Blondie's neighbor, has dropped in for a little chat, and she's telling Blondie about a movie she saw last night. She's saying,
Oh, Blondie, you must go to the movies tonight. It's simply wonderful. It's so romantic. Why, honestly, Herbert is so sweet and affectionate since we saw it.
and Blondie says,
Really?
Last picture, top row. Tootsie goes on rapturously,
When he picked her up in his strong arms and carried her over the threshold, I nearly swooned.
and Blondie replies,
How thrilling.
and then Tootsie goes home. Blondie thinks that maybe Dagwood might become nice and romantic to her if he saw such a romantic picture. So first picture next row, she says to him sweetly,
Dagwood, darling, would you like to go to the movies tonight?
and Dagwood, who has settled down in a sweet chair for a long, comfortable evening at home, exclaims not so sweetly, No. So they go to the movies. Last picture of the row, they're sitting in the theater watching a dashing hero making love to a beautiful girl on an island in the South Seas. And Blondie sighs with happiness.
Oh, my.
And Dagwood sighs with disgust. Ah! And then Dagwood falls asleep. First picture next row, Blondie shakes Dagwood, saying,
Dagwood, stop dozing. Here comes the big love scene.
So Dagwood wakes up just long enough to see that the hero is being pursued by South Sea natives. The hero has carried the beautiful girl to safety with a knife between his teeth as everybody sighs with relief. And from Dagwood we hear, and that's the end of the picture.
Dagwood, wake up. Come on, dear. Get up.
Last picture of the row, Blondie has managed to get Dagwood on his feet and has gotten his hat and coat on and leading him home. And she says,
Dagwood, wake up. The show is over and we're on our way home.
but Dagwood doesn't know what happens. He's so drowsy. And by the time you can go, Blondie and Dagwood are home. Dagwood leans against the front of the house as Blondie says,
Wasn't that romantic when he carried her over the threshold?
but Dagwood just answers, and then slowly slides down to the ground. And there he lies on the porch asleep. Blondie looks at him with disappointment that he isn't carrying her over the threshold like the hero in the movie did. And she gives a sigh,
Oh, well.
then takes him by the shoulders and drags him into the house, saying,
We've been married a long time.
That Dagwood, that was no way to act after seeing a romantic picture like that.
Well, what would you like him to do? Put a knife between his teeth and pick Blondie up in his arms and carry her all the way home?
Well, no, not all the way home, but he could at least carry her over the threshold.
With a knife in his teeth?
No, the key.
Oh, excuse me.
That's all right.
Hey, look underneath Blondie.
Oh, goody, Roy Rogers. Last week, he ended his last adventure, so maybe he's going to start a new one today. So quick read, please.
Very well, then. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Roy is on his way to Saddle Butte, a western town. As he comes to a fork in the road, he sees a man in a wagon lashing his horses furiously. When Roy sees the man mistreating his horses, he heads after them, seizes one of the horses' bridles, and slows him down as he yells, Slow down, mister! You're running these horses to death! In a moment, Roy has stopped the wagon. The driver exclaims,
Zounds! It's my bosom friend, Roy Rogers. But there's no time to talk, Rogers. I must get to Saddle Butte.
And Roy exclaims, J. Lucian Dangerfield, you old scallawag. Hey, what's the big hurry? And sure enough, it is J. Lucian Dangerfield, the head of the Wild West show that Roy got mixed up with once before. Lucian answers,
I've been ranging the countryside for livestock to use in my Wild West extravaganza. But right now, urgent business awaits me in town.
Roy replies, last picture, top row. Well, you never get there if you don't give these horses a blow. First picture, bottom row, Lucian says,
Well, I'll explain later, Roy. Right now, I must...
And suddenly, a man jumps up from underneath a blanket in the wagon and knocks Dangerfield out of the wagon.
Oh, no!
It's a convict in jailbird's clothes, and as he holds his gun on Roy, he snarls,
I told you to keep this wagon moving, you jabbering old maverick. I ought to blow your head off. Reach, both of you.
Roy asks, Who's your friend in the convict suit, Dangerfield?
The convict climbs out of the wagon saying,
I'm Handel's Baldwin. I want your duds, cowboy. Start peeling.
Roy sees there's nothing to do but give him his clothes. And as Roy starts to untie his neckerchief, last picture, Baldwin says,
I plugged 2 guards breaking jail, and I don't mind adding to the score. Get those duds off.
Dangerfield whimpers.
Please, Mr. Handels, no violence, no violence.
And Roy says, you won't get away with this, Baldwin.
Do you think Roy will really give him his clothes?
Well, that gun on him, I don't know what else he can do.
Well, maybe when he's unbuckling his own gun belt, he can pull his gun and bang, bang before the convict knows it. He will shoot his gun right out of his hand.
Well, that's something we'll have to wait till next week to find out. But now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, it's Uncle Remus, my favorite.
Well, since it's your favorite, we'll read that right now. So here we go with Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
This tale's about the time Brer Rabbit and Brer Bear had the argument about old Brer Ghost living in that haunted house.
Yes, Brer Rabbit and Brer Bear are arguing about ghosts. And Brer Rabbit is pointing to the old house on the top of the hill, and he's saying,
Well, I said that haunted house is so full of ghosts, it whammies.
And Brer Bear replies,
Dad, you is full of ignorance. There ain't no such thing as ghosts.
And Brer Rabbit says,
Yeah, I bet your wagon load of watermelons to a barrel of honeysuckle juice that you was scared to spend the night in that haunted house.
And Brer Bear answers,
I accepts the insult. You has done lost yourself a barrel of honeysuckle juice.
And then Brer Bear saunters off home to prepare for his evening in the haunted house. Brer Rabbit wiggles his finger in the air. And a moment later, Brer Moth flies to him and lands on Brer Rabbit's finger. Brer Rabbit whispers something to Brer Moth, and Brer Moth flicks his wings, which means yes. And Brer Rabbit says,
Now, Brer Moth, you do just like I told you, and I'll give you and the boys an old woolen blanket for your dinner.
And Brer Moth answers,
Now, me and my family knows what to do.
And away he flies to do what he and his family knows what. Comes the night, and Brer Bear is sitting in the haunted house beside a lighted candle, a gun in hand, a pistol beside him, an axe and a club on the floor in front of him. And he says nervously,
Everybody knows there ain't no such thing as ghosts. Hopes.
When all of a sudden, first picture bottom row, a thing which looks like a ghost with outstretched arms comes sailing through the air, sailing straight for Brer Bear, and it howls, Doo! And Brer Bear looks up. Brer Bear's eyes pop open in fear. Doo! And the ghost makes a dive at him. And then the ghost goes, oh! And Brer Bear leaps to his feet. And he drops his gun and dashes for the door, yelling,
The help! Save me! Go!
And he disappears in the distance, never stopping to see that what looks like the ghost was 300 of Brer Moth's relatives flying in close formation, making out something that looks like a white sheet. Last picture, Brer Rabbit is giving the moths a nice wool blanket, just what moths love for dessert, and he's saying,
Well, Brer Moth, you sure makes a fine ghost, and here's the blanket I promised you. Now, everybody just sit down and have a banquet.
And as the moths exclaim happily over the delicious banquet, sort of a mothball, Uncle Remus says,
Most folks don't wait long enough to think twice.
Oh, that Brer Rabbit, isn't he a slick one?
Yes. Brer Bear, he's a dumb one because there aren't any ghosts.
But Brer Rabbit's little trick made him believe there are now. Bet you he'll never go in a haunted house again.
I'll bet he won't either. Well, now let's turn over the page.
Oh, there's Flash Gordon right at the top. And there's Prince Vino and Queen Sunia with Flash and Dale.
They were escaping from the underground caverns which the wizard had caused to cave in on them, and their rafts were carried into the rapids of the underground river into the whirlpool.
And then when the rafts were destroyed, and it looked like they were going to drown dead, they were carried up against a huge gate or something, and they held onto the bar. So now let's read and see what's going to happen next.
Very well. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rigga-rigga-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash and Dale escape from the underground whirlpool, while Prince Fino helps Queen Suni. Dale suddenly notices a door, and she wonders if that may be a way out. Flash and Fino find a heavy beam of wood. They pick it up, and last picture top row batter vainly at the stout barrier. Flash exclaims, "It must be the wizard's passage to the pool. We can't break through it. We'll have to make them open it for us." So they stop trying to break it down. Fino suddenly guesses that the channel leading out of the pool through the grate must be the wizard's power turbine mill race. The grating has been put there to stop any debris like floating raw trees or logs from going into the channel where the power turbines are and destroying them. So Flash, first picture bottom row, dives down to unfasten the protective grating. Fino bravely follows him. Under the water, they find the hooks by which the grating is fastened. Working quickly, they soon have dislodged the grating. And as they come to the surface of the water again, Flash laughs. "Well, the wizard will come in a hurry when all that debris hits their turbines and shuts off their metal-melting rays." And then, with another scheme in mind, Flash has Fino help him lift the grating up on top of the rock, just above the heavy door leading to the engine room. He barely has time to balance the heavy grating over the passage when the locked door swings open. And like angry ants, the wizard's troubleshooters swarm out of the tunnel with tools and weapons.
Oh, my goodness. And Flash is up above him, and Flash is going to drop the grating down on him and knock him down, isn't he?
That's the plan.
Oh, I'll bet you that's why he wanted to make the engine stop, so they would come out and see what happened.
That's right. And Flash intends to overpower the guards and slip into the engine room himself and maybe find a way out.
I can hardly wait until next week to see if he succeeds.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to. Well...
Oh, read this one more, please.
Oh, all right, then. Let's go back to the very first page, and we'll read Snookums.
All right. Oh, goody. Here it is.
And here we go with little old Snookums. Diddly-da, diddly-do, wickamacamookums. Let's have a little tune for little Snookums. Archie buys a pretty little puppy for Snookums and brings it home. Last picture top row, he puts the puppy down on the ground before Snookums, saying,
"Snookums, my boy, look at the nice little puppy that Daddy bought for you."
And Snookums is so happy he runs for the little puppy with his arms outstretched, saying,
"Oh, isn't he cute?"
A little later, Archie hears Snookums crying because the puppy ran away, first picture bottom row. So Archie goes looking for it, and he finds a puppy in front of the house, and he exclaims,
"Oh, there he is. I'll get him, Snookums."
So he tiptoes toward it, and then Archie makes a leap at the puppy and finds that his head has banged against an iron dog. And Archie, his eyes blackened and his head aching with pain, comes in the house, last picture. And Rosie asks him if he saw the cute little cast iron dog she bought for the lawn. And Archie exclaims,
"I did, though."
Oh, poor Archie. It's too bad he had to bring Snookums the puppy the same day that Rosie brought the iron dog because they both look just alike. Poor Archie.
Yes, poor Archie. He certainly got fooled that time. He thought the iron dog was the real dog. Well, now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man. The Jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just wonderful. Answer me a riddle.
I'll answer your riddle if you'll ask it to me.
What has a pen but cannot write?
Oh, that's easy. You when you're asleep.
Well, yes, that's true, but that's not the real answer.
Oh, then what is the real answer?
A pig.
Oh, that's very good. A pig has a pen, but it can't write.
Yeah.
Now, I'll ask you something. What famous American has a birthday on the 22nd of February?
Can't you give me a hint?
Yes, his first name is George.
George. Can you give me another little hint?
Yes, his last name is Washington.
Oh, I know. George Washington.
Well, how did you guess?
Well, I just remembered it from the stories about Dick's adventures with George Washington.
You have a wonderful memory.
Yes, I have, haven't I? Now, read me the funnies, please.
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, goody, goody, happy. Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy and some of the men from the Stebbins Ranch succeeded in outwitting Calico and her men in a gunfight in Sulphur City. But then things took a turn and began to look bad for them. All of a sudden, a party of horsemen, led by California and Lucky, sweeps into Sulphur City, throwing Calico's men into panic. A short battle ensues, and in no time at all, Calico's gang are rounded up by the men from the Bar 20 Ranch. First picture, second row, California asks, "Hey, where's Hoppy, Jeff?" And one of the men from the Stebbins Ranch, who'd been fighting alongside of Hoppy earlier, says, "Well, by ginger, he must have gone after the ringleader of these owl hoots." Lucky says, "Well, come on. We'll round up what's left of them." Meanwhile, inside the Sulphur City Hotel, Hoppy has found a secret door behind the desk leading down to the basement. He starts down saying, "Well, she's got to be here someplace. This could explain things." Slowly, Hoppy descends the stairs, gun in hand. He finds a secret tunnel. He advances cautiously along it, saying, "Seems to lead directly beneath the street." He finds some other stairs at the end of this passageway leading up. Slowly, Hoppy climbs the steps. He finds a trapdoor, which he carefully pushes up. Last picture of the roll. It's a heavy trapdoor, and he has to use both hands. He comes up into a large storeroom and is confronted by Calico, gun in hand. She tells him to drop his gun. Hoppy has no alternative, and he finds himself in a large barn-like room filled with stacks of supplies and Calico's prisoner. First picture, bottom row, Calico tells him that by the time his friends find his body, she'll be gone with enough gold from these dummy feed bags to last her forever, that she doesn't need Bullwhip or the Silver Fox or 2 henchmen any longer. At this moment, Silver Fox, who is down in the same room, comes around the sacks, grabs her wrist, saying, "Leave me to die, will you?" As they struggle for the gun, they back into the piled-up sacks of gold. Hoppy yells, "Look out!" But it's too late. The sacks fall over. And they completely bury Calico and Silver Fox, and they're crushed beneath the weight of the gold. At this moment, Sagebrush comes in the door, last picture, and says, "Hey, I thought I heard something crash. Where's Calico?" Hoppy replies, "Buried under the spoils she stole. There's enough of it here to rebuild Sulphur City into the decent community you folks have always wanted, Sagebrush."
Oh, it was certainly lucky for Hoppy that those bags fell over just when they did.
Yes, saved Hoppy.
But wasn't it awful the way those sacks fell on Calico?
Mm-hmm. It just goes to prove sometimes that if all you think about is money and yourself, it can do you no good, even when you think you do have it.
Yes, it's better to be unselfish and share it. Like giving the bigger half of the apples to your friend.
That's a very wonderful thought.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Now?
Oh, is Prince Valiant next like he was last week?
Well, let's turn over the page and see. Yes, there he is on page 3.
Oh, good. Val has been having the most interesting adventure, and he's come to the most interesting place, and I want to find out more about it.
Very well, then. Let's read Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Graymalkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. High in the Alps, Prince Val and his companions take shelter in a monastery. From here, they hope to find a pass over the mountains, for all other roads to Rome are blocked by enemies. The monastery is a fortress, for this is the 5th century, and from the east and the north the pagan hordes come, wave upon wave, like a tide that sweeps all Europe and even to Africa. But even so, brave men leave the safety of its walls to teach Christianity in a turbulent world. Last picture, top row, we see one of these friars as he goes out from the castle to go into the world and preach the word of God to the people. First picture, next row, we see a scholar working among his holy books. It is such men as these who live in this monastery. Val, in the picture in the middle of the page, goes to the abbot, who is the head of the monastery, and tells him of his mission to Rome, and asks his insistence. The abbot listens to his story and readily agrees to help Val. Last picture of the row, he calls for a guide to show Val the pass over the mountains. The guide comes in, and Val goes with him to prepare for the journey. As the two walk along slowly, the guide tells Val,
"The way is long and perilous. You will need special clothing and equipment."
First picture, bottom row, he takes Val to the workshop. And there, the guide has Val fitted with warm clothes. And he says,
"Only by using these garments of quilted chamois skins can you survive the bitter cold. Alas, you and your friends will need our entire supply."
When Val realizes that he's going to use up the entire supply of chamois skins, which are much like a deerskin, he says to the guide, "Well, tell me where I may find these chamois, and I'll bring back a new supply of skins."
Well, I think that's very thoughtful of Val, because maybe the people in the monastery aren't such good hunters as Val is.
Maybe so. And next week, maybe we'll go on one of these hunting trips with Val.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yes. Well, now let's go over the page.
Oh, there's Brer Rabbit.
Yes, Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. And that I'll read right away. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
"When Brer Rabbit gets the spring fever, he tries mighty hard to keep it."
Yes, this is the day when Brer Rabbit has spring fever, and he's lying under a tree on the hill, carrying on a conversation with little old Brer Junebug, who is buzzing around in front of him. Brer Rabbit says,
Brer Junebug, folks don't give you credit for being as smart as you is.
And little old Brer Junebug, he says,
You resisted.
And at this moment, Brer Fox, a club in hand, tiptoes up behind Brer Rabbit. And he knocks Brer Rabbit out. And as Brer Rabbit lies there unconscious, Brer Fox picks him up by the ears, saying,
"I's gonna put this rabbit where he ain't never gonna see no more springtime."
A lot of time later, last picture top row, Brer Rabbit comes to. He sits up and looks around, and he knows he's in a place where he didn't come before, and he knows he's in a place he didn't come by himself. So he says,
Where is I? And what happened?
And little old Brer Junebug, who is buzzing around, tells Brer Rabbit,
You is lost. You is in the swamp. Take off your shirt and unravel some string, and I'll get you out.
So Brer Rabbit takes off his shirt, unravels a piece of string from it, and first picture bottom row, Brer Junebug says,
Now, just tie it under my leg, and then you hold on to the other end.
And Brer Rabbit says,
And you leads me out. Ah.
A little while later, out of the swamp, Brer Junebug says,
Here we is, Brer Rabbit. Safe and sound.
Brer Rabbit replies,
Brer Junebug, you is a friend for keeps.
And Brer Rabbit puts on his shirt, picks up a club, and goes off in search of Brer Fox. And he finds Brer Fox lying under the same old tree that Brer Rabbit was lying under. And Brer Fox is saying to himself,
Yes, sir. This is a heap better world to live in without that smart aleck rabbit.
And Brer Rabbit tiptoes up behind him and knocks Brer Fox out. And last picture, as Brer Fox lies on the ground, knocked out, wearing a very aching head, Brer Rabbit leans back against the tree, overcome with spring fever again, and he says,
No, sir, Brer Junebug. Folks sure don't give you credit for being as smart as you is.
And Brer Junebug says,
You this it.
And Uncle Remus says,
Friendship is strong, even when it's hanging by a thread.
I'm so happy. Brer Rabbit has a friend like Brer Junebug. Isn't it cute the way he says, Boo?
You missed it.
I've always been so happy when Brer Rabbit outfoxes Brer Fox.
You missed it. Well, now what?
Well, now, isn't it time for Dagwood and Blondie?
It certainly is, so just pick up the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
I have it right here in front of me.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is lying on the sofa taking a nap. Blondie tells him,
Dagwood, shame on you. Napping when there are so many things to be done around here.
Dagwood replies, I'm always tired. Blondie holds up a bottle of pills.
I bought some of these vitamin pills that Mrs. McNuck recommended, and I want you to take some.
And she goes out of the room. Last picture, top row, Dagwood saunters out into the kitchen and says,
Blondie's right. I sleep too much. I'll try some of these pills.
First picture, next row, he says,
Well, here goes.
And he pours half the bottle of pills down his throat. A few minutes later, mop and pail in hand, Dagwood comes down the hallway full of zip, saying,
Oh, boy, these pills are loaded with dynamite. I feel them working already.
Last picture of the row, the neighbors see Dagwood busily polishing the windows. Herb Woodley says, Hey, where'd Bumstead get all the pep all of a sudden? Another neighbor says,
Search me.
First picture next row, Dagwood is plastering the ceiling. An hour later, he's mopping the floor. Last picture of the row is down in the basement, building a platform under the wash tub. First picture bottom row, he's upstairs again, and he holds up the bottle of pills to Blondie and says,
These pills are wonderful. I'm a ball of fire.
And he leaps in the air and kicks his heels together, and he dances around the kitchen, happy as can be. Blondie looks at the pill bottle, and then she suddenly exclaims,
These aren't vitamins. They're the mange cure for the dog.
And Dagwood goes at the thought that he's eaten dog food. No! And he falls to the floor in a faint. And last picture of the row, Blondie's on the phone saying to the dog doctor,
Hello, Mr. Sneg, Dr. Sneg, the veterinarian. Please hurry over. I have a patient for you.
Oh, wasn't that funny? How Dagwood worked so hard because he thought he'd taken vitamin medicine.
Yes, and then he passes out when he learns that he's taken dog's medicine.
Yes. Oh, look, underneath Dagwood, there's Roy Rogers. Read that, please.
Very well, I will in just a minute. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section at the bottom, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Roy's on his way to Saddle Butte, and he saw a driver lashing his horses unmercifully, galloping along in the road below him. Roy quickly overtook the wagon and stopped the driver, and found it was J. Lucian Dangerfield, owner of the Wild West Circus, whom Roy had met some time before. As Roy asked Dangerfield what was his big hurry, a convict poked a gun out from under a blanket where he was hiding, getting the drop on Roy, and he ordered Roy to give him his clothes. First picture today, he says,
Hurry up with the duds, cowboy. I want to get rid of this prison suit.
Roy starts to take off his neckerchief, saying, I'm doing the best I can, Dangerfield. And Dangerfield says,
Egad, Roy, I'm sorry to involve you in this predicament. This scoundrel commandeered my vehicle.
As the convict looks at Dangerfield, just for a second, Roy whips his hat into the convict's face. Roy leaps at him, saying,
Your gun hand's rusty from your spell and jail handles. Give me the rifle. You might hurt somebody.
And a minute later, Roy has the gun away from him. Quickly, he hands the gun to Dangerfield while he ties the convict's arm behind him. He says,
The sheriff of Saddle Butte will be plumb happy to get his hands on you, Baldwin.
Dangerfield exclaims,
By Jove, Roy, we've captured the villain. The publicity will assure a sellout when my Wild West show opens in town.
Last picture, top row, Roy makes Baldwin get on the wagon. As Baldwin sits in the seat, his arms tied behind him, he snarls,
Well, no jail can hold me long. I'll square accounts with you, too, if it's the last thing I do. Write that in your hat.
Dangerfield, still holding the gun, exclaims,
Silence, varlet, or I'll plug you. I can see myself now before the audience, giving a hair-raising account.
Suddenly, Baldwin gives the horses a kick, yelling,
Yahoo, get you devils!
Roy yells, Watch out, he's stampeding the team! Quickly, Roy leaps in the saddle. After him, Trigger! He can't handle those horses with his hands tied. And he gallops after the runaway team. As the runaway horses come around the bend on the edge of the cliff, the wagon catches on a huge rock. The traces snap. And the wagon runs wild, careening over the edge, and rolls down the mountainside, pitching Baldwin out. Last picture, Roy reins in Trigger, exclaiming, He hasn't a chance, Trigger. He'll be busted to bits.
That man must have been crazy to make the horses run away when he was tied up like that.
Yes, but desperate men try desperate actions.
Well, this one certainly did. You think he was killed?
Well, that's something we'll find out next week.
Oh, I certainly hope that when he was thrown out of the wagon that he didn't fall in a tree or something and have the ropes busted and then have him get away, because then he would come after Roy and try to kill him.
Well, that's something else we'll find out next week. But I have a funny feeling we haven't heard the last of Handel's Baldwin.
Oh, these adventures are so exciting.
Mm-hmm. Well, now shall we see what's on the next page?
Oh, yes, and I hope it's... It is. It's Flash Gordon. Last week, Flash and Dale had escaped from the Dragon's Cave when the wizards tried to kill them.
Yes, they'd escaped by way of the underground river, which took their raft straight to the place where the river channel supplies power to the wizards' machinery.
And then they unlocked the grating that kept the logs and things from going in and busting up the machinery.
Then they lifted the grating up on top, above the door, leading to the engine chamber, and waited.
And sure enough, logs did go in, and the engines didn't work or something, because the wizard and his helpers came out of the door, and oh, I'm so anxious to see if Flash drops that great big grate on him.
Well, let's find out right now with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doons, Haskamatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. As the wizard and his troubleshooters pour out of the tunnel, Flash hurls down the heavy grating like a giant net. He shouts to Fino, Grab their tools. We can use them as weapons. As the heavy grating pins the men to the ground beneath it, last picture top row, with a roar of rage, the wizard leaps for the tunnel to lock the escape door. But Flash is too quick for him. The duel is short and fierce. There. And Flash knocks the wizard out. Then, having defeated him and his followers, Flash puts on the wizard's robe, saying, Come on, Dale and Sonny, into the tunnel quickly. This is just the first step toward freedom. First picture bottom row, they hurry into the tunnel, barring the door behind them against pursuit. Flash leads the way deeper into the unknown perils of this underground kingdom. The tunnel ends in another locked door. Flash says, Well, let's try the wizard's staff as a key. The door magically slides open to reveal the well-guarded heart of the wizard's underworld empire. Flash boldly steps forward, risking everything on his crude disguise.
the wizard's men will really believe that Flash is a wizard?
I hope so.
Yes, but the wizard was wearing a beard and Flash isn't.
I know. Flash is really taking a great big risk. Well, next week we'll find out more about this. But now I think it's time for Dick's Adventures.
Is that on the last page again this week?
How did you guess?
I guessed.
Yes, and you guessed right.
Last week, Dick woke up, remember? This week, I hope he starts another dream as exciting as the last one.
Well, let's find out now. So here we go with Dick's Adventures on the last page. And say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick's sister and he are talking about early days of American history. They're talking about Lafayette, a Frenchman who came from France to help George Washington at a time when Washington needed much help. Dick's sister tells him she knows that Lafayette was the most dramatic figure in American history. Rich, handsome, and noble. Suddenly she looks up and finds Dick has fallen asleep. Dick is already dreaming. The last picture, top row. We are with Dick in his dream. He's on a ship, and an officer in a French army uniform is striding toward him. First picture, next row, the officer says, "Are you not the American boy which your Mr. Benjamin Franklin in Paris have sent to teach us the English speaking? Oh, I am Baron de Kalb." And Dick, who still remembers his history learned in the year 1950, and who never expects himself to be meeting such a famous man, gasps, "Oh, yes, sir." And the Baron leads Dick to the cabin, opens the door, and as he closes it, last picture, top row, de Kalb bows stiffly and says, "Marquis de Lafayette." But the Marquis waits for no ceremony. He springs from his chair and greets Dick effusively. With astonishment, Dick sees that Lafayette is scarcely 20 years old. There's hardly time for English lessons because they are nearing the American coast and soon will land. Lafayette makes Dick's task easy because he desires to learn only one phrase, and this he finally learns so well that he has no difficulty saying it. He repeats it again, first picture, bottom row, proudly holding his sword in hand. "General Washington, I come to fight for American freedom. All France wishes you well." As the vessel nears the American coast, the excitement grows intense. Fortunately, no British gunboats are in sight. A landing is made on the South Carolina shore, and quickly the men head inland to make their way to join Washington, who is still far away. Finally, weeks later, with Dick as their guide, last picture, Lafayette, Baron de Kalb, and their companions reach Independence Hall in Philadelphia. But here, a shock awaits them. They are stopped by an armed guard as they seek entry to the hall where the famous Continental Congress meets.
Well, why does the sentry stop them when they've gone to all that trouble to get there?
Well, it seems the sentry doesn't know who they are.
Oh, that's easy. You can see who Dick is. He's been there before.
Yes, but only in his dreams. And Lafayette is a stranger to that man.
Oh, I forgot.
Well, you better be here next week.
Oh, I will. Isn't that Lafayette a handsome man?
Yes, he certainly is.
I just love him in that three-cornered hat.
I like the sword better.
I like the hat.
Well, that front corner is interesting. Well, now look underneath Dick's adventure.
Oh, Rusty Riley. This is so exciting because last week Rusty, who had trailed Squire Boggs and Captain Clune, trapped them below the deck of the old schooner hull.
Yes, just the way they had trapped Dick first.
And yes, and just in the nick of time, Tex and Mr. Kilgore came along the path and Flip led them right to where Rusty was sitting on the old schooner.
And then Kilgore investigated and found some mysterious cylinders that Captain Clune and Squire Boggs had stored away in the cabin of the old schooner.
And then he came and told Rusty that Rusty had caught the smugglers, and Tex was so surprised.
And so was Rusty.
Yes, let's find out what happens now.
Very well. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Kilgore makes his astonishing statement. Rusty exclaims,
"What do you mean the case is solved, Mr. Kilgore? What'd you find down there in the cabin?"
Mr. Kilgore replies, "Well, those cylinders are hermetically sealed and contain silks, for one thing. Maybe a lot of other stuff.
Then they remove the hatch cover. Kilgore calls down, "All right, come on up, Boggs. You too, Clune. You're under arrest for violation of the United States Customs regulations." Rusty says, "Here they come." Squire Boggs and Clune face him, last picture top row. Kilgore says, "Well, you two, will you come along quietly? Or must I call a Coast Guardsman and put handcuffs on you?" Squire Boggs exclaims, "Well, look here, sir. I'm not accustomed to this sort of indignity. I'll see to it that you'll answer for this high-handed outrage." And Captain Clune snorts,
"You've been listening to some crazy made-up yarn from that darn youngster."
First picture, bottom row, Kilgore says, "All right, you can explain your outraged innocence to a federal court. But if you're smart, you'll make a clean breast of the whole thing. Get going." A little later, at the Miles house, Mr. Kilgore is talking to Mr. Miles. "Sorry we had to disturb you, Mr. Miles, but I have to see Mr. Boggs' nephew, Anthony. Also, I'm expecting a call from the Coast Guard." Mr. Miles, who is amazed at the story he's heard and proud of Rusty's work in solving the mystery of the smugglers, responds,
"Oh, think nothing of it, Mr. Kilgore. But don't tell me that the children's teacher is a criminal."
At that moment, the phone rings. Mr. Kilgore answers it. "Hello? Yes, it's Kilgore. You have? Oh, good work. I'll just keep him under guard until morning. That was smart work." As he hangs up the phone, last picture, Mr. Kilgore tells Mr. Miles, "Well, this case is rapidly being wrapped up. That was the Coast Guard. They have a boat and crew that were working with Boggs and Clune." At this moment, Anthony, Mr. Boggs' nephew, comes in. Mr. Miles says,
"Oh, here's Anthony, Mr. Kilgore. He doesn't seem to know what this is all about."
Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'm so pleased with Rusty. He's such a hero. Just imagine a little boy solving that great big case.
"Yes, I'll bet Tex is mighty proud of him."
Say, do you think that Anthony's telling a fib when he says he doesn't know what this is all about?
I'm not sure, but maybe we'll find out more about him next week. But before I go, here's that fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. The Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I am just fine.
Well, that's wonderful. You know, I read about a most unusual thing this week.
What?
I read about a dog that got a diploma in school.
A dog?
Yes, the dog had gone to school every day for 10 years. First with the oldest brother, then with the second brother, and finally with the youngest brother who graduated this year.
And they gave the dog a diploma?
Uh-huh.
This time, when the youngest brother got his diploma, they gave the dog one, too, because he never missed a day of school in 10 years.
My, isn't that sweet?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now can you read the funnies, please? Because we have dogs there, too, you know.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yeah.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, Hoppy, Hoppy. I just love Hoppy.
Very well, then we shall read Hoppy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy is returning to the Bar 20 Ranch after tracking down Calico, the leader of the counterfeiting gang. His pal Duke is surprised to see Hoppy carrying somebody on his horse, and he says, "We're glad to have you back, Hoppy. Who's the stranger?" Hoppy replies, "A young Mexican lad, Duke. We found him spread-eagled on the desert, delirious from the sun." A couple of the hands lift the boy off the horse, and Hoppy says, "Better take him into the house and see that he's made comfortable. When he's better, we'll learn who did this to him." A little later, first picture, second row, 3 horsemen gallop up to the ranch. They rein up in front of Hoppy. One says,
We're looking for a slippery young fellow who escaped the law. Maybe you run across him."
Hoppy says, "Maybe. What's he done?" The man replies,
"He's wanted for horse stealing. Now, if you gents will just turn him over to us."
Hoppy holds up a knife, saying, "One moment. We 3 gents had this knife with a warning note attached thrown at us back in the desert. Judging from the alkali dust on your clothes, you've just come that way." And then Hoppy thrusts the knife into the empty sheath the man's wearing, saying, "And the knife seems to match your empty sheath." Last picture of the row, the stranger snarls,
"Why, you glib-tongued maverick, I'll teach you to accuse me."
Hoppy trips him, and first picture bottom row, he falls against a ladder, and a pail of paint drops on his head. His 2 pals reach for their guns. Swiftly, California and Lucky flip lassos over them, pinning their arms to their sides. And Hoppy says, "Now, mount that cayuse, and the 3 of you hightail it out of here." Last picture, California says, "Well, that bucket of paint ought to cool him off for a spell." And Hoppy comments, "We better keep a close watch over our young guest. I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of that threesome."
Oh, wasn't that funny the way that paint fell on that man's head?
Yes, that ought to change the color of his thinking.
Oh, yes, but I'm afraid his thoughts will all be black ones. That'd mean no good for Hoppy.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now?
Oh, is Prince Valiant on the next page again?
Well, let's turn over to page 3 and see.
Oh, there he is. Remember, Prince Valiant was looking for a way across the mountains, and he came to the monastery.
Yes, and the abbot there told Val he'd help him. So he called for a guide who could show Val the way.
And then the guide told Val that they'd have to wear very warm clothes crossing the mountains. And then when they were making clothes for Val, they had to use all the warm skins that they had.
Yes, chamois skins. And Val said he'd go hunting for the chamois to get more skins for the monks in the monastery. So now let's read Prince Valiant in the Days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant sets off for the hunt, leaving his companions to secure the equipment they'll need on their perilous journey over the pass. Paul, the mountain man, who's to be their guide, goes with Val to show him the way and to tell him how to hunt the wily chamois, an animal that lives among the higher peaks of the mountains. They're a very nimble-footed animal and can leap and climb from crag to crag like a mountain goat. Up, 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 Val climbs, until last picture, top row, the vast snow fields seem to tower over his head. But all day long he plods upward, and they seem no nearer. But by this time, it's dark, and night falls. Val builds a campfire, first picture, next row, and his campfire is a tiny glow of warmth amid the lonely, silent peaks. Next morning, Val is up early. And last picture of the row, before sunrise, he finds a spot overlooking an alpine meadow. and here he waits, still as any stone. When the morning sun breaks, Val sees in the distance animals coming into sight. First picture, bottom row. Down from the lofty cliffs come the chamois, leaping gracefully from ledge to ledge in the morning sunlight, trusting the sentinels that precede the herd. Slowly the herd follows the leaders, who move forward closer and closer toward Val. Last picture, Val waits, poised. The slightest alarm, and they'll vanish like mist among the crags. Closer and closer they come, as Val waits with arrow to his bow.
Oh, aren't they beautiful animals?
Yes.
And look at the way they jump from one rock to another. I'd slip and fall if I did that.
So would I.
Isn't it wonderful what some animals can do?
Yes, and next week we'll find out more about them. And now, if you're interested...
Oh, if it's Brer Rabbit, I am.
Well, that's just what I was coming to. So let's turn over the page and go past Jungle Jim and Buzz Sawyer, turn over the next page, and in the middle of page 7 is Uncle Remus and his Tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Brer Weasel is all the time looking for something for nothing, and he usually finds both.
Yes, this day Brer Weasel is rummaging around in a garbage can, and he finds a book. He looks at it and exclaims,
Well, look at here. This here book tells how to hypnotize folks.
And as he stands there reading the book, Brer Rabbit comes down the road. When Brer Weasel hears Brer Rabbit whistling, he says to himself,
I'll just try some of this hypnotizzy stuff on Brer Rabbit, and if it works, I'll skin him clean.
As Brer Rabbit comes up to him, Brer Weasel turns around suddenly and waves his finger in front of Brer Rabbit's eyes.
Hokey the pokey, the zoopity zing. You was now under my mystic spell, and you does everything I say.
Brer Rabbit trembles. His arms drop to his side, and he stands as in a trance, his eyes closed, and a happy smile on his face. Brer Weasel tells him last picture,
You always leading me to your secret goma, Brer Rabbit.
Brer Rabbit holds his arms out before him and starts walking down the road with Brer Weasel behind him. Over the hill they go. Down the dale. And up another hill. And first picture, bottom row, Brer Rabbit leads Brer Weasel straight to an old hollow log on a high cliff above the river. And then Brer Rabbit gets down on his hands and knees and starts to crawl into the hollow log. Brer Weasel exclaims,
Well, butter my biscuits. He done led me straight to his gourmand.
And then Brer Weasel gets on his hands and knees and crawls in after Brer Rabbit, who has just come out of the other end. And Brer Weasel exclaims,
Hey, Brer Rabbit, where's you at? It's dark in here.
Brer Rabbit opens his eyes and with a cheerful smile gives the log a push. And it rolls over the cliff into the river. And last picture, as one end of the log sticks up out of the water, Brer Weasel pokes his head out of the log groggily. And Brer Rabbit up on the cliff says with a giggle,
If that hypnotizing book was any good, I'd never thrown it away. How dumb does weasels get?
And Uncle Remus says,
The book teaches, but it's the learning what counts.
Oh, that Brer Rabbit. Wasn't it funny how he fooled Brer Weasel pretending to be hypnotized?
Hypnotized.
It was, too.
Oh, I know he was.
Well, then why did you say he was hypnotized?
I did not say he was not tized.
You did so. You corrected me and you said hypnotized.
Oh, I mispronounced it in trying to correct your pronunciation. You see, it's hypnotized.
Oh. Well, he's very clever.
Yes, he is. And so are you.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And now?
Oh, yes, if it's Dagwood and Blondie.
Well, it is indeed.
And there they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
So if you're all ready, let's shuffle off with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. One of Blondie's neighbors stops in today and says to her,
Well, Blondie, did you hear that Mrs. McNuff was ill?
Blondie exclaims in sorrow,
What a pity.
So, a little later, after the neighbor lady is gone, Blondie comes into the living room with her coat on, carrying a casserole, and she says,
Dagwood, I'm going to call on Mrs. McNuff and take her some soup.
Blondie goes out the door, and Dagwood says,
Oh, boy, that'll give me a chance to take a leisurely bath and not be disturbed.
A little later, first picture next row, the front door opens, and a dozen women come in the house, chattering happily. And one of the women says,
Oh, Edna, that was such a cute way to get Blondie out of the house. And Edna replies, Well, now we'll prepare things for the surprise party.
Upstairs in the bathroom, Dagwood, who is in the bathtub reading a magazine, says,
Hey, I hear women's voices. I hear people milling around.
So he gets out of the bathtub, wraps a towel around his waist, and trots downstairs. Last picture of the row, he comes into the living room, where the women are working quietly. As he appears in the door, they all go, Dagwood dashes upstairs, first picture next row, yelling to his dog,
Quick, Daisy, back in the tub or we'll lock the door.
He dashes into the bathroom, and he finds two women there. Dagwood, seeing his hiding place is gone, yells,
Who let my bathwater run out?
And one of the women answers in embarrassment,
We're cleaning up the house for Blondie's surprise party.
Dagwood suddenly remembers he's not wearing clothes and runs into the bedroom. And he finds three women in there straightening up the room. And when they see Dagwood naked except for the towel, they all go... Dagwood dashes out of the bedroom, down the hall. He sees another woman coming out of Cookie's room. First picture, bottom row, he says, Quick, Daisy, down the clothes chute, and leaps into the clothes chute and lands in the laundry basket in the basement. At this moment, Blondie enters the house, and the women all yell, Surprise! And last picture, Dagwood lying in the laundry basket in the basement, still wearing the towel, pants with exhaustion.
She'll never be as surprised as I was.
Wasn't that funny?
Yeah.
No matter where Dagwood went, wearing just that old towel, he would bump into neighbor ladies.
Yes.
I don't know why they should be so frightened at seeing him, though, because after all, that's all you wear when you go to the beach is just a pair of shorts.
Yes, I think people are just plain silly.
I think so, too, but I love it when they make me laugh like Dagwood.
So do I. That's why I like the funny papers. They're so funny.
Yes. Oh, look, underneath Dagwood and Blondie, there's Roy Rogers, my favorite.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the bottom of the first page of the second section with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Roy had met his friend, J. Lucian Dangerfield, owner of the Wild West Show, as he was driving along a road in a wagon.
Yes, and when Roy stopped him to talk to him, a bad man named Handles Baldwin jumped up from under a blanket and ordered Roy to give him his clothes.
And then Roy, under pretense of giving Baldwin his clothes, suddenly flipped his hat in Baldwin's face, and so got the drop on him, tied him up, and put him in the wagon. But then Baldwin kicked the horses and made them run away, his hands still tied behind him.
Yes, and when they came around the bend in the road at the top of the cliff, the wagon rolled over the cliff, and Handles Baldwin was still in the wagon.
So let's find out today what happens to Baldwin. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy looks at the spot where the wagon went over the cliff. Dangerfield runs up and says,
Roy, what happened to the knave who tried to get away in my vehicle?
Roy replies, Well, I can't see him in the wreck, Dangerfield. There's too much dust.
Oh, thank goodness my sturdy team didn't share the fate of my wagon.
Well, Handles Baldwin must have got busted a bit, so Dangerfield. Let's take a look for a safe trail to the bottom. Dangerfield climbs onto one of his horses, and he and Roy ride down the cliff. When they get to the bottom, they find the wagon broken to bits, but no trace of Baldwin. And then Roy finds a rope in the bushes. He exclaims, Hey, look, the rope I tied his hands with. Handles must have landed in these bushes. Dangerfield exclaims,
Egad, Roy, then the rascal may have escaped unhurt. He may be lurking nearby.
And last picture of the row, a horrible thought comes to Dangerfield.
Roy, if he's alive, we're doomed. The scoundrel made a threat to avenge himself on us for trying to deliver him to the sheriff.
At this very moment, first picture bottom row, Baldwin, halfway up the cliff above Roy and Dangerfield, is prying a huge boulder loose, hoping it'll roll down and kill Roy. Baldwin says to himself,
Rogers will spot me any second from below. But if I can get this rock rolling, he won't catch me. She's starting to move.
And he gives the boulder a final push, and it rolls down the mountainside. Roy looks up and exclaims, "Look out, Dangerfield! Boulder coming down!" Dangerfield trips as he tries to get away. Roy grabs hold of him. Heave-ho! It missed us. Are you hurt? And then Roy hears a galloping horse, and he looks up to see Baldwin and exclaims, "It's Baldwin! He's getting away on the other horse!" And from up above, Baldwin yells down,
I missed you with that boulder, Rogers. But you and that loco showman ain't heard the last of me. Handles Baldwin's don't forget.
That's just exactly what we thought might happen last week. He did land in the bushes, and the rope did break, and he got away.
That means that Roy has a bitter enemy, vowing to get even with him.
Ooh, that means this adventure's getting more exciting and dangerous.
It certainly is.
Oh, but I'm anxious to find out what happens next week.
So am I. Well, now let's go over the page.
Oh, and there's Flash Gordon, and I want to know more about this right now. Flash disguised himself as the wizard and got into the wizard's cave.
And after he and Prince Fino had succeeded in tricking the workers in the wizard's cave to open the door, they overpowered them. And then Flash quickly put on the clothes of one of the wizards. Now they're headed for the inner part of the caves, hoping to find a way to free themselves.
I'm anxious to see whether the guards inside the cave really believe that Flash is one of the wizards.
Well, let's read right now and find out with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Disguised as one of the wizards, Flash gains entry into their underground fortress. He bluffs, "Make way, guards! I've captured Dale and Queen Sunee." The startled guards fall back obediently, and Flash goes on safely. But as the doors to another entrance open, Flash has the bad luck to run into the chief wizard, Curzo himself. Curzo snarls,
"You scheming imposter! You shall die for this!"
Flash's reply is to spring to attack the tyrant. And one of the guards leaps at Flash. Curzo has no taste for hand-to-hand fighting, and first picture bottom row flees, shouting to the guards at the entrance,
"Bar the doors! Flood the caves with liquid fire!"
The fight with the guard has delayed Flash just long enough, and the doors slide shut, trapping Flash and his friends. Suddenly, from cracks in the walls, burning oil spurts out in spreading streams. As the burning oil covers the floor, Flash shouts to his terrified friends, "Climb up the walls! Don't give up!" And up the walls of the cavern they climb. Last picture of the row, Prince Fino suddenly calls out, "Hey, this way, Flash! There's a trapdoor up here. Maybe we can force it open."
Oh, I hope they can get that trapdoor open, because if they don't, they'll all be burned to death.
Yes, this is one of the toughest spots Flash has ever been in.
Oh, that old guard. If he hadn't stepped forward so quickly to stop Flash, Flash would have gotten that mean wizard and just fixed him good.
Well, maybe he still has a chance if they can get that trapdoor open.
That's something that's hard to wait for.
Well, just save your fingernails for later. Stop chewing on them now. And let's skip over to the very last page and read Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes. That's something else I want to find out about because, last week Dick began another adventure, and he dreamed he was in the early days of America, and he met Lafayette, a very handsome man in a three-cornered hat.
Yes, American or a Frenchman who came to America to help the Americans in their fight against the English.
Yes, but when they got to Philadelphia, the guard wouldn't let them go inside to see General Washington, and Dick couldn't understand why.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures, and say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. As the sentry at the door of Independence Hall in Philadelphia refuses to let Lafayette or his friend Baron DeKalb enter, Dick exclaims, "Well, gosh, something's wacky." He can't understand that no one knows who they are. Last picture of the row, he says to Lafayette, "Well, there must be some mistake. I know we need you." And then he walks determinedly into Independence Hall, where the Continental Congress is in war session. First picture, second row, he tells one of the orderlies about his friends. The orderly replies,
General Washington needs men, plain soldiers, not titled officers.
Dick exclaims, "But, sir, it's Lafayette, Baron DeKalb. Plain fighters, jeepers. Lafayette's going to be one of the greatest soldiers in our country's history. And Baron DeKalb is going to die like a hero fighting for us. Oh, I got to get to General Washington." But unfortunately, Dick can't get to General Washington right away. So after explaining to the puzzled and disappointed officers why they are not immediately sent into the fighting, Dick bids them have patience. And last picture of the row, installs them in lodgings. He finds Lafayette and DeKalb a place to live in Philadelphia in a nice home fit for men of their good taste and breeding. First picture, bottom row, as they're unpacking their bags in their new lodgings, Lafayette, who has been disappointed up to now, suddenly smiles and says,
"Oh, naturally your countrymen are acting with reason, Dick. Who am I? A stranger. But perhaps they will permit me 2 humble favors."
Dick looks up with a hopeful expression. Lafayette goes on.
"One is to serve at my own expense, and the other is to commence serving not as an officer, but as a volunteer, as an ordinary soldier in the ranks."
Dick is to go back to Washington's headquarters with these offers. So he leaves the house immediately. As he comes out of the house to go to Independence Hall, a breathless soldier from Washington's militia comes galloping up. Whoa! His face shows the importance of the news he carries.
Do you mean that Lafayette is going to give money to the American soldiers and that he's going to start at the bottom and just be another soldier?
That's exactly what he's going to do.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? He must be awfully anxious to help.
He was, because he believed in the cause of liberty, and he was willing to do anything to help men gain freedom and justice and fair play.
It's too bad everybody can't be like him.
Yes, I should say so. It is too bad.
But I wonder what news that man has that's on the horse.
Well, that's something we'll have to find out next week. But I can tell you something about Rusty Riley right now.
Oh, and I want to read that, too, because last week Mr. Kilgore had come in just in the nick of time to take Squire Bugs and Captain Clune away when Rusty had captured them.
That's right. And then the Coast Guard men caught the other smugglers out on a boat at sea, so the whole ring has been caught.
And all because Rusty Riley was so smart and brave.
Mm-hmm. Now they want to talk to Tony, Squire Boggs' nephew. So let's read and find out what they learned from him now with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles has brought Tony to Mr. Kilgore for questioning. The detective says, "Your uncle, Squire Boggs, and Captain Clune are under arrest for smuggling. You are apparently involved. What have you to say?" Tony replies, "Smuggling? Well, good night. I don't know anything about any smuggling. He told me they were just pirating some lobsters." "You'll make things a lot easier for yourself by coming clean. Now, what was your part in this?" "Oh, sure. I'll tell you all I know. Well, they got me this job as teacher for the kids so I could tip them off when the coast was clear." "Well, how about that black light gadget? You had something to do with that, didn't you?" "Oh, sure, I did. I studied electronics in college. You see, it was my idea to use it on their lobster pot markers so they could take them in at night." Tony goes on, last picture, top row. "You see, the way it works is like this. You mix a fluorescent chemical with the paint, and then when you shine ultraviolet light, which is practically invisible on it, the paint becomes luminous." Mr. Kilgore nods his head, first picture, bottom row. "All right, Tony. If you're telling the truth, it'll go fairly easy with you. I want you as a witness, so don't try to skip. Now you may go back to bed." Tony replies, "Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good night, sir.
Next morning, Patty and Rusty are having breakfast together. Patty is unhappy she missed all the fun by going to bed early. She asks Rusty if it's really true that Captain Clune and Squire Boggs are smugglers. And Rusty replies,
Sure they are. They put out certain lobster pot markers with that special paint on them, and then the watertight cylinders with the smuggled goods were attached to them. And then they would go out with their black light gadget, and the markers with the cylinders would shine so they could pick them out.
Patty tells Rusty that Tex had said there were thousands of dollars worth of silks in the old hulks. Well, at this moment, Tex comes into the room and says,
Well, morning, Rusty. Patty, you want to take a little ride? I heard about a junk dealer on the post road who has some pretty fair saddles for sale cheap. You want to go?
Last picture, bottom row, Rusty replies with enthusiasm. Oh, yes, indeed, Tex, we sure do.
Oh, just think. Thousands of dollars worth of silk, and Rusty was the one who found it all, and he was the one who figured out about that black light all by himself.
Yes, it just goes to show if young people would use their heads and think when they see things, they'd get much more out of life.
Yes, and from now on, I'm going to think harder.
I'm sure you are. And next week we'll find out more about those saddles.
Oh, I just love saddles and horses, and I love to ride.
Then I'm sure you'll be here next week.
Oh, yes, I will.
Good. That's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice man with some interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. And I'm supposed to tell you hello from 4 of my friends.
4 of them?
Mm-hmm. They told me to tell you that they just love the Comic Weekly.
Well, isn't that wonderful? What are their names?
Well, they're 3 brothers and their sister. And their names are Susie and Jean and Lenny and Bert.
Well, just for that, we'll have to read the funnies for them, especially today. So now here we'll read Puck the Comic Weekly in just a moment. But before we do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the top of the first page, Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, this is getting so exciting.
Oh, you bet it is. So here we go with Hopalong Cassidy.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy, California, and Lucky have miraculously escaped from the outlaws' hideout when they set it afire. They're taking Felipe toward his father's hacienda, a Spanish word for home. Sloat and his henchmen have spotted them, and they've ridden into a town called Rio Vista and have told the sheriff there that Hoppy, California, and Lucky have kidnapped Philip. The sheriff sits forward in his chair and exclaims,
You sure you saw Don Raymond's son being carted off by the three strangers?
Sloat replies,
That's right, Sheriff. They lit out with a poor boy as soon as they saw us watching them.
The sheriff grabs his gun and heads outside, saying,
We'll round up a posse. I'm deputizing you gents to point out the kidnapper's trail.
First picture, second row, Hoppy, California, and Lucky are leading Felipe home. Felipe, who has lost his eyesight from being blinded by the sun, hears the sheriff's posse behind him, and he stops and says,
Wait! Hoofbeats coming this way, senores.
California looks back and sees the posse approaching and exclaims,
Hey, they're behind us. Sloat's men hanged if he hasn't brought a whole gang to run us down.
Well, that's all Hoppy needs to hear. And in a second, Hoppy, leading Felipe's horse and his pals, are burning leather. First picture, bottom row, they come to a bend in the road. Hoppy sees a path leading through the trees, and he yells back to California.
We're splitting up. You and Lucky lead him astray. I'll try and get Felipe out of this.
Hoppy, leading Felipe, gallops off into the underbrush beside the road. There, they dismount and hide in the bushes and wait for the posse to pass. As soon as the posse goes by, Hoppy and Felipe mount again, and then head off down the path which leads to another road. Hoppy says,
They'll be doubling back once they discover we've tricked them. Let's clear out.
They come out of the trees, and seeing a wall ahead of them, last picture, Hoppy exclaims,
We're in luck. We'll be safe till night behind this wall.
What Hoppy doesn't know, though, is that behind the wall stands a Mexican rancher, gun in hand, waiting for Hoppy to gallop through the gate.
That was a smart trick of Hoppy's to save Felipe, but here he's riding right into another trap, isn't he?
It certainly looks that way.
I wonder who that Mexican rancher with the gun is.
Well, next week we'll find out, I'm sure.
Ooh, this is really an exciting adventure.
Now shall we read Prince Valiant?
Oh, yes, please. And I'm sure he must be on page 3 again this week, isn't he?
Well, turn over the page and let's... Yes, here he is on page 3.
Yes. Remember, Val went to the top of the mountain to hunt for their chamois so he could get warm furs for the monks in the monastery.
And just as he was starting off for home, loaded down with the furs, an arrow whizzed through the air and landed at his feet.
And when Val looked up, he saw a lot of wild-looking men below in the valley.
Well, let's find out more about this. So here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Graymalkin, and Quince, music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Prince Valiant looks at his late attacker, at the position of the sun, the surrounding rocks, then at the still quivering arrow at his feet, and the group of men swarming up the valley. He strings his bow, and last picture top row, with the advantage of shooting downhill, Val sends an arrow whistling toward them. A second later, they respond with a volley of arrows, but the distance is too great for accuracy. But at the price of 3 arrows, Val collects 24. And first picture next row, as his opponents still fire at him, Val quickly picks up the arrows and stuffs them in his quiver. And now, well supplied with ammunition, he loads the skins on his shoulders again and leaves the valley. He starts diagonally up the ridge, climbing over the rocks. The valley falls away below him. The barbarians try to head Val off as he passes above them, clinging to the narrow ledge and the rock wall, last picture, second row. But the steep sides of the valley and the soft snow hinder their climb, and they can't get to Val hard as they try, first picture, bottom row. Who knows what these squat men are? One of the wandering tribes, perhaps, from the distant steppes, forced ever westward by the pressure of more savage tribes to descend like birds of prey on hapless Europe. Val, up above, last picture, is finding the way has become steeper, and the melting snow makes the rock ledge more perilous. There's no place to rest. Val must go on, and a new enemy confronts him. Behind him are the savages, and below is a drop of 100 feet if he makes one single misstep, and night is coming on.
Chances Val takes.
Yes, he's in a dangerous spot, having to spend the night on a thin ledge on the mountainside.
He certainly is, but I'm glad he has those warm furs with him.
But we'll find out more about this next week.
Now, how would you like to read Uncle Remus?
Oh, I'd love to read Uncle Remus, because he's my favorite.
Well, then, let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine and Snuffy Smith. Then turn over another page. There, in the middle of page 7, is Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
When Brer Rabbit was teaching school, the young uns was getting good notions.
Yes, Brer Rabbit is teaching school to some of his little rabbit friends, and he's drawn a picture on the blackboard of Brer Fox and a rabbit. He's worked out an arithmetic problem, which says that 1 fox plus 1 rabbit equals no rabbit. This means a fox would eat the rabbit up because the fox is bigger than the rabbit. Below that, he's drawn another picture of a fox plus 5 rabbits equals no fox. And Brer Rabbit says,
Just remember, Brer Fox ain't ever passing up no lonesome rabbit. In unity, there is strength. That's all for today, chillins.
And all the little rabbits dash out of school on their way home. When they get outside, one rabbit says,
Hurry up, I know what it is.
And down the road they go, following the leader. A little later, we're out on the edge of a high cliff beside an old hollow log. And the leader of the little rabbits has taken a firecracker out of the log and is about to light it. All the other little rabbits are lined up, leading from the log back to the edge of the cliff. And the leader rabbit says,
Everybody ready?
And his friend replies,
Yep, everybody in place. Here it comes.
And the leader touches a match to the fuse. The fuse starts to burn. And quickly, last picture, top row, the rabbits hand the firecracker from one to another until it gets to the last one at the edge of the cliff. First picture, bottom row. And that little rabbit tosses the firecracker over the cliff, and it heads straight for Brer Fox, who is sound asleep at the foot of the cliff. And a second later, there is And last picture, Brer Fox, his clothes blown all to tatters, holds his aching head and moans,
Where in the world did that come from, Boo?
And Uncle Remus says,
Club together, and you get unity. Individually, you get clubbed.
Well, those little rabbits certainly learned their lesson well, didn't they?
I should say so. If you're a little fellow and you're up against a big fellow, the big fellow's apt to get you. But if you're little and you stick together with a lot of other little friends, the big fellow's going to leave you alone.
Yes, that's very good, because I don't like bullies.
No, neither do I. And now I believe it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Very well, here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. There's a knock at the door. Blondie answers it, and a workman says,
We're repairing the water main. We have to turn off the water for the whole street for 2 hours.
When Blondie tells Dagwood they won't have any water in the house for 2 hours, he exclaims,
But I was going to take a bath.
Blondie replies,
Well, hurry up and fill the tub before they shut off the water.
So Dagwood dashes up to the bathroom and runs water in the tub. And he exclaims,
Hooray! I got the tub filled just before they turned it off.
First picture next row. Dagwood's in the tub, enjoying his hot bath, and he says contentedly,
My nerves have been on the ragged edge. This sizzling hot bath is just what I need to soothe them.
Suddenly, the bathroom door opens. Cookie and her pals come in, each of them carrying a little pan. Cookie says,
May I have a little water, Daddy? We're making mud pie.
And they scoop water out of the tub. Then out of the door they go, leaving Dagwood looking a little surprised. He settles down in the tub again. Suddenly, the door opens again. The dogs come running in and jump up on the edge of the tub and begin to lap it up greedily. Blondie says,
The pups are terribly thirsty, dear. Can they have a few sips?
The dogs finish with their drinks and trot out of the bathroom with contented looks on their faces, leaving Dagwood looking quite disturbed. First picture next row, Blondie quickly dashes in, dips a pail in the tub, and says,
And I'll just need a bucket full to finish mopping up the kitchen.
and walks out of the bathroom with a smile on her face.
Thanks, Dagwood.
leaving Dagwood looking very angry. A moment later, a neighbor lady rings Blondie's doorbell. Blondie opens the door, and the neighbor lady asks,
Have you some spare water to spare, Blondie? I just started my laundry when they turned it off.
Blondie looks upstairs, and then... Last picture of the row, all the women in the neighborhood are running toward the Bumstead house, carrying pots and pans, because they've heard there's water in Dagwood's bathtub. First picture, bottom row, they're all upstairs in the bathroom, dipping water out of Dagwood's bathtub, as one lady says,
Well, what became of Mr. Bumstead? He doesn't seem to be in the tub.
Well, Dagwood is hanging outside the window from the sill without any clothes on. Oh, except the bath towel around his waist. And Blondie sticks her head out and says to him,
Okay, dear. You can come back in again. The ladies have all gone, and they thank you.
Dagwood climbs through the window mournfully. At last picture, we see him sitting in the bathtub, but you can't see any water. And as he sits there, hating people, a little boy comes in and says,
May I fill my water, Mr. Bumstead? No, there wouldn't be any left for me.
That's the funniest thing you ever saw. Dagwood sitting in the bathtub without any water in it.
Yes, poor Dagwood. Everyone takes advantage of him.
Yes, and he was the only one who had sense enough to run water in the tub.
Mm-hmm. Well, look underneath Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, it's Roy Rogers. This is a very exciting adventure.
Well, I'll read Roy Rogers in just a moment. But before I do, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Oh, I'm anxious to find out if Roy is well again today because you remember last week when he went into the blacksmith shop, that convict that had escaped from Roy jumped on Roy and knocked him out.
And then he closed the door to the blacksmith shop and set fire to the hay inside and was going to leave Roy to burn to death.
But then Trigger kicked open the door and pulled Roy out with his teeth.
Well, now let's find out what happens with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. J. Lucian Dangerfield, Roy's friend, has really put Roy in the spot. In order to get publicity in the newspaper about his Wild West show, he had told the newspaper man that Roy Rogers would deliver the escaped convict, Handles Baldwin, to the sheriff right in the ring of the show. Now, this is something Roy didn't know about. Today's the day of the big show, and Dangerfield is out front announcing.
Step up, folks. Behold the world's most stupendous show. See Roy Rogers in the center arena.
Roy, who has recovered from the blow on his head given him by Baldwin, rides up and says, Hey, hold everything, Dangerfield. What's the idea of this crazy story? You plumb loco? And he shows Dangerfield the front page of the Saddle Butte newspaper, which has big headlines reading, Roy Rogers promises to deliver escaped convict to sheriff at Wild West show today. Dangerfield says proudly,
Yes, a sensational publicity stunt, eh, what, Roy? Oh, look at this crowd.
Roy replies, A fine pickle you got us in. I don't even know where Baldwin is. But I do know that he's gunning for us both. Dangerfield exclaims,
Roy, you think that Handle-eared ruffian is here?
Roy grabs him by the arm and heads him toward the inside of the arena, saying, You get into that arena and tell the crowd that story is something you dreamed up. Dangerfield protests,
Oh, but my bosom friend, you can't do this to me. They'll want their money back. Oh, no, Roy, please, no.
Last picture, top row. Handles Baldwin, who is disguised as a cowboy, sees Roy and Dangerfield walking toward the arena, and Baldwin says to himself,
I'll fix that bragging Rogers so that all he'll turn into the sheriff today is himself on a slab.
First picture, bottom row. Dangerfield is stopped beside a pen holding a huge bull, and he says,
Why, Roy, I've even imported the Pampas Killer, the world's most ferocious bull. I'll go bankrupt if the crowd demands his money back. Roy, have pity.
Roy replies, Get going. You should have thought of that before planting that false story in the newspaper. As Roy leads Dangerfield toward the gate, into the ring, Baldwin slips around to the pen, saying,
So you're the Pampas Killer, huh? Well, I'm gonna let you show how bloodthirsty you really are. Go get Rogers.
And he opens the pen, freeing the bull. The bull trots out, sees Dangerfield and Roy walking into the arena, and he lets out a bellow, then gallops toward them. Somebody in the crowd yells,
Hey, look out! The wild bull's loose!
Roy turns around last picture, sees the bull coming toward him, and exclaims, Run, Dangerfield! I gotta stop him before he hurts somebody!
That bull. Isn't he ferocious?
He certainly is, and heading straight for Roy.
I wonder what Roy will do to stop him.
It looks like the crowd will see something they didn't expect.
That handle's Baldwin. I just hope that Roy scares the bull out of the ring and right for handle's Baldwin.
Well, next week we'll find out more about that. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, it's Flash Gordon. And you remember? He defeated the mean wizards, and he was very kind to Queen Suni.
Oh, he was. He destroyed the magic ray machine by which the wizards had kept everybody slaves on the planet. And he showed Queen Suni's people how to build modern machinery.
And then he began to build a rocket ship, too. Queen Suni said that he could.
That's right, so he'd be able to get home again.
Let's see what's happening now.
Very well, here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash finishes his space rocket and bids his friends farewell. He tells Dale, we'll head for Earth. It's a long trip in an untested ship, but I promised I'd take you home at last. Last picture, everything is in readiness for Flash's departure. He and Dale settle down in the cockpit of their new rocket ship. And Flash's ship blasts itself free from the small planet's gravity and drops its used-up takeoff rockets. And last picture, top row, Flash is off on the long, curving course toward Mother Earth, which he and Dale haven't seen for years. First picture, bottom row, Flash is looking through his telescopic navigation glasses. It's much later. He pauses in his star navigation and looks at Dale with quiet triumph and says, That's it, Dale. There's our Earth. And it makes Dale so happy, she begins to cry. She can't even see it, much as she wants to. As they near the Earth, Flash reaches for the rocket controls and says tensely, Fasten your belt. A meteor's crossing our path. Gravity's pulling us together. I've got to change course fast. This is a tense moment as the meteor, which is a shooting star, falls swiftly toward them, a fiery blaze. Straight toward them it roars. Desperately, Flash pulls at the steering lever, and not a second too soon, he dodges the meteor, which falls past them toward Earth. Last picture. But all Flash's landing plans are ruined. He's plunging into the stratosphere at a speed that will quickly turn the rocket into a white-hot shooting star.
Does that mean he's not going to be able to land on Earth?
I'm afraid not. You see, when he had to change his course quickly, the atmospheric pressure sucked him out into the stratosphere, a layer of air outside the gravity pull of Earth.
You mean something just pulled him away out into that other air?
That's right, and I'm afraid it's pulled him so swiftly he can't slow his rocket ship down.
Well, where will he land?
That's something we'll find out next week.
Oh, that's really exciting. I can't wait to hear about that.
Oh, and neither can I. Well, now...
Oh, now is the time for Dick's adventures. I'm very anxious to read what's going to happen to Dick.
Well, Dick had brought General Lafayette and Baron de Kalb to help General Washington in his fight against the British, remember?
And, yes, and just as the British were about to attack, George Washington led his army to a place outside the town of Philadelphia.
Yes, a spot called Brandywine Creek, and there they dug in, waiting for the British attack, which is expected any minute.
Read quick.
Very well, here we go with Dick's adventures, and say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick dreams he's with Mad Anthony Wayne in Pennsylvania. Mad Anthony Wayne, one of the most famous generals of the Revolutionary War, fighting at a place called Chad's Ford on Brandywine Creek in Pennsylvania. Last picture, top row, the British seem to be preparing to smash through at Chad's Ford. But it's only a feint, because instead, Dick sees, first picture, second row, a mighty British force led by Cornwallis. He cleverly marches up the Brandywine, crosses it unseen, and makes a surprise reappearance behind the American line. Dick is dismayed when he sees the British Army coming at them from behind. But then at the same instant, last picture of the row, that the redcoats attack from behind, their battalions on the opposite bank, waiting this signal, start swarming across in an overwhelming rush. The Americans are caught between two walls of British forces that are closing in on them, and the battle rages furiously. It becomes a hand-to-hand combat. The Americans are outnumbered in men, guns, and ammunition. And in this instant of real panic, Dick and the men around him, first picture, bottom row, hear Anthony Wayne yelling above the roar of muskets and cannon, "Fight, boys! Fight!" Wayne himself is fighting like a madman. He and his men hold off the British while Washington's army manages to get away and regroup for a battle at a later date. With the retreat of Washington's men covered, Wayne and his battle-wearied boys see that the army is safe and the darkness is fallen. They slip off into the fog and darkness and safety for themselves, leaving the British to wonder what happened to the army they thought they had in their clutches.
You mean that Mad Anthony Wayne's soldiers, they fought the British and kept the British fighting them so that Washington's soldiers could get away?
That's exactly what happened, until darkness, and then under cover of the dark, they all slipped away. And it seemed to the British that the whole American army had disappeared.
But the Americans lost that battle, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Sometimes you have to lose battles to save your army for another battle.
Oh, then it isn't really so terribly bad, is it?
Well, like so many things, you know, you have to have some disappointments today so that you can make things come out right in the end.
Oh, you mean like saving your money for a bicycle? You have to give up the little things today.
Oh, you understand perfectly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, now...
Oh, now I know it's time for Rusty Riley. And you know how I know?
How?
Well, because here he is right below Dick's Adventures.
Well, why didn't I guess that?
Remember, Rusty had bought the painting of the horse for only 50 cents in that old shop?
And that was the cause of some trouble, because a young man named Smith in a nearby town learned that his landlady had sold the picture from his room, and he became very unhappy about it. And he's gone in search of the picture. He's learned that someone at the Miles farm bought the picture. And so he's bought an airplane ticket to Lexington, Kentucky.
And just about this time, Mr. Miles told Rusty and Tex that they were going to go home to Kentucky in the truck.
Yes. Well, now let's find out what happens next in this mystery. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty comes in to Mr. Miles and says,
"Oh, I've got Big Blaze in the horse van, Mr. Miles, and all the luggies, too. Tex and I are ready to leave."
Well, okay, Rusty, I'll go out with you. I want Tex to do something for me on the way.
So Mr. Miles goes outside with Rusty to the truck where Big Blaze is loaded. Tex and Rusty are all packed, ready to head for their home in Lexington, Kentucky. Mr. Miles hands Tex some money, saying,
"Oh, Tex, there's a shortcut to the new highway that goes right by the airport. I want you to stop and reserve seats for Patty and me on flight number 6 to Lexington."
Tex replies,
"Sure, boss."
Meanwhile, at the boarding house in town, the young man named Mr. Smith is saying to his landlady, "Oh, Mrs. Clancy, I'll be gone for a few days, maybe a week. Hold my room. Now I gotta hurry." She reminds him of his job at the airplane factory and asks him if he quit. He answers, "Well, no time to explain now. Goodbye." Last picture, top row. Mr. Smith is at the ticket office at the air terminal saying, "Reservation to Lexington, please. The name is Smith." The ticket is handed to him, and he steps aside. First picture, bottom row. Tex steps up to buy the ticket for Mr. Miles. And Mr. Smith overhears Tex saying,
"Oh, I want to make 2 reservations, miss, on flight number 6 to Lexington, Kentucky, to be called for by Quentin Miles of the Milestone Farm."
Smith says to himself, "Milestone Farm? The people who have my horse painting. That must be the big Texan the antique dealer described." And as Tex walks out of the terminal, Smith follows him, saying, "I'll just keep that old cowboy in sight until the plane's ready. Maybe he and the kid who has my picture aren't going to Lexington." He follows Tex outside and sees him walking toward the truck and says, "By George, they are going to Lexington, but they're going in that horse van." He hears Tex say to Rusty,
"Okay, Rusty, we can start rolling for the home corral."
When Smith hears this, he says, "I can wrangle a ride with him. Maybe I can get back that picture on the way." He walks over to the van and says, "Oh, pardon me. I see you're from Lexington."
you're heading that way, I could use a lift. I can help you drive.
Tex looks at him and replies,
Well, now, friend, we got a valuable horse on board. I'd have to know a little about you.
Ooh, wouldn't it be awful if Tex were to let him ride in that truck?
Oh, that would really be an unusual situation.
I can't wait till next week to find out if Tex does.
I'm afraid you'll have to. And not only that, that's all the time I have now. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just wonderful because this is one of my favorite times.
Oh, I know what you mean. This is Easter.
Yes, I just love Easter because then I have a wonderful time looking for Easter eggs in the morning.
And did the bunny leave you lots of eggs this year?
Yes, he left me lots of chicken eggs.
The bunny left you chicken eggs?
Well, they tasted like chicken when I ate them.
Chicken or chicken eggs?
Like eggs.
Oh, yes. Well, that's the wonderful thing about bunnies. On Easter morning, they always make the eggs taste like chicken eggs. That's one of their tricks.
Oh.
Were they very pretty eggs?
Oh, yes. They were all different colors, and some of them had stripes, and some of them had stars on them.
Oh, the ones with stars were laid by the bunny who was good in school.
I'll bet it was.
Mm-hmm.
And now I hope you can read me the funnies and read about Brer Rabbit, because he's one of my favorites, too.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Mm-hmm.
Very well, I will in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, here's Hopalong Cassidy.
Oh, and I'm anxious to find out what happened to Hoppy and Philippe, that boy he was helping.
Well, let's read now and find out. So here we go with Hopalong Cassidy on page 1.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. California and Lucky have been captured by the sheriff's posse. And first picture, Lucky, who is in a cell at the jail, is saying to the deputy, "We didn't kidnap Don Felipe. Turn us loose." Second picture, California says, "Yeah, wait till Hopalong Cassidy hears of this." The deputy just sneers and says,
"Yeah, he will soon. I reckon as how Sheriff Meigs and the posse have caught up with him by now."
Meanwhile, Hoppy has taken Felipe home to his father's ranch. The sheriff, led by Sloat and his men, followed Hoppy there. And last picture, second row, the sheriff is saying to Hoppy, "You outsmarted yourself, Cassidy. Seeing the law closing in, you beat us here to Don Raymond's with a twisted yarn of how you saved young Felipe from kidnappers."
And Felipe's father, Don Raymond, says, "Oh, gracias, Sheriff, for arresting this fraud." First picture next row, the sheriff says, "Well, you can thank Sloat here for warning me in time. The town jail won't seem so lonesome now with Cassidy and his pards as guests." Sloat snarls,
Let's get started, Sheriff.
and the men mount. And as they gallop off, Sloat says to the sheriff,
I'd lay odds that Cassidy and those two galoots are behind all the recent raids on Don Raymond's hacienda.
The sheriff replies, "Well, if so, you've done Rio Vista a big favor, Sloat." At this point, Sloat and his outlaws bid farewell to the sheriff, who gallops off. First picture next row. Sloat sends his men back to the shack. And first picture next row, he takes a deserted road, back trail, for the town of Rio Vista, so he won't be seen by the sheriff. First picture, bottom row, Sloat's in the local tax collector's office and is reporting to an oily-looking man sitting behind a desk.
The sheriff's holding 3 strangers for trial of kidnapping Don Felipe Madera.
The man sits back in his chair, smiles smugly, and says, last picture,
Well, I'd hate to be in their boots if an unruly mob decided not to wait for a trial.
Sloat smiles evilly, saying,
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking.
Oh, what does he mean by that?
I think he's trying to get Sloat to rouse the citizens against Hoppy and his pals so they'll break open the jail and take Hoppy out and lynch him.
Oh, my goodness, that's against the law.
I know, but some mean people often do that.
That's terrible. I wonder what's going to happen.
Well, maybe something will come up, so let's wait till next week to find out.
All right.
Now?
Is Prince Valiant on page 3 again?
Well, let's turn over the page and see.
All right. Yes, there he is. And he's still on the mountain being chased by those savage men.
Yes, he'd gone to the mountain to hunt chamois skins so the monks in the monastery would have warm clothes.
And just as he was going back, all loaded down with lots of skins, he was attacked by the savage men that you called
That's right, the barbarians.
Yes, that's what I said.
But Val got away from them by climbing a mountain ridge over their heads.
And so, please read. I'm anxious to see if he gets away all right.
All right, here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Mulkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. The barbarians shoot at Val, who climbs the ridge above them, beyond range of their arrows, as he seeks a way to get above and around them. But last picture, his plight is desperate. Night is falling, and his clothing is soaked with melting snow. But at last, first picture next row, Val sees a wide ledge. But can he safely cross the snow slope between? Between the two rocks lies a space of about 10 feet of snow that's frozen hard. Val wonders if it's strong enough to hold him. If it doesn't, he'll fall to the rocks 100 feet below. But behind him are the barbarians. Val has no choice. Last picture of the row, cautiously he starts, fearful of starting an avalanche. A few feet from his goal, the slope gives a sickening lurch. And Val leaps for the ledge. And he's not a second too soon, for a dark crevasse appears and widens, and then the snow falls away. And Val, safe on the rock, knows there can be no return. Then swiftly night falls. And Val realizes he'll freeze if he doesn't do something quickly. So second picture, bottom row, he dances about to send the blood circulating and warm his chill body. Then, thoroughly warm, he removes his clothing and wrings the damp clothes as dry as possible. Then, after dressing again, he makes out with a chilly meal from one of the chamois which he'd been carrying. Then he digs a cave in the snow and wraps himself up in the damp chamois hides. And here, sheltered from the winter wind, he snuggles in and hopes to survive the cold, cold night.
My, isn't he in an awfully cold place to spend the night? That wind whistling makes me cold just to hear it.
Yes. Well, I hope the hides of the chamois keep him warm enough to stay alive and safe through the night.
I hope so, too.
Well, we'll learn more about this next week. Now, how would you like...
I'd just love to if it's Brer Rabbit.
Well, since you're so anxious to read Brer Rabbit, let's turn over the page and go past Jungle Jim. Turn over another page, and there on page 7 is Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says...
The trouble with Brer Fox is he thinks about everybody too much. Yeah, especially about Brer Rabbit.
Brer Sparrow flies to Brer Rabbit. And he says excitedly,
Hey, I just seen Brer Fox building a trap.
and Brer Rabbit says,
It couldn't be for anyone else but me. Well, come on.
and Brer Swallow leads Brer Rabbit off to where Brer Fox is building the trap. Brer Rabbit hides behind a big rock, and he sees Brer Fox weaving a trap out of willow wands, and Brer Fox is singing,
Rabbit stew, I love you. Ah-ba-doo, weedy-widoo-boo.
and Brer Rabbit sees Brer Fox tying a rope to the top of the tree, and he throws the rope over the top of a limb and pulls the trap up over the limb of the tree. And then he ties the other end of the rope to a little stake he's driven in the ground. And Brer Fox says,
This is the best I'm getting out of trap I is ever built.
Last picture, top row, Brer Fox turns to a basket of asparagus, saying,
And sparrowgrass for bait. Rabbits is suckers for sparrowgrass.
And he begins to stick the asparagus in the ground underneath the trap. And Brer Fox says, first picture, bottom row,
Brer Rabbit is going to get all the sparrowgrass he wants, and then I is going to get all the rabbit that I wants.
Brer Rabbit has ideas, too. He takes his slingshot out of his pocket, takes careful aim at the stake at the end of the rope, and then lets fly. The stone knocks the stake loose, releasing the trap, which falls, trapping Brer Fox. And last picture, he howls,
Oh, let me out! Brr, brr.
and Brer Rabbit throws him a handful of asparagus. As Brer Sparrow says,
Brer Fox is going to get mighty sick of living on sparrowgrass.
and Brer Rabbit giggles,
Well, it's better for him than rabbits do.
and Uncle Remus says,
A real friend is the one what gets there ahead of the need.
Well, that Brer Fox deserved just what he got. The very idea, trying to set a trap for a nice little rabbit like Brer Rabbit so he could make rabbit stew out of him.
Yes, well, it often happens that when you try to do dirt to the other fellow, the dirt comes right back in your own face.
Yes, and I'm glad it happened to Brer Fox. It served him right.
It certainly did. And now let's turn over to the last page of the first section and see what's there.
All right. Oh, it's Flash Gordon. And I'm anxious to read that because Flash is in a new rocket ship that he made, and he's trying to get back down to Earth.
And just as he was nearing Earth, a meteor, which is a falling star, came toward them.
And Flash had to turn aside so they wouldn't be hit. But then he couldn't control the rocket ship, and I'm anxious to know if they'll be able to get back down to the Earth.
Well, let's find out right now. So here we go with Flash Gordon. Rigga-digga-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash's rocket is heating up like a shooting star in Earth's outer air. And Flash says to Dale, Our brake rockets won't hold. We've got to turn around and use our tail rockets to slow us down. Turning his rocket around end for end with the gyroscope, Flash brakes with swiftly increasing power as he plunges toward Earth not far from New York. Land-based jets leap up to check on the strange visitor from space. Closer and closer he falls to Earth. And as he comes spinning backward to the ground, last picture, top row, he almost checks his fall. But the rocket lands heavily on its tail end and topples to Earth, shaking up its two passengers. There was wild excitement in the countryside because Flash has landed in a small community in the park. Naturally, the people there are completely amazed to see this unusual rocket ship coming to Earth in such a strange manner. And in no time, there was a small crowd gathered around the rocket ship. First picture, bottom row, Flash opens the hatch to his ship. And he hears the man asks, "Are they men from Mars?" "Hey, look! One's a girl!" An officer reaches for his gun. Flash waves good-naturedly and says, "Hey, don't shoot, officer. We've just come home from a long trip." When the people on Earth learn it's Flash Gordon and Dale who have landed, there's a great celebration. And before they know it, they're receiving a record-breaking reception as the first persons who ever traveled in space. A big parade is held in Flash and Dale's honor, and they're taken on a tour of the city. Down Broadway they go, sitting on the top of their car as thousands cheer. The photographers take pictures, and Dale is so happy. And Flash smiles at her. "Well, we're really home."
Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'm so glad Flash landed safely and people treated Flash just like a hero.
So am I.
I'm glad they have sense enough to know he's a hero. I wonder what'll happen next week.
Well, if I know Flash Gordon, I wouldn't be surprised if a new adventure started.
Well, now would you read me Dagwood and Blondie? They're next, on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
All right, I'll read them in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie.
Dagwood, I'm going to the beauty parlor, and I'll be back in an hour.
Dagwood calls to Blondie. "Hey, wait a minute. Cash this check for me at the bank on your way. I need some money. I'm broke." A little later, a delivery boy is at the door, last picture, top row, saying to Dagwood,
Package for Mrs. Bumstead. $22. Collect.
Dagwood exclaims, "Oh, boy, I haven't a cent until Blondie returns. And this is her dress for the party tonight." Dagwood tells the delivery boy to wait a minute. He dashes over to Herb Woodley's house. He asks Herb, first picture, next row, "Hey, Herb, will you please lend me $22 for 1 hour?" Once again, Herb sees a chance to make some money out of Dagwood, and he says,
What will you put up for security?
Dagwood drops to his knees, and he says, "You can hold me for an hour. I'll put myself up for security." Herb puffs on his pipe and then says, "Okay, that's a deal." So he hands Dagwood the money. Dagwood dashes back to the delivery boy. And last picture of the row says, "Here's your $22 for the dress." And Herb takes Dagwood by the hand, saying, "Now, come on. Remember, you belong to me, body and soul, for 1 hour." And back to Herb's house they go. First picture, next row. Dagwood is sitting in the corner, bound hand and foot, as Herb sits at a desk figuring out how much money he's going to make for loaning Dagwood the $22. And Herb says, "The interest on the loan will be 3% for the first hour and 6% for each additional hour." Dagwood snorts, "Some fine friend." Meanwhile, Blondie is downtown at the beauty parlor. And the salesgirl says to her,
"Hey, why don't you let me give you an appointment, Mrs. Bumstead? It'll just take a few hours longer."
And Blondie replies,
Okay, Sally. I have plenty of time.
Last picture of the row, Herb says gleefully, "The interest is piling up. It's almost 3 hours." Just then the doorbell rings, and he goes to the door, and first picture, bottom row, finds Blondie there. She says,
Herbert, Dagwood's not home. You know where he is?
"Sure. I've got him locked up in our clothes closet." And he leads her back to the house. And he opens the closet door. And Dagwood falls out. When Blondie sees Dagwood bound hand and foot, her hat pops off in surprise. And Herb chuckles devilishly.
You can have him back for $25.30.
Naturally, Blondie gives Herb the give the money. And as she carries Dagwood home, last picture. Herb counts his money, saying,
Personally, I wouldn't have paid that much to get him back.
And Blondie answers angrily,
Well, after all, he's my husband.
Oh, that Herb. Isn't he a wicked man to treat Dagwood like that?
Oh, I wouldn't be too worried. This is only a funny story, especially for the funny papers.
Oh, that's right. But don't they do the funniest things?
Yes, they do.
Oh, look, right underneath Blondie, there's Roy Rogers.
And I'll read that right now. So here we go on page 1 of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly with Roy Rogers. Say the magic words with me. Hi-yip, hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip, hi-yo. It's a day of the Wild West show. As Roy and Dangerfield enter the ring, the escaped convict, Handles Baldwin, disguised as a cowboy, turns a wild bull loose. Roy sees the bull coming at him and yells to Dangerfield, Hey, jump to one side. He'll gore you. Try to keep moving. I've got an idea. Dangerfield jumps aside not a second too soon. Roy quickly pulls his revolver and, with one shot, cuts the rope holding a red banner on a pole. The banner falls to the ground, and as Dangerfield comes running by, last picture top row, Roy yells, Keep running, he's headed in the right direction. And Roy whips the banner across the bull's eyes. The bull trips and falls to the ground. First picture, bottom row.
Hey, yippee! Roy Rogers snagged the bull!
Roy and Dangerfield are safe. Handles Baldwin, who is watching from behind a pillar, growls,
Drat it. My scheme to fix Rogers and that showman Dangerfield backfired. But I ain't finished yet.
At that moment, one of the men standing nearby sees Baldwin and yells,
Hey! There's that escaped jailbird, Handles Baldwin. Get him!
Roy turns and hollers. You're not getting away this time, Baldwin. I aim to keep my promise and deliver you to the sheriff alive. And he runs for Baldwin, who, last picture, leaps in the saddle of a horse standing nearby.
Now let go of that bridle.
And a cowboy named Chet, holding the reins of the horse, says,
Get off that horse! It's a wild bronc!
Goody. That's a good joke on Handles Baldwin. I just hope that horse bucks him off. And then when he falls to the ground, I hope he bumps his head good and hard and he gets knocked subconscious. And then Roy will pick him up and put him in the ring and say, Sheriff, here's your man.
Well, next week we'll find out. Now I think it's time for...
it's time for Dick's Adventures. We haven't read him yet, you know.
Oh, yes. Dick's Adventures. So let's turn over to the very last page.
And here he is. Dick is with Mad Anthony Wayne and General Washington, and there's been a big battle between the English and the Americans, but the Americans lost.
It's the armies retreated before the overwhelming force of the British.
I wonder what's going to happen to Dick now.
Well, let's read and find out. So here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack, kazak, kazik. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick and his disheartened brothers-in-arms retreat before the overpowering British and Hessians driving on Philadelphia. It's a disastrous end to the Battle of Brandywine Creek, the year 1776. In the enveloping darkness and fog, Dick is cut off from his friends, the foes all around him. Last picture, top row, Dick finds himself alone in the underbrush, hearing movements in the dark about him. As he sits there quietly, he says to himself unhappily, Gee, they're whipping us like dogs, and we're going to fight back like wolves. First picture, next row, a thought comes to him, and he says, Hey, what about our Navy? Didn't we have a Navy in the Revolutionary War? Hey, what about John Paul Jones? The next instant, Dick finds himself on board an old-time armed vessel, fast and small, flying the American flag. This is the Ranger, now on the high seas, 3,000 miles from home. Dick shakes his head and looks around, just as a sailor, last picture of the row, says to him,
Skipper's been yelling for you, sir.
Dick asks in surprise, Skipper? John Paul Jones? And he heads for the cabin. First picture, bottom row, Dick faces a handsome young man who's seated at a desk. This is Captain John Paul Jones, one of the most famous sea captains in American history. Jones says,
Want you to take the next watch on the masthead, Dick. Keep your eyes peeled for British ships when nearing that coast.
Aye, aye, sir.
Last picture, Dick is climbing up the masthead to take his place at the watch, the very top of the forward mast, a pole in the ship's deck that holds up the sails. As he climbs higher and higher, he says,
It's like climbing a wobbly ladder up the sky. Gee whiz, I better not tell anybody I never did this before.
Ooh, that's dangerous for such a small boy to climb way up to the top of a mast of a ship in the wind when it's wiggling in the waves like that.
Oh, you bet your life it is. You have to hang on tight.
I don't think I'd like to do that.
Oh, it's lots of fun once you get up there.
Well, I'd rather stay on the ground and use a spyglass.
Yes, you're much safer that way.
Just think, Dick is with Captain John Paul Jones. He was really a very brave sailor, wasn't he?
I should say so. And I think we're going to see some exciting adventures with John Paul Jones.
Oh, goody. Oh, now, look, right underneath Dick's adventures, here's Rusty Riley. And this is getting very mysterious.
Yes, a man named Smith has learned that Rusty bought the painting his landlady had sold. And at the airport, he discovered Tex is the man he's after. To keep his eye on Tex, he's asked Tex if he could ride to Kentucky with him in the truck.
Well, I hope Tex doesn't let him ride along with him because you never can tell what'll happen. I don't trust this man.
Well, let's find out now. So here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex says to the young man,
Well, I'd sure like to give you a ride, partner, but with a valuable horse aboard, I just don't know.
Smith replies, Sure, I understand, and I don't blame you, but I assure you I'm not a hoodlum. I'm an artist.
Well, you sure don't look like the kind of hombre that would be boning a ride.
Well, the fact is, I'm temporarily out of funds, and, I have to get to Lexington.
Well, okay, mister, we'll take you along. You can call me Tex. Mrs. Rusty. What's your moniker?
Oh, hello, Rusty. Just call me Smitty.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Smitty.
Last picture of the road, Tex says,
Hey, them fancy duds ain't exactly the best thing for riding the truck. I got an extra jacket in the back. Rusty'll get it for you and hang your coat in the locker. What do you say?
Smith takes off his coat, saying, Thanks, very good idea. Very kind of you. First picture, bottom row, they're on their way, and Rusty is saying,
Hey, did you say you're an artist, sir? Do you paint pictures? For the magazines, maybe?
Smith says hesitantly, Well, not exactly. I'm really a draftsman. Mechanical, you know. Hours later, they're out in the country, well along their way to Kentucky. Tex slows down, saying,
Well, this is about as far as we can go for today. Get Big Blaze out so we can stretch his legs, Rusty, while I fix us some chow.
As Tex lets down the ramp on the back of the truck, Rusty hops in and pats Big Blaze, saying,
Easy there, big boy. You're going out for a while. Hey, what's that envelope on the floor? That must have dropped out of Smithy's coat when I hung it up.
He reaches down and he picks up the envelope. Last picture exclaims,
Golly, this is an airplane ticket to Lexington. Gee willikins, why should he beg a ride with us when he could have flown?
Oh, goody. Now we'll soon find out more about the mystery about what that painting's about.
Yes. Well, Mr. Smith is going to be in an embarrassing spot when Tex asks him why he asked for a ride in the truck when he had that ticket in his pocket.
Yes. I can hardly wait.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to wait, because that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys.
Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the Jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. No one here to listen to me today? All right. Guess I'll just have to run along. Goodbye, no one.
April Fool, I'm here.
April Fool, I just left.
Well, come back again, please, and read me the funnies.
April Fool, I will.
I knew you were just playing with me.
Oh, yes. April Fool's a good game, isn't it?
Yes, I had lots of fun. I fooled lots of people.
Well, good for you. Now let's fool around with the funnies.
All right, please.
All right. I'll read Puck the Comic Weekly in just a moment. But first, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page...
Hopalong, Cassidy.
And that we'll read right now.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. 6 guns blazing as he thunders along. Give us music for Hopalong. Hoppy, California, and Lucky have been put in jail by the sheriff of Rio Vista on a charge of kidnapping Don Ramon's boy, Felipe. No one will believe Hoppy's story, that he saved Felipe from outlaws. In the meantime, Sloat and his gang have stirred up the citizens of Rio Vista, and they've all marched on the jail in an endeavor to break it open and hang Hoppy and his pals without a trial. The sheriff steps out in front of the jail, faces the huge mob of men, and asks the ringleader, "What's wanted, gents?" The spokesman for the lynching crowd replies,
"Cassidy and his 2 sidekicks. We don't like mavericks or their cut, wasting the taxpayers' money on long trials. We're taking the prisoners off your hands, Sheriff."
The sheriff replies,
"Whoever put you up to this has been reading the wrong law books. Mine doesn't favor lynching. Now scatter."
One of the men in the crowd yells,
"You heard his answer! What are we going to do about it? Either the sheriff unlocks the door or we batter it in."
But the sheriff doesn't give in. He lives up to his duty to defend the men in his jail until they're proven guilty, a thing any honest sheriff will do. Some of the men in the crowd take a huge log and begin to batter against the door. The sheriff slips inside the jail. He tells Hoppy and his pals in the 3rd picture in the 3rd row, "I'm turning you loose for your own protection. Quick, out the back door." First picture next row. Hoppy, Lucky, and California open the back door and start to slip out when a shot nicks the wall right above California's ear. He shouts, "Get back! We got us surrounded!" Hoppy steps back in, takes a quick look around, and sees the door is beginning to crack. He sees a trap door in the roof. Hoppy exclaims, "The roof! It's our only chance." He leaps on the desk and draws himself up through the trap door. The sheriff says, "Your horses are in the side alley, if you can make it." Hoppy pulls himself up through the trap door, gives Lucky and California a hand. And, first picture next row, they quietly slip over to the edge of the roof, then let themselves down to the ground. And first picture bottom row, they're on their horses, galloping off, unnoticed by the mob. As they reach the edge of the town, Hoppy says, "Well, whoever stirred up that lynch movement is afraid of us." Lucky replies, "Yeah, I wonder what they'll try next, Hoppy." Last picture, they approach a sign which reads,
Don Ramos Madeira property to be sold this Wednesday at public auction by order of Prentice Vane, tax assessor, Rio Vista.
Wasn't it nice of that sheriff to help Hoppy and his friends escape?
It certainly was, because lynching is against the law. You know, one of the wonderful things about this country is that every man has the right to a fair trial. And these people were not going to give Hoppy a fair trial. They were going to hang him.
And if they had, they would have hanged an innocent man. And anyone who'd do that, well, they're just as bad as a criminal themselves.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Yes, so am I, because it is wrong. It's just as bad as being bad.
Mm-hmm. And next week we'll find out whether Hoppy will find a way to save Don Ramos from having to sell his ranch.
Oh, I hope he does.
So do I. Now
I think it's time for Prince Valiant, isn't it? I think he's on page 3.
All right, let's turn over the page and see.
All right. Yes, here he is, just like I said. I'm anxious to know how Prince Valiant is because when we left him last week, he was high up on a mountain and he had to sleep there all night in the cold in his wet clothes.
And in trying to escape from the barbarians who were after him, Val climbed to a high ledge on the mountain. And there, wrapped in the chamois skins, he settled down for the night. Now let's find out what happens next with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hecate, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Dawn comes, and Prince Valiant crawls stiffly from his snow cave. He survived the bitter night. But in the valley below, the wanderers are already stirring. Val looks down and sees the barbarians trying to get to the place where he is. A crust has formed in the snow overnight, and they begin cutting steps upward. He might halt them by throwing down the game they demand, but he knows full well appeasement is but a temporary measure. But Val has one advantage. Shooting downward, he can use the hunter's crouch, showing only his head, while his foes must stand erect to give full power to their bows. Last picture, Val holds his enemy off with a few well-aimed arrows, but the enemy keeps shooting at him, so Val has to stay in this one spot. He had hoped to cross the snow slope while it was still firm, but first picture next row, the whistling arrows keep him pinned to the ledge. Now, under the noonday sun, the snow threatens to avalanche. That means the snow slides down the mountain, carrying everything before it. Then Val repeats the word in his mind. Avalanche. He looks toward the slope that had creviced under his weight last evening and thinks if he can shake that snow loose and start a snow slide, it might sweep down on the barbarians below and rid him of his enemy. Last picture of the row, he picks up a huge rock, then heaves it right into the middle of the ledge of snow hanging in the lip of the cliff. First picture, bottom row, a few tons do slide. More follow. And then as Val watches in horror, the snow far up the mountainside buckles, heaves, then roars down with a force nothing can withstand. Deafened, blinded by flying snow, his clothing rent by the terrific wind, Val clings to his shuddering ledge. When the air clears, the valley can be seen packed from side to side with snow. The enemy can be seen no more. The snow has taken care of them. Val shoulders his pack and, carrying the skins, heads back to the monastery where the monks and his friends await him.
Oh, wasn't that a wonderful idea Val had? Because he didn't have enough arrows, maybe, to fight so many barbarians.
No, he might have been there a long time before he got free without the aid of nature.
Yes. I wonder if he'll get back to the monastery all right.
Well, we'll find out next week.
All right. Now read me Donald Duck, please.
I'd be delighted to. So let's turn over the page. And there, on page 5, under Little Iodine, is Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeegem, squeegem, squilly chicka-chack. Let's have music to better quack, quack. Donald has built a funny-looking contraption and is about to climb up on the roof with it. Daisy, his girlfriend, who has stopped by, asks him what he's doing. He replies,
I'm going to do my bit to rid the air of our fair city of smoke, smog, and soot.
Daisy exclaims,
With that thing? Exactly. That is the D-Duck de-smugger. Well, I'll bet you a chicken dinner it doesn't work. That's a bet.
So Daisy goes along to her shopping as Donald climbs up to the roof with his desmogger, which he hopes will get rid of the soot and smog which is pouring out of his chimney. Up on the roof, Donald puts his desmogger on the chimney. And what do you know?
Well, no smoke.
Second picture, bottom row. Daisy, through with her shopping, is back at Donald's house. She looks up at the chimney and exclaims,
Well, my gracious, not a bit of smoke.
She goes up to the door saying,
Well, for once, I'll have to apologize.
So Donald opens the door, and a cloud of smoke pours out in Daisy's face. She blinks her eyes and sees Donald hidden in the smoke, and he exclaims,
Well, Toots, you owe me a chicken dinner.
Well, why does she owe him a chicken dinner? It didn't work.
No, it didn't work in the way Donald expected it to, but none of the smoke went out of the house into the city.
Oh, that's true.
That's why Donald figures he has the dinner coming. You see, he kept all of the smoke in his house.
Oh, that Donald. He does the craziest things.
Yes, that's why he's so much fun.
Yes, and speaking of funny people, let's see what Dagwood's up to today.
Very well, let's turn to the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Here it is.
And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood receives a telegram, and he reads it to Blondie.
Hey, the committee wants me to be a judge at the All-American Beauty Contest tonight.
Blondie tells him that they have another date tonight, and she suggests that he asks his boss, Mr. Dithers, to judge the beauty contest. So first picture, second row, Donald has asked Mr. Dithers if he'd care to judge the beauty contest, and Mr. Dithers drops on one knee, kisses Dagwood's hand, and says,
Of course, dear boy. With pleasure. And I'm so grateful to you for asking me.
Dagwood comes home and says to Blondie,
Hey, he was delighted. That'll put me in good with him.
And Blondie says, maybe Mr. Dithers will probably give him a raise for that. And Dagwood beams at the thought of more money. Last picture of the row, Mr. Dithers is in a store. He has several clerks dashing around waiting on him, and Dithers says,
I want a new suit, shirt, tie, socks, hat, and gloves.
First picture, next row. Dithers is in a barber shop with a beautiful girl manufacturing his nails. The barber giving him a shave and a man giving him a shine. And Dithers says,
give me the works. Haircut, shave, shine, and manicure.
A little later, in his new clothes and with his face and shoes polished as high as an apple, Dithers comes to the hall where the beauty contest is going to be held. And when he thinks of all the beautiful girls he's going to see, Dithers says,
the sweetest job a man can get is to judge a beauty contest. Oh, boy, here goes.
Last picture of the row, he comes up to the judging committee. A prissy lady nods, and a mousy man says,
Oh, we're so glad to have you as judge.
And Dithers clicks his tongue and says,
Get out the small talk and bring on the beautiful girls.
First picture, bottom row, the man says timidly,
Oh, it's not girls you to judge, Mr. Dithers. Oh, no. It's all-American roses.
Dithers claps his hand to his head and screeches,
Roses!
A little later, Dithers, carrying 4 plants of roses, is ringing Dagwood's doorbell. He's as furious as a hungry lion in an empty town on Saturday night. Dagwood opens the door, and Dithers plops the 4 roses on Dagwood's head and walks off. A second later, Blondie comes running up, and she asks Dagwood if Dithers said anything about a raise. And Dagwood moans,
No, not a worry.
Oh, poor Dagwood. Well, I don't think Mr. Dithers had any business hitting him with those flower pots.
Neither do I. He should have used a feather duster instead.
That wouldn't hurt. That was just tickle.
Yes.
That's a good way to punish somebody. Just tickle them until they laugh. Mr. Dithers certainly was disappointed when he didn't see the pretty girl.
I'm afraid he'll have to go to a musical in the movies.
I'm afraid so.
Now?
Oh, look, underneath Dagwood and Blondie, there's Roy Rogers.
So it is, and I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Magic words for the music, please.
Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. It's the day of the Wild West show, and everybody in town is waiting for the show to begin. After rescuing his friend Dangerfield from the wild bull, Roy has discovered Handles Baldwin, the escaped convict who has sworn to get him. As Roy goes for him, Baldwin runs for a bronc standing nearby and leaps in the saddle. Cowboy yells, "Hey, get off that bronc! He's trained to work in the arena!" The bronc runs for the main entrance of the ring. Roy leaps in the saddle saying, "After him, Trigger, we gotta hog-tie that escaped convict before he starts a panic." The bronc bunks his way into the center of the ring. Roy loosens his lariat saying, "Hey, somebody's gonna get hurt sure if that man-killing Jughead don't stop swelling his tail." Then with one quick flip, last picture, he snags the bronc's legs, tripping him to the ground and throwing Baldwin. Roy leaps out of the saddle saying, "Brace, Trigger. Keep the bronc out of mischief while I take care of Baldwin." First picture, bottom row, he runs for Baldwin, who tries to get away. With a quick tackle, Roy brings him to the ground. As Dangerfield exclaims,
"Bravo! Handles Baldwin is captured. He'll be delivered to the sheriff as I predicted."
A moment later, the sheriff, who happens to be in the grandstand, comes into the ring, and Roy turns Baldwin over to him. As the sheriff says,
"Nice work, Rogers. I'll handle him now."
Dangerfield proudly announces to the audience,
"Don't go away, folks. This is only part of the J. Lucien Dangerfield stupendous Wild West show."
Last picture, a little later, Roy on Trigger is leaving the Wild West show, and he says, "Well, I reckon we can head for the Double R Bar and a spell of quiet port sitting, Trigger, huh? Hey, what's this?" An old friend comes running to him shouting,
"Hey, Roy Rogers, it's me, Dolphin Hawkins. Dag nabbit, wait up. You're just the hombre I'm looking for."
My gracious, Roy's never going to get home if people keep asking him to help them.
"No, it looks that way, all right."
Oh, but wasn't it wonderful? The way he snagged that bronc and then tackled Baldwin and handed him over to the sheriff just the way I thought he would.
And you were absolutely right about it.
Yes. I wonder what's going to happen next.
Well, if I know Roy Rogers, it'll be a new adventure.
Because he's a hero, and heroes always begin new adventures.
Yes, they do. Well, now let's turn over the page and see
Oh, look, Flash Gordon. And he's come back home to Earth, and everybody gave him a celebration.
Yes, he's really a hero.
Let's see what they'll do for him today.
Very well. Here we go on page 2 of the second section with Flash Gordon. A-rega-rega-doon-doons, ask-him-a-tash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash's landing in a spaceship has made worldwide headlines. A big banquet is being held in his honor, and a great university has created a new degree for him, a great honor, and they call him Doctor of Astronautics. At this banquet, great scientists have come to meet Flash and to talk interplanetary problems over with him. As the dinner and the speech-making end, Dr. Bright, the world's leading rocket expert, is talking to Flash. He wants to interest Flash in some recent meteor disasters, shooting stars that have fallen to Earth with such force that they blow open huge holes in the ground, holes almost large enough to bury a city in. So Flash decides to investigate. Last picture, at dawn, Flash and Dale are flying with Dr. Bright to study a meteor crater. Dr. Bright exclaims,
"We think they come from the moon. One oversized meteor lands every day, too regular for accident. And if one ever hit a city..."
Suddenly there's a blaze of light ahead of them as another shooting star hurtles toward Earth. The pilot gasps, "I can't see!" Last picture, the meteor lands below them with a huge explosion. The plane rocks in the blast, but Flash grabs the wheel. The white-hot meteor blasts out a giant crater in the countryside, shaking houses and knocking down trees. And Flash grimly agrees with Professor Bright.
Yes, we've got to stop this somehow.
Goodness gracious. gracious. Look at that big hole in the ground that meteor made when it fell.
Yes, it's almost large enough to blow a city off the Earth.
Well, does Dr. Bright think that maybe somebody on the moon is doing this on purpose?
I think that's what he suspects.
You know, I'll bet your Flash will go to the moon to investigate.
You know, you're right about that. And we'll find out next week.
Oh, I've always wanted to go to the moon and see what it's like ever since I saw the man in the moon.
Well, next week we're all going to take a trip to the moon with Flash. So be on hand.
I certainly will.
And now I think it's time for Dick's adventures. So let's go over to the last page.
All right. And here he is, and he's on a ship with John Paul Jones in the early days of America.
Yes, during the Revolutionary War, the war with the British.
Isn't this exciting to be on board a ship with a famous man like John Paul Jones?
Oh, you bet it is. So let's see what happens next with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. It's Midshipman Dick of the armed frigate Ranger. For he's back in 1778 with the early United States Navy, raiding commerce along the British coast, while General Washington fights the British on land 3,000 miles away. Dick's skipper is a man named John Paul Jones. And Dick is standing guard in the crow's nest at the top of the mast. Bobbing on the horizon is a patch of white. Dick yells, "Enemy sail, ho!" And he clambers down through the maze of rigging like a monkey. Last picture, top row, Dick stands beside Captain John Paul Jones as he looks at the strange vessel through the spyglass. Jones exclaims, "Aye, it's the Drake of His Majesty's fleet. She's been trying for weeks to hunt us down." Dick asks, "Are we going to fight her, sir?" At first picture, next row, to Dick's keen disappointment, John Paul Jones crowds all sails on the Ranger and hoves her off in a contrary direction, explaining to Dick, "We'll fight, lad, but not just yet. We've got other work to do." For the next 10 days, John Paul Jones roves like a wolf up and down the British coast, striking terror among the ships laden with supplies for the King's men fighting Washington. Jones's idea is to prevent the ships from bringing the supplies, the food and clothing, for the English soldiers, so they won't have ammunition to fight Washington soldiers. And in that way, Washington will be able to win. And Jones is successful. But always he keeps a sharp watch for the huge and furious, angry British ships which are on the search for him. And especially, Jones watches for the Drake, the fast and dreaded fighting ship. Then one night, a huge gale sweeps the seas. And Jones's ship, the Ranger, creeps up to the rich port of Whitehaven on the English coast. Jones calls for volunteers to accompany him and set fire to the British ship snugly tied up at dock. Almost every man volunteers, Dick included, and they slip off in the dark to set fire to the English ships riding at anchor. At dawn, Dick and the volunteers return. A great flame is lighting up the sky over Whitehaven. The men look back and see the burning ships at the dock. Quickly, Jones has his ship head out to sea again. But last picture, hardly has the Ranger got underway again when Dick, looking off, shouts an alarm.
"The Drake, sir! She's found us!"
My, that was a big risk to take, going right into the enemy's harbor and setting fire to their ships because they'd have to get so close to shore.
Yes, and now the Drake has sighted them and is coming after them.
Do you think there'll be a battle between the ships?
Now, we'll see next week.
Oh, that's something I can hardly wait to see.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to. But here below Dick's adventures is Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And do you remember that man named Mr. Smith who knows that Rusty has the painting that he bought, has got a ride in the truck with them?
Yes, so we can keep an eye on Rusty and Tex.
And last week, Rusty found the airplane ticket that Mr. Smith dropped out of his pocket. And Rusty is very suspicious.
Oh, he is indeed. And now on their first day out, they've stopped for the night. So let's see what Tex has to say when Rusty tells him about the ticket. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty.
Rusty exercises Big Blaze, Tex says to Mr. Smith,
Okay, folks. This looks like a good place to bed down for the night. Smitty, suppose you go over to that farmhouse and ask if it's all right while Rusty walks Big Blaze for a spell.
So Mr. Smith walks off to the farm. Rusty comes over to Tex and says to him, Hey, Tex, while Smitty's gone, I want to tell you something. I picked up this envelope that fell out of Smitty's coat pocket. It had an airplane ticket to Lexington in it. Tex exclaims,
And he begs a ride in a horse van. Sounds loco.
As Smitty walks toward the farmhouse, he says to himself, Well, somehow or other, I've got to get that horse painting without them knowing how important it is to me. If I can only get the kid to show it to me, I can make him an offer. If that doesn't work, I'll have to do something drastic. A little later, Smitty has come back to Tex, first picture, bottom row, and he says,
Yeah, the owner says it's okay for us to park on his farm for the night. He wants to know if we'd like some dinner.
Tex asks Smitty about the airplane tickets. Smitty replies, second picture, bottom row.
That airplane ticket. Well, you see, I had planned to fly, but when I saw your van, I figured I could get a free ride.
Tex looks at him a minute and says thoughtfully,
I see. Okay. But it did seem loco to prefer a truck to a plane. Well, come on, let's go eat.
Later, after a nice dinner at the farmhouse, Tex is saying to his host,
It was right nice of you to give us that fine dinner. We're plumb grateful, Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Mr. Jones replies, Oh, glad of the company. Sit a bit and listen to the radio. And he turns on the radio.
It is reported that the police of several states have been alerted following the disappearance of the plans for a top-secret device, the nature of which is not disclosed. The engineering department of an Eastern aircraft factory states that an employee who has been working for the company for 6 months...
Smitty, hearing this, quickly walks to the radio and switches it off.
I know why he turned that program off. I know why. I'll bet you that he's the one who disappeared with the plans, and I'll bet you that the plans are on the painting that Rusty has.
You're almost as smart as a detective. Where do you learn all of this?
From my favorite detective, Nick Carter.
Well, next week we'll find out if this gives Tex any ideas about Smitty.
Oh, I certainly hope so.
So do I. And now that's all the time I have. And don't forget that next week we'll have a trip to the moon with Flash Gordon. And now, before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Wiggly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And the date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.